Chapter 1. The Green Field Legend System. A blinding white light pierced his vision, prompting Li Qing to instinctively shut his eyes. An intense, throbbing pain surged through his temples, while the overwhelming cacophony assaulted his auditory senses, its volume nearly deafening. What on earth is happening? Didn't I just indulge in a bit too much to drink on my birthday and head to a hotel with my girlfriend? Why am I still in a bar? Damn it! It's so noisy. Cursing inwardly, Li Qing opened his eyes, only to be met by an exceptionally dark face that a pair of intensely focused eyes gazed anxiously at him, while the hot breath emanating from the broad nostrils nearly brushed against his face. The gleaming white teeth revealed were reminiscent of a predator. Instinctively, he shoved the imposing figure away and exclaimed, "A ghost! Li, what's wrong? Andrew Massey, are you concussed? Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up?" The anxious voice of the black man reached him. Li Qing stared at the man before him in bewilderment, realizing he understood every word spoken in English. This was astonishing, for aside from a few simple phrases such as "How are you?" and "Nice to meet you," he had always struggled with the language. Could it be? An avid reader of novels, he suddenly contemplated a thrilling possibility. Just then, a flood of unfamiliar yet strangely familiar memories surged through his mind, as if he had experienced them all along. Indeed, he had crossed over. Li Qing's heart raced with exhilaration. As a fan of the genre, having achieved nothing significant by the age of 30, he finally found himself among the ranks of those who had traversed worlds. But then again, where is my golden finger? Li? Seeing the fluctuations of emotion on Li Qing's face, Andrew Massey couldn't help but furrow his brow. Li Qing scrutinized the man before him. His mind recalled that this individual was the team doctor for the Liverpool Academy's youth training team, named Andrew Massey, genuinely kind person among the few who respected individuals of Asian descent. Simultaneously, he could hear a mix of concerned voices and derisive laughter surrounding him. "Li, how are you feeling? I told you, Asians aren't cut out for football, didn't I? Don't believe me? He's already dazed after just a couple of clashes." "Ha ha ha. Henry, you were right, he doesn't deserve to play football. Knocked out by Remy, yet his recovery ability is impressive. Let's keep it down, shall we?" Li Qing's gaze drifted over the familiar yet foreign faces. His mind effortlessly recalled each name, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he thought, "I can't believe I've crossed over into the body of a namesake of a Chinese descent in England, and am part of the Liverpool Academy's youth team. What a challenging twist of fate." However, being nearly 16, he might soon be departing from the Liverpool Academy. Professional football is a ruthless arena once young players reach a certain age and fail to gain the coach's approval during the annual evaluations. It signifies their elimination from the sport. Of course, one may seek their fortune at other clubs. The youth who had just reprimanded his teammate is Li Qing's closest friend in the youth training squad, named Curtis Jones, a native of Liverpool. He is a prodigious talent who joined the Liverpool Youth Academy at the tender age of 9. Playing as a central midfielder, his remarkable talent grants him considerable influence within the U15, U16 team, silencing the mocking voices of his peers. Only the captain, Rhys Williams, whose status is comparable to that of Curtis Jones, scoffed, "A waste is a waste, a mere bump, and he's out cold. He should just roll back to his milk." "What do you mean, Rhys?" Curtis Jones raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident. Li Qing looked up at the seemingly mature Rhys Williams, and memories of him flooded back. Rhys Williams, much like Li Qing, joined the Liverpool Youth Academy at the age of 10. His towering stature and comfortable ball control, combined with a commanding leadership presence, made him the preferred captain across various age groups. He harbored an inherent bias against those of Asian descent, often leveraging his physical prowess to bully the more fragile Li Qing on the pitch, resulting in Li Qing accumulating bruises after every internal match. The English top leagues place great emphasis on physical confrontation, and the coaches at the Liverpool Youth Academy frequently encourage players to embrace physicality. Consequently, they turn a blind eye to Rhys Williams' deliberate actions. With this thought, a cold glint flickered in Li Qing's eyes, causing Rhys Williams to feel a surge of unease. Rhys Williams quickly registered that the boy he often tormented, Li Qing, dared to glare back at him. His robust physique ignited a sudden fury within him. "What are you staring at? Waist? Did I allow you to look?" "Trash. Li Qing's expression hardened as he shot back defiantly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, amidst the clamor of the surroundings, he perceived an ethereal voice. The courageous traverser, Li Qing, has activated the system. Commencing detection. Holy cow, Li Qing felt an exhilarating rush. What had he just heard? Indeed, he had a golden opportunity. In a flash, the familiar voice resonated again. Potential host Li Qing meets the binding requirements for the legendary green pitch system. Requesting binding. Only a fool would refuse. Binding successful. Loading legendary green pitch system. Chapter 2. Talent, the Speed Demon. All the players in the U15 U16 squad at Liverpool's Kirkby Academy focused their astonished gazes on Li Qing. Previously, Li Qing had been perceived as timid. How dared he confront the towering Captain Rhys Williams today? Had he taken leave of his senses? Even Curtis Jones, who shared the closest bond with him, felt a sense of surprise, his gaze filled with complexity. Nevertheless, in a bid to ensure his friend's safety, he took a couple of steps forward, contemplating that he would intervene should he detect that Rhys Williams intended to strike. What did you say? Rhys Williams was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Li Qing, who had always been bullied into silence, to audaciously retort. Instantly, he felt his authority within the team being challenged. He raised his fist, ready to teach Li Qing a lesson, but Curtis Jones timely interposed himself. Rhys Williams furrowed his brow. Seething coward, always hiding behind Curtis. Do you dare to face me, Onion? Onion, Li Qing replied coldly, unexpectedly rolling up his sleeves. Who is afraid of whom? Having practiced Sonda before his time travel, he was not intimidated by the lanky figure before him. Assistant coach Gavin Jess, noticing the parents and fans observing the team's training match, whispering and pointing, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. To prevent escalation, he shouted, Li, are you all right? If you're unwell, they'll substitute you. If not, continue the match. He then turned to Rhys Williams, saying, Rhys, as the captain, do not stoop to the level of other players, understand? What appeared to be a reprimand was, in fact, a protective measure for Rhys Williams. Understood, coach? Rhys Williams replied obediently, before casting a sidelong glance at Li Qing and mockingly saying, some people, alas, will soon be advised to leave. Li Qing recognized that the coaching staff favored Rhys Williams, and such bias was easily comprehensible. He felt powerless in the face of IT. In any domain, the law of the jungle prevailed. From the perspective of football talent, Rhys Williams undeniably surpassed him by a significant margin. At that moment, a notification from the system sounded. Ding. The Green Pitch Legend system has been successfully loaded. The host automatically receives a Novice gift package. Ding. The Novice gift package has been placed in the inventory. Please check. Ding. As the newly appointed master of the Green Pitch Legend system, how can one tolerate the ridicule of a somewhat well-known young player? Use your feet to humiliate him fiercely. Instill profound fear within him. Host activates the mission. Use continuous goals to humiliate, a stepping stone on the road to success. Mission reward. 1 random talent lottery. Garner the attention of Liverpool's head coach, Jurgen Klopp. Failure penalty. Random deduction of 20 ability points. The barrage of system notifications left Li Qing momentarily dumbfounded, and Rhys Williams, witnessing this, grinned and mocked. A waste is indeed a waste, too cowardly even to retaliate. Rhys, that's enough. Curtis Jones stood protectively in front of Li Qing, glaring at Rhys Williams. Li Qing placed his right hand on Curtis Jones' shoulder, filled with gratitude, and said, Curtis, I appreciate your help in the past. From today onward, I will make certain individuals aware of who might actually be advised to leave. Although he did not name names, the players of the U15 U16 team were well aware of who Li Qing was targeting. Rhys Williams, known for his small-mindedness, did not rage, but instead chuckled. Very well. Very well. You're finished. Assistant coach Gavin Jess clapped his hands from a distance and proclaimed, All right, young ones, take your positions and prepare to enter the match. Upon hearing the coach's command, the young players swiftly moved to their designated spots, awaiting the resumption of the intra-team training match. Rhys Williams also made his way to his central defender position, but not without sneering at Li Qing, whose thumb was held high, before turning it down. Li Qing raised his middle finger in retort, pointing sharply at him. With the system by his side, how could he possibly be less informed than the Liverpool youth player Rhys Williams? Even before his transmigration, it was evidently impossible. According to the conventions of the Golden Finger novels, the Novice gift pack is the cornerstone for the system's owner to soar. Without needing a system prompt, Li Qing walked while silently reciting, Open Novice gift pack. The Novice gift pack is being opened. After a 2-second pause, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent speed demon. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 opportunity for random attribute enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 5-star skill experience cards. A myriad of emotions played across Li Qing's youthful face as the system's notifications revealed the attributes of the talents and experience cards. An exhilarating wave of excitement surged through him. Speed demon, a qualitative leap in speed, with sprinting and acceleration automatically reaching the maximum attribute values that his current physique can endure. Random attribute enhancement. Upon use, The system will randomly enhance attributes based on the host's chosen position on the field to 5-star skill experience card. Within 30 seconds of using the card, ball control becomes effortless, and any trick moves can be executed with ease. On the football field, nothing attracts attention quite like goals, speed duels, and physical confrontations. Acquiring the speed demon talent equates to possessing remarkable visibility. The explanation for the random attribute enhancement is clear. He can choose his position on the field, thereby receiving random enhancements for the primary attributes of that role. Choosing forward would likely result in random enhancements for attributes such as shooting, heading, and positional awareness that a selecting midfielder. Random enhancements would apply to key attributes like short passing, long passing, dribbling, and playmaking. Opting for defender would yield random enhancements in defensive primary attributes like interception, tackling, marking, and stealing. As for goalkeeper, having finally acquired a golden finger, how could he possibly choose to enhance goalkeeper attributes? The 5-star skill experience card was tailor-made for ruthlessly dominating Rhys Williams in this training match. Chapter 3. 5-star football experience card. Curtis Jones noticed an inexplicable smirk on Li Qing's face, his lips twitching slightly. Was it possible that Li had been rendered dazed by Remy Savage, the central defender paired with Rhys Williams? Out of concern, he slowed his pace and, when he walked alongside Li Qing, inquired with genuine care, "Li, are you certain you're all right?" "I'm fine," Li Qing replied, waving his hand dismissively. Recalling that Curtis Jones was the midfield linchpin of their team, adept at timing his final passes, he added, "Curtis, could you possibly pass me the ball later?" Without hesitation, Curtis nodded affirmatively. "I will pass to you, but please refrain from seeking out Rhys or Remy like you did earlier. Understood?" "Okay, Li Qing offered Curtis a reassuring gesture. Of course. His actions were merely to ease his friend's worries. Nothing more, but he had no intention of letting Rhys Williams and Remy Savage off the hook easily, as Remy and Rhys shared a strong camaraderie, often provoking trouble through physical contact. During training in the past, Li Qing had been timid and reluctant to confront such challenges, but now things had changed. The match resumed with the whistle of fitness coach Oliver Herbie. Team coach Tom Cuscio turned to his approaching assistant, Gavin Jess, and asked, "Gavin, is that young lad all right?" Gavin Jess replied, "No issues, but I can't fathom what possessed him to provoke Rhys." "Oh." Tom Cuscio's interest peaked as he murmured, "Has he regained his fighting spirit?" Before taking over the U15, U16 team, he had been the coach for the U10-12 squad, during which Li Qing had been a star player at Kirkby. However, for reasons unknown, he seemed to have transformed into a different person over the past 4 years, his form plummeting. Footballers are typically known for their individuality, while a strong personality does not guarantee a successful career. Accomplished professional players often possess a distinctive character. Li Qing, who was easily bullied, seemed unlikely to become a professional player. Yet now, he had openly challenged the team's notorious villain, Rhys Williams, indicating that he had rediscovered the fiery spirit essential for a professional athlete. With a childhood talent that was not to be underestimated, if he continued to develop, he could undoubtedly mature into a player capable of representing Liverpool. As Tom Cuscio pondered these thoughts, the whistle suddenly blew, snapping him back to attention. Curtis Jones charged furiously at Rhys Williams, while Li Qing, who had been knocked to the ground, scrambled to his feet and restrained his furious friend, calmly saying, "Curtis, don't act impulsively. I'm fine. Are you truly all right?" Li Qing spread his hands, replying, "Do I seem like I'm in trouble?" Rhys Williams nonchalantly stood up, coldly stating, "Consider this your lucky day." Curtis Jones, seething with rage, pointed at Rhys Williams and shouted, "If anything happens to Li, you can forget about staying at Kirkby." Li Qing, not waiting for his friend to finish speaking, interjected, "Such physical contact is quite common in competitions. Worry not, I shall seize the opportunity to thoroughly humiliate him." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Rhys Williams and Remy Savage, his voice raised enough for them to hear clearly. The intent behind his words was unmistakable. Rhys Williams, rather than being incensed, chuckled instead, "I shall eagerly anticipate your next dribble, shall I not?" Remy Savage laughed heartily. "Indeed, but it remains to be seen if some dare to take possession of the ball again." The two exchanged knowing smiles before retreating to the penalty area to contribute to their team's defense. Li Qing leaned towards Curtis Jones and whispered, "I intentionally provoked them just now. You know, the assessment for the team is drawing ever closer. If I fail to perform well, I may not be able to remain at Kirkby." Curtis Jones rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Everyone claims I am the mastermind on the field, yet it turns out you are the true strategist." Without delay, Li Qing darted towards right midfielder Leighton Clarkson, saying, "Leighton, let us swap positions. You advance to the forefront while I familiarize myself with receiving the ball on the right." Although Leighton Clarkson had a neutral relationship with Li Qing, neither particularly amicable nor hostile, he felt compelled to acquiesce due to Curtis Jones's close rapport with Li Qing, nodding slightly. All right. But I cannot remain there for long. Okay. Head coach Tom Kashaw, observing the exchange between Li Qing and Leighton Clarkson followed by their positional switch, could not help but remark, Li has grown wiser. Gavin just scoffed. He merely fears physical confrontation with Reese. However, one cannot put it so bluntly. Consider this. If Li were to engage physically with Reese or Remy consistently, would it not render the game exceedingly uncomfortable for him? Over time, he would inevitably lose his competitive drive. His temporary exchange with Leighton is a tactical maneuver, a choice befitting an astute player. Now positioned on the right flank, Li Qing found himself liberated from the stringent marking of opponents, often facing only the first-team left-back, Jack Wolves. Despite possessing extraordinary speed and the seemingly boundless power of his legs, it was challenging to exploit his pace against the tight defenses of Reese Williams and Remy Savage. He could only capitalize on the less populated flanks. Moments later, the defensive team clad in red vests transitioned to offense, which included Li Qing's side. Curtis Jones, spotting his friend Li Qing pulling wide and gaining substantial space to receive the ball, unhesitatingly launched a long pass. The football landed precisely within Li Qing's control zone. While the left-back Jack Wolves, not involved in the attack and donning a yellow vest, sprinted forward, attempting to disrupt the ball's trajectory before Li Qing could seize it. Li Qing silently chanted, "Utilize the 5-star technology experience card." In a flash, he felt as though he had merged with the football soaring through the air, granting him the freedom to maneuver at will. Consequently, he took a step back, skillfully controlling the ball to land just half a meter in front of him with his chest. Jack Walls, finding himself in a compromised position, opted for a strategy of unwavering resilience. Li Qing skillfully flicked the soccer ball backward with the instep of his right foot, then pivoted on his left foot to execute a swift 180-degree turn, transforming from a position facing away from the attacking line to one oriented toward the direction of play. Chapter 4. You're so lame. Jack Walls was suddenly overwhelmed with 3 large question marks hovering above his head. How had Li Qing managed to turn around so quickly, when he had just been in front of him? The ball was above his head? His mind barely had time to process this, as he bent his knees and leapt forward, attempting to head the ball back. However, the ball flicked by Li Qing's sword just above Jack Wall's head. And amid the astonishment of the onlookers, he managed to direct the descending ball with his forehead into an open field devoid of defenders. His feet moved in a rapid, intricate dance, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. The U15, U16 team match allowed parents and ordinary spectators to watch, resulting in a sizable gathering around the pitch. Following Li Qing's deft flick, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Brilliant." Naturally, Jack Wall's father was not among those celebrating. Returning to the action, head coach Tom Kashaw instinctively took a couple of steps forward, his upper body crossing the sideline without him realizing it, exclaiming, "What incredible speed." Clad in a red vest, Li Qing resembled a bolt of crimson lightning as he surged past the halfway line. Reese Williams had his focus firmly fixed on Li Qing. As he watched the latter chase after the ball at high speed, he was simultaneously alarmed yet amused, thinking, "You think you can get past me? Not a chance." He retreated while maintaining his defensive stance, and as Li Qing slowed down, he began to deftly maneuver the ball back and forth just 2 meters away from Reese. "Trying to dribble past me with a bicycle kick?" Reese Williams scoffed derisively. Despite his dismissive tone, his attention remained locked on the ball, unaffected by Li Qing's intricate footwork. Li Qing had to concede that Reese Williams possessed a certain intellect, as he understood the importance of biding his time in unfavorable circumstances, awaiting the support of his teammates to bolster their defenses against overwhelming odds. Li Qing evidently would not grant Remy Savage the opportunity to assist in defense. He lowered his left shoulder, shifting his body's center of gravity to the left, while his left foot deftly flicked the ball. Reese Williams narrowed his gaze, suddenly lunging to the right, determined to show Li Qing a thing or two. He pushed off the ground vigorously with his left foot, executing a wide tackle. However, at that moment, instead of breaking through on the left after flicking the ball with the outer side of his left foot, Li Qing utilized the flexibility of his ankle, skillfully bringing the inner side of his foot around to the front of the ball's trajectory. With a powerful flick, he redirected the ball to his right side, opposite the direction of Reese Williams' tackle. This maneuver was akin to the Elastico, a 5-star skill move from the FIFA game. Reese Williams reacted quickly, intending to leverage his decent explosive power to shift his center of gravity. Yet, the grass was slippery, and coupled with his lack of absolute strength. His right foot struggled for grip, causing him to slip and fall before dozens of onlookers. Nevertheless, at that moment, few were focused on Rhys Williams. The attention of the crowd was captivated by Li Qing, who had executed the elastico with finesse. Head coach Tom Kashaw's emotions surged. Is that genius back? Oh. Dozens of spectators exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qing remained unaffected by the spectators, while Remy Savage, who attempted to pursue him, found himself increasingly distanced. Helplessly watching as Li Qing surged forward with the ball, faced with the advancing U15, U16 team's primary goalkeeper, Ben Williams. Li Qing opted for a visually spectacular bicycle kick to evade him before effortlessly pushing the ball into the empty net. Upon scoring, Li Qing displayed no signs of elation, treating the moment as casually as one would sip water. This demeanor incited great humiliation in Rhys Williams, who glared at Li Qing and declared vehemently, "That was merely a fluke. You shall not breach my defenses again." Li Qing, celebrating with a high five to Curtis Jones, remained silent, merely raising his right hand to wag his finger at Rhys Williams, conveying a message of disdain. Enraged, Rhys Williams contemplated administering a lesson to the seemingly unruly Li Qing. But he was restrained by his partner Remy Savage, who cautioned, "Rhys, the assessment match is approaching. Let us not act impulsively. We will teach him a lesson together later." They shook hands in agreement. As the whistle blew, the match resumed. The team in yellow, through seamless passing, continuously tested the defenses of the team in blue. After approximately half a minute, the red team transitioned from defense to offense. Following several exchanges, the ball found its way to Curtis Jones, who, without hesitation, directed it to Li Qing, positioned on the right flank. Jack Walls, fully aware of his responsibility for the conceded goal, maintained a safe distance from Li Qing as he approached the ball. With a slight smirk, Li Qing did not resort to his 5-star skill card, but instead relied on his speed to outpace Jack Walls. A flash of red zipped down the flank, astonishing many parents and spectators alike. How can this little fellow run so fast? Jack Wall's attempt to tackle merely mid-air, as Rhys Williams, who had shifted his focus to Li Qing during the transition from offense to defense, quickly closed in, while his partner Remy Savage prepared to provide support. Li Qing initially intended to utilize the 5-star technique experience card. However, having played numerous street soccer matches and undergone professional training in his youth, he discerned that the positioning of the two players was rather inadequate. With a deft flick of his left foot, he nudged the soccer ball forward. The 5-star technique experience card was a valuable asset, and thus he aimed to conserve its potential. The ball, which had been rolling slowly, suddenly accelerated, hurtling swiftly between Rhys Williams and Remy Savage. Rhys Williams, unwilling to allow Li Qing another opportunity to breach his defenses, halted abruptly, pushing off the ground with his right foot, and lunged sideways to the left in an attempt to intercept Li Qing with his formidable physique, raising his elbow in the process. However, Li Qing's speed had undergone a remarkable transformation, despite Rhys Williams' earnest effort. He only collided with the red vest that Li Qing had raised behind him. Lacking support, his center of gravity became irretrievably unbalanced, and he fell directly to the ground. Li Qing remained unfazed, his feet swiftly alternating as he pursued the football he had previously dispatched. Remy Savage, lacking any speed advantage and unprepared for Li Qing's remarkable skill of dribbling past the defender, found his options painfully limited. Rendered helpless as he watched Li Qing surge forward with astonishing velocity, goalkeeper Ben Williams had intended to rush out for a clearance, but he was momentarily taken aback by Li Qing's extraordinary speed. It is crucial to note that a goalkeeper's greatest dread is to halt mid-charge, and this very pause afforded Li Qing additional choices. Lacking the finesse for a delicate lob or a sophisticated strike, he opted for a repeat of his first goal, deftly maneuvering the ball past the advancing Ben Williams before sending it into the unguarded net. A brace. Chapter 5. Exceeding expectations. If one goal can be deemed a coincidence or an accident, 2 goals signify that Li Qing possesses a truly exceptional talent. The parents and Liverpool fans watching from the sidelines erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating the brilliance of Li Qing's consecutive goals. Most of the parents present were Liverpool supporters, and many eagerly pulled out their phones to capture images of Li Qing. With 2 visually stunning goals to his name, this child's future appeared undoubtedly bright. They were resolute in their belief. Several elderly fans, past the age of 60, seemed to reminisce about the youthful Michael Owen and Raheem Sterling, recalling their own thrilling performances in their childhood. As Li Qing and his teammates reveled in their triumph, fervent Liverpool fans shared videos of the event on social media, showcasing the remarkable product of Liverpool's youth academy to a wider audience. Head coach Tom Shinbing's spirits soared. He raised his arms in jubilation, giving Li Qing a resounding thumbs up. Scott Mason, the tactical analyst for the U18 youth team present at the field, nodded appreciatively and discreetly jotted down notes. Number 19 in red, possessing a speed reminiscent of a young Michael Owen, exhibiting exceptional ball control, formidable dribbling ability, and an astonishing composure in front of goal, demonstrated exceptional individual prowess. After outlining Li Qing's technical attributes, Scott Mason himself was taken aback by the notes he had compiled. How could such a player possibly remain unnoticed in the U15, U16 ranks? He should have long since been promoted to the U18 squad to compete in the National Youth Super League and the FA Youth Cup. Despite being slightly weaker in physical contests, his other attributes were overwhelmingly dominant. Yet, being an adult, Scott Mason quickly regained his composure. With such an extraordinary talent in the U15, U16 ranks, how could Tom Shinbing have only reported on Rhys Williams, Curtis Jones, and Ryan Brewster? In other words, the remarkable Li Qing, who has already scored 2 goals, may simply be experiencing a sudden surge in performance during this match. As he retraced his steps, he once more gestured with a raised finger towards Rhys Williams. Enraged, Rhys Williams refrained from retaliating, fully aware that numerous coaches were observing from the sidelines. He clenched his fists tightly, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. The subsequent phases of the match would surely improve. However, the resumption of play did not unfold as Rhys Williams had hoped. Whenever the red team seized an opportunity for a counterattack, the defensive line became increasingly fraught with tension. Confronted by the formidable presence of Li Qing, the yellow team found themselves with no recourse but to commit fouls. In the ensuing 10 minutes, both sides found the back of the net, with Li Qing continuing to display remarkable vigor, adding 2 more goals to his tally, frequently drifting to the flanks. He played a pivotal role in the counterattacks, particularly given the lack of foul awareness among players of this youthful age group. 2 minutes later, Li Qing received a long pass from his friend Curtis Jones and launched an attack down the left flank, utilizing his 5-star skill card. His footwork dazzled onlookers as he deftly maneuvered past the yellow team's right back, Daniel Atherton, and the right center back, Remy Savage. The audience erupted in applause for Li Qing's performance, many capturing the moment on their phones, eager to immortalize this spectacle. Meanwhile, Rhys Williams, caught in a constant retreat, lamented his predicament, unsure of how to proceed. Li Qing took the initiative to make a choice, as he slowed his pace while gracefully maneuvering the ball with his feet, executing a series of bicycle kicks. On the surface, Rhys Williams remained unfazed, yet internally, he was fraught with anxiety. Each of Li Qing's movements was strikingly realistic, instilling in him a sense of dread that no matter which direction he leaped, Li Qing would effortlessly redirect the ball to the opposite side. Li Qing swiftly flicked the soccer ball outward with the outside of his right foot, leaving Rhys Williams with no choice but to dive to his left. At that moment, Li Qing advanced, skillfully halting the ball in place with the inside of his right foot, forcing Rhys Williams to come to an abrupt stop. Li Qing did not truly remain stationary. As his right foot made contact with the ground, his left foot deftly flicked the ball forward to the right, compelling Rhys Williams to initiate a move in place, striving to thwart Li Qing's acceleration. Often, intentions may be noble, yet reality can be ruthlessly unforgiving. Just as Rhys Williams began to stride, positioning himself to obstruct Li Qing's path, he felt a sudden chill beneath him. The ball had been deftly maneuvered through his legs by Li Qing's right foot, rolling into the unoccupied space behind him. The nutmeg is arguably the most despised maneuver on the football pitch, and Rhys Williams harbored a deep resentment for such tactics. Anger surged within him, prompting a desire to impart a lesson to Li Qing through force. However, Li Qing's speed was astonishing, his control over the ball remarkably precise. And coupled with his explosive acceleration, by the time Rhys Williams attempted to step forward and strike, it was already too late. He found himself kicking nothing but air. Li Qing deftly curled the football with the inner side of his left foot, directing it towards the right front, precisely at the top of the arc. Once again confronting the goalkeeper, Ben Williams. Ben, having been deceived by Li Qing's feints twice in succession, displayed a lack of confidence, collapsing to the ground even before Li Qing had completed his dribbling maneuver, leaving Li Qing somewhat astonished. It was rather unprofessional to fall before executing the skillful move. Nevertheless, despite the surprise, Li Qing graciously accepted Ben Williams' premature capitulation, skillfully maneuvering past him to score into an open net. This marked his 5th goal of the match, an impressive achievement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of humiliating Chris Williams through goals. Ding. The host has received a random talent lottery. Ding. The host has garnered the attention of first-team head coach Garnering Klopp. Ding. Due to the host's exceptional task performance, the talent precise shooting has been rewarded. Chapter 6. Talent. Precise shooting. Li Qing, elated after securing his goal, felt exhilaration not merely for scoring 5 goals in this match, but for the rewards bestowed upon him for completing the task. Furthermore, exceeding the task expectations had granted him a coveted talent that every striker yearns for: precise shooting. He glanced briefly at the analysis of precise shooting, a significant enhancement in shooting accuracy, along with an additional 10 goal-scoring rate, current LV1, proficiency, 0-10. Note: applicable in any level of official matches. Such a talent seemed tailor-made for a forward, especially with the added goal-scoring rate. With his shooting accuracy already greatly improved, the additional boost in scoring probability could elevate his skills to rival those of Messi and Ronaldo. Previously, he had opted to dribble past goalkeeper Ben Williams out of concern for his shooting precision. Now, armed with precise shooting, he could confidently shoot directly at the goalkeeper. The subsequent notes were temporarily set aside, as the current moment was not suited for extensive analysis. Head coach Tom Cush raised his arms high in the air, enthusiastically clapping his hands, prompting parents and fans in attendance to join in, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Amidst the thunderous applause, Li Qing felt a genuine thrill deep within. This excitement was markedly different from the elation of receiving system rewards. It stemmed from the acknowledgement of his exceptional football skills by the public. In his past life, Li Qing had seldom received recognition. Despite believing in his extraordinary football talent as a child, he faced skepticism from his parents, having to navigate through a sea of challenges alone. Even after graduating from university, the recognition remained elusive. Now, the acknowledgement he received ignited a fervor within him that was beyond words. Although the current audience numbered only a few dozen, he was acutely aware that in the future, he would earn the admiration of countless others. The present stage may be small, but once he entered the Premier League and excelled, the attention and recognition he would garner would reach into the millions, if not billions. Such a stage is the dream of Li Qing. The incessant flashes of mobile phone lights illuminate the scene, as Curtis Jones excitedly leaps onto Li Qing's back, brandishing his fists and exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Li, I knew you would not remain in despair forever. You are the hope of KOP." Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Qing listens to his friend Curtis Jones, and a series of rapid images flicker before his eyes, memories of a past life. It turns out that the original owner of this body was a star pupil at Liverpool's Youth Training Academy 4 years ago. But familial upheaval led to his downfall and despondency. How unfortunate. Contemplating this, Li Qing clenches his fists and silently vows, "Since fate has granted me this body, I bear the responsibility to fulfill our shared aspirations, to conquer the football field." Perhaps it is a figment of his imagination, but he seems to hear a youthful voice whispering in his ear, "Thank you." Who could it be? Li Qing pondered silently to himself, yet no response echoed back. The football field is a realm where strength reigns supreme. If one possesses remarkable skill, others will flock to establish rapport, but lacking such prowess invites disdain. Li Qing struggles in the U15. U16 team can be largely attributed to a significant decline in his prowess compared to the dazzling performances he exhibited in the U10, U12 age group. His current eye-catching displays have naturally endeared him to his more conventional teammates, leaving him little time to ponder the source of the disparaging remarks aimed at him. Rhys Williams and Remy Savage exchanged glances, having exerted themselves to the fullest during the recent defense, yet Li Qing's formidable skills rendered their efforts futile. After celebrating his goal with his teammates, Li Qing did not overlook Rhys Williams. With an air of playful arrogance, he raised his right hand, first shaking his index finger in a meaningful manner, then boldly displaying all 5 fingers. The implication was clear: you are inadequate. I have scored 5 goals against you in this match. Rhys Williams, already disgruntled by Li Qing's quintet of goals, could hardly tolerate the direct mockery. In a swift motion, he lunged forward and delivered a straight punch. Li Qing, having anticipated this, had practiced sparring for several years, and his growing familiarity with his own physique endowed him with remarkable reflexes. He deftly sidestepped the blow and, with a well-timed thrust of his right foot, struck Rhys Williams on the knee, causing him to topple forward and land face-first on the ground, tasting the dirt. It was only at this moment that the others grasped the situation. Rhys Williams, having been effortlessly bested by the seemingly frail Li Qing, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He scrambled to his feet, using both hands and feet, prepared to retaliate against Li Qing. However, the team members swiftly intervened, collectively restraining Rhys Williams from further aggression. Li Qing was utterly unperturbed by Rhys Williams. He coldly remarked, "You cannot triumph in the game, nor can you prevail in a fight. What purpose does your existence serve?" Rhys Williams, incensed, attempted to push aside the teammates obstructing his path. At that moment, head coach Tom Cusho suddenly bellowed, "Rhys Williams, what are you intending to do? Resorting to violence because you cannot win? Who taught you that? Effective immediately. You are no longer the team captain. Furthermore, ensure your father is here tomorrow, or you can forget about remaining at Kirkby." Everyone was taken aback by the usually gentlemanly Tom Cusho's outburst. After all, Rhys Williams was merely a 15-year-old boy, and upon being reprimanded by his coach, he stood frozen in place, head bowed, too intimidated to speak. Tom Cusho then turned his gaze to Li Qing, his expression still grave, yet his tone had shifted. "Li, do not allow the fact that you scored 5 goals in a training match to inflate your ego. Professional football is not as simple as you presume. Once the training match concludes, you will complete 50 push-ups as a form of discipline before you depart." "Understood, Mr. Cusho," Li Qing replied. Li Qing discerned the goodwill in Tom Cusho's words and nodded obediently. As for the punishment of 50 push-ups, it was utterly trivial for a football player. After a brief interruption, the match resumed, and within a mere 10 minutes, Li Qing scored 5 goals, becoming the most formidable player on the yellow team, attracting exponentially increasing attention. Nevertheless, despite possessing the maturity of adult reasoning, Li Qing remained remarkably composed, exhibiting exceptional agility and, coupled with his innate talent for precise shooting, he netted 2 more goals in the remaining time, leading the red team to an 8-4 victory. This meant that Li Qing had scored 7 goals in total during the match, rendering him the center of attention on the entire field. Chapter 7. Attention from Klopp. Upon the conclusion of the internal match, the U15, U16 players departed from the Kirkby Training Academy like students leaving school, each carrying their respective small bags. "See you tomorrow." Curtis Jones waved farewell to Li Qing, who had just completed his 50 push-ups, before following his mother out of the field. "See you tomorrow." As Li Qing watched the figures of Curtis Jones and his mother gradually recede, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Through the recesses of his memory, he recalled that the original owner of this body had faced familial turmoil for years prior, as both parents perished during a trip abroad, leaving him with only a competitive obligation to navigate this world alone. Before his journey through time, Li Qing was not an orphan. However, his circumstances were scarcely better. His mother had passed away early, and his father was a compulsive gambler. Despite being a solitary figure, his remarkable psychological resilience allowed him to thrive. As long as he managed his finances wisely, he could live a carefree life. The untimely demise of his parents left him with £200,000 and a well-appointed apartment, providing him a comfortable existence. Now, with a system at his disposal, his future appeared boundless. The aspiration to become a professional football player had been a childhood dream of Li Qing, and now, with such an opportunity before him, how could he not feel elated? He believed this must be the hand of fate guiding him. As Li Qing walked towards his home with a Puma backpack slung over his shoulder, U15, U16 team coach Tom Cusho and U18 youth team tactical analyst Scott Marsden were engaged in their routine debriefing with youth training director Ingersoll regarding the day's friendly match. Young talents like Curtis Jones, Elijah Bonner, and Daniel Griffiths were already under the academy's keen scrutiny, and their impressive performances were to be expected. Yet, the report submitted by Tom Cusho and Scott Marsden did not highlight these players. Instead, it focused on a 15-year-old named Li Qing. Ingersoll, the director of Liverpool's youth training, looked at the report in surprise. He outperformed the combination of Rhys Williams and Remy Savage? Intriguing. Given the capabilities of the two mentioned, even in the U18 team, they would be considered key substitutes. The fact that a 15-year-old could score 7 goals alongside them indicated a potential worth nurturing, comparable to that of Curtis Jones, Ryan Brewster, and Ben Woodburn. Yet, how had such a talented player remained unheard of until now? Noticing Ingersoll's curiosity, Tom Cusho adeptly explained the circumstances surrounding Li Qing. After a moment's reflection, Ingersoll nodded thoughtfully. Becoming a professional player is not as simple as it seems. One must possess a will of iron and an indomitable spirit. If this young player named Li can truly rise from his struggles, his future is undoubtedly bright. Let us keep a close watch on him in the upcoming matches. He then turned to Tom Cusho. "Tom, do we have a recording of the match? I would like to observe his performance." Tom Cusho retrieved a pre-prepared USB drive from his bag and placed it on the table. "Here is the recording of the entire match." As Tom Kashaw and Scott Marsden exited the office of the Youth Development Director, Ingersoll plugged the USB drive into the computer to watch a 40-minute match of the U15, U16 squad. The initial moments of the game held little value for spectators until a brief interruption occurred, and the day's number 19 in red appeared to transform, gradually becoming more engaged, particularly showcasing his exceptional football intelligence. He adeptly sought opportunities along the flanks despite being closely marked, leveraging his remarkable speed and technical prowess to assist the team in counterattacks. His rapid pace, exquisite ball control, formidable dribbling ability, and composure in front of goal were astonishing. While these attributes are often found among various professional players, having them all concentrated in one individual rendered him truly distinctive. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door, causing Ingersoll to raise an eyebrow with a hint of annoyance. "Who is it?" "It's me, Jairgen." Ingersoll's expression shifted abruptly. He quickly donned a welcoming demeanor and personally opened the office door, exclaiming, "What brings our first-team coach to this humble abode?" Klopp, with a furrowed brow and slumped shoulders, replied, "As you are aware, our first team is currently plagued by numerous injuries. Sadio Mane will also be participating in the Africa Cup of Nations this January. I wanted to inquire if you have any promising young forwards to recommend. Ben Woodburn, Harry Wilson, Alexander-Arnold, and Glenn McCauley could all be considered. However, it seems your expectations are quite high." Ingersoll responded with a shrug, conveying his helplessness. "Is there no young player with more pronounced characteristics?" Klopp remarked, his gaze instinctively drawn to the screen still playing the video on Ingersoll's desk. "There." A rapid player in a red vest utilized his speed and skill to outmaneuver two defenders, prompting him to exclaim, "Brilliant." This player, fully unleashing his pace, did not merely rely on his speed to bypass the covering center back. Instead, he executed a realistic feint to shift the defender's balance before confronting the goalkeeper. His subsequent choice was measured and calm, skillfully dribbling past the keeper to score into an open net. Since his tenure at Mainz, Klopp had been passionate about nurturing young talent, and during his time at Dortmund, he sparked a youthful revolution. Observing a young player with such rational technical execution piqued his interest. Ingersoll, too, felt a surge of enthusiasm. With such remarkable potential, this young player would undoubtedly contribute to the first team given time. The video continued to play, and Klopp and Ingersoll watched intently until Li Qing scored 5 goals. Klopp pressed the spacebar with his left hand, freezing the frame, his eyes brimming with excitement as he pointed at the scorer. "Who is this?" Ingersoll shrugged. "This is a player from the U15, U16 squad. He may not be suitable for you." "Oh?" "He is from the U15, U16 squad?" Klopp's initial enthusiasm gradually morphed into disappointment. "Indeed. He is not suitable for the first team. In the present moment, the front line of the first team is beset by injuries. And it is evident that a young lad of merely 15 or 16 years cannot bear the weight of first-team responsibilities." Klopp sighed inwardly, preparing to depart, when he inquired once more, "By the way, Alex, what is this young fellow's name?" Ingersoll glanced at Li Qing's or some and replied candidly, "Qing Li, a local resident of Chinese descent." "Li? Of Chinese descent?" Klopp's lips curled into a slight smile, finding it rather intriguing. Although the youth in the match footage appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, should he develop swiftly, he might indeed be considered for the first team. After all, Mario Götze during his time at Dortmund, Ben Woodburn at Liverpool, and Alexander-Arnold were all prodigies of such caliber. Li Qing is currently not suited for the first team. However, who can predict the future? Great stars like Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and Rooney all rose to fame at a young age, did they not? In Klopp's mind, he has already begun to take notice of a Chinese player named Li Qing. Chapter 8. Random Gains in Injury Resistance and Position Attributes. Li Qing returned to his home, a place both foreign and familiar, without indulging in nostalgia for the past. Instead, he directed all his attention towards the newly acquired Greenfield Legend system. With a mere thought, a floating holographic screen materialized approximately 3 meters before him, displaying the system's main interface, set against the 3D silhouette of a football player. The main page of the system was divided into 5 sections: personal attributes, tasks, training grounds, talents, and marketplace. As soon as Li Qing's thoughts were transmitted to the system, the luminous screen before him instantaneously transitioned to his personal attributes page. All offensive and defensive physical awareness statistics were displayed: height, 169 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, position, forward, strength, 39, stamina, 50, skill, 62, shooting, 80, shot power, 50, heading, 53, long shot, 46, free kick, 50, penalty, 80, sprint speed, 82, acceleration, 84, jumping, 62, agility, 65, balance, 72, tackle, 34, interception, 40, positioning, 50, marking, 55, dribbling, 56, ball control, 55, short pass, 60, cross, 54, long pass, 55, off-the-ball movement, 68, creativity, 70, vision, 62, reaction, 74, inclination, 50, willpower, 85, goalkeeper saves, 29. Available skill points, 10. Inventory, 5-star technical experience card x5. Lottery chances, 1. Currency, 0. Skill assessment, professional C level, with the highest being SSS level. Note, eligible to serve as a key player for mid-tier teams or as a substitute for title-contending teams in the second-tier leagues outside of Europe's top 5 leagues. Li Qing surveyed his attributes, which were categorized into 4 distinct sections: attack, defense, physicality, and awareness. The attack category encompassed shooting skills, shot power, heading, long shots, free kicks, penalties, dribbling, ball control, short passing, crossing, and long passing. Defense included tackling, interceptions, positioning, man marking, and goalkeeper saves. Physicality comprised strength, stamina, jumping, sprint speed, acceleration, agility, balance, vision, and reaction. Awareness was characterized by off-the-ball movement, creativity, intensity, and willpower. Among these attributes, only shooting skills, penalties, sprint speed, acceleration, and willpower ranked in the exceptional range of 80, while the majority languished below 60. Nevertheless, such overall attributes were quite remarkable for a 15-year-old. After a while, Li Qing's emotions stabilized, and he shifted his focus to the task section. The task board was divided into active and passive categories. Tasks such as humiliating Rhys Williams fell under passive, while numerous active tasks awaited completion, including promotions to the U18 team within a week, a month, or 6 months. Generally, the shorter the deadline, the more generous the rewards. For instance, the task of ascending to the U18 team within a week promised a bountiful reward, a chance at a random talent draw. Upon seeing the talent draw, Li Qing recalled that completing the humiliation task for Rhys Williams also granted a chance at a random talent draw, along with one opportunity for a positional attribute boost. However, he hesitated, uncertain of the positional attribute boost location. The options for positional attribute boosts included center forward, second striker, winger, central midfielder, wide midfielder, attacking midfielder, defensive midfielder, fullback, center back, and goalkeeper. His indecision lay not within the defensive or central positions, but rather among winger, center forward, and second striker, as each position boasted distinct primary attributes. He sensed that this choice would significantly impact his future career trajectory. With only one opportunity at hand, he needed to deliberate carefully. After pondering for over half an hour, Li Qing ultimately decided on winger. The most celebrated players in the current football world, Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, were both wingers, as was the prominent Neymar of the 90s. Alongside the prodigious Kylian Mbappé, who excelled in the winger position during a recent match. In football, the spotlight invariably shines on goal scorers. Thus, if the primary attributes for a winger could be enhanced, it would pave the way for a more prosperous journey. However, it must be noted that wingers require speed as a foundation, and while Li Qing's sprint speed and acceleration were already commendably high, the benefits from the boost might not be maximally advantageous. What to do? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a voice from the system suggested, "It is advisable for the host to first utilize the random talent draw." Indeed, Li Qing suddenly slapped his forehead, and an idea struck him: to utilize the opportunity for a random talent lottery. Simultaneously, before the attributes background page, a grand lottery will appear, divided into 16 segments, each marked with a question mark. This meant that the answers would only be revealed upon the conclusion of the draw. Let the spinning commence. The pointer, initially at the 12 o'clock position, transitioned from a state of stillness to motion, accelerating and then decelerating, ultimately halting at the 7 o'clock mark. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired the talent of being less prone to injury. The system notification resonated, and Li Qing sensed subtle changes within his body. However, the specifics of these changes eluded him. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. What mattered was the definition of the talent. Being less prone to injury signifies a fortification of the body, significantly reducing the likelihood of injuries. What is the paramount factor influencing the success of professional athletes? It is injuries. In the realm of global football, as in any sport, athletes are primarily concerned about the specter of injuries. Once plagued by injuries, the ascent to the pinnacle of a professional career becomes nearly impossible. Countless prodigies have fallen not to their adversaries, but to injuries. Only with robust health can one aspire to success throughout their athletic journey. The talent of being less prone to injury offers limited choices, and after considerable contemplation, he ultimately decided to enhance his winger attributes. Speed may not be the primary concern. As long as other positions receive bolstering, it suffices. Moreover, his favorite football stars are all wingers. Chapter 9. Insufficient ability, talent to the rescue. Select the enhancement of winger attributes. Does the host confirm the selection of random enhancement for winger attributes? Before Li Qing appeared the options to confirm or to reselect. Without hesitation, he resolutely chose to confirm. The host has selected the random enhancement for winger attributes, data initialization in progress. After approximately 5 seconds, the system notification resounded once more. Initialization of winger data has been completed. The personal attributes displayed before Li Qing had refreshed, revealing significant alterations in several primary attributes of the winger role. The sprint speed and acceleration, already elevated to impressive values due to the talent of Speed Demon, saw modest increases of 3 points each, now standing at 85 and 87. Attributes such as stamina, dribbling, ball control, crossing, off-the-ball movement, and creativity experienced notable enhancements. Stamina surged from 50 to 65, dribbling rose from 56 to 68, ball control improved from 55 to 66, crossing ascended from 54 to 61. Off-the-ball movement increased from 68 to 70, and creativity advanced from 70 to 75, culminating in an overall enhancement of 58 points across the attributes. To achieve a capability score of 58, one must complete over 10 challenging tasks. Subsequently, he glanced once more at his refreshed personal attributes. All offensive, defensive, and physical awareness metrics are as follows. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Position, forward. Strength, 39. Stamina, 65. Technique, 62. Shooting, 80. Shot power, 50. Heading, 53. Long shot, 46. Free kick, 50. Penalty, 80. Sprint speed, 85. Acceleration, 87. Jumping, 62. Agility, 65. Balance, 72. Tackle, 34. Interception, 40. Positioning, 50. Man marking, 55. Dribbling, 68. Ball control, 66. Short pass, 60. Crossing, 61. Long pass, 55. Off-the-ball movement, 70. Creativity, 75. Vision, 62. Reaction, 74. Inclination, 50. Willpower, 85. GK save, 29. Available skill points, 10. Inventory, 5-star skill experience card, 5. Lottery attempts, 0. Coins, 0. Strength assessment, professional B level, note. Can serve as a key player in top teams outside the 5 major European leagues and as a substitute in relegation teams of the major leagues. Although the majority of Li Qing's 30 attribute values appear in gray, he believes that over time, he will elevate all these values to red, or even purple. Note, attribute values are displayed in gray for below 60, black for 60 to 69, blue for 70 to 79, red for 80 to 89, and purple for 90 to 99. The opportunity to draw lots has been exhausted, and there remain 10 points to allocate to abilities. Once again, I found myself grappling with indecision. After half an hour of contemplation, I ultimately decided to invest all 10 ability points into strength, elevating it to 49. The talent of being resilient to injury merely diminishes the likelihood of sustaining injuries, without augmenting physical confrontation capabilities. Thus, to secure victory in upcoming matches, enhancing physical strength has become a matter of urgency. To gain entry into the first team, physical prowess is of paramount importance. As the Premier League is renowned for its emphasis on physical contests, it is imperative to develop one's physique to a level capable of frequent confrontations. Otherwise, the benefit of being injury-resistant becomes moot. Time passed swiftly, 2 or 3 hours in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Li Qing became well acquainted with the personal attributes section, the task section, the training ground section, the talent section, In the marketplace section, the training ground allows Li Qing to engage in self-directed training within the system with a time ratio of 1:4, meaning that 1 hour in the real world translates to 4 hours in the system. The training ground offers targeted training for each attribute. For instance, to enhance one's strength, one can persistently practice in the gym on the training ground. However, the efficiency of self-training with equipment is notably low. According to system prompts, Li Qing could hire a simulated coach through the system marketplace, though he currently lacks the A-game currency to make purchases. It is worth mentioning that the simulated coaches available in the system marketplace can be chosen at will, showcasing a commendable degree of user-friendliness, much like the voice navigation packs of popular mapping applications. Renowned male and female celebrities from around the world can be enlisted as fitness trainers. As for the cost, it varies based on their influence and popularity. For instance, Chen Yuqi, Li Qing's favorite actress prior to his journey, is priced at 10 gold coins. The system's user-centric approach is evident not only in the selection of fitness coaches but also throughout the entire training ground section. Naturally, this functionality is strictly limited to professional training. Any illicit intentions are unequivocally prohibited. According to the system, any infractions would result in severe penalties. Li Qing was not as desperate as one might think. After all, given his current circumstances, there would be no shortage of women in the future. Ultimately, he directed his focus towards the talent section. With a mere thought, the scene before him shifted instantaneously, revealing the bold character's talent prominently displayed in the upper left corner of the screen. Talent bore a close resemblance to personal attributes, the only distinction being that the 4 subcategories had been condensed into 2, namely offense defense and physical awareness. As of now, Li Qing possessed 3 talents: Speed Demon, Accurate Shooting, and Resilience. Speed Demon and Accurate Shooting fell under the offense defense category, while Resilience was categorized as a physical awareness talent. Within the 2 talent sections, numerous square boxes displayed question marks, which, as elucidated by the question mark icon in the upper right corner of the talent page, indicated unactivated talents. Regarding the activation of talents, the system did not provide a clear answer, prompting him to inquire, "System, aside from lottery draws, are there any other avenues to acquire talents?" After a brief pause, the system's voice resonated in Li Qing's ears. There are 3 methods to obtain talents. The first is for the host to actively undertake a task that rewards talent through a lottery. The second is for the host to passively trigger a task. The third is that when a particular attribute value reaches 80, there exists a probability of activating a talent. The higher the value, the greater the likelihood of activation. Li Qing nodded gently, fully digesting the explanation of the system. In essence, this means that innate talents are intrinsically linked to attribute values. Whether one completes a task to actively acquire a talent or engages in a passively triggered task, the talents obtained are directly reflected in the attribute values. However, once the attribute values reach 80, the activation of talents becomes inconsequential, as the individual's capabilities have already reached their peak. It is akin to a student who excels in a particular subject. Their proficiency stems from a talent that allows them to learn with remarkable efficiency. As the saying goes, when abilities are lacking, talents will compensate. Chapter 10, Is my deskmate Zhao Qiangu? Li Qing's mind stirred, and the scene transformed into his personal attributes page. Gazing at the conspicuous data, his spirits soared, particularly upon seeing that his strength assessment was rated as professional B-level, which further ignited his enthusiasm. Following the strength evaluation, a note indicated that he could currently serve as a key player for championship contending teams in top leagues outside Europe's Big Five, or as a substitute for relegation-threatened teams within those major leagues. Such an assessment of his abilities suggested that he could secure a starting position with clubs like Ajax, Porto, or Benfica. The option of being a substitute for relegation-bound teams in the Big Five was not even a consideration for him. As the adage goes, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained exhilarated. Competing in professional leagues had been a cherished aspiration from his previous life. Thus, he inquired of the system, with my current capabilities, is it possible for me to earn playing time with Liverpool's first team? The system's response was succinct and decisive. No. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Although he had long prepared himself mentally, he still felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the system's direct response. The system's subsequent remarks illuminated his path forward. The strength assessment was a rough evaluation based on the host's attributes, and the reality of professional competition was harsh. With his current physical prowess, he was ill-equipped to participate in the professional league. If he were to force himself into action, he might end up questioning his very existence on the field. While this sounded rather disheartening, it also implied that as long as he strengthened his physique, he could indeed compete at the professional level. Thus, Li Qing's upcoming task was to focus on physical training and the acquisition of ability points. He aimed to elevate his strength score to a passing mark. Currently, his strength score stood at 49, just 11 points shy of the threshold. It was neither a trivial nor an insurmountable gap. The task board offered numerous quests that rewarded ability points, and both the training grounds and real-world gyms provided methods to enhance strength. Therefore, Li Qing found himself at a crossroads. One path was gradual progression, while the other demanded relentless effort to complete tasks, striving to meet the professional league's requirements as swiftly as possible. Faced with these choices, he felt a degree of indecision. However, in a flash of inspiration, he made the most prudent decision. Having traversed realms, why not exert oneself to the fullest? To become the strongest post-2000s football star? As he perused the fifth shop on the system's main page, Li Qing found little interest in delving deeper, as he currently possessed no system currency to spend. Even a mere glance would yield nothing but frustration, for the coins could only be acquired through task completion. Why bother? By the time his attention shifted from the Greenfield legend system back to reality, the clock had struck 10 in the evening, and his stomach was already growling in hunger. Since the parents of this body had tragically perished in a traffic accident 4 years prior, he was responsible for his own sustenance. Fortunately, the refrigerator still housed a few packets of instant noodles and some sausages. After a simple feast to appease his hunger, he settled into a chair on the balcony, gazing out at the vibrant nightscape of Liverpool city centre. Before his transmigration, Li Qing had dreamed of traveling abroad. But financial constraints had forced him to scale down his ambitions from a global tour to an Asian expedition, and eventually to domestic travel. However, even that culminated in a mere exploration of the city due to his limited means. Yet now, in Liverpool, he felt no surge of excitement. Perhaps it was the lingering influence of this body's original owner? The following day, Li Qing arrived at Blue Uniform Middle School. As he was still a third-year junior high student, professional football is a ruthless arena, with an elimination rate soaring to 90%. Liverpool's Kirkby Academy, in a bid to ensure that potentially discarded young players have a promising future, mandates that they develop both intellectually and athletically. Each age group within the U18 team trains twice during the week and competes in a match on the weekend, with a league match for the U15, U16 age group occurring every fortnight in the northern region of England. Having graduated from university years prior, Li Qing felt somewhat out of place as he once again slung a backpack over his shoulders to attend Blue Uniform Middle School. However, the Kirkby Academy has strict requirements. Every player in the academy must complete their courses, or they will not be included in the official match roster. Without a place on the match list, even the most extraordinary talents cannot shine. Of course, such regulations apply primarily to players of average aptitude. For a prodigy like Li Qing, who possesses systematic advantages, the future is undeniably bright regardless of circumstances. Upon entering the classroom, several blonde-haired, blue-eyed boys and girls scoffed at him, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he took his designated seat, surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. Li, I watched the match at Kirkby yesterday afternoon. It was fantastic. As Li Qing glanced around, a freckled boy approached him excitedly, exclaiming his admiration. Li Qing was acquainted with a freckled young man named Tom, a friendly local from Liverpool, with whom he shared a cordial relationship. Tom was one of the few good friends of the original owner of this body. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it was sufficiently audible for every classmate in the quiet classroom. The majority of the students attending this school were supporters of either Liverpool or Everton, with Liverpool fans being the predominant group. The boys and girls who had just scoffed at Li Qing hailed from families with Evertonian heritage. Li Qing smiled and waved his hand, effortlessly uttering in fluent English, "It's just a routine operation. Don't take it too seriously." Tom raised his thumb high and exclaimed, "I will also attend the match at Kirkby this weekend. Let's cheer him on." He then addressed his classmates, "Who will join me in supporting Li at Kirkby this weekend?" Aside from a classmate with an Everton inclination who scoffed, the majority readily agreed. In this age of rapid information dissemination, highlights from Li Qing's match were shared by fans that very evening, igniting a fervor among his classmates, who felt as though they were witnessing another Messi in the making. Li Qing shook his head with a smile, intending to express his gratitude to Tom, when suddenly a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This scent was not the artificial aroma of manufactured perfumes, but rather the natural essence of jasmine. Instinctively, he turned his head to investigate, and before him appeared a visage of exquisite beauty, fair skin, delicate features, and a subtle smile that seemed capable of melting all the glaciers of the world. For a moment, he was somewhat entranced. Is it just me? Or does she bear a striking resemblance to the actress Zhao Qiangu I admired in my past life? The thought quickly crossed his mind, and soon after, he recalled information about the girl before him, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Indeed, the young lady was named Zhao Qiangu. Chapter 11. It turns out this is a highly parallel world. Zhao Qiangu, hailing from Hebei, had moved to Liverpool with her parents 2 years prior, and by a remarkable twist of fate, became the deskmate of the original owner of this body, Li Qing. This revelation sparked new questions in Li Qing's mind. Prior to his transmigration, he had been captivated by Zhao Qiangu, who had starred in the film Hua Liying, and he distinctly remembered conducting research on her through Baidu. Zhao Qiangu was born in 1987. How could she now belong to the post-2000 generation? As he pondered this conundrum, he did not forget to admire the sweet and charming Zhao Qiangu before him. Presently, she was not as stunning as he had once seen her, as certain attributes had yet to fully develop. However, her fresh and ethereal aura was undeniably fitting. Feeling slightly shy under Li Qing's gaze, Zhao Qiangu couldn't help but chide. Li Qing, why are you staring at me? Li Qing's gaze returned from Zhao Qiangu, and he smiled, saying, I find you particularly enchanting today, regardless of the age group. No girl can resist such candid compliments. Zhao Qiangu rolled her eyes at Li Qing and retorted, I no longer wish to converse with you. With that, she promptly took a seat. Li Qing observed with clarity the subtle blush that grazed Zhao Qiangu's fair complexion, her cheeks tinged with a delightful hue. He then smiled and averted his gaze, engaging in conversation with the system about the reason Zhao Qiangu had become his deskmate. It turned out that this realm was markedly different from the world he had traversed before, belonging to a highly parallel universe. Unfortunately, Zhao Qiangu emerged as one of the few anomalies in this scenario. After a moment, Li Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Having Zhao Qiangu as his beautiful deskmate was akin to being in the presence of beloved celebrities such as Di Meilongba, Yang Qichuan, Lu Ruoxi, Tong Shinbing, Gao Fangfang, Zhu Zixia, Lu Tianstian, and Chen Minmin. The thought ignited a fervor within him, and disregarding the fact that it was class time, he hastily retrieved his phone to conduct a Google search for information regarding these starlets. If they shared a similar fate as Zhao Qiangu, it would be an absolute travesty not to embrace them all. Having crossed into this world, his aspirations were not only to fulfill his dreams but also to accumulate wealth and be surrounded by the most enchanting women. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiangu found herself enveloped in perplexity. For the Li Qing she remembered was typically reticent. What had prompted him to jest and smile at her today? As the saying goes, curiosity can lead one into peril. She turned to glance at her deskmate on the left, only to find Li Qing engrossed in his phone, occasionally furrowing his brow or stifling a laugh. Leaving her utterly bewildered, Li Qing searched for several actresses he admired in his past life through his mobile phone. He discovered that most of them were unsearchable, suggesting that these elusive stars might, like Zhao Qiangu, be ordinary individuals in this world. Perhaps they were waiting in some corner of the world for him to pursue them. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him from his right and turned to find himself locked in the enchanting eyes of Zhao Qiangu. Initially taken aback, he soon smiled and gave a slight nod, playfully remarking, Qiangu, why are you staring at me? Zhao Qiangu realized that fixating her gaze on the boy was rather embarrassing, and she hastily averted her eyes, flustered as she picked up her textbook. Her fair complexion instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she huffed softly. I'm not staring at you, you big-headed ghost. I'm reading. Beautiful girl, you're holding your book upside down. Li Qing yearned to engage in conversation with Zhao Qiangu, hoping to deepen their bond. However, the arrival of the teacher for class compelled him to compose himself and prepare for the lesson. Once the 40-minute lecture concluded, Li Qing took the initiative to approach Zhao Qiangu, seeking closeness. Qiangu, do you have an affinity for football? He inquired. Not particularly, Zhao Qiangu replied, her gaze firmly fixed upon her book. Then what do you enjoy? He pressed. I won't tell you, she retorted. Allow me to take a guess, he suggested. Li Qing feigned contemplation, recalling the relevant information he had once searched. You dislike all sports, do you not? Zhao Qiangu's large eyes fixed intently on Li Qing. How do you know? It is worth noting that aside from her parents and younger brother, no one else was privy to this secret, not even her closest confidant. Li Qing blinked his eyes, sensing that his assumptions were indeed correct. Zhao Qiangu was unaccustomed to making eye contact with the opposite sex. Her gaze drifted away, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Suddenly, she recalled that Li Qing had been acting somewhat unusually today, prompting her to shift the conversation. Li Qing, you rarely speak to me. What has prompted this sudden change? This matter is rather lengthy, but since you are interested, I shall keep it brief. Zhao Qiangu glanced at the time. Noting that there were only a few minutes left until the next class, and reading offered little distraction, she nodded slightly. You are aware. I lost my parents 4 years ago, correct? Zhao Qiangu had heard this news from fellow classmates and nodded repeatedly, her demeanor turning somber. Li Qing gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigning sorrow. A few days ago, I came to a realization, rather than live in sadness. It is far better to embrace joy each day. I believe my parents in another world would wish for me to do the same. What do you think? Upon finishing, Li Qing turned his gaze towards Zhao Qiangu. After a brief moment of eye contact, Zhao Qiangu quickly looked away, flustered, and replied, You are absolutely right. By the way, I have a match at Kirkby this weekend. I wonder if you might be free to attend? No sooner had she spoken than Tom approached, eagerly interjecting in his halting speech, Zhao, if you wish to go, I can accompany you. Tom had a close relationship with Li Qing and often enjoyed practicing languages in his spare time. What is there to watch about a group of people chasing a soccer ball around? Zhao Qiangu shook her head in disapproval. Li Qing and Tom exchanged a glance, both filled with resignation. As the teacher arrived early to the classroom, Tom returned to his seat. Li Qing whispered once more, Are you truly not going to watch? Zhao Qiangu, initially inclined to respond with a firm no, hesitated upon witnessing the almost pleading expression in Li Qing's eyes. Considering his unfortunate background and the scarcity of friends around him, she realized that if she, as his desk mate, were to refuse him, it might plunge Li Qing back into the silence he had only recently begun to escape. As a girl, Zhao Qiangu did not give a direct affirmation, instead saying, I will go if there is no homework over the weekend. The differences between Ingwa Middle School and an ordinary school were notable. Homework was nearly non-existent on weekends, implying that Zhao Qiangu had subtly acquiesced. This thrilled Li Qing, who anticipated making a remarkable impression at the upcoming North District League. Chapter 12. The majestic figure the U15. U16 team at Liverpool's Youth Academy only trained for 2.5 days during the week, specifically on Wednesday and Thursday afternoons. Having been the standout player the previous week, Li Qing became the center of attention upon his return to the training ground. His rival, Rhys Williams, was absent, as he had reportedly been suspended for 2 weeks based on information Li Qing had gathered from Curtis Jones. Meanwhile, Remy Savage trained alone on the far side of the field, appearing rather solitary. As the warm-up concluded, Curtis Jones pointed to the youth development director, Inglethorpe, and the U18 team coach, Neil Critchley, who had just arrived at the training ground, and whispered, Lee, they must be here to evaluate you, right? Li Qing looked up and met the gaze of Ingersoll and others, casually remarking, that is only natural. However, in the near future, who knows if we might become teammates in the U18 squad? Of course, Curtis Jones replied with utmost confidence. Li Qing's current attributes are sufficient to secure a starting position in a relegation team within Europe's top 5 leagues. If we focus solely on his core statistics, he could even serve as a principal winger for mid-tier teams in the other 4 major leagues, excluding the Premier League. However, at merely 15 years of age, his physique has yet to attain the robustness required to withstand the rigors of intense physical confrontations, though he possesses a natural resilience that minimizes the risk of injury. His aspiration is to fortify his strength to an acceptable level by the age of 16, thereby consistently showcasing exceptional performance and advancing to the first team. Nevertheless, his physicality has been notably impressive within the U15, U16 ranks, displaying an even more formidable prowess than the previous weekend, as his continuous scoring left opposing goalkeepers and defenders questioning their own abilities, particularly in physical duels. Remy Savage was nearly overwhelmed by Li Qing's physicality during a group scrimmage, which took head coach Tom Kushaw by surprise. Undoubtedly, he feels a sense of elation. He had previously harbored concerns that Li Qing's slender frame would be inadequate for higher-level teams, but it seems those worries were unfounded. Li Qing's continuous scoring is directly linked to the proactive novice tasks he has undertaken. This task is divided into 3 phases. The first phase requires 100 goals, the second 500, and the third 1,000. Upon completing the first phase, one receives a reward of 1 attribute point and 10 gold coins. The second phase grants 5 attribute points and 50 gold coins, and the final phase bestows 10 attribute points and 100 gold coins, along with an additional talent lottery. This task is remarkably simple, as any goal scored in any environment counts towards the total goals during regular training, those in the training section of the system's homepage, and, of course, goals scored in official matches. Concurrently, Tom Kushaw, the coach of the U15, U16 team, and Neil Critchley, the U18 team coach, along with the youth training director, Ingersoll, are engaged in ongoing discussions, evidently impressed by Li Qing's performance. Neil Critchley expressed confidently, "Tom, Alex, I have a strong premonition that once Li ascends to the U18 team, I am confident we will defeat the title favorites, Manchester City's U18 team, in the Youth FA Cup final next January." Ingersoll, taken aback by this unwavering confidence, reminded him, "Li only began to flourish last weekend. I worry his performance may not be consistent. I suggest we observe for a while longer." Neil Critchley's resolute demeanor wavered slightly, while Tom Cusho, whose primary role is to cultivate players for higher-tier teams, saw the potential recognition of his work if Li Qing excelled upon promotion to the U18 team. He remarked, "Li was once a prodigious talent in the U10, U12 ranks. It was merely a family upheaval for years ago that altered his temperament. I firmly believe he has emerged from that trough." At this juncture, Tom Cusho turned to Neil Critchley, asserting with conviction, "Neil, with Li on our side, I believe your tactical approach will have greater flexibility. Coupled with Glenn McCauley and Ryan Brewster, I am confident that this season's Youth FA Cup will be well within our reach." Ingersoll shrugged, advocating a more gradual progression for young players. Feeling that the merely 15-year-old Li Qing may not yet be suited for the higher-tier U18 team. With a little over a month remaining in 2017 and approximately 2 months until the Youth FA Cup final, he suggested further observation over a few more matches. Neil Critchley, while considering the superior's advice, leaned towards promoting Li Qing, stating, "If his performance remains stable, Li is definitely going to be a part of the team." The youth training director, Ingersoll, kept a keen eye on Li Qing's performance, believing that if he could maintain the form exhibited in this match for 2 or 3 more games, he would undoubtedly qualify for an early promotion to the U18 team. For years ago, he was a genius. I trust he will not disappoint 4 years hence. Curtis Jones, after Ingersoll and others departed, remarked enviously, "Li, I believe you will soon be reporting to the U18 team." Li Qing placed his right hand upon Curtis Jones's shoulder and humbly remarked, "Do not envy. You shall be promoted in due time. Li, you must wait for me in the U18 squad. Together, we shall claim the championship of the National Youth Super League and the Youth FA Cup." Curtis Jones, evidently pleased by this sentiment, gazed with immense longing and added, "And the Youth Champions League title as well." Li Qing draped his arm over Curtis Jones's shoulder, clearing his throat with a semblance of a smile as he said, "My friend, you must strive harder. By the time you reach the U18 squad, I might already be competing in the Premier League." Curtis Jones's eyes brimmed with skepticism, and without uttering another word, Li Qing chuckled and patted his friend's shoulder, leaving behind a silhouette. It was not until Li Qing departed from the training ground that Curtis Jones realized Li Qing had been scoring prolifically, showcasing performances that surpassed many players in the U18 squad. Thus, it was quite plausible that he could leapfrog to the first team and partake in the Premier League. Perhaps his words were not mere bravado. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Qing's figure elongated in the fading light, and Curtis Jones wondered if he was merely imagining it, feeling that Li Qing's silhouette grew increasingly majestic. Chapter 13. The bet with Zhao Qiangu and Tong Shinbing. After 2 days of training midweek, Li Qing returned to his studies, remaining undeterred by the attention from the U18 squad coach. To ascend to a higher-tier team as swiftly as possible, he diligently trained not only in reality, but also in the training system, sweating profusely. On Friday, after school, Li Qing deliberately called out to his classmate and beauty, "Zhao Qiangu," in Mandarin. "Hey, Qiangu, what's up?" Zhao Qiangu responded, her curiosity piqued by the noticeable change in her classmate Li Qing's demeanor. "Where are you headed tomorrow afternoon?" Li Qing mischievously blinked his eyes. "Where are you going?" Zhao Qiangu furrowed her delicate brows, assuming a contemplative demeanor. "I have nowhere to go. I might just stay at home and keep my cousin company." "Humph, you have indeed forgotten our promise." Li Qing feigned displeasure. "Agreement?" Zhao Qiangu suddenly recalled something, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Raising her right hand, she gently tapped her smooth forehead and sincerely apologized. "I'm terribly sorry, Li Qing. I completely forgot. Rest assured, I shall certainly be there to support you tomorrow afternoon." "Then it is settled." Li Qing smiled as he raised his right palm. And after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Qiangu also lifted her right palm in response. With a gentle touch, their palms met, and he said, "See you tomorrow." As Zhao Qiangu gazed at Li Qing's retreating figure, she suddenly felt that her desk mate, who had recently transformed into a more cheerful version of himself, seemed to grow increasingly handsome. Her delicate face flushed once more, as a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the notion, she repeatedly reminded herself that her agreement was merely a wish for him to maintain his optimistic outlook on life. On Saturday afternoon, after indulging in a sumptuous lunch in the city center with Curtis Jones, Li Qing boarded the subway heading to the Corkby Youth Training Academy, preparing for the Northern District League match scheduled for 4 o'clock. Due to his remarkable recent performances, he had become the focal point of attention for the youth coaches, parents, and devoted fans since his arrival at the training ground. Curtis Jones, gazing at the cheering crowd, pouted and remarked, "I am also a rising star in the U15, U16 team." You know, Li Qing smiled lightly and remained silent. His aspirations now soared towards competitions of a higher caliber, rendering the U15, U16 tier events beneath his consideration. Half an hour prior to the commencement of the match, Li Qing spotted Tom in the crowd, alongside several classmates and a slightly bashful Zhao Qinggu. Next to Zhao Qinggu stood a stunningly beautiful woman, whose allure seemed to surpass that of Zhao Qinggu by a fraction. To his astonishment, he realized it was Tong Shinbing. The thought that this was a parallel universe filled him with excitement, as it suggested the possibility of romantic pursuits. Noticing Li Qing approaching, Zhao Qinggu stepped forward with a beaming smile and greeted him. "Hello, Li Qing." "Greetings, Zhao Qinggu," he replied. Li Qing's gaze swiftly shifted from Tong Shinbing to the figure of Zhao Qinggu standing before him, and he greeted her with an enthusiastic wave. Tom and the other classmates were conveniently overlooked, receiving only a casual nod. He then turned his attention to the beautiful Tong Shinbing, who stood behind Zhao Qinggu. "This is my cousin, Tong Shinbing, a freshman at the University of Manchester. She came to visit me for the weekend, and, coincidentally, she shares a passion for football. So I decided to bring her to watch your match." Zhao Qinggu promptly introduced the two, saying, "Cousin, this is my deskmate, Li Qing, of Chinese descent." Li Qing gazed at Tong Shinbing, greeting her with unabashed enthusiasm. "Wow, cousin, you are truly stunning." Zhao Qinggu couldn't help but cast an annoyed glare at Li Qing, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, pondering, "Am I not beautiful as well?" In truth, for the time-traveling Li Qing, both Zhao Qinggu and Tong Shinbing held a special allure. However, it was evident that the freshman Tong Shinbing was currently far more captivating, leaving him little room to notice the subtle shifts in Zhao Qinggu's expression. Li Qing is handsome, polite, and possesses a charming way with words. Tong Shinbing smiled and said, "So you are Li Qing, right? My cousin mentioned that you were quite skilled at football. You seem to be in great spirits today. I wonder if you will score any goals. With two stunning beauties watching my match, I ought to deliver a hat trick. At the very least." Li Qing, with an air of flamboyance, playfully swept his bangs aside with his right hand, confidently thumping his chest in assurance. "Boasting is not a commendable habit for a young child," Tong Shinbing teased, before turning to Zhao Qinggu, saying, "Cousin, do you not agree?" Zhao Qinggu, already somewhat displeased with Li Qing's wandering gaze fixated on her older cousin, could not conceal her feelings any longer. With a huff, she retorted, "Indeed, classmate Li Qing, you ought to remain grounded." Li Qing shrugged and said, "I'm not boasting. Why not make a wager?" "A wager? What shall we bet on?" Zhao Qinggu blurted out. Tong Shinbing remained silent, yet her gaze was fixed on Li Qing, brimming with curiosity. Li Qing's eyes glinted mischievously as he slyly proposed to the two women. "If I perform a magic trick, one of you must agree to be my girlfriend. What do you say?" Zhao Qinggu and Tong Shinbing simultaneously blushed, utterly taken aback by Li Qing's audacious wager. Consequently, their beautiful eyes shot him a synchronized glare filled with incredulity. Li Qing said with utmost seriousness, "Did you not conclude that I am incapable of performing a hat trick?" The elder Tong Shinbing gazed at the confident Li Qing, lifting his proud head. "What if you fail to execute the hat trick?" Li Qing broke into a smile. "Am I to understand that you are wagering against me, cousin?" "Humph," Tong Shinbing retorted. "What of agreeing to this wager? You speak as if you could perform a hat trick." "Cousin?" Zhao Qinggu tugged at Tong Shinbing, who then whispered, "Qinggu, while I am unaware of his precise abilities, I am acutely aware of the limits of our players. Even if he is of Chinese descent, rest assured, victory is certain." However, Zhao Qinggu possessed little knowledge of football and found the wager rather tedious. Despite her reluctance, her cousin Tong Shinbing, in high spirits, directly addressed Li Qing. "Now tell me, what shall be your forfeit in the event of your loss?" "At your behest, cousin, whatever you wish," Li Qing replied. Tong Shinbing, her delicate and fair hand resting on her chin, responded earnestly, "But you must not renege on your promise." "Hey," Li Qing chuckled, Who knows who will lose? Chapter 14. Playing Dirty. Tong Shinbing observed Li Qing returning to the team, feeling that something was amiss. The teams participating in the England U16 North League were all from prestigious youth academies in the Premier League, making the competition exceedingly formidable. The prospect of a player achieving a hat trick was indeed daunting, and with this thought, Tong Shinbing gradually exhaled. However, as the match progressed into the second minute, she found herself holding her breath, for Li Qing, showcasing exceptional skills, received a pass from Curtis Jones within the penalty area, deftly maneuvered past 3 defenders, and scored with a low shot, giving Liverpool's U15, U16 squad the first lead. His teammates were overwhelmed with excitement, while the opponents were left in despair. Cousin, Li Qing is truly remarkable, Zhao Qinggu remarked, her voice laced with concern amidst the uproar. Tong Shinbing cleared her throat and maintained her composure. The match has just begun. I believe the opposing team has yet to find their rhythm. Once the deadlock is broken, it will be difficult for your deskmate to seize further opportunities. Yet, deep down, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Judging by that recent goal, Li Qing's physique and skills surpassed those of his peers considerably. When did our Chinese nation produce such an extraordinary young player? Although he is a second-generation Chinese descendant, how could he possess such exceptional talent? As Tong Shinbing found herself lost in a reverie, Li Qing received another pass from his teammate. A spontaneous roar erupted from the stands, akin to the euphoric anticipation of a goal. Li Qing, poised at the edge of the penalty area, swung his right foot, prompting the 2 defenders in front of him to instinctively dive to the ground. Yet, instead of shooting, he swiftly lowered his right foot, flicking the ball upwards with his toes, and propelled himself into the air by pushing off the ground with his left foot, soaring over the fallen defenders. A collective gasp echoed from the audience, including Tong Shinbing, who instinctively cheered for Li Qing's breathtaking maneuver. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Newcastle youth team angrily punched the air, expressing his dissatisfaction with the defenders. Upon landing, Li Qing glanced at the goalkeeper, raising his right foot in preparation. With no teammates in sight, the primary goalkeeper of the Newcastle U16 team, faced with Li Qing's impending strike, instinctively lunged to his right. However, he immediately regretted his decision, for Li Qing's shot was merely a feint designed to elicit a premature reaction. The subsequent actions for Li Qing were remarkably straightforward. With a deft touch using the outside of his right foot, he angled the ball and gently pushed it with the arch of his foot, sending it rolling towards the open goal across the somewhat inferior grass. Having already scored twice within a mere 5 minutes, Li Qing exhibited a remarkable composure, merely exchanging high-fives with his teammates in celebration. Watching the seemingly unperturbed Li Qing from the stands, Tong Shinbing suddenly felt as though she had been outmaneuvered by her cousin's deskmate. With 2 goals already in the opening 5 minutes, a hat trick seemed tantalizingly within reach. Zhao Qinggu, filled with innocence, was influenced by the fans and parents around her, clapping her hands in unison with the crowd, fervently cheering on her deskmate, and developing a burgeoning interest in the sport. It was only when Li Qing's meaningful gaze met hers that her cheeks flushed, reminding her of the wager she had made earlier. Though she did not possess an extensive understanding of football, having a cousin passionate about the sport had imparted some knowledge on the difficulty of scoring 3 goals in a single match. She had not anticipated her deskmate's prowess. The Liverpool youth training director, Ingersoll, turned to U18 head coach Neil Critchley and remarked, "It appears that this stage of the competition holds little value for Li." To which Neil Critchley replied with a bemused smile, "Can I take that to mean you agree with my suggestion to promote Li to U18? Ingersoll, arms crossed and eyes fixed on Li Qing, who was preparing to restart play, noted how effortlessly he had scored his 2 goals. He suddenly reconsidered his previous stance, reflecting, perhaps even U18 competitions may not pose a challenge for him. Neil Critchley, observing Li Qing's ease on the field, regarded him with skepticism. Is that so? Just a short while ago, you were reluctant to promote Li to U18. What has prompted such a rapid change of heart? Neil, let us await the outcome." Ingersoll remarked with a subtle smile. Aside from the coaches of Liverpool and Newcastle's youth teams, numerous scouts drawn by the news had gathered to observe the remarkable performance of Li Qing. With a pen in hand, they diligently noted his technical attributes, impressive physicality, remarkable speed, significantly superior footwork compared to his peers, exceptional ball control, exquisite shooting skills, and an admirable calmness in front of the goal. As the match resumed, Li Qing, who had already contributed 2 goals, became the focal point of the opponent's defense. However, his physical advantages over his contemporaries, coupled with his undeniable technical prowess and speed, meant that the Newcastle defenders could only resort to fouling him to thwart his advance. Nevertheless, in the 16th minute, Li Qing made a decisive move in the penalty area, enabling the Liverpool U15, U16 team to extend their lead to 3 goals, achieving a hat-trick. Upon scoring, Li Qing did not immediately celebrate with his teammates but instead turned to look at Tong Shinbing and Zhao Qiangu, raising 3 fingers. Tong Shinbing and Zhao Qiangu mirrored each other's actions, promptly turning their heads as if searching for something. Li Qing sensed a hint of unease. Could they possibly be playing tricks? His intuition proved accurate. As the first half concluded, Li Qing had scored 5 goals and provided an assist, leading his team to a remarkable 6-1 advantage. However, when he looked up towards the direction where Tong Shinbing and Zhao Qiangu had been, he was momentarily taken aback. The space that had once been occupied by them was now devoid of familiar faces, save for Tom and a few cheering fans, classmates, and parents. Chapter 15. The search for the plump fellow in the final match of the England U15, U16 Northern League between Liverpool and Newcastle. The score concluded at 10-1, with Li Qing contributing an astonishing 7 goals and 2 assists, effectively dominating a contest that was expected to be closely contested. Tom Kusho, the youth team coach, found his emotions becoming somewhat complicated, while U18 head coach Neil Critchley and youth training director Inglethorpe were visibly elated. Although Li Qing was only 15, his abilities were markedly superior to those of his peers. Should he continue to excel in U18 competitions, it was highly likely that first-team manager Jurgen Klopp would promote him to compete in the Premier League. Inglethorpe approached Tom Kusho and meaningfully patted him on the shoulder. "Tom, there is no need to wait until early next year. Let us heavily report to the U18 team next week." Could they really wait until next year? Each team had specific performance expectations, and currently, the U15, U16 team ranked 6th in the Northern region, falling short of their preseason promise by 3 positions. If Li Qing could remain with the team until the year's end, he was confident in securing a series of victories. As the youth training director, Inglethorpe was well aware of Tom Kusho's intentions. He smiled and proposed, "How about I give you full marks for this season's youth training points in advance?" Tom Kusho was elated. Although he had long contemplated Li Qing's upward trajectory, human nature is inherently selfish. He wished to retain Li Qing for an additional month, primarily for the sake of the youth training points. Now that Inglethorpe had proactively offered full marks, how could he possibly refuse? Besides, isn't the essence of youth training to nurture talent for the first team? Thus, Tom Kusho eagerly nodded in agreement. Of course. He then turned to his colleague Neil Critchley and remarked, "Congratulations. It seems you'll be leading the team to capture the Youth FA Cup, which has eluded us for a decade." Neil Critchley was in high spirits but chose to respond modestly, saying, "If Lee can perform well, I wouldn't say championship. But reaching the semi-finals is certainly within reach." The last time Liverpool's U18 team won the Youth FA Cup was back in the 2006 to 2007 season, prior to its restructuring. A championship victory would signify that Liverpool's youth training was on par with the world-renowned academies of the Manchester clubs and Chelsea. Shortly thereafter, Inglethorpe, Tom Kusho, and Neil Critchley approached the somewhat despondent Li Qing, who was preoccupied with his phone. He was curious. Could it be that Li Qing was dissatisfied with contributing 7 goals and 2 assists in a single match? Upon contemplating this, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. While an ordinary player would surely be ecstatic, Li Qing, however, found himself unsatisfied. What does this signify? It signifies that Li Qing possesses a heart yearning for greater strength. Occasionally, he would send text messages to Zhao Qiangu. But as he noticed coach Tom Kusho approaching from the corner of his eye, he hastily tucked away his phone and curiously inquired, "Coach, is there something you need?" Tom Kusho directed his gaze towards Inglethorpe, who, with a smile, extended his right hand and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alex Inglethorpe, the director of Kirkby College." "Hello, Mr. Inglethorpe." Li Qing gently tightened his grip, remaining calm and composed. Though a hint of curiosity flickered within him, "Is there something you need from me?" In truth, he was filled with excitement, though he forcefully suppressed it. At this moment, the youth training director approached him. What other matters could there be aside from promoting him to the U18 team? In an instant, Inglethorpe's assessment of Li Qing rose a few notches higher. He suddenly had a premonition that Li Qing's future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. "Congratulations." Inglethorpe clapped Li Qing firmly on the right shoulder. "You will report directly to the U18 team next week." Li Qing had yet to respond, but his friend Curtis Jones was already overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Lee, you are going to participate in the Youth FA Cup. How incredible! Our dream is about to come true. Countless future stars have shone brightly through the Youth FA Cup, subsequently advancing to the first team and gaining widespread recognition. From legends like Fowler, Carragher, Gerrard, and Owen, to contemporary talents such as Sterling, Alexander-Arnold, Woodburn, and Harry Wilson, these are the aspirations that Curtis Jones holds dear. Li Qing disregarded his overly excited close friend Curtis Jones and nodded respectfully yet confidently at the trio of Ingersoll, Tom Cushaw, and Neil Critchley, saying, "Very well, gentlemen." Once Ingersoll, Cushaw, and Critchley had departed, Curtis Jones's enthusiasm remained unabated. He excitedly threw his arm around Li Qing's shoulders and inquired with curiosity, "Why do I sense that you are not particularly pleased about your promotion to the U18 squad?" It was a foregone conclusion. What was there to be elated about? Li Qing shrugged his shoulders. After speaking, he took out his phone and, while walking, remarked in Mandarin, "Qian Gu, you and your cousin are rather inconsiderate, aren't you? We had a wager agreed upon." Just as his words fell, a massive figure suddenly appeared before him, causing him to pause momentarily. Instinctively, he looked up and saw a jovial middle-aged man regarding him with a grin. Curiosity overtook him as he inquired, "And you are?" Upon gazing at the rotund man, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. The man then produced a business card from his tailored trousers and introduced himself, Mino Raiola, professional football agent. Li Qing's pupils constricted. No wonder this individual seemed familiar, for he was none other than the plump figure who had garnered little favor in European football in recent years. Chapter 16. The Existence of a Coveted Presence. Li Qing gazed at Raiola, raising an eyebrow, sensing an underlying implication. "What do you want from me?" "As a professional football agent, I'm aware that you have yet to sign an authorization contract with any agent. To be direct, I aspire to become your agent and orchestrate your future prosperous career." Raiola, seemingly lost in his own exuberance, failed to notice the growing disdain in Li Qing's expression and continued unabated. "You have heard of Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Paul Pogba, Henrik Mkhitaryan, Gianluigi Donnarumma, correct? They are all signed under my representation. Once you join my roster, I will devote myself entirely to shaping your career, propelling you to stardom akin to that of Paul Pogba and Zlatan Ibrahimovic." In concluding his pitch, Raiola's round face beamed with a proud smile as he fixed his gaze on Li Qing, eagerly awaiting a response. He held a firm belief in his own charisma, confident that his roster of renowned superstars would sway even seasoned professionals, let alone an inexperienced youth. As a former fan, Li Qing had certainly heard of Raiola's notorious reputation. His agency skills could undoubtedly rank among the top 3 globally. However, his infamy for unscrupulous behavior and unlikable demeanor was widely known, even drawing the ire of Manchester City's coach, Guardiola, who famously declared in an interview that he would not accept any player signed by Raiola. This illustrates just how detested Raiola was. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectable standing among his player clientele. Yet, Li Qing felt no affinity towards him and thus returned the business card Raiola had previously offered. Raiola's expression shifted slightly, and he frowned, saying, "Kid, you?" Li Qing shrugged and said, "I do not wish to become a contracted player under your management." Raiola, taken aback by Li Qing's response, sought to persuade him further. Reminiscent of his efforts to recruit De Ligt in the past, he adopted what he believed to be his most amiable smile and said, "Young man, perhaps you have misunderstood me, but you must trust my professional judgment and integrity. You are, in my eyes, the next Lionel Messi. As long as you sign the authorization agreement with me." Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, interrupted Raiola's lengthy discourse. "Let me put it this way. I am at best an apprentice, not yet ready to embark on a professional path. Thus I have no intention of signing with an agent at this moment. Do you understand? Are you truly not reconsidering?" Raiola, a renowned figure in the world of football, was instantly recognized by numerous Liverpool fans. Their deep-seated disdain for the notorious agent was palpable. They held great expectations for Li Qing's future and were determined not to let him be beguiled into becoming a fleeting star by Raiola. Consequently, a burly fan waved his fists, hurling curses at Raiola. "Isn't that the greedy fat man? Hey folks, come take a look. It's certainly that money-grubbing pig. Get lost. Kirkby doesn't welcome your kind. The farther you go, the better. Watch out for my imported banana. You wish to jeopardize our future? Not a chance. Kid, if you change your mind, feel free to call me. I'm available 24 hours a day." England is indeed rich in football hooligans, and Raiola, fearing the onslaught of these imposing figures, promptly left Kirkby Academy after slipping his business card into Li Qing's bag. One cannot deny that Raiola is a dedicated football agent. though some of his methods are rather off-putting. As Raiola departed, Li Qing expressed his gratitude to the Liverpool fans who defended him, and he happily posed for pictures with them, relishing the sensation of celebrity. After the Northern League concluded, rather than leaving, Li Qing remained on the training ground to practice further. Curtis Jones, aware that his friend would soon report to the U18 team, stayed back for an uncommon extra session, unsure of when they might play together again. Inglethorpe and Neil Critchley, noticing Li Qing and Curtis training together, exchanged approving nods. It is evident that mere talent is insufficient to become a professional player. Without diligence, even a gift as remarkable as Messi's can yield limited success. Among the remaining ardent Liverpool fans, thoughts arose that perhaps a new talent for Liverpool was on the verge of emerging. The rapid dissemination of information in the 21st century saw video highlights of Li Qing's exceptional performance in the recently concluded U15. U16 Northern League between Liverpool and Newcastle flood social media platforms such as Twitter and Instagram, swiftly garnering significant attention. When did the disparity in strength in the U15, U16 league become so pronounced? Who is Liverpool's number 19? Incredible! Oh my God! What a phenomenal display! 7 goals and 2 assists. Where are the KOP? Let us celebrate together. The videos on Twitter and Instagram quickly amassed thousands of fan comments. Li Qing displayed remarkable prowess in the U15, U16 Northern District League, garnering extensive attention online, while numerous scouts became active on social networks, stirring with anticipation. Several scouts dispatched by Premier League clubs were diligently reporting back to their superiors. What is most scarce in the 21st century? Talent. Young players exhibiting astonishing gifts, such as Li Qing, are particularly rare. Most significantly, these scouts discovered that Li Qing holds British nationality, which essentially grants him a coveted status. A player of this caliber is certain to attract the eager interest of numerous English clubs. Furthermore, staff members at Scout 7 have incorporated Li Qing's impressive highlights into their data system, making it accessible to club members worldwide who utilize this system. The Scout 7 system, developed by Lee Jamieson in 2001, offers data on over 500,000 players globally and boasts millions of minutes of football match footage, with over 200 clubs around the world as its clients. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qing, who continued to train diligently, was gradually becoming a highly sought-after talent. Chapter 17. Hostility from the U18 top scorer at not even 16 years of age, Li Qing returned to his studies after match day. Compared to the learning cycle of the U15, U16 team, his transition to the U18 squad significantly reduced his academic time. Conversely, his training hours soared. His training schedule shifted from afternoons during the week to all-day sessions on Wednesdays and Thursdays, leaving him with only 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, for school, while the remaining 4 days were dedicated to systematic training at the Kirkby Academy. Of course, ascending to the U18 team at the age of 15 underscores that Li Qing possesses sufficient skill to pursue a professional career, making academic reliance unnecessary in the future. However, the academy maintains certain regulations requiring young players to meet academic standards and complete assignments, albeit with a reduction in both quantity and quality. Returning to the point on Monday, Li Qing arrived at Blue Shirt School with a smile and settled next to Zhao Qiangu, who had a habit of arriving early to the classroom. With his most charming smile, he remarked, "Classmate Qiangu, being fickle is not a trait befitting a model student." Zhao Qiangu, having set her books aside, returned his smile and, with a premeditated response, casually replied, "Classmate Li Qing, it was not I who agreed to the bet with you. You should address your grievances with my cousin, as I am not involved." As she spoke the final words, a mischievous smile adorned Zhao Qiangu's face. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. "But you did not oppose it either. Does silence equate to consent?" Zhao Qiangu's expressive eyes fixed intently on Li Qing. Li Qing is no fool. He is acutely aware that abstaining from opposition does not equate to consent, leaving him somewhat speechless. He understands that the astute Zhao Qiangu wishes to evade responsibility. However, he is unperturbed, for there remains the promise of a wager with Tong Shinbing. In contrast to his peer Zhao Qiangu, the 18-year-old Tong Shinbing undeniably possesses greater allure. Suddenly, he recalls that Liverpool's U18 team has successfully advanced to the round of 32 in the Youth FA Cup, with their next opponent being Manchester City's U18 squad. The draw has placed them in an away match, which means he will journey to England's bustling second city, Manchester, alongside the Liverpool U18 team in January. Notably, Manchester is also the city where Tong Shinbing studies at the University of Manchester. Li Qing's lips curled slightly upward, and an involuntary smile graced his face. As if he were beckoning, "Come here, Zhao Shinbing." On Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock, Li Qing arrived at the Kirkby Training Academy half an hour early. Today felt distinctly special compared to other days. The U18 level is a crucial stepping stone to the senior team. If he continues to excel, he will surely attract the attention of the senior squad, paving his way to a grander stage where he can represent Liverpool in the Premier League and perhaps even the Champions League. As the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season reached its 12th round, Liverpool stood second in the league with 8 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 27 points. Just 1 point behind the leaders, Chelsea. Thus, under Klopp's stewardship, the team had a substantial chance of qualifying for the next season's Champions League. Arriving at the U18 training ground half an hour early, the pitch was still empty. After changing into his kit and lacing up his boots, Li Qing began jogging around the field to warm up and stretch until he commenced ball training, at which point others began to arrive. However, it was not players but rather U18 head coach Neil Critchley and his 2 assistants, Mike Garrity and Oliver Morgan. Mike Garrity served as the training assistant, while Oliver Morgan, a sports scientist, also acted as the fitness coach, working alongside Garrity to implement scientifically backed training regimens. Neil Critchley nodded in appreciation, his fondness for Li Qing growing ever stronger. With such a talented player who dedicated himself to extra training, what reason could there be for failure? He had a premonition that before the conclusion of the 2016 to 2017 season, Li Qing might very well be promoted to the first team by Klopp. The thought startled him. Li Qing possesses both talent and diligence. However, his physical condition appears insufficient to contend in first-team matches. Nevertheless, he is more than capable of excelling in the Youth FA Cup and the National Youth Super League. After all, Li Qing is still a minor, and premature participation in professional leagues may not serve his best interests. Unbeknownst to Neil Critchley, Li Qing is eager to compete in the Premier League. Aside from his lack of physical robustness, Li Qing's attributes as a winger could easily secure him a substitute position at Liverpool. As the clock approached 9:30, members of the U18 team began to arrive at the training ground. During this period, Li Qing's performance has been outstanding, making him a prominent figure at the youth academy. Rumors circulated that head coach Neil Critchley remarked that with Li Qing on the team, overcoming Manchester City would be a breeze, which led to discontent among certain players within the squad. Is it reasonable to expect a 15-year-old of Chinese descent to lead the team to the round of 16 in the Youth FA Cup? What a preposterous notion. Glenn McAuley, who joined Cork City from St. Joseph's Boys in Ireland last year, and was the top scorer for Liverpool in the National Super League for the 2016 to 2017 season. Even overshadowing local prodigy Ryan Brewster, coldly stated, "The U18 level is no walk in the park. Do you think he has the qualifications to lead us into the round of 16? Nigerian midfielder Bobby Adekanji, sporting Dutch heritage, chuckled as he patted Glenn McAuley on the shoulder, yet his gaze was fixed on Li Qing. He remarked with a grin, "Glenn, there's no way an Asian could qualify. Don't worry, I'll make sure he understands the gap in skill during our upcoming training." While jogging with the ball, Li Qing sensed someone's gaze upon him and looked up, locking eyes with Glenn McAuley and Bobby Adekanji. Instinctively, he offered a genuine smile. However, Glenn McAuley and Bobby Adekanji swiftly turned their heads away, wearing expressions as frosty as the winter chill. It seemed rather unfriendly. After a brief murmur of triumph, Li Qing resumed his dribbling and movement. Among those who harbored animosity towards him, there were also some who felt a sense of admiration. For instance, Ryan Brewster, who was promoted to the U18 team last year, held Li Qing in high regard. Nevertheless, the majority of players maintained a watchful stance. Such is the nature of the football field. As long as one demonstrates convincing prowess, everyone will regard them with a heightened sense of respect. Li Qing was unaware of the thoughts of his new teammates, yet he understood that in this new team, he must demonstrate a prowess that surpassed that of his peers. Otherwise, how could he continue to rise above his current standing? Chapter 18. You are truly a good person. Oh my God. How incredibly swift. Such remarkable skill. The composure displayed before the goal is simply astonishing. After a single training session, the majority of his U18 teammates underwent a complete transformation in their perception of Li Qing, particularly those who had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude. During the break, they proactively approached him for conversation. Brewster was astute. He recognized that Li Qing primarily played on the flanks while he himself occupied the center-forward position, indicating that their roles did not directly compete. Given the absence of rivalry, their positions did not overlap, and they could indeed complement one another, thus paving the way for a budding friendship. "Here you go, Li." Li Qing looked up, somewhat astonished as he regarded Brewster. Despite his surprise, his reflexes were swift. He smiled and accepted the bottle of mineral water. Nien, thank you. You're welcome, Brewster replied, seamlessly settling onto the grass beside Li Qing, propping himself up with his hands. Adjusting his breath, clearly fatigued from the training session they had just endured. How utterly perplexing. Suddenly, a voice, laced with sarcasm, reached the ears of both Li Qing and Brewster. Li Qing furrowed his brow as he gazed ahead, where the formidable duo of Bobby Adekanji and Glenn Macaulay loomed 2 meters away, casting a condescending glance in his direction. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Adekanji retorted coldly, "Do not presume that scoring 7 goals in the U15, U16 regional league renders you an authority. The U18 level is far more complex than you can fathom." Li Qing was hardly oblivious to the intentions of the other party. He was stirring up trouble. Before he could utter a word, Brewster preemptively spoke. "Bobby, I advise you to be kind. Lee's abilities far surpass yours. Rather than squandering words, you would do better to invest more sweat into your training. Otherwise, your position is no longer as secure as it once was." Adekanji was momentarily at a loss for words. The illustrious forward, Glenn Macaulay, remarked, "You should first seize my starting striker position before you speak. That day will come swiftly." Brewster cast a disdainful glance at Glenn Macaulay, confident in his own talents and abilities. His current lack of a starting center-forward position stemmed largely from insufficient physicality. Yet he firmly believed that with age and strength, Glenn Macaulay would undoubtedly become his backup. Those who are unreasonable and boastful are destined for obscurity. Glenn Macaulay chuckled as he said to Adekanji, "Bobby, let us depart, lest we catch their folly." Meanwhile, Li Qing received an alert from the system. Ding. As the master of the Greenfield Legend system, how could you become the target of ridicule for mere minor players? Replace Bobby Adekanji's starting winger position with your performance. Task reward: 5 ability points, 10 gold coins. Failure penalty: randomly erase 1 talent. Seeing Li Qing's furrowed brow, Brewster cautiously remarked, "Li, don't overthink it. These foreign players are just like this, relishing competition with us local players." Li Qing finally understood why Adekanji harbored such animosity towards him. It turned out that this Dutch national youth player, born in Nigeria, had previously trained at the renowned La Masia before arriving at Corkby, and their positions on the field overlapped. No wonder he felt such disdain. However, for Li Qing, Adekanji was indeed a benevolent individual. A mere sarcastic remark had inadvertently triggered a passive quest. Although the reward was not particularly substantial, the 5-point boost to his attributes would undoubtedly elevate his physical prowess to a new level, through both real-world training and systematic exercises. His strength attribute had already reached 50 points. Completing the task would allow him to allocate the 5 points entirely to his strength, bringing him ever closer to the English Premier League. With this thought in mind, he muttered towards Adekanji, "What a genuinely good person." "What good person?" Brewster inquired, perplexed. Li Qing. "Huh? Did I just speak? I don't think so." Brewster, the primary objective of the first training session is to warm up the players' bodies, while the second session focuses on ball practice. The 40-minute group sparring will take place in the afternoon. Li Qing possesses remarkable speed and a formidable ability to score through cutting inside. Under the careful deliberation of head coach Neil Critchley, he was selected to don the fluorescent vest representing the primary squad, while Brewster was assigned to the opposing blue-vested team. Meanwhile, Glenn Macaulay and debutant also found themselves on the fluorescent vest side. This arrangement took Li Qing by surprise and left him somewhat disheartened, as he had envisioned an opportunity to excel against debutant and secure a starting position in the U18 squad. Glenn Macaulay and debutant were equally astonished. In their view, Li Qing, having just ascended to the U18 level, ought to begin as a substitute rather than stepping directly into the starting lineup. Consequently, amidst the confusion of his peers, Li Qing raised his right hand. The moment the teams were finalized, Coach Neil Critchley shifted his attention. "Li, is there something you wish to say?" "Coach, I would like to join the blue team," Li Qing replied. Critchley's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident. The allocation of players was an absolute prerogative of the head coach, and no one was permitted to challenge or interfere with it. "I require a reason," he stated firmly. Li Qing had long contemplated his justification. He gestured towards Brewster and remarked, "I have just joined the U18 team, and I am more familiar with Ryan, which will foster a more harmonious collaboration." Neil Critchley was not a rigid coach. He possessed the ability to empathize with his players. He recognized that having Li Qing and Brewster on the same flank would facilitate their quicker integration into the team, and he nodded slightly, saying, You should swap places with Raphael. The newly donned blue vest brought great joy to Raphael Camacho, who eagerly exchanged his fluorescent vest with Li Qing, revealing 2 rows of immaculate white teeth as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Li, you are truly a good person." As the 14th round of the National Youth Super League approached, a stellar performance from the key players would likely earn them a starting position in the highly anticipated home match against Middlesbrough this weekend. Li Qing, meanwhile. Glenn McCleary and Adekanai exchanged knowing glances, adorned with triumphant smiles. They had initially devised a plan to isolate Li Qing if they found themselves on the same team. But now that they were opponents, the strategy became significantly simpler. They would launch a direct offensive to suppress him. Let us see how he performs now. Chapter 19, Scoring. Completion of Phase 2 tasks. Li Qing has already won over the majority of his teammates during the morning training session. However, his opponents in the group match showed no leniency, exerting their utmost effort. As a result, at the outset of the game, Li Qing, still unaccustomed to the U18 training pace, was swiftly brought down after receiving the ball. "Kid, you're not cut out for U18. Perhaps you should return to the children's class next door." The sarcastic remark came unmistakably from Adekanji. Li Qing chose to brush it off, rising nonchalantly and dusting off the grass from his clothes. Unpleased by Li Qing's indifference, Adekanji retorted with venom, "Just wait on the right flank to be humiliated, you fool." This time, Li Qing could no longer hold his tongue. "Try saying that again." Adekanji, boasting an air of superiority from his La Masia background, was taken aback by Li Qing's audacity. His temper flared instantly as he strode up to Li Qing, exclaiming furiously, "Fool." Li Qing cast a disdainful glance at Adekanji and reiterated his earlier remarks. The nearby teammates sensed the palpable tension, and Brewster positioned himself in front of Li Qing, firmly pushing Adekanji aside. "Bobby, what is your intention? If you wish to brawl, come at me. This is none of your concern, so step aside." Adekanji attempted to push past Brewster to confront the 1.7-meter tall Li Qing, but the other teammates were not willing to stand idly by. They physically separated the two. The officiating coach, Ian Berrigan, reacted swiftly, blowing his whistle sharply and bellowing at Adekanji, "If you don't want to compete, then take a rest and spare us the embarrassment." Head coach Neil Critchley and assistant coach Mike Garrity also rushed onto the field to admonish both Adekanji and Li Qing. Li Qing innocently spread his hands, conveying his innocence. While Adekanai could act with impunity before Li Qing, such behavior was utterly unacceptable in the presence of their coach. A minute later, Glenn Macaulay patted Adekanai on the shoulder and whispered, "Bobby, do not lose your temper. Let us persist with our strategy of attacking down the left flank and overwhelm that wretched fellow. Let us observe his response." Adekanai shot a glare at the frail Li Qing, then lightly returned the gesture to Glenn Macaulay with a nod, indicating his understanding. Neil Critchley, observing the seemingly incompatible Li Qing and Adekanai, felt a sense of exasperation. In his eyes, Li Qing was an essential pawn for Liverpool U18 this season, capable of taking them further, yet Adekanai's contributions were equally significant. However, if a choice had to be made, he would undoubtedly favor the more talented and industrious Li Qing. Naturally, as an experienced youth coach, he could not allow matters to deteriorate. It was only natural for young individuals to exhibit a bit of fiery temperament, and with a gentle nudge, it could be redirected. As the match resumed, Harvey White executed a set piece from the front, sending the ball soaring towards the right flank of the penalty area. Brewster, having anticipated the play, outmaneuvered George Johnstone and successfully headed the ball back. It landed perfectly in front of the advancing Li Qing, while Adekanai, focused on Li Qing, rushed forward to defend, particularly resolute upon seeing Li Qing prepare to unleash a powerful shot with his right foot. Meanwhile, the two defenders in yellow vests positioned themselves with their hands behind their backs, attempting to block Li Qing's impending strike in tandem with Adekanai. Li Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as his raised right foot did not connect with the descending ball. Not to mention that his right foot was not his dominant one, but with a human wall before him, how could he possibly score? Li Qing remained remarkably composed as he deftly flicked the football to the left with the back of his right foot. In an instant, Adekanji and the two defending players were thrown into disarray, their frantic attempts to block hindered by inertia, leaving them mere spectators as Li Qing adjusted his footing and executed a left-footed shot from approximately 15 meters away. The resounding crack of his foot striking the ball echoed in Adekanji's ears, as the football surged like a cannonball through the narrow gap towards the upper left corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Kamil Grabera, witnessing the ball emerge from the opening, surrendered in defeat, turning his gaze away until the ball nestled within the pristine netting. Simultaneously, Li Qing heard the notification from the system, "Ding." Congratulations, host. You have completed the second phase of the goal-scoring task, earning 5 ability points and 50 gold coins. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly netted 499 goals across real training grounds, the system's training arena, and matches. With this latest goal, he had reached the milestone of 500. How splendid! The reward of 5 ability points and 50 gold coins was of paramount importance to him, while 50 points in strength was still somewhat modest. The addition of these 5 ability points would undoubtedly elevate his physical confrontations to a whole new level. Meanwhile, beneath the sunshade, head coach Neil Critchley was still grappling with the dynamics between Li Qing and Adekanji when he suddenly witnessed Li Qing's calm ball control and powerful left-footed strike. Instinctively, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Beautiful!" Brewster, who had provided the assist, curiously patted the seemingly unfazed Li Qing on the back, asking, "Haley, why no reaction to your goal?" Li Qing finally regained his composure and chuckled, "Such goals are quite commonplace for me." Meanwhile, Brewster felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows, his frame trembling. The brilliance of Li Qing's recent goal was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving everyone in awe. To consider such a goal as merely routine? Was he boasting? His teammates hurried to extend their congratulations, recognizing that the goal was a classic from any perspective. As they walked back, Li Qing cast a disdainful glance at Adekanji. Feeling insulted, Adekanji's anger began to simmer. Glenn McCauley reacted swiftly, intercepting Adekanji and cautioned in a low voice, "Bobby, do not act impulsively. The match has only just begun. When we counterattack, let us see how he responds." Chapter 20, The Impenetrable Fortress. Li Qing attentively absorbed the dialogue between Glenn McCauley and Adekanji, contemplating the task of scoring before the conclusion of the second phase. Previously, he might have hesitated, yet circumstances had shifted. The system had rewarded him with 50 gold coins, enabling him to readily expend 10 coins to procure 2 Iron Wall cards. The Iron Wall card, upon activation, elevates all defensive capabilities to 80 for a duration of 30 seconds. As the match resumed, with a mere thought, Li Qing not only purchased 2 Iron Wall cards from the shop but also allocated all 5 points of his reward to enhance his strength, raising it to a total of 55 points. No sooner had he augmented his abilities than he felt a gentle current of vitality coursing through his limbs, an exquisite sensation that intensified over the next 3 seconds, rendering his muscles more formidable. What a delightful feeling! The blue team, having taken the lead with Li Qing's goal, found the fluorescent-vested players, symbols of the main force, quite displeased, as each of them possessed individual and collective strengths that evidently surpassed those of the blue team. In light of this, they were resolutely determined to level the score in the forthcoming offensive. The National Youth Super League was set to commence this weekend in Corkby, and should their performance in the group matches falter, even the most prominent players risked being ousted from the starting lineup. Through a series of 2 or 3 passes, the ball transitioned to the left flank of the attack, landing at Adekanji's feet, as left-back George Johnstone surged forward along the sideline. Li Qing occupies the position of right winger for the blue team, directly matched against Adekanji. Corey Huilon is wary of George Johnstone's late runs, leaving him somewhat helpless. Defensive midfielder Harvey White initially intended to assist Li Qing in countering the formidable breakthrough capabilities of Adekanji, but the movement of Coil forced him to adopt a more stationary defensive posture. Consequently, in this rapidly evolving match, it fell solely upon Li Qing to defend against Adekanji. Li Qing has gleaned insights about Adekanji's attributes from Brewster. Adekanji spent his formative years at the illustrious Ajax, a renowned breeding ground for European football stars, before joining La Masia at the age of 12. However, due to the transaction being deemed illicit by FIFA, he was prohibited from playing for Barcelona. Nevertheless, this did not impede his pursuit of advanced football training at La Masia for 3 years, culminating in his transfer to Corkby early last year. His technical prowess is striking. He possesses remarkable speed and explosive power, with a solid foundation in dribbling and cutting in for shots. Having chosen to represent the Dutch national youth team, he has been dubbed the new Robin by Dutch media. Adekanji, flashing a confident smile, executed a series of bicycle kicks just 2 meters away from Li Qing, attempting to confuse him into making the first defensive move. Unfortunately for Adekanji, Li Qing remained unfazed. Undeterred, Adekanji glanced at the slender Li Qing, thinking to himself, "Let me show you the breathtaking speed of my breakthrough. Iron Wall defense. Activate." Li Qing silently recited a mantra within his heart. In a flash, Adekanji deftly nudged the ball to the left with the outer instep of his left foot, creating an angle for a breakthrough. Immediately, He unleashed a powerful thrust with the inner side of his left foot, driving the ball towards the baseline. Li Qing, fortified by his defensive prowess, felt an authentic sense of experience wash over him. Decani's preliminary movements allowed him to effortlessly deduce the opponent's intent to break through, almost instantaneously. At the moment Decani first touched the ball, Li Qing reacted, propelling himself with his left foot, his explosive strength enabling him to take a small step to the right, thus narrowing the distance between them. As Decani advanced the ball with the inner side of his foot, Li Qing extended his right foot, intercepting the ball as it rolled past him. Decani, who had envisioned a graceful acceleration along the sideline, found himself thwarted by Li Qing, yet his momentum carried him forward. Without pausing to mock Decani or linger, Li Qing swiftly utilized the arch of his right foot to propel the ball forward, transitioning from defense to offense with remarkable speed. The fluorescent-clad left back, George Johnstone, tactically advanced, affording Li Qing ample space to surge ahead. Connor Masterson, the center back and team captain, appeared momentarily perplexed, uncertain whether to engage or to obstruct Li Qing's path. By the time he grasped the situation, Li Qing had already crossed the halfway line. Brewster's movement through the center drew the attention of another center back, Anthony Glennon, effectively leaving Captain Masterson to contend with Li Qing alone. On the sidelines, Coach Neil Critchley and his assistant Mike Garrity were riveted by Li Qing's rapid advance, instinctively exclaiming in astonishment at his speed. As Li Qing galloped forward, he lifted his gaze to the center, momentarily glancing at Brewster, before winding up his left foot, seemingly poised to deliver a pass to Brewster, who was darting toward the left flank. Pass? Neil Critchley's brow arched in skepticism. No. Masterson, reacting to Li Qing's movement, shifted his body slightly toward the center to intercept the passing lane. However, Li Qing's raised left foot did not initiate a pass. Instead, with the agility of his ankle, he executed a deft flick with the inner side of his left foot, directing the ball sharply to the right front. A feint pass. He cannot let him through. As the captain and the sole remaining defender, Masterson lunged with his right foot, while his left leg followed the momentum and immense reaction force toward the already breaking Li Qing. This desperate lunge to tackle is a defender's last resort. Yet Li Qing was well prepared. His movement after the flick was angled outward, increasing the distance between him and Masterson. Masterson struck nothing but air, helplessly watching as Li Qing dashed toward the goal with breathtaking speed. Anthony Glennon, drawn to the left flank by Brewster, was already too late to cover the space left open by Captain Masterson. The goalkeeper, Kamil Grabera, realized he had to rely solely on himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to abandon his goal and charge forward. Li Qing's perspective may not be exceedingly broad, yet he discerns the goalkeeper rushing out of the penalty area. He makes a decisive choice, deftly curling the ball with the inside of his left foot, sending it soaring into the air. Just as the ball crosses the edge of the penalty area, Kamil Grabera, feeling frustrated, halts abruptly, raising his gaze to follow the ball's trajectory towards the open goal. He can only shake his head in dismay as it collides with the pristine white net. Chapter 21. The most humiliating way to dribble? Li Qing's shooting prowess reached an impressive 80, complemented by an additional 10 goal-scoring rate from his innate talent for precise shooting. Facing an open goal posed no challenge. The football effortlessly struck the pristine white net, marking his second goal of the match. Neil Critchley refrained from praising the beauty of Li Qing's goal, instead furiously lambasting the defensive unit emblematic of the starting lineup. He roared like an enraged lion, demanding, "Offense must be coordinated. Defense must be decisive. How many times must I repeat this? Such situations warrant a foul. A foul. Damn it. You should be grateful this is merely an internal match and not the National Youth Super League or the Youth FA Cup." His voice resonated loudly. And since this training session was closed to the public, his clear roars echoed across the expansive training grounds, leaving the fluorescent-vested players with their heads bowed, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Adekanji's expression was particularly grim, as the goal conceded was directly linked to his attempt to surpass Li Qing. Had he opted to pass to the advancing George Johnstone instead, that goal would have been averted. Nevertheless, he did not perceive himself at fault. After all, as a winger, taking on defenders with the ball is commonplace, and the earlier interception was merely a random occurrence. Yes, that's exactly it. Glenn Macaulay felt a subtle pressure. As the U18 starting striker, it was forgivable not to score in the initial minutes, yet the substitute striker Brewster was performing exceptionally well. The first goal conceded stemmed from Brewster's direct assist, while the second, although he did not directly contribute, was facilitated by Brewster's agile positioning, granting Li Qing a one-on-one opportunity against the defender. Regardless of the perspective, there appeared to be an innate synergy between Li Qing and Brewster, a foreboding sign. Should Li Qing secure a starting position, the rapport he shared with Brewster might very well jeopardize Macaulay's place on the team. Contemplating this, he resolved to swiftly regain his form in the upcoming matches, aiming to narrow the score, equalize, and even surpass the opposition. Glenn Macaulay, astute as he was, understood that achieving such goals relied not solely on individual prowess. Thus, following the coach's reprimand, he proactively approached George Johnstone, Joel, Herbie Kane, and Adekanji. In the brief span of 3 minutes, Li Qing had netted twice, remaining oblivious to the whispered conversations among the fluorescent-vested players. As an offensive player, his impact on defense was minimal. Contributing to the team's goals was paramount. Adekanji, with determination brewing within, outwardly agreed with Glenn Macaulay's suggestion to pass more, while secretly plotting to humiliate Li Qing and reclaim his dignity at the first opportunity. Before the resumption of the match, Coach Neil Critchley provided tactical insights to both teams. The team clad in fluorescent vests, trailing by 2 goals, urged for a heightened offensive strategy, striving to narrow the score gap in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, he emphasized the importance of increased passing among players and encouraged practicing half-court offensive plays. Meanwhile, the team in blue vests, with the exception of Li Qing, instructed all other players to focus entirely on defense and engage in counterattacks. Rather than expressing discontent over Coach Critchley's decision to not require Li Qing's full participation in defense, the players wholeheartedly supported it, raising both hands and feet in agreement. Li Qing's counterattacking prowess is evident. Rather than allowing him to squander energy on defensive duties, it would be more prudent to await an opportune moment to secure another goal and extinguish any lingering suspense. The fluorescent-vested team aimed to narrow the deficit. Yet the players in blue stood united, their continuous passing and strategic maneuvering failing to create any threatening opportunities. The U-18's leading scorer, Glenn Macaulay, even seemed to vanish at times, contributing little to the effort. In contrast, the blue-vested side executed their rapid counterattacks with flair and precision. Had it not been for multiple fouls committed by the fluorescent-vested team, Li Qing and Brewster's swift breaks could have easily extended the lead to 3 goals. Li Qing's ability to initiate counterattacks with the ball is undeniably formidable, and his prowess in physical confrontations is equally impressive. Aside from committing fouls, there seems to be little else one can do to contain him. Head coach Neil Critchley is overwhelmed with excitement, as it appears that his initial intuition was spot on. The prospect of clinching the Youth FA Cup title is not far-fetched, and they may even have a shot at the National Youth Super League Championship. In the Northern League, after 13 rounds, the team boasts a record of 8 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating 27 points and securing 3rd place. They trail only behind Manchester City U18, who have 35 points from 11 wins and 2 draws, and Manchester United U18, who have 29 points from 9 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. This weekend marks the much-anticipated U18 Derby in Manchester. Regardless of the outcome, performing well in the upcoming home match against Middlesbrough U18 is imperative, as narrowing the point gap is inevitable. As Neil Critchley momentarily drifts into his thoughts, the football finds its way to the left flank, landing at the feet of Adekanji, who faces Li Qing, who had previously feigned defensive efforts. Whether by coincidence or design, the movement of his teammates creates a fleeting opportunity for him to break through. Realizing that merely relying on passing would not suffice to score, Adekanji opts to dribble past his opponent in that split second. Aware of Li Qing's previous interception that nearly led to a goal, he approaches this situation with caution, his feet dancing swiftly above the ball as he executes a series of rapid stepovers. Li Qing recognized this as an opportune moment for a counterattack, and he did not hesitate to employ his final defensive card. As he engaged in a tactical retreat, his center of gravity shifted slightly inward in response to Adekanji's feint. Adekanji, adept at evasion, noticed the opening with a glint of excitement in his eyes. He swiftly nudged the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, his body following suit to the left. However, rather than accelerating past Li Qing as he had previously, he executed a sudden stop, feigning a shot with his right foot hovering above the ball. A counterattack for a goal? This time, I shall bring you to the ground. Li Qing, having moved outward, abruptly halted and quickly retracted towards the center. Now is the moment. Adekanji, trailing slightly, forcefully struck the ball with his left heel, sending it skimming along the grass towards Li Qing's legs. One of the most humiliating ways to dribble past an opponent in football. While Li Qing did not fall, Adekanji felt a surge of exhilaration, for a nutmeg is equally triumphant. Yet, it seemed the outcome diverged from his expectations. Li Qing, lowering his center of gravity, swiftly brought his legs together, effectively intercepting the ball that Adkanai had discreetly nudged forward. Chapter 22. Who Prevails? Adkanai's flamboyant heel flick was executed with impeccable precision, yet, despite the artistry of his maneuver, Li Qing's defensive prowess, bolstered by his final card, elevated his defensive capabilities to an impressive 80. While he might face challenges against elite professional attackers, he encountered no difficulties against the U18 player Adkanai. Li Qing skillfully trapped the ball at his feet, causing Adkanai's proud smile to freeze in place. The fluorescent-vested left-back Johnstone, cursing Adkanai under his breath, lunged towards Li Qing, attempting to execute a foul in a desperate bid to defend. With a deft motion, Li Qing used the arch of his right foot to guide the ball sideways, while he sprinted vertically along the right sideline, evading the defense's right flank. In an effort to prevent any miscommunication, Brewster skillfully controlled the ball with the outside of his right foot under relatively relaxed circumstances before delivering a precise diagonal pass. The ball rolled along the grass from the center of the field towards the right flank of their attack, right into the defensive gap between Johnstone and center-back Masterson. The transition from offense to defense for the fluorescent-vested team was hasty and fraught with vulnerabilities. Li Qing's astonishing speed was vividly exemplified in that fleeting moment. A blue flash raced across the field. Johnstone found himself unable to reach out and pull Li Qing back, left only to hope that his teammates could compensate for the defensive gaps behind him. Captain Masterson's thoughts were filled with exasperation. What kind of defense was this? Having already accumulated yellow cards from previous fouls, another offense would undoubtedly result in a second yellow, culminating in a red card. Although this was merely an intra-team match, receiving a red card would be quite disgraceful, especially for someone of his captaincy. Time was of the essence. Li Qing exhibited remarkable speed, catching up with the football as he skillfully advanced it from the flank to the center. In a heartbeat, he found himself merely 5 meters away from Masterson. Brewster, displaying astute positioning, noticed Li Qing's trajectory towards the center and cleverly maneuvered alongside another center-back, Anthony Glennon, towards the left flank, denying the duo any opportunity to jointly challenge Li Qing. Anthony Glennon, who shared a seamless synergy with Masterson, quickly realized that they were merely retreating to await his advance. Disregarding Brewster's movement, he charged directly at the ball-carrying Li Qing. Neil Critchley furrowed his brow at Anthony Glennon's decision. If Li Qing opted to distribute the ball at this juncture, a vast expanse of space loomed behind him. Contemplating this, he shook his head, convinced that Li Qing, being young, could hardly maintain such composure, especially after scoring 2 goals, a feat that often overwhelms youthful players. Yet, in the very next moment, the football slipped from Li Qing's feet, gliding along the grass between Anthony Glennon and Masterson, heading towards the left flank of the attack. Precisely in line with Brewster's forward run, Neil Critchley was taken aback by Li Qing's choice, a clear opportunity. The youthful Anthony Glennon and Masterson gritted their teeth and swiftly pivoted to pursue the now fully accelerated Brewster, oblivious to the relentless forward movement of an absolute predator. As Anthony Glennon and Masterson pursued tenaciously, goalkeeper Camel Grabera charged out of his area. Brewster, intending to take a shot, caught a glimpse of a blue figure racing in behind him and, instead of shooting with his left foot, opted to pass the ball across to the center. The gaze of goalkeeper Camel Grabera, along with center-backs Anthony Glennon and Masterson, followed the football as it rolled along the grass. Their seasoned experience alerted them to the impending threat. Suddenly, a player clad in a blue vest met the ball, gently halting it with the outside of his left foot. Establishing balance with his right foot, and with a subtle push from his left instep, the football darted swiftly across the goal line, crashing into the pristine white net. A hat trick. Li Qing, the scorer, beamed as he sprinted towards Brewster, having anticipated a rebound rather than a pass. His ability to deliver an assist in a one-on-one situation was deserving of gratitude. "Thank you so much, Rian," he exclaimed. Brewster, grinning, patted Li Qing on the back. "I just saw your forward run and decided to pass. I never expected our synergy to be so natural. Almost as if it were destined. Just so you know, you owe me more passes in the future." Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, recalling that all 3 goals had a direct connection to Brewster, and this match was merely their inaugural collaboration. Was this not an innate synergy? Thus, Li Qing solemnly nodded in affirmation. Neil Critchley was pleased with the harmonious interplay that led to goals from Li Qing and Brewster. However, he was exceedingly disappointed with the fluorescent-vested squad, particularly with the defender, Adederin, who was nearly driven to madness as he bellowed, Bobby, how many times must I tell you? You need to cooperate. Collaborate. Do not presume that your time at La Masia has elevated you to the level of Lionel Messi. The incessant reprimands left Debutant in a state of agitation, yet his frustration was not directed at the head coach, but rather at Li Qing. If it were not for that wretched Li Qing, how could his performance have been so abysmal? Once the unrivaled dribbler of the team, he found himself repeatedly bested by Li Qing, who played as the right winger. Li Qing showcased an impressive hat-trick, while Adkanai bore responsibility for all three of his team's conceded goals, making the disparity in their prowess painfully evident. Could it truly be that he is inferior to his opponent? After all, he has undergone rigorous training at both Ajax's youth academy and La Masia. Whereas Li Qing's rise has been rather sudden, he fervently reassured himself of his superiority. Yet, whether in the waning moments of the first half or throughout the second, Li Qing's performance was nothing short of dominating. As the match concluded, the score read 2-9, with Li Qing contributing 5 goals and 2 assists. While Adkanai failed to score or assist, the gaze Adkanai cast upon Li Qing began to shift, filled with doubt. Could it be that he truly is the inferior player? He refused to accept this notion. Coach Neil Critchley, having witnessed this training match, resolved to construct his tactics around Li Qing. However, he opted for a gradual approach, allowing Li Qing to acclimate to the team before making any announcements. After all, these young athletes were notoriously proud. Determining Li Qing's pivotal role based solely on one internal match would undoubtedly provoke dissent among some players. The moment to reveal Li Qing's capabilities would come when the majority acknowledged his talent. With nearly 2 months remaining until the FA Youth Cup final, there was ample time. Chapter 23. Signing the apprentice contract. Li refrained from extra practice today. Accompany me to Mr. Alex's office. Li Qing looked at the head coach, Neil Critchley, with a puzzled expression. Neil Critchley smiled and clarified for Li Qing. The U18 level differs significantly from the age groups you have previously experienced. Being selected for the U18 team signifies that you have successfully passed the initial stage of the professional player selection process and earned the esteemed recognition of Liverpool. It is now time to sign a contract with the club. Li Qing then revealed an expression of enlightenment. From U6 to U9, and onwards to U15 and U16. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent and is granted a waiver for tuition fees, one must pay a considerable sum to Kirkby Academy. However, upon reaching U18, the situation changes. This signifies that the player has met the fundamental requirements to be deemed a professional. Consequently, the affiliated club of the Youth Training Academy must enter into an initial professional contract with the player, known as an apprenticeship contract, which is established between the academy and the player. The actual professional contract cannot be signed until the player turns 17. Nonetheless, this does not imply that every player who signs an apprenticeship contract will secure a professional contract upon turning 17. As previously mentioned, professional football demands skill. If one fails to meet the requisite standards, they may not be able to renew their apprenticeship contract or may seek opportunities elsewhere. According to Li Qing's understanding, the weekly salary for apprentices is typically modest, generally ranging in the few hundreds of pounds. However, even so, when converted to Chinese yuan, it amounts to a substantial sum. For instance, a weekly salary of £100 translates to nearly 1,000 yuan, and when multiplied by 4 weeks, it exceeds the earnings of most wage earners. Furthermore, given Li Qing's demonstrated talent, it is reasonable to assume that he would not be at the lower end of the weekly salary scale of £100. Considering his current display of talent, what would be his worth in terms of weekly salary? 500? 800? 1,000? Or perhaps even more? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he found himself, almost unconsciously, arriving at the office door of the youth training director, Ingersoll, alongside Neil Critchley. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Neil Critchley tapped on the door, Ingersoll's voice resonated from within, inviting, "Please, come in." Li Qing and Neil Critchley entered the office of the youth training director, where, in addition to Ingersoll, there was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Upon seeing Li Qing and Neil Critchley enter, Ingersoll set aside his work, greeted both gentlemen with a handshake, and proceeded to introduce the other individual in the office to Li Qing. "This is Nick Marshall, the Director of Football Affairs. He is responsible for your apprenticeship contract." "Hello," Li said Marshall. "Good day, Mr. Marshall," Li Qing responded politely as they exchanged handshakes. Marshall then got straight to the point, presenting the prepared apprenticeship contract to Li Qing and solemnly stated, "Please take a look at it. If everything is in order, you may sign it directly." Li Qing took the contract and pondered. "System, could you assist me in reviewing this contract for any discrepancies?" 10 gold coins. The system's prompt echoed in response. Li Qing could not help but roll his eyes. Are you obsessed with money, system? Do you require coins just to examine a contract? The system's response left him speechless. Yet he refrained from spending his limited coins, for the apprentice contract was merely 2 pages long, clear, and straightforward, devoid of the complexities that could ensnare him as with a professional contract. After all, had he never seen a pig run before? Even before his transmigration. Li Qing was an avid football fan, well-versed in the crucial aspects of the sport. The apprentice contract was uncomplicated, lacking the intricate bonuses for goals, assists, honors, and appearances that characterized professional contracts. It merely stipulated a basic weekly salary. For a player, aside from salary, the duration of the contract is of equal significance. The weekly salary offered was entirely unexpected, an impressive one, 200. Converting this into renminbi, it amounted to over 10,000. This was a substantial sum for a week's wages. While Li Qing was uncertain of the maximum salary for the U18 youth team, he understood that few would earn more than 200 a week. It could even be considered a middle-income salary in the U23 category. The contract's duration posed no issue, though he felt somewhat slighted by the brevity of just 2 years. Did this imply a lack of regard for him? Seeing Li Qing's furrowed brow, Ingersoll assumed his dissatisfaction stemmed from the elite apprentice contract with the U18 youth team. He remarked, Li, are you unhappy with this contract? Li Qing failed to discern the dissatisfaction underlying Ingersoll's words. Scratching the back of his head, he inquired about the duration of the contract. Marshall, assuming that Li Qing felt the contract term was excessively long, chuckled and replied, Li, a 2-year signing is the maximum duration for an apprenticeship contract. It cannot be shortened further. After 2 years, you will be 17 years old, at which point you will be entirely eligible to sign a professional contract with the club. Li Qing initially believed that a 2-year duration was too brief, perceiving it as a lack of significance. However, it now appears that signing for the maximum term of 2 years is, in fact, an acknowledgement of his potential. The absence of a buyout clause is easily comprehensible. The maximum duration for an apprenticeship contract is 2 years, and in England, individuals can sign a professional contract upon reaching the age of 17. According to Li Qing's understanding, if his abilities do not meet the first-team standards, the club would not entertain the prospect of offering him a professional contract. At most, they would merely extend his apprenticeship contract. Li Qing was unaware that, under the same remuneration, his former club held a priority renewal guarantee, unless another club offered a superior salary upon the expiration of the contract. Furthermore, according to UEFA regulations, clubs signing players whose apprenticeship contracts have expired are required to provide financial compensation to the original club. This implies that the buyout clause is somewhat superfluous. Naturally, any club would endeavor to retain their promising stars with substantial offers before the contract's conclusion, unless the asking price was exorbitantly high. With a weekly wage of 200 for a 2-year contract, Li Qing was fundamentally satisfied. However, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to negotiate an amendment. He cautiously approached Marshall and proposed, Mr. Nick, may we add a clause stating that if Party B consistently performs well, the contract terms may be modified during its duration? In response, Ingersoll, Marshall, and Neil Critchley exchanged glances, all taken aback yet not displeased, as Li Qing's request was both logical and aspirational. What was the purpose of modifying contractual terms? Was it not simply about securing a salary increase? While a salary adjustment might typically be deemed excessive, the condition of consistent outstanding performance rendered such a request nearly irresistible. Ultimately, the apprenticeship contract was formalized with the aforementioned clause, stipulating that if Party B maintained exceptional performance, the contract terms could indeed be amended. However, as the club's representative, Marshall was not inclined to let the club suffer. Thus he appended an additional stipulation: the contract could be modified at most once every 6 months. Chapter 24. Dream come true. As Li Qing inscribed his name on the apprenticeship contract, a familiar system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the first step of your professional football career by signing the apprenticeship contract. The system rewards you with 100 gold coins and 1 draw from the Physical Awareness Talent Series. Oh, there are rewards for signing the apprenticeship contract? Although there are no proficiency rewards, a draw from the Physical Awareness Talent Series is significantly more valuable. Upon returning home at 7 in the evening and having a simple meal, he promptly exited the system interface to utilize the talent draw reward from signing the apprenticeship contract. With a mere thought, a grand spinning wheel appeared before him, featuring 16 segments, each marked with a, concealing the nature of the talent rewards within. The wheel began to turn, The pointer, initially moving clockwise, gradually accelerated before slowing down and finally halting at the 3 o'clock position. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent All-Seeing. All-Seeing significantly enhances vision and randomly boosts creativity. Wow, this is indeed a remarkable gift. With the talent of All-Seeing, it is akin to possessing a divine perspective on the field, enabling him to swiftly identify defensive vulnerabilities and deliver game-changing passes to teammates. Certainly, the precision of passing hinges upon the enhancement of relevant data. Nevertheless, such a talent concerning bodily awareness remains exceedingly significant. An expansive vision facilitates the most accurate decisions during offensive plays. In a moment, the focus shifts to personal attributes. Offensive and defensive bodily awareness. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Position, forward. Strength, 55 stamina, 65 skill, 62 shooting, 80 shooting power, 50 heading, 53 long shot, 46 free kick, 50 penalty, 80 sprint speed, 83 acceleration, 85 jump, 62 agility, 65 balance, 72 tackle, 34 interception, 40 positioning, 50 marking, 55 dribbling, 68 ball control, 66 short pass, 60 crossing, 61 long pass, 55 off-the-ball movement, 70 creativity, 85 vision, 92 reaction, 74 tendency, 50 willpower, 85 GK. Save, 29 ability points available, 0 inventory, none draw attempts, 0 coins, 150 skill assessment. B. Capable of being a starter for relegation-threatened teams in the top 5 leagues or a substitute for mid-level teams, from the top down. Li Qing noticed that he has grown 3 centimeters taller and gained 5 kilograms since his arrival. His vision and creativity have reached 92 and 85, respectively, increasing by 30 and 10 points. The remarkable vision of 92 is currently his sole standout attribute, filling him with immense joy. He feels himself evolving daily as the proximity to the Premier League draws ever closer. Initially, he envisioned himself representing Liverpool in the upcoming season of the Premier League. However, given his current rate of growth, a promotion to the first team may be attainable by the second half of the season, especially upon seeing the skill assessment indicating B, which suggests he could serve as a starter for relegation-threatened teams or as a substitute for mid-tier teams in the top 5 leagues. Since Adekanji has been overshadowed by Li Qing's performance during the internal matches, his form has plummeted, gradually leading to his diminishing presence in the main lineup in the eyes of head coach Neil Critchley. As Li Qing and Brewster's synergy deepens with increased collaboration, their rapport becomes significantly stronger, while there exists little to no connection with Glenn Macaulay. However, considering that Glenn Macaulay is currently the team's top scorer, his position as the starting center remains relatively secure, unaffected by Brewster and Li Qing's burgeoning partnership. On the eve of the National Youth Super League, head coach Neil Critchley announced the starting lineup for the match to be held in Kirkby. Upon hearing the final name read aloud, Li Qing was taken aback to discover that his own name was absent, signifying he would be relegated to the bench for the upcoming match. Noticing Li Qing's disappointment, Brewster placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Li, you've just stepped up to the U18 level. It's entirely normal to be a substitute. The atmosphere and pace of the National Youth Super League are vastly different from the U15, U16 Northern League. I believe that once you acclimate to the new rhythm, the coach will grant you a starting position." After hearing Brewster's words, Li Qing's expression shifted to one of understanding. Adekanji, too, was surprised to find his name missing from the starting lineup. Why was that? Had he truly been outperformed by Li Qing in recent days? With this thought, he turned to glance at Li Qing, whose demeanor had returned to normal. This fellow had also not made the starting lineup. That shouldn't be the case. Glenn Macaulay gave a comforting pat on Adekanji's shoulder, saying, "Bobby, don't be disheartened. Your recent form hasn't been at its best, but once you regain your stride, playing the full match as a starter will be no trouble at all." Given the circumstances, there was little else to do but console oneself. Upon returning home that evening, Li Qing posed his query to the system. "I've surpassed Adekanji to secure a spot in the starting lineup. Why has the task not been marked as complete? Please ensure that the host clearly understands the task requirements." Li Qing had no choice but to examine the specific task requirements to replace Adekanji as the starting winger and participate in the National Youth Super League. It became evident that only after securing playing time could he earn the task rewards. Once the rewards were acquired, the 5 points of ability would be added to his strength attribute. At that point, Reaching the threshold of strength would enable him to withstand the challenges of the Premier League. That night, Li Qing had a delightful dream. Envisioning himself clad in a Liverpool jersey, conquering all corners of the pitch, claiming every trophy on the green fields, and amassing a fortune in the millions. Surrounded by a harem of admirers, Zhao Qinggu, Tong Shinbing, Di Lilingba, Chun Minmin, Zhu Zixiao, Lu Tianxian, and Lu Ruoxi all became his romantic partners. Chapter 25. Mindless Attribute Allocation. Currently, Liverpool's U18 team ranks third in the Northern Division, trailing only behind Manchester City's U18 and Manchester United's U18. The recent Manchester derby held at Carrington ended in a 2-2 draw, thus providing Liverpool's U18 team with an opportunity to surpass Manchester United in the league standings. However, whether they can seize this opportunity depends on their performance. Glenn McAuley is the top scorer for Liverpool's U18 team. From the commencement of the match, he faced close marking from Middlesbrough's youth players, resulting in few chances to shoot, which meant Liverpool's attacks were more thunderous than effective. As the first half concluded, the score remained 0-0. Li Qing, sitting alongside Brewster, was eager to be called upon by head coach Neil Critchley, yet the subsequent 2 substitutions did not involve him. Frustration set in. As the match approached the 70th minute, the score still stood at 0-0. If the match ended with the current scoreline, the top 3 positions would remain unchanged, and there was even a possibility of being caught up by Blackburn's U18 team, currently in 4th place. It wasn't until the 75th minute that Li Qing heard the melodious voice of coach Neil Critchley. Li, go warm up, return in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later would be 85 minutes. Wouldn't that be too late? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, his body reacted swiftly. Shedding his heavy down jacket and sprinting towards the warm-up area. 5 minutes of regular time could be considered fleeting, but with injury time, there would be at least 8 minutes. A goal within that time frame was feasible. 8 minutes was ample. Alternatively, one might argue that 5 minutes of regular time would suffice for him to score. With his capabilities, competing in the Premier League would be a challenge. Yet performing in the National Youth Super League should be a mere formality. Meanwhile, Adekanji's envious gaze was fixed intently on Li Qing, who was sprinting off to warm up. Suddenly, he felt as though this winter had grown even colder, to the point that he involuntarily shivered, wrapping his down jacket tighter around himself. In the 86th minute, Brewster's shot missed the goalpost, and the referee blew the whistle, signaling a substitution on the sidelines. Li Qing, donned in the number 28 jersey, replaced the number 9. Glenn McAuley. Despite McAuley's evident reluctance, he had no choice but to comply with the coach's orders. Though he did not engage in the customary exchange of a handshake with Li Qing, it was clear that Adekanji and McAuley were in cahoots. A conclusion Li Qing had anticipated, thus he exhibited no emotional upheaval and even felt a surge of excitement at the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for succeeding in replacing Bobby Adekanji as the starting winger, participating in the National Youth Super League task, and earning 5 ability points and 10 gold coins. However, head coach Neil Critchley raised an eyebrow, considering McAuley's lack of sportsmanship. Yet, his attention was soon captivated by the newly substituted Li Qing, with only 4 minutes remaining in regular time. Whether or not they could break the deadlock and secure victory depended on the prowess of Li Qing, who evidently possessed superior skills compared to his teammates. English players are generally robust, and while Li Qing had reached a weight of 57 kilograms, he was still somewhat lean compared to most players from Middlesbrough. The anxiety of Middlesbrough U18 coach Little began to ease. Liverpool, playing on their home turf, would undoubtedly ramp up their offensive efforts in these final moments. However, the last substitution was not a towering striker, suggesting that they would continue to seek opportunities through possession play. If that were the case, they would gladly accept a draw. This match marked Li Qing's debut in U18 competitions, which he cherished deeply. After receiving a reward of 5 ability points, he blindly allocated all of them to enhance his physical strength, bringing it to a passing score of 60. Though his physique appeared frail, it harbored considerable power. After several passes, the ball rolled along the grass to Li Qing, positioned on the right flank. As he settled the ball, he was confronted by 2 Middlesbrough U18 defenders, with another lurking nearby. Making a successful breakthrough seemed challenging. Nevertheless, fortune favors the bold. As a man determined to challenge for the pinnacle of football, how could he falter in the U18 arena? With his right index finger raised, Li Qing signaled for right-back Johnstone to advance. The defender near the sideline was momentarily distracted by Johnstone's forward run. Seizing the moment, Li Qing deftly nudged the ball forward with the outside of his left foot. Accelerate! The defender positioned at the flank instinctively reached out to intercept, but Li Qing's pace was blistering. With a swift flick of his left foot, he propelled the ball forward, executing a rapid breakthrough. Brewster moved in synchrony, and the gifted Li Qing's eyes sparkled with promise. This may simplify a complex situation. He utilized the instep of his right foot to deftly pass the ball horizontally to the left before maneuvering around the defender, sprinting swiftly towards the baseline. Brewster executed a direct pass without taking a touch, the ball gliding along the grass in a straight line from 30 meters out on the right flank. Heading towards the penalty area. The last-place central defender from Middlesbrough noticed Li Qing rushing towards the ball and instinctively raised his right arm to alert the linesman of an offside position. However, the linesman followed Li Qing towards the baseline, indicating no offside. Damn it! Middlesbrough U18 head coach Liddell sprang to his feet from the bench, roaring in anger. In a flash, the once impenetrable defense of the Middlesbrough U18 youth team was forcefully breached. While on the move, Li Qing skillfully controlled the ball 10 meters from the baseline with the outer instep of his left foot. And without waiting for the defenders to close in or the goalkeeper to advance, he unleashed a powerful shot. The Middlesbrough U18 goalkeeper, Blin, had just begun to step forward to challenge, but as he watched the ball swiftly roll towards the far corner along the grass, he was compelled to dive sideways. Yet, the ball's momentum was evidently swifter than his body could reach the ground. Neil Critchley, witnessing the ball find the back of the net, could barely contain his excitement, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. In the 87th minute, the deadlock was broken. Chapter 26, a bold idea. Li Qing, having scored, did not exhibit his usual calm demeanor. For this was his inaugural goal in a professional capacity, albeit in the English Football Youth Super League. The first step is always the hardest, having secured this initial goal. How far could the second be? Brewster, providing a sublime assist, became the object of Li Qing's embrace as he joyfully pointed at Brewster, their hands meeting in a harmonious high-five before they shared a celebratory hug with their teammates. After laboring for over 80 minutes, they finally found the net. On the substitutes bench, Glenn Macaulay and Adokani were undoubtedly the most disheartened, particularly Glenn Macaulay, as Li Qing's goal stemmed directly from his substitution. Scoring upon entering the match is a textbook example of a substitute's impact. A change of personnel can transform the game. Reporters, social media journalists, and spectators at the Kirkby Academy training ground continuously pressed their cameras to capture this exhilarating moment. Among them, some entertained a bold notion, perhaps, in the near future, he would astonish the world. Most have been following the Liverpool U18 youth team in preparation for the 2016 to 2017 National Youth Super League season, yet had never encountered this yellow-skinned player. Since it was impossible to recruit from other teams before the seasonal break, it implied that this player was a product of internal development, having been promoted from the U15, U16 ranks. Regardless, the capabilities Li Qing had just displayed were extraordinary. From the moment he received the ball, every step was textbook perfection, especially in his receiving and shooting. No extraneous movements whatsoever. A natural-born striker. This is a rare evaluation of Li Qing from the few reporters present, serving as the core theme of the report. Whether Li Qing can excel in the future is not within their consideration. Returning to the main topic, Neil Critchley, after an exuberant celebration of the goal, swiftly summoned Captain Masterson to discuss the strategy for the remainder of the match. With a goal conceded just before the final whistle, Middlesbrough U18 certainly would not relent. Solidifying their defense in the final moments was crucial for securing victory. However, Neil Critchley did not intend to adopt a purely defensive stance until the end. He specifically instructed Li Qing to refrain from overexerting himself defensively in the remaining time, merely putting on a semblance of effort, rather than nervously playing out the remaining minutes. It would be more advantageous to exploit the desperation of the Middlesbrough U18 players eager to equalize and decisively conclude the match. As the referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play, Li Qing adhered to coach Neil Critchley's tactical directive, feigning defensive effort while awaiting a counterattack opportunity. Liverpool U18 was positioned third in the Northern Division, while Middlesbrough U18 ranked 8th, reflecting a tangible disparity in strength. For Middlesbrough U18, having defended for over 80 minutes, orchestrating an effective attack was exceedingly challenging, especially since all three substitutions had already been utilized. The two teams seemed to have exchanged jerseys, switching their roles in attack and defense. Yet Liverpool U18 faced minimal defensive pressure. In the first minute of stoppage time, Masterson cleared the ball with a powerful kick, fortuitously sending it towards the right flank of their attack. Look, it's number 28. The spectators on the sidelines erupted with excitement. A red streak dashed along the right sideline, racing towards the ball's landing spot. All Middlesbrough U18 players had pressed over the halfway line, with even the centre-backs advancing to the arc of Liverpool U18's defensive half. The fatigue brought on by this late stage of the match was crippling, while Li Qing, having only recently come on as a substitute, was brimming with energy. Thus, one could only hope the ball would veer out of play. Alas, contrary to expectations, Li Qing extended his right foot during his run, skillfully stopping the ball in an unoccupied area. Middlesbrough U18's coach, Little, sighed in resignation. As the nearest defender was over 10 meters away from Li Qing, could the goalkeeper alone manage the defense? The answer was a resounding no. Facing the goalkeeper who had rushed out, Li Qing remained remarkably composed as he deftly navigated around the keeper before slotting the ball into the unguarded net. A brace. 2-0. With just over a minute left in stoppage time, this effectively sealed the match. The players on the home team's bench erupted with joy, rushing past the sidelines to embrace Li Qing, who had netted the second goal. Neil Critchley raised his arms in exhilaration, celebrating the decisive goal with a high five to his assistant, Mike Garrity. The expressions on the faces of the two individuals could not conceal their admiration for Li Qing. Previously, they had considered the need for him to gradually acclimatize to the U18 competition, but that notion now seemed rather superfluous. Although Li Qing appeared somewhat slender, his ability to withstand physical challenges was remarkably impressive. He showed no signs of inferiority when confronted by towering defenders exceeding 6 feet tall. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck Neil Critchley. Perhaps it was unwise to retain him in the U18 league for too long. U23? No. If Li Qing could maintain his current level of exceptional performance for several more months, he might just attract the attention of Klopp for a call-up to the Premier League. With the sharp forward main set to participate in the Africa Cup of Nations this coming January, coupled with a significant wave of injuries afflicting midfield and forward players, promoting young talents became one of the few viable options, particularly given Klopp's penchant for nurturing homegrown potential. The match concluded with Liverpool U18 triumphing over Middlesbrough U18 with a score of 2-0. In the closing moments, Li Qing, who had been called upon in a moment of crisis, scored both goals, serving as the pivotal factor in securing victory for his team. Consequently, he became the focal point of attention for reporters and fans alike, allowing him to experience the exhilarating sensation of being a star for the first time. Nevertheless, he remained grounded, fully aware that the Premier League and the Champions League represented the true stage for his talents. Chapter 27. An additional goal rate of 20. Chapter 27. An additional goal rate of 20. In a home match against Middlesbrough U18, Li Qing's remarkable contribution of 2 goals did not catapult him into the limelight of the National Youth Super League. His renown remained confined to Merseyside, where Liverpool fans recognized him. The significant attention of the broader football community was directed towards the Manchester and North London derbies, as spectators preferred to follow the narratives surrounding established English talents like Sancho, Foden, Greenwood, and Gomez. That evening, after a long day, Klopp returned home to find his large LCD television broadcasting the latest football news. The host's animated voice resonated widely this afternoon. A match in the 14th round of the National Youth Super League concluded at the Kirkby Academy, where the first half yielded no goals, and much of the second half was characterized by tedious half-field drills. It was not until the 86th minute, when Lee made his debut appearance on the Liverpool U18 roster, that the tide of the match turned. In the dying moments, he scored 2 goals, securing a 2-0 victory for his team. As Manchester United U18 and Manchester City U18 had drawn in their match, Liverpool U18, with this victory, overtook Manchester United U18 by a single point, claiming the second position in the Northern Division of the National Youth Super League, though still trailing leaders Manchester City U18 by 6 points. Meanwhile, as Klopp prepared for dinner, he gazed at the television, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lee? That name sounds familiar. As the highlights transitioned to the latter stages of the second half, the images displayed a substitution, and suddenly, Klopp recalled the young talent he had seen in a highlight reel over a month ago in the Ingolthorpe office. He approached the television, fixated on the screen, oblivious to his wife, Ola Sandrock, calling him for dinner. It was not until the footage shifted to highlights from another match that he snapped back to reality, murmuring, "I never imagined this young lad would develop so rapidly. In just over half a month, he has become so formidable, it's quite astounding." In that instant, a bold thought struck him. What if? When Maine participated in the Africa Cup of Nations, he promoted Li Qing to the first team. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recalling that according to the resume he had reviewed, Li Qing would not turn 16 until February of the following year. After a brief period of reflection, Klopp resolved to observe Li for a while longer. After all, he had yet to demonstrate consistent performance in U18 matches. Should Li maintain his form until January, he could be afforded the opportunity to acclimatize to the Premier League, and even if he did not meet the playing requirements, he could still get accustomed to the fervent atmosphere of the English top flight. Since Li Qing joined the U18 youth team, his time at Blue Shirt High School has markedly diminished. However, he has not neglected his studies. His beautiful deskmate, Zhao Qinggu, has taken it upon herself to assist him in catching up on the lessons he missed during midweek training. This, of course, was not a suggestion made by Zhao Qinggu, but rather an audacious demand from Li Qing, who shamelessly requested her to compensate for his losses, with little choice in the matter. The academically accomplished Zhao Qinggu had no option but to tutor Li Qing, serving as recompense for the debt incurred that day. Joyful moments tend to slip away swiftly. After 2 consecutive days of classes, Li Qing was once again required to return to the Kirkby Academy for training, preparing for the weekend's away match against Stoke City in the National Youth Super League. This match also marks one of the final 2 games for Liverpool's U18 youth team in 2016, according to the strategy laid out by head coach Neil Critchley. Following these 2 matches, the entire team is to undergo a tactical transformation to prepare for the upcoming National Youth Super League and the Youth FA Cup, reigniting their competitive spirit for the following year. Li Qing, as the most pivotal contributor to Liverpool U18's victory at home last weekend, has garnered increasing recognition from his teammates, although Adekani and Glenn McCauley still harbor biases against him. Nevertheless, Li Qing remains unfazed, firmly believing that his consistent, stellar performances will secure him a stable starting position and potentially elevate him to a core player in the eyes of head coach Neil Critchley. Contemplating this possibility, Li Qing exerted himself in training, to the extent that opposing players in the scrimmage complained about his excessive effort. Neil Critchley has been keenly observing Li Qing's progress and is eager to include him in the starting lineup for the upcoming match against Stoke City. Furthermore, he has decided to refine and practice tactics centered around Li Qing during the league's intermission. The overall strength of Manchester City U18 is evidently superior to that of Liverpool U18. The earlier match at the City Football Academy resulted in a disheartening 0-5 defeat. To advance past Manchester City U18 in the FA Cup, leveraging Li Qing's remarkable individual prowess is imperative. However, the immediate priority is to conclude the final match of this year's National Youth Super League this weekend, as Liverpool U18 faces Stoke City U18. Li Qing's stable and formidable performance earns him the coaching staff's trust, allowing him to start as the key player in Liverpool U18's recent victory over Middlesbrough U18. It is only natural that he becomes the focal point of Stoke City U18's defensive efforts. Despite the attention, Li Qing impressively contributed 4 goals throughout the match, aiding Liverpool U18 in a resounding 5-2 triumph against the home team. Notably, upon scoring his first goal, he heard a system notification indicating that his upgradable talent, precision shooting, had advanced from level 1 to level 2, enhancing his goal-scoring rate from an additional 10 to 20. After filling his experience bar, it reached 350, which means that to elevate precision shooting to level 3, he must net 47 goals in any official match. Consequently, Li Qing's personal attributes and abilities have become increasingly refined. He has a premonition that, were it not for age constraints, he might even be eligible to participate in the Premier League. Chapter 28, A Modest Fame. Li Qing, during his visit to the Stoke City U18 League, achieved a remarkable feat by scoring 4 goals, which not only elevated his prominence in Merseyside but also positioned him as the focal point of the Youth Super League this week. With the rapid advancement of technology, the speed at which news is disseminated is astonishing. Yet, in this very scenario, it is perplexing that few have heard of a prodigious talent named Li Qing. What does this signify? A genius emerging from obscurity. While it may be argued that Li Qing's brilliance is merely a sudden outburst, the media remains indifferent to such nuances. In their eyes, attention equates to profit, and the more sensational the narrative, the better, regardless of the uncertainties surrounding his future potential. Certainly, conscientious media are not included in this sphere. Within mere hours, certain outlets unearthed intricate details regarding Li Qing, who immigrated to Liverpool with his parents and entered the Kirkby Academy at the tender age of 6, rapidly establishing himself as a prodigious talent. Strangely, his remarkable prowess ceased abruptly at the age of 11. The transition from genius to mediocrity is well understood. Many at the Kirkby Academy and Blue Coat School are aware of Li Qing's plight, as the devastating loss of his parents during childhood could easily obliterate a gifted individual. Consequently, these media outlets were intrigued by how Li Qing managed to transcend mediocrity and re-emerge as a standout talent. An anonymous informant from the Kirkby Academy remarked on Instagram that Li Qing bravely emerged from the depths of his personal life to embrace a new beginning. Thus, his sudden rise became an inspiring narrative. Yet, Li Qing remained oblivious to the fact that his transformation into a figure of renown transpired through merely 2 matches, transitioning from local fame in Merseyside to a noteworthy reputation across England. The local media, Echo, even dedicated a detailed segment in their youth training column to Li Qing. And Liverpool fans increasingly admired him, hoping he would one day stand as a source of pride for the KOP, akin to legends like Owen, Gerrard, and Carragher. During this period, extensive coverage of Li Qing emerged, prompting the higher-ups at the Kirkby Academy to recognize the substantial external temptations, deeming it unwise for Li Qing to engage with the media too soon. Thus, they chose to decline multiple interview requests and advised U18 head coach Neil Critchley to inform Li Qing about the perils of premature media exposure. The world has never been devoid of prodigies. Countless instances exist within the football realm where gifted players have been lauded by the media and fans, only to be met with harsh realities. However, the present day differs from years past. The internet has bridged distances worldwide, meaning self-discipline ultimately rests with the individual. In this regard, Li Qing possesses a profound self-awareness, remaining grounded despite media accolades, and indeed, he has set even higher standards for himself, arriving early for training and voluntarily staying after sessions to hone his skills. Liverpool fans have taken note, deepening their affection for him. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Li Qing remains merely a member of the U18 squad, and his level of attention remains limited. Otherwise, the media would undoubtedly swarm him continuously. Returning to the matter at hand, Liverpool U18's final league match of 2016 was a home encounter against Derby County U18. Derby County U18's overall strength was comparable to previous opponents Middlesbrough U18 and Stoke City U18, indicating that the team in better form would possess a higher likelihood of victory. Nevertheless, Liverpool U18's overall capability surpassed that of the aforementioned teams. However, even with this advantage, Liverpool U18 needed to demonstrate their true prowess to secure a win. Otherwise, triumph would not come easily. The Derby County U18 coaching staff evidently prepared thoroughly for the match, formulating strategies specifically targeting Li Qing, which rendered his initial moments on the pitch somewhat challenging. However, it was merely a slight difficulty, not an insurmountable struggle. Li Qing currently possesses a robust physique, with a strength rating of 60, placing him in the upper echelon of the U18 youth team in terms of physical attributes, only slightly inferior to the taller and more muscular center backs. What truly hinders Li Qing's performance is Derby County U18's relatively cohesive defensive structure and their exceptional tactical acumen. In facing the recently formidable Liverpool, the visiting Derby County U18 approached the match with a commendable attitude, opting for a strategy of staunch defense and counterattacks, specifically a resolute commitment to guarding their goal, even refraining from launching a single offensive move in the first 20 minutes. Although Li Qing does not employ a 5-star technical card, his skills are not particularly refined. However, his technique, dribbling, and ball control average in the 60s, which is respectable. The confined space of the half-field, combined with Derby County U18's targeted defensive strategy, resulted in limited opportunities for him. Nevertheless, as time progressed, the seemingly stable defensive line began to waver under Li Qing's persistent attempts to penetrate. He had discerned the gradually emerging vulnerabilities in Derby County U18's defensive framework. While many perceive his technical attributes to be characterized by speed and strong breakthroughs, this is a misconception. The innate talent he has previously displayed has afforded him a significant enhancement in vision and creativity. The defenders of Derby County U18 became ensnared in a habitual mindset, mistakenly believing that Liverpool U18's offensive focus would still center on Li Qing. In truth, this was indeed the tactical approach devised by Neil Critchley. In the 24th minute, upon receiving the ball, Li Qing chose not to break through. Instead, he deftly nudged the ball inward with the outside of his left foot and swung his leg to execute a long pass that, while not particularly precise, was effective in its purpose. Neil Critchley, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily invigorated. Despite the imprecision of Li Qing's long pass, it did not detract from its impact. Lennon, sprinting along the left sideline, received the pass and had ample time to assess the situation. In this context, the Derby County U18 defenders, noticing the vulnerability on their right flank, were suddenly thrown into a state of panic. Chapter 29. Weaknesses. Li Qing's imprecise long pass yielded a surprisingly positive outcome. As the Derby County U18 defensive structure swiftly shifted from the left flank to the right, inadvertently neglecting the most threatening presence, Li Qing, Glennon managed to deliver an impressive cross just before the opposing defenders closed in. The center forward, Glenn Macaulay, leaped into the air, however. He could not fully elevate due to the interference from the opposing center back. The advancing goalkeeper, sensing the fierce trajectory of the ball, refrained from catching it with his hands, opting instead to punch it away. The ball soared towards the edge of the penalty area, and the spectators, recognizing a familiar figure at the landing spot, instinctively erupted in cheers. Wow, wow, wow. Liverpool U18 head coach Neil Critchley witnessed Li Qing wind up for a powerful long-range shot while in motion, causing the Derby County U18 players, who had retreated, to instinctively react by attempting to jump and block the impending strike. Li Qing's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused. 5-star technique card. Activate. The 5-star technique experience card he had previously acquired from the Novice gift pack had long been exhausted, and this time he was utilizing the 5-star technique card freshly procured from the system marketplace, priced at 5 gold coins, with effects identical to that of the experience card. With an exaggerated swing of his left foot, Li Qing seemed to establish an instinctive rapport with the football in that fleeting moment. He deftly flicked the ball to the right with the inner side of his foot, and with his right foot, he forcefully propelled the ball into the penalty area. His exceptional explosive power was perfectly showcased at that instant. The entire dribbling maneuver flowed seamlessly, an exquisite display of skill completed in the blink of an eye. So rapid was his action that the Derby County U18 defenders were left momentarily stunned. Their intentions to commit a foul thwarted as Li Qing had already carried the ball into the penalty area. In a state of sheer panic, central defender Mills lunged to intercept, but alas, Li Qing's speed was superior. He seized the opportunity and maneuvered the ball past him, now face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Possessing precision shooting LV2, Li Qing made a decisive choice, executing a deft push with the arch of his left foot. The football rolled along the grass, gliding toward the near post, thereby enabling Liverpool U18 to take the lead on home soil. Derby County U18's head coach, Jack Walker, shook his head in frustration. The defensive strategy he had devised prior to the match had been sound, yet he had not anticipated that Li Qing, who had displayed such incisive breakthroughs in calm shooting, would also possess such expansive vision. Liverpool U18's coach, Neil Critchley, was filled with excitement. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It dawned upon him that Li Qing was even more well-rounded than he had imagined. Despite scoring, Li Qing did not succumb to overwhelming elation, for he recognized his own shortcomings. The journey to compete in the Premier League was still fraught with challenges. Confronted by the tight marking of the Derby County U18 defenders, he felt nearly powerless. How would he fare against the significantly intensified competition of the Premier League? It was imperative that he enhance his technical skills, otherwise, the 5-star technique card, priced at 5 gold coins, would become a bottomless pit. Long passes also required further practice, for not every long ball would manifest the extraordinary precision he had just displayed. As for his ability to intercept in front of the goal, he did not feel an urgent need to improve. Progress must be made incrementally. According to the schedule, Liverpool U18's next league match would be in mid-January, facing Everton U18 away, affording him a full month to hone his skills. Thus, he resolved to dedicate this time to self-improvement. The Derby County U18 team, upon restarting the match, executed tentative offensives, perhaps wary of Liverpool U18's almost overwhelming counter-attacking prowess, which resulted in a limited number of players participating in the attack. Neil Critchley shook his head, desiring to witness the opposition push forward, thereby granting Li Qing the opportunity to exploit the space for counterattacks. However, the Derby County U18 players showed minimal commitment to offense, indicating that the visiting team remained primarily focused on defense. Fortunately, with a lead already established, Neil Critchley was not in a rush to see the scoreline extend. Derby County U18's laid-back style persisted until the 70th minute, when a series of 3 substitutions aimed at bolstering their attacking front clearly demonstrated their resolve. Li Qing, who had been conserving his energy, became invigorated, knowing that his opportunity was on the horizon. As anticipated, the intensified offensive efforts of Derby County U18 led to a noticeable decline in their defensive quality. In the 79th minute, Li Qing received a long goal kick from goalkeeper Camel Grabera, skillfully maneuvering past two defenders, displaying remarkable composure in front of the goalkeeper. He feigned a shot, deftly sidestepping the advancing keeper before slotting the ball into an unguarded net, thereby doubling Liverpool U18's lead to 2 goals. Constrained by severe fatigue, Li Qing found himself largely ineffective for the remainder of the match. Nevertheless, his presence on the field exerted considerable pressure on the Derby County U18 players. The score remained unchanged at 2-0 until the final whistle. Meanwhile, Manchester City U18 also secured a victory in their match, leaving the gap between the teams unchanged. However, Li Qing's brace garnered significant attention from media outlets focusing on youth training, dominating many sports sections, as the final round of the 2016 National Youth Super League concluded. Those interested in youth training eagerly anticipated the Youth FA Cup 1/16 final, scheduled for mid-January at the Manchester City Football Academy. Given the recent performances of both teams, some media outlets dubbed the encounter a prelude to a high-stakes clash, albeit with Manchester City U18 favored due to their wealth of exceptional young talents, including Nico Gonzalez, Jadon Sancho, Phil Foden, and Brahim Diaz, while Liverpool U18 boasted only Glenn McCauley, Li Qing, and Brewster. Nonetheless, Li Qing remained largely unfazed by these media narratives, as he continued to prioritize his education and personal development. The shortcomings exposed in the prior home match against the strategically astute Derby County U18 must be rectified promptly. Chapter 30. Fireflies in the Night, Golden Beetles in the Field. Li Qing's targeted training in ball control and long passes is conducted in accordance with the regimen provided by the system, although the results may not be immediately apparent. He firmly believes that no effort is in vain. With relentless practice day after day, he is confident that he will ultimately reach the heights he aspires to attain. To outsiders, Li Qing's ball control skills are remarkably impressive. To avoid unnecessary complications, he has chosen to practice these two skills separately, reinforcing fundamental techniques within the system while honing his long passing abilities at the Cork City Youth Academy. Each training week, Li Qing's dedication at the academy has caught the attention of head coach Neil Critchley, who raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why has the focus shifted from shooting to long passes? This thought sparked a realization in him. Recalling the opening goal scored by Li Qing in last weekend's home match against Derby County U18, his long passes demonstrated an exceptionally broad vision. While wingers and attacking midfielders typically emphasize speed, dribbling ability, and scoring from cuts inside, it is imperative for youth coaches to recognize and nurture a player's more comprehensive talents, thereby facilitating their development. Professional football is far from simple. Many players find themselves occupying positions in competitive matches that differ from those they were accustomed to during their youth training. Consequently, youth academies strive to prepare players for adaptability across various roles, thus enhancing their prospects in future positional competitions. Furthermore, with Neil Critchley having devised tactics centered around Li Qing, his technical prowess will become increasingly diversified, refining his skills and tactical acumen. The time available for Li Qing to enhance his technical abilities is limited, yet the potential for significant growth in the future is immeasurable. It reminds him of the recent retirement announcement made by Liverpool legend Steven Gerrard at the end of last month, as the club's higher-ups expressed interest in bringing Gerrard onto the first-team coaching staff. However, such a possibility seems remote, as the first-team coaching staff has been assembled by Klopp. Should the club choose to appoint Gerrard, it could undoubtedly provoke discontent from Klopp, who might perceive it as a lack of trust from the club. Otherwise, why would they consider integrating Gerrard into the coaching team? No discerning executive would undertake such actions, for it would undoubtedly inflict a grievous blow to a team that has only recently begun to flourish, sending it spiraling back into obscurity. To return to the matter at hand, Gerrard, as an exceptional product of the Kirkby Academy, is poised to commence his journey as a youth coach. With his remarkable prowess in both short and long passes, particularly his exceptional ability to switch play, Neil Critchley is eager to engage in dialogue with Gerrard, hoping he might offer guidance to Li Qing. As Li Qing's reputation burgeons, numerous agents from Europe emerge like sharks sensing blood in the water, eager to make their move. Even the rejected fat man has resolved to continue his earnest pursuit of Li Qing, aiming to win him over as his client. The illustrious football agency Gestifute has also developed an interest in Li Qing. Jorge Mendes, the astute owner, is known for his sharp eye, having signed players who are mainstays in top clubs, including the eminent Cristiano Ronaldo of Real Madrid and the charismatic Jose Mourinho. After perusing Li Qing's profile, Mendes swiftly set aside his current obligations, preparing for an immediate visit to secure this prodigious talent, recently extolled by certain English media. While the media's portrayal may be somewhat exaggerated, Mendes harbors an instinctual belief in Li Qing's potential to carve out a significant career. He may not reach the heights of Ronaldo, but even a notch below would suffice. Moreover, possessing an English passport greatly enhances his appeal in the Premier League. Contemplating this, Mendes couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Would he be outpaced by other agents? Particularly with news of the insatiable fat man currently in England. He knew that a gifted young player like Li Qing would not be easily overlooked. Thus, he promptly made a phone call to have his staff investigate. Approximately half an hour later, he received word that Li Qing had yet to sign with any agent. The report mentioned that the fat man had approached Li Qing, but the reasons for the rejection remained unclear, witnessed by numerous Liverpool fans lending credence to the information. Consequently, Mendes personally booked the earliest flight to Liverpool. Opportunity must not be squandered. Simultaneously, the fat man resolved to secure the signing of this exceptionally talented young player. As the school bell rang at Blue Coat School, Li Qing, Tom, and Zhao Qiangu harmoniously shouldered their backpacks and exited the classroom. Upon reaching the school gate, they heard an alumnus exclaim, "Oh my God! Rolls-Royce? Bugatti? Koenigsegg? Maybach?" Li Qing raised his head to gaze at the nearly pristine luxury vehicles, exclaiming in astonishment. Although Tom and Zhao Qiangu came from relatively well-off families, they stood frozen in place at the sight of the opulent cars, akin to those displayed at a luxury auto show. The owners of these extravagant vehicles occasionally cast their glances towards the school gate, as if awaiting the arrival of someone special. At that moment, it seemed that the owners of the exceedingly lavish cars had finally spotted their intended target, and they collectively made their way over, prompting the observing students and passers-by to instinctively part, creating a pathway nearly 3 meters wide. Li Qing raised his eyebrows, having already recognized two of the individuals approaching him. One was the rotund man who had sought him out a few days prior, while the other was Jorge Mendes, a titan in the realm of football representation, often hailed as the foremost agent in the global football arena. As for the remaining figures, it was unnecessary to speculate. They were undoubtedly either renowned or obscure agents. He could not help but exhale a sigh. Contemplating, a young man of my remarkable talent is akin to a firefly in the dark of night or a golden beetle in the fields. When Li Qing spotted the rotund man and Mendes amidst the throng, he immediately grasped the purpose of their visit. While he harbored a disdain for the notorious rotund man, he felt no such animosity toward the other agents, and even held a sense of admiration and aspiration toward Mendes. As an aspiring professional player, one cannot escape the necessity of a football agent. In the football-advanced regions of Europe and America, agents have become indispensable bridges and hubs between clubs and players. After all, human energy is finite. As a player, one must devote their entire focus to the pitch, striving to repay the club and fans with stellar performances, which inevitably leaves little time to manage contractual negotiations and endorsement deals off the field. For many, the negotiation process can be a source of significant stress and headache. There is a well-known adage: each profession has its specialty, and it is wise to allow professionals to handle professional matters. With the commercialization of football, the annual salaries of professional players often soar into the millions of euros, with elite athletes such as Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar, and Bale earning even tens of millions. Consequently, individuals will invariably maneuver for their own interests. If players were to take on these responsibilities themselves, it would undoubtedly affect their performance on the field, leading to a decline in their commercial value, a scenario that is more detrimental than beneficial. Thus, the profession of football agents was born. According to international norms, agents may earn a commission ranging from 5 to 20 of a player's contract value, and they typically enjoy 10 to 20 of the player's income from endorsements and other ventures. Even the smallest of gains is still a gain. Every penny is a result of the player's hard work, and it can be disheartening to part with hundreds of thousands or even millions of euros annually in agent fees. This has led to an increase in players engaging relatives as agents. As the adage goes, the best resources should not flow to outsiders. Returning to the main point, Li Qing had contemplated enlisting a relative as his agent. However, both of his parents had passed away, leaving him nearly bereft of kin. Save for an uncle residing in the country, it was evident that they were unsuitable candidates. Finding a competent professional agent could indeed alleviate many troubles. The fact that Ronaldo and Mourinho could focus entirely on the football field is largely due to Mendes managing their non-sporting affairs with impeccable organization and universal acclaim. Thus, Li Qing had already formed a clear preference. As a future luminary in the world of football, it is essential to secure an appropriate agent. Jorge Mendes is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Of course, this is not to suggest that Mendes is the only reputable agent in the football world. However, as someone who has traversed this path, he is unwilling to leave matters to chance. Moreover, the fact that Mendes, as the owner of his agency, has personally come to seek him out speaks volumes about his regard for Li Qing. Although their future relationship is inevitably intertwined with the notion of mutual benefit, it is only natural that one who possesses the ability to alleviate worries and resolve issues should be duly compensated once the problems are addressed. Li Qing's mind raced with fervor as he stood in place, awaiting the arrival of several prominent agents from the world of football. With so many options at his disposal, he was determined to choose wisely and negotiate favorably. Mendes, the most illustrious agent in the football realm, commanded respect, even from the recently notable agent, Fatty, who had gained recognition in the European football scene in recent years. Mendes was the first to approach Li Qing, producing a business card from his tailored suit and offering it with a modest introduction. "Greetings, I am Jorge Mendes, a professional football agent." The others followed suit, introducing themselves in turn. "I am Pep Guardiola. My brother, Pep Guardiola, the head coach of Manchester City, is renowned in his own right. Should you join my roster of players, I shall recommend you to him. I am Casey James, manager of WMG Group. Legends of Liverpool such as Steven Gerrard, Michael Owen, and Jamie Carragher have all been clients of ours. I am Tony Joseph, manager of Stellar Group. Gareth Bale is a client of our firm. I am Walker Strutt." As several business cards lay before him, Li Qing felt uncertain about which to accept. He ultimately interrupted their introductions. "I understand your intentions, but this is not the appropriate venue for discussion." Implicitly, he suggested relocating to a more suitable place for conversation. Mendes, undeterred by Li Qing's cool demeanor, seized the moment to respond, "Indeed, this is not the place for dialogue. Let us proceed to the finest CAF in the city center. It promises tranquility." With that, he gestured invitingly. Li Qing glanced at the other agents and shook his head, stating, "I have heard that Central Perk CAF is quite delightful. Conveniently located next to the largest shopping plaza in the city center. It's easy to find." Regardless of whether the others were willing to join him, he promptly hailed a taxi. Mendes shrugged his shoulders and entered the rear seat of a Rolls-Royce, following the taxi onto the main road. The other agents exchanged glances. One young man could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "What a joke. Just a youth team player acting all high and mighty. I can always choose not to sign him." Another agent, who was not much older, scoffed, "Indeed, lacking the talent of a star but exhibiting the arrogance of one. How absurd." Raiola and the other three seasoned agents shared a knowing shake of their heads, as if to convey that youth is, indeed, characterized by such folly. Of the 7 luxury vehicles previously parked at Lawn E Middle School, 5 were now heading towards the city center, while the 2 young men who had voiced their complaints drove in the opposite direction. Li Qing patiently awaited the arrival of others in the CAF for approximately half an hour. Aside from Mendes, the only attendees were the corpulent gentleman and 3 other middle-aged agents. He wasted no time and spoke candidly. "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for setting aside your pressing commitments to be here today." The 5 individuals could not help but nod in unison. Their impressions of Li Qing significantly improved as they each conveyed their understanding. It was not until a sly smile crept upon Li Qing's lips that he remarked, "We are all reasonable individuals here. I kindly ask that you demonstrate your sincerity. If you find the terms agreeable, we can proceed to sign the contract immediately." In that moment, the 5 were momentarily taken aback. Just as Li Qing had suggested, they were indeed all reasonable individuals. Yet he appeared to possess an even greater understanding of the situation, poised to reap the benefits of their negotiations. Chapter 32. Mendes' Substantial Investment. Li Qing's words were far from those of a minor. On the contrary, they resembled those of a seasoned veteran, one who had endured the trials and tribulations of life. Mendes, the stout fellow, and the others present were all individuals rich in life experience and could readily discern the subtleties in Li Qing's implications, thus elevating their regard for him. It was evident that Li Qing, through subtle maneuvers, had already demonstrated the boundless potential of his future. Even if his journey in professional football did not extend far, he was poised to achieve remarkable success in business or politics. Mendes exchanged glances with the others, while Li Qing remained composed, awaiting their responses. The stout fellow spoke first. "Li, I have personally sought you out once before, and my presence here today at your esteemed school underscores my regard for you. Those seated here are acquaintances, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. A work contract income of 10 an advertising revenue of 15. How does that sound? At that moment, Casey James, the manager from the company that once signed Liverpool's legendary player, sneered, "Mino, your sincerity leaves much to be desired. Our WMG group has decided to set the commission at merely 8 of the contract and 12 of the advertising revenue. Furthermore, the group will designate you as an S-level client, with President Casey Wasserman personally overseeing the planning of your career." The 3 individuals who had yet to make an offer, aside from Mendes, wore contemplative expressions, while Mendes maintained his smile. The offer put forth by the stout fellow adhered to the current standard in the agent market. However, WMG Group, the largest agency in Great Britain, had lowered their commission by 5, along with the added benefit of career planning by Casey Wasserman. Such generosity was indeed significant. Nevertheless, should Li Qing reach a certain level of success, the returns for WMG Group from signing him would still be considerable, complemented by additional advertising revenue, leading to substantial profits. However, it must be noted that no individual agent or agency could rival WMG Group. They were a colossal entity, fully capable of waiting. The stout fellow's countenance darkened, and he glared at Casey James, exclaiming, "You are undermining the rules." "What destruction of rules is this?" Casey James replied unflinchingly. "Within the parameters permitted by the regulations, how could I be accused of breaking them? Unlike some individuals who are so avaricious that they demand tens of millions of euros merely for a referral, behaving like modern-day vampires and tarnishing the overall image of the professional football agency sector. Ultimately, who is truly violating the rules?" Although he did not name names, it was evident to all that he was referring to Raiola. In the realm of contemporary football, Raiola is undoubtedly the second most notorious agent, with no one daring to claim the first position. Raiola has long-standing business disputes with the WMG Group, where Casey James is affiliated, and Mendes naturally pays little heed to their quarrels. Instead, he gazes at Li Qing with a notable sense of admiration. As the foremost football agent in the world, Mendes has his own thriving enterprise. While the roster of players under Gestifiut may not rival that of WMG, the majority are esteemed football stars, epitomizing a niche of excellence. Moreover, he does not exhibit the arrogance characteristic of WMG, instead presenting himself as approachable and unpretentious, showing no signs of pride for his status as the leading agent in the football industry. In that fleeting moment, he felt a premonition that perhaps Li Qing's future achievements could surpass even those of his marquee player, Cristiano Ronaldo. The very thought startled him. For Ronaldo is undeniably one of the absolute luminaries of the current football world. Could Li Qing's accomplishments surpass those of Cristiano Ronaldo? It seems implausible. Mendes's gaze towards Li Qing shifted, the faint smile adorning his somewhat youthful visage reflecting profound confidence and maturity. Having encountered countless individuals, such a perspective from him was rare. Could it be that this young lad truly possesses the potential to eclipse Ronaldo? If that were indeed the case, what does a reduced commission matter? As uncertainty lingered among the crowd, Mendes stood up, resting his hands on the table, and addressed Li Qing in English. "Li, join my ranks. I shall forego any player commission. All I require is 10% from advertising and management. Furthermore, I will personally outline a detailed career plan for you, contingent upon your approval." "That's excessive, Mendes." Raiola's irritation flared anew upon hearing Mendes's proposal, his voice rising to such an extent that it drew disapproving glances from other patrons in the CAF. "Sir, could you please lower your voice? Your outburst is disturbing the other guests." Mendes appeared oblivious to Raiola's interjection and continued, "You need not concern yourself with matters beyond the football pitch. I assure you that upon reaching adulthood, you will enjoy equal privileges with Cristiano Ronaldo at Gestifiut." A collective gasp escaped from Raiola and the other 3, their astonished expressions fixated on Mendes. This was a considerable gamble. Even the smallest player commission is still a gain, even at the industry's lowest rate of 5%. As Li Qing matures into a player earning tens of millions of euros annually, it would represent a substantial income. By only claiming 10% from advertising and management, Mendes was effectively wagering that Li Qing would achieve success akin to that of Ronaldo and Messi. Li Qing gazed intently at Mendes. Initially, he contemplated aligning himself with the opposing camp, and now, unexpectedly, he found that he need not concern himself with player commissions. He could simply focus on the advertising sector, relinquishing merely 10% of the profits. This turn of events was quite unforeseen. Naturally, in the future, it was improbable that he would allow Mendes too much involvement in the management aspect, at most conceding that 10% of advertising revenue. The substantial offer Mendez was able to present stemmed not only from pressure exerted by figures like Raiola but also from his keen insight into Li Qing's potential for the future. Even if Li Qing ultimately failed to reach the heights of Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, or even Neymar and Bale, Mendez remained confident in his ability to recoup his investments. Why? As a seasoned football agent, widely recognized as the foremost titan in the industry, he possessed a vision far surpassing that of the majority. Li Qing, in addition to being a British national, also possesses a Chinese heritage, a background that holds immense allure in the distant East. Coupled with the unique synergy of the transfer market, the brokerage commission offered by the buyer is certainly substantial. However, the prerequisite remains that Li Qing must demonstrate his prowess on the field. Otherwise, it would merely be deemed a failed investment. Ultimately, Li Qing consented to the most favorable offer from Mendez, leaving the other 4 individuals disheartened. Chapter 33. Would you like to learn from my senior? News of Li Qing's signing with Mendez Gestificate Agency spread quietly, yet it failed to capture the attention of fans amidst the fervor of the Spanish National Derby. After all, Li Qing's reputation was modest, mainly confined to Merseyside, and paled in comparison to the likes of Sancho, Foden, and Hudson-Odoi, who were celebrated prodigies in England. With merely 10 days remaining until Christmas, Li Qing completed his final class at Blue Coat School, anticipating a month-long holiday that would extend until mid-next year. However, for Li Qing, the holiday was elusive, as he was scheduled for a week of training at Kirkby Academy in preparation for the upcoming National Youth Super League and the FA Youth Cup final in mid-next month. As was his routine, he arrived early at the U18 training ground at Kirkby Academy, only to discover someone had arrived even before him. Scanning the field, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in a Liverpool training shirt, possessing the physique of a quintessential athlete, which made him appear more like a coach than a teammate. Could it be Oliver Morgan, the fitness coach? However, that notion was swiftly dismissed, as the man sported a buzz cut, whereas Oliver Morgan had medium-length hair. Who could this individual be? He seemed so familiar, as if Li Qing had encountered him before. It wasn't until he approached the edge of the pitch that he recognized the man, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was none other than Steven Gerrard, the legendary captain of Liverpool, the club's longest-serving captain, with the most appearances, and also the record holder for goals in European competitions. Gerrard caught sight of Li Qing approaching, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He lifted his right foot and deftly kicked the ball that was rolling towards him, and instinctively, Li Qing stepped on the swiftly approaching ball. Hello, arriving at the training ground so early, you must be Qing Li, right? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this Qing Li merely his own English name? It seemed that Gerrard was greeting him. Indeed, he nodded vigorously in agreement, his spirits soaring to an exhilarating height. Somewhat incoherently exclaiming, You are Steven Gerrard, the longest-serving captain of Liverpool? Indeed, I am the Steven Gerrard you speak of, Gerrard replied, a smile gracing his face. He pointed at the football at Li Qing's feet, and the latter promptly understood, returning the ball. Gerrard positioned the ball and, taking 2 steps back, addressed Li Qing. Li, do you think I can strike the intersection of the left goalpost and the crossbar of the opposing goal? Li Qing did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his gaze, mentally estimating the distance. The 2 points were at least 80 meters apart. Uncertain, he remarked, that far? It should be impossible to score. Hey, Gerrard replied with a faint smile, lowering his head to begin his run-up. Boom. The football soared into the air, spinning distinctly from top to bottom. After traveling over 50 meters, it began to descend slowly, and with a resounding thud, it struck the junction of the left goalpost and crossbar, much to Li Qing's astonishment. Wow, such precision. Is this person Gerrard or Beckham? Gerrard, with a self-satisfied glance at Li Qing, remarked, indeed, quite precise. In truth, Li Qing wanted to suggest that it might have been a fluke. However, Gerrard, with his wealth of life experience, easily discerned the forced nature of Li Qing's words. Thus, he retrieved 3 more footballs from the iron basket and placed them near the spot where he had just kicked. Watch closely. Gerrard's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of focus. After retreating to a sufficient distance, he kicked each football towards the ones positioned 3 meters in front of him. The landing spots were as precise as the earlier long pass, striking the target 3 times in succession as if it were a mere photocopy. Wow, that's incredibly accurate, Li Qing exclaimed, his shock evident as the 3rd football hit the same spot. It is not difficult to understand Li Qing's reaction. Gerrard's prowess has always been celebrated for his powerful long-range shots and his ability to join the attack and score. During his time at Liverpool, His long passes and playmaking were often overshadowed by the likes of Xabi Alonso, while for the national team, Beckham and Lampard's presence made it easy to overlook Gerrard's own long passing capabilities. Gerrard was thoroughly pleased with Li Qing's reaction, with his left hand casually tucked into his pocket. He patted Li Qing's shoulder with his right and remarked nonchalantly, in a relaxed state, "I can hit every time." But achieving that in a real football match is quite another story. Li Qing watched Gerrard's retreating figure and nodded slightly. In a genuine football match, every second counts, and the opposing defenders would not afford the attacking players a moment's respite to control the ball. Reflecting on Gerrard's remarkably precise long-range shot, he imagined that his long passes during the game would also be exceedingly accurate. Gerrard, with a knowing smile, gazed at Li Qing and asked, "Would you like to learn long passing from me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Li Qing's expression transformed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "You would teach me long passing?" "Of course," Gerrard replied, retrieving several footballs from a metal basket and scattering them randomly on the grass. He then positioned a training pole approximately 50 meters away. "Show me what you can do. Aim for that upright pole. It doesn't matter from which position you strike. Just hit it." Li Qing nodded attentively, stepping back to a sufficient distance, and with a determined mindset, he struck the football. Boom! The ball soared into the air. Unlike the straight shot executed by Gerrard, it carried a slight curve, resulting in a marginally inaccurate landing that missed the goalpost. "Li, there are minor issues with your kicking technique and the point of contact," Gerrard remarked. Upon hearing these words, Li Qing resembled an eager student thirsting for knowledge. Fixated on Gerrard with a look of confusion, Gerrard chuckled and continued, "For long passes, the ideal point of contact is between the second toe bone and the ankle. Right here." As he spoke, he crouched down and indicated the inner side of Li Qing's left foot with his hand. Li Qing wore an expression of realization as Gerrard stood up, hands clasped behind his back. There are 3 types of long passes: backspin long pass, topspin long pass, and sidespin long pass. Your previous long pass slightly misjudged the point of contact, opting for a sidespin technique more suited for crosses. It was enlightening to discover the myriad approaches to long passing. I have truly gained invaluable knowledge. Chapter 34. Is this truly genius? It is nothing short of monstrous. Observing Li Qing's rapt attention, Gerrard felt immensely satisfied and believed it was time to showcase his true expertise. Thus, he elaborated on the 3 long passing techniques in detail. The backspin long pass involves swinging the leg forward while keeping it close to the ground, making contact with the lower middle part of the ball, with the toes angled outward during contact. Following contact, one must gradually relax. In simpler terms, there is a keen rotational process upon touching the ball. This pass is ideal for shifting play and seeking forward support from the backline. The topspin long pass builds upon the principles of the backspin technique, featuring a distinct forward striking motion akin to that of a shot on goal. The only difference lies in the need for the body to lean back, while the toes remain straightened. This method allows the ball to accelerate upon landing, making it particularly effective for quick counterattacks. The sidespin long pass initiates with the big toe joint making contact, still engaging the lower middle part of the ball, primarily striking with the inner instep. The swinging leg must execute a diagonal upward motion during the strike, with the kicking foot finishing in midair, focusing power at the ankle. Throughout his explanation, Gerrard patiently demonstrated each technique, facilitating Li Qing's understanding. Once Gerrard had thoroughly elucidated the 3 long passing methods, 2 system notification sounds echoed in Li Qing's mind. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired long passing skills from the legendary Steve Gerrard, long pass 20. Ding. As the host's long pass value exceeds 70, currently 75, fortune abounds. Activating the talent long pass specialist, Li Qing instinctively uttered a curse, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. How could a mere instruction on long passing techniques result in an immediate increase of 20 points in his long passing attribute? Furthermore, he had also activated the innate talent for long passing. Such fortuitousness was truly beyond words. If he were to learn techniques from Messi, free kicks from Beckham, and defensive skills from Nesta, how extraordinarily formidable would that be? Noticing Li Qing lost in contemplation, subtly tinged with excitement, Gerrard nodded in satisfaction. The distinction between an ordinary player and a star player lies in the latter's capacity for deep thought. It was evident that Li Qing, who had persistently sought to learn long passing techniques from his old acquaintance Neil Critchley, belonged to the latter category. Additionally, from Critchley, Inglethorpe, and various sources online, he had gleaned that Li Qing possessed exceptional talent in speed, dribbling, and shooting in front of the goal. if he were to master long passing, his future offensive strategies would likely pose considerable challenges for opponents. In that fleeting moment, Gerard realized that the young man before him might surpass even his own achievements in the future. "Stephen, Lee, you two are quite early." At that moment, the voice of U18 head coach Neil Critchley echoed, prompting both Gerard and Li Qing to turn and approach him. As Critchley and Mike Garrity arrived, other players gradually made their way to the training ground, bundled in thick down jackets and training attire. Leading the group, U18 Captain Masterson, with keen eyes, instinctively halted upon spotting a familiar face. "Steven Gerrard? What's Steven Gerrard?" murmured a confused teammate, until Masterson, while running, shouted, "It really is Steven Gerrard." As a legendary player for Liverpool, Gerrard's presence elicited an uncontrollable surge of emotion from these young players, who had grown up idolizing him. The bewildered Liverpool U18 players, upon seeing Gerrard's smiling face, mirrored Masterson's reaction, their excitement erupting instantaneously. Li Qing stood naturally to the side, seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was focused on Gerrard to inquire of the system why he was directly awarded such a numerical reward under the guidance of the football star. It turned out that players possessing certain characteristics, when imparting unique skills, had a certain probability of experiencing an increase in their abilities. The extent of this increase depended on individual fortune. According to the system, his luck was astonishingly exceptional. In addition to a 20-point rise in his long pass attribute, he had also activated the innate talent of a proficient long passer. According to his personal attribute data, this talent further enhanced his score by an additional 10 points, resulting in his long pass value soaring from a mere 55 to an impressive 85. This figure was formidable enough to contend with the elite long pass specialists in contemporary football. To verify whether his long pass had indeed reached such a remarkable level, Li Qing discreetly stepped aside while his teammates surrounded Gerrard, exchanging pleasantries. He placed the football approximately 50 meters from the upright goalpost, retreating to a comfortable distance. Li Qing glanced at both the ball and the goalpost, suddenly feeling a subtle connection, as if he had become a bridge between them. The optimal striking point was the inside of the foot, while the ideal contact point on the ball was slightly 2 centimeters below its center. This conclusion formed in his mind. With determination, Li Qing began his run-up. His first 2 strides measured an average of half a meter each, while his final step extended nearly a meter. He positioned his right foot approximately 30 centimeters to the right of the ball and with the inside of his left foot. He struck the lower half of the ball. Boom! The ball soared into the air, executed with the topspin technique that Gerrard had described. After a little over 2 seconds, it struck the top of the goalpost with precision, producing a resounding bang as the entire post collapsed. "Did I truly kick that?" he exclaimed in disbelief. The system's voice responded, "Indeed." It was the host who executed that kick. Li Qing, immediately following, kicked a couple of soccer balls several meters forward. The goalpost had already toppled, leaving no point of reference. The initial distance from where he stood to the goal was approximately 80 meters, a considerable challenge for him to reach with his current strength. Therefore, he had to advance his starting position to a distance of roughly 50 or 60 meters from the target. Gerrard, engaging in conversation with the junior students from the training academy, caught a glimpse of Li Qing skillfully retreating to an appropriate distance, taking a running start, and executing a kick in one fluid motion. With a sharp intake of breath, Gerrard watched as the ball struck the intersection of the goalpost and crossbar, situated over 50 meters away. Could this be real? Or was it merely a fluke? Contemplating this possibility, Gerrard nodded in satisfaction. Precision in long passes requires not only innate talent, but also relentless training day in and day out. It is essential to recognize that his ability to direct the ball with pinpoint accuracy was honed through countless hours of dedicated practice. Another resounding thud echoed, causing Gerrard's pupils to constrict in astonishment as he muttered, "This defies logic." The onlookers, noticing Gerrard's bewildered gaze fixed on Li Qing, turned to observe as well. After a brief 5 seconds, another thud jolted Gerrard back to reality, prompting him to murmur in a voice only he could hear, "This is not the work of a genius. It's simply extraordinary." Chapter 35, Performance Evaluation. Gerrard, still skeptical, jogged over to Li Qing and said, "Li, please show me a few more kicks." "Sure." Li Qing exhibited an extraordinarily amiable demeanor as he retrieved several footballs from a metal basket, placing them at various distances, approximately 50 meters from the goal. Gerrard held his breath in anticipation, while Neil Critchley, Mike Garrity, and the arriving U18 players turned their heads to observe. With an effortless run-up, Li Qing executed his strike with a fluidity that seemed innate, captivating those watching with its aesthetic allure. Thud. The descending football struck precisely at the intersection of the left goalpost and crossbar. After a mere 5 seconds, another ball met the same fateful spot with remarkable accuracy. "Oh my!" exclaimed the U18 players, their astonishment palpable, while even the head coach Neil Critchley and Mike Garrity could not suppress their surprise. As for Gerard, his expression was one of sheer awe. He, a master of long passes, recognized the profound difference in Li Qing's technique and touch before and after his instruction. The transformation was unmistakable, suggesting that Li Qing's prowess stemmed from the skills he had acquired. It is well known that precise long passing demands both talent and relentless practice. Yet how could this young lad exhibit such extraordinary skill? Amidst the collective amazement, Li Qing proceeded to kick the remaining 3 footballs, each landing with uncanny precision at the same junction of the left goalpost and crossbar, leaving the crowd in shock. Even those who had been unfriendly towards Li Qing, such as Glenn Macaulay and Adekanji, felt a flicker of admiration. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gerard inquired, "Li, how do you manage to achieve such accuracy every time?" "I simply follow the techniques you taught me," Li Qing replied. Li Qing scratched the back of his head and shrugged, expressing his surprise at the genuine improvement in his shooting accuracy. "Thank you, Mr. Stephen," he said. Gerard rolled his eyes, pondering that if elevating one's accuracy were so simple, extensive practice would be unnecessary. Perhaps only a prodigy could achieve such feats. This was the only solace he could muster. Before long, the Liverpool U18 training commenced, and head coach Neil Critchley seized the moment to announce his intention to construct an offensive system centered around Li Qing as the tactical nucleus. After 3 matches, Li Qing's performance had utterly captivated his teammates, including Glenn Macaulay and Adekanji, who had previously been reluctant to acknowledge Li Qing's superiority. While the new offensive system was still being refined, the U18 squad engaged in practice matches based on traditional attacking and defensive structures. Gerard observed from the coaching bench, realizing why Jorge Mendes was willing to invest such a hefty sum. With extensive connections in the football world, Gerard was well informed about the happenings surrounding Liverpool. He watched Li Qing, whose performance surpassed that of his peers, muttering to himself quietly. As the week of training came to an end, the Kirkby Academy also began its holiday. Accustomed to the rigors of training, Li Qing felt a peculiar emptiness at home. Thus, with a mere thought, he summoned the system interface. Before him, a luminous holographic display materialized, showcasing his personal attributes. After more than a month of diligent effort, he was eager to behold his accomplishments. Overall attributes: height, 175 centimeters, weight, 66 kilograms, position, right winger, strength, 60 stamina, 65 skill, 64 shooting, 82 shooting power, 58 heading, 53 long shot, 56 free kick, 54 penalty, 80 sprint speed, 85 acceleration, 87 jumping, 62 agility, 65 balance, 72 tackling, 34 interception, 40 positioning, 50 marking, 55 dribbling, 69 ball control, 67 short pass, 60 crossing, 61 long pass, 85 off-the-ball movement, 70 creativity, 85 vision, 92 reaction, 74 inclination, 50 willpower, 85 GK save, 29. Available skill points: 0 inventory, none draw attempts, 0 coins, 150 skill assessment. A, capable of being a starter in lower-tier teams of the top 5 leagues and a substitute in teams competing in the UEFA Europa League. Li Qing gazed at his nearly transformed personal attributes, and an unusual excitement stirred within his typically calm heart. His primary attributes as a winger were already remarkable: his shooting, penalty taking, sprint speed, acceleration, long passing, creativity, and determination all surpassed the impressive threshold of 80, with vision soaring to an exceptional 90. According to the data, possessing over 80 in speed, nearly 70 in dribbling and ball control, coupled with 90 in vision and 80 in long passing, he was undoubtedly equipped to fulfill the role of a substitute winger in a first-team setting. Furthermore, with 150 coins at his disposal, he could, at a crucial moment, purchase a 5-star skill card to enhance his technical abilities, thus turning the tide in critical situations. Particularly invigorated upon reviewing his strength assessment, he couldn't help but raise his arms in elation. The prospect of serving as a starter for a lower-tier team in one of the top 5 leagues or as a substitute for a team participating in the Europa League was exhilarating. The former scenario, playing as a starter in a lower-tier team, was easily comprehensible, while the latter, being a substitute in a Europa League contender, was equally reasonable. Considering the 2016 to 2017 season, teams finishing 5th to 7th in the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, and Serie A directly qualified for the Europa League, while the League One team with the weakest European points could qualify from 4th to 6th place. Although these teams might find it challenging to contend for their respective league titles, excelling within their competitions could lead them into the top 4. To serve as a substitute in such teams would undoubtedly indicate his capability to occasionally step into a substitute role for a first-tier team like Liverpool. Yet, as a super talent endowed with a system, striving merely to be a substitute seemed beneath him. Even for the resurgent Liverpool, he aspired to be a starter. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, if opportunities to play were scarce. He hoped to secure a loan to gain more match experience, even if it meant joining a relegation-threatened team. However, given his age of just under 16, the number of teams willing to offer him a loan would certainly be limited. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled his agent Mendez, whose connections were extensive. Chapter 36. You can't be serious about coming, can you? Li Qing has achieved an admirable level in his primary statistics. However, as a top-notch winger, his dribbling and ball control, which fall below 70, can be deemed inadequate. Thus, he aspires to enhance his technical skills during this period. Gazing at his dribbling score of 69 and ball control of 67, he feels a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have allocated those rewarded skill points directly to dribbling and ball control. Although he may not reach the excellent threshold of 80, he could at least attain a score exceeding 70. After all, it is merely a matter of visual satisfaction. Who knows? A stroke of luck might even activate a hidden talent. Time in the training facility flies swiftly, and before he knows it, Christmas Eve has arrived. As dusk approaches, Li Qing exits the training ground, where he has been diligently honing his dribbling and ball control over the past few days, albeit with negligible results. The training facility operates on a 4:1 ratio, meaning that 1 hour in the real world equals 4 hours in training. This context makes it disheartening to train for over 10 hours a day, yet only witness a slight improvement in ball control, inevitably impacting his confidence. Completing tasks seems more rewarding, as they offer skill points regardless of participation. While Li Qing sighs, his recently purchased Mate 9 smartphone begins to ring. Raising an eyebrow, he approaches the coffee table and mutters, "What does Tom want? Could it be an invitation to revel in the festivities tonight?" Shaking his head at the thought, he reminds himself that as a prospective successor to the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, he cannot frequent adult venues while still underage. Upon answering the call, Tom's purpose aligns with Li Qing's suspicions, proclaiming that it is Christmas Eve and the nightclubs will undoubtedly be filled with beautiful women. Truth be told, Li Qing feels a yearning within. Having inhabited this body for nearly 2 months without any female companionship, he experiences an impulse both mentally and physically. However, as a future professional athlete, he recognizes the importance of avoiding such adult establishments. Consequently, he resolutely declines Tom's invitation. The winter nights in England descend rather early. Before 5 in the afternoon, the sky is already cloaked in gray. Li Qing rises and stretches, recalling Tom's earlier mention of Christmas Eve. Although he harbors a certain disdain for these Western festivities, he often finds solitude to be quite lonely. His remaining family members are far away, and their relationship appears strained, leaving him without anyone to converse with. Alas, Li Qing sighed and ultimately decided to spend the evening at home, indulging in a day of playing games as a means of relaxation, rewarding himself for the rigorous training he had endured recently. Upon logging into the game and entering the main page, he received an invitation. "Oh, Qiangu?" Without hesitation, he clicked to join. For playing solo and gaming with a female companion evoke distinctly different sensations, especially when the companion is an attractive lady. However, upon entering the room, he discovered that someone else was already present. The avatar belonged to a handsome gentleman. A pang of unease struck his heart. Qiangu had been maintaining her distance from him lately. Could it be that she had found a boyfriend? Yet, in the next moment, he vehemently dismissed this possibility, not due to any concrete evidence to refute the theory, but rather because 2 familiar voices emanated from the voice chat. One was Zhao Qiangu's greeting, while the other, if he was not mistaken, was likely Zhao Qiangu's cousin, Tong Shinbing, the girlfriend who had refused to acknowledge her defeat in their wager. "Qiangu, what a coincidence." Li Qing greeted Zhao Qiangu, then tentatively inquired, "Was that just now the voice of Sister Shinbing?" "Indeed, what a coincidence." Zhao Qiangu's laughter momentarily faltered. Clearing her throat, her tone gradually became somewhat awkward. "Ahem. Li Qing, you must have heard wrong. I was duo queuing with my cousin, and I just happened to see you online and invited you. Initially, Li Qing was uncertain whether the other female voice belonged to Tong Shinbing, but Zhao Qiangu's unnatural demeanor aroused his suspicions. Just then, another player turned off their voice microphone, which solidified his assumption about her identity. Sister Shinbing, huh? You might evade me for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Don't make me hunt you down. When I do, you'll learn the consequences of shirking your debts. Hiki, before they face their opponents. Tong Shinbing's playful and slightly teasing voice resonated through the speaker, reaching Li Qing's ears. Little brother, you wish to find your sister, don't you? Come on. I'm right here at the University of Manchester dormitory. If you have the guts, just come. I'm quite bored. Nobody's keeping me company on Christmas Eve. Sister Shinbing. Are you truly at the University of Manchester? You must be joking. You're definitely with Qiangu. Li Qing glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. It was now 5:10 in the afternoon. Liverpool lies a mere 55 kilometers from Manchester, making travel by train or bus exceedingly convenient. The Central Railway Station in Liverpool boasts hourly services to Manchester, with an even greater number of buses available. Sister, I too wish to join Qiangu for some fun. She lamented, but my part-time job only just concluded this afternoon. No sooner had she arrived at her dormitory than Qiangu had enlisted her help. Tong Shinbing seemed to have a firm grasp on Li Qing, and with a teasing tone, she inquired, could it be that you would come to Manchester just to visit me? Why not? Li Qing replied, then do come. I haven't had dinner yet, and I would treat you to a splendid meal. Unbeknownst to Tong Shinbing, Li Qing was not a youthful spirit in the conventional sense, but rather bore the soul of a man nearing 30, unable to tolerate such jests. Li Qing, while putting on his shoes, said, Cousin Shinbing, you said it yourself, just wait for me. Sister, I will be right here waiting for you. Remember to call me when you arrive. My phone number is. Uncertain if Zhao Qiangu could bear to listen to their conversation any longer, she decisively pressed to start matching, and soon entered the character selection interface. Tong Shinbing swiftly redirected her attention back to the game. This was her golden promotion match, and she could not afford to be careless. Thus, she chose her main hero, Da. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Qiangu ultimately selected Arthur. As the countdown for character selection began and Li Qing had yet to choose, Tong Shinbing couldn't help but remind him, little brother, you need to pick a character. In the final second before entering the game, the system automatically selected Lanling Wang for him, and they swiftly transitioned to the loading screen. Suddenly, a distinct sound of a door slamming echoed through the room, leaving Zhao Qiangu and Tong Shinbing momentarily stunned. Tong Shinbing cautiously inquired, Li Qing, you wouldn't actually be coming to Manchester, would you? Chapter 37. Christmas Eve Debt Collection. In response to Tong Shinbing's question, Li Qing chuckled and remarked, as a man of integrity, how could I ever go back on my word? Wouldn't you agree? He then shifted the conversation. However, it seems that you, dear cousin, have a tendency to speak without following through. Really? Tong Shinbing feigned innocence, replying, I don't think so. You must be mistaken. I pride myself on being a person of my word. Li Qing had not yet finished speaking when he lost connection due to moving too far from the room, causing the game's latency to spike to 460 in the upper right corner of the screen. England was notoriously known for its poor network, and with no desire to continue gaming, Li Qing promptly hailed a taxi to the train station. There was no need to purchase tickets in advance. He could simply enter the station and board the train to Manchester, where ticket collectors would naturally be present. At a female dormitory of the University of Manchester, Tong Shinbing observed the immobile Lanling Wang in the spring water, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could this little fellow genuinely be coming to Manchester? Qiangu had once mentioned that he would not turn 16 until February next year. What consequences might arise from dating a minor? Manipulating Arthur, Zhao Qiangu saw that her cousin, who was playing as Da, had yet to arrive in the middle lane and could not help but frown. Cousin, why have you not come to mid yet? Huh? Tong Shinbing, momentarily distracted, quickly replied, the network lagged for a moment, but it's fine now. Upon closer listening, her voice displayed a hint of nervousness. Nevertheless, as a mature individual, Tong Shinbing adeptly adjusted her demeanor, swiftly regaining her composure and lamenting, it seems my golden promotion match is destined for failure again. Qiangu, when do you think I will ascend to glory gold? Cousin, the game has just begun. How can you give up so easily? Who knows if your classmate is genuinely coming or not? At this juncture, Tong Shinbing's eyes brightened. Oh, Qiangu, do you think your classmate is trying to trick me into losing stars by feigning disconnection on the way here? Initially, Zhao Qiangu felt disheartened upon hearing that Li Qing was heading to Manchester to see his cousin. However, this suggestion invigorated her, and she eagerly responded, "Cousin, you might be onto something. There's a high probability. Just the other day, that bronze player did the same to me, leaving me trapped in the silver tier. Humph. What shall we do about this match? 6-point surrender? No. The minions are still advancing. Why should we give up? 4 against 5 is still a fight worth having. What if? Qiangu, that's quite inspirational. Where did you learn that? Last time I played with Li Qing." A teammate disconnected for a reason that was utterly hilarious, claiming his girlfriend wanted. Zhao Qiangu could not help but chuckle at this point, her cheeks flushing. Is it truly that amusing? Indeed it is. Then do finish your tale, lest I come to Liverpool to bully you. The two girls exchanged banter, and time passed swiftly. Although they did not resort to a 6-point surrender, they ultimately lost the game due to the absence of a teammate. Qiangu, let us play 2 more games. I have a feeling we will achieve 2 consecutive victories and ascend to glory gold. All right, cousin. After 2 more matches. Tong Shinbing sighed in frustration within the game room. Forget it, I'm a bit hungry. I'm done playing for now. I'm going to eat. Coincidentally, Zhao Qiangu heard her mother calling from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Your aunt is calling me for dinner. Let us resume our gaming later tonight. Okay. Upon arriving at Manchester train station, Li Qing promptly took a taxi to the University of Manchester. In contrast to the bustling city center and the train station, the university appeared considerably more tranquil. Most of the students attending the University of Manchester hailed from the domestic realm or nearby European nations. Christmas, a hallmark of the Western New Year, and Christmas Eve, akin to New Year's Eve, are occasions traditionally spent in the company of family or loved ones. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was 7:40 p.m., and at that moment, his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. He swiftly dialed the phone number of Tong Shinbing, which he had discreetly memorized earlier. In a female dormitory at the University of Manchester, Tong Shinbing gazed at her nearly flawless reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a compliment. Shinbing, oh Shinbing, how beautiful you are. Suddenly, the classic ringtone of her Apple device interrupted her reverie. She picked it up casually, only to find an unfamiliar number with no saved contact. Muttering to herself, she remarked, "Who could this be?" As she swiped the screen, she initiated the conversation in English, saying, "Hello, who is this?" A playful voice resonated from the receiver, "Cousin Shinbing. It truly is you. I was almost starving while searching for you to dine together. Please hurry to the school gate and take me out for dinner. It's freezing." His words were accompanied by a shiver, a testament to the chilly air. "Did you really come?" The reflection of Tong Shinbing in the mirror displayed her astonishment, her lips twitching slightly. Half an hour later, after applying a light touch of makeup, Tong Shinbing met Li Qing at the Brazilian barbecue restaurant near the agreed school gate. Seated, she regarded his half-smiling demeanor and rolled her eyes. "What brings a minor like you to Manchester?" This conversation traced back over a month ago, when Li Qing retorted, "If it weren't for you, my dear cousin, failing to repay your gambling debt, I wouldn't be here." He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the seemingly composed Tong Shinbing. "Why would I come to Manchester to chase after debts?" Coughing awkwardly, Tong Shinbing diverted her gaze, suddenly struck by a thought. She turned to Li Qing, maintaining her usual demeanor. "Last time was merely due to an urgent matter, and I didn't have your contact information. I had entrusted Qiangu with the details." "Did she not inform you?" "It's not entirely my fault." Now it was Li Qing's turn to roll his eyes. This woman could spin a tale as deftly as any man. With such assertions, it was hardly plausible to consult Zhao Qiangu for verification. Nonetheless, Li Qing, being a man of near 30 in psychological age, chuckled. "So, cousin, does this imply you intend to honor your promise?" The underlying implication was clear. He expected Tong Shinbing to fulfill her word. Tong Shinbing, not only beautiful but also astute, swiftly devised a plan. "Little brother, do you truly wish for me to be your girlfriend?" "Of course. With a cousin as stunning as you, it's a dream come true. Isn't your aspiration to become a professional athlete?" "My demand is modest. Whenever you manage to score a goal representing Liverpool's first team, I shall agree to be your girlfriend." Li Qing's eyes brightened with surprise. "Really?" Chapter 38. Can you change your mind? Tong Shinbing, with her large eyes revealing genuine emotions, gazed at Li Qing and nodded slightly. Of course, as a fervent supporter of Manchester United, Tong Shinbing naturally followed the team under Mourinho's management. In her spare time, she would peruse interesting football news on various platforms, completely oblivious to Liverpool's youth training and unaware of Li Qing's recent developments at the Corkby Training Academy. Moreover, She regarded the U15, U16 age group matches as inconsequential. In her view, this was an unattainable goal for Li Qing. You wish to be my boyfriend? Being handsome is not enough. You must be at least 8 meters tall. Li Qing regarded Tong Shinbing with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, his expression taking on a playful quality. What if you regret it later? He remarked, exasperated yet amused. Shall we make a pinky promise? Tong Shinbing raised her right hand, extending her pinky finger. Li Qing shrugged and mirrored her gesture, intertwining their pinkies. In unison, they declared, pinky promise, 100 years without change. For Li Qing, who had already transitioned into a semi-professional football player, it was merely a matter of time before he represented Liverpool's first team. As for scoring, once he stepped onto the pitch, how far could a goal be? Hey, it seems a girlfriend is not far behind. As Tong Shinbing retracted her hand, the heavy stone that had weighed upon her heart felt as though it had suddenly lifted, and her spirits soared. With a grand gesture, she proclaimed, little brother, eat to your heart's content. This meal is on me. Really? Of course. An hour later, after they had indulged to their satisfaction, Tong Shinbing snapped her fingers with flair. The waitress approached her, bowing slightly, and said, beautiful miss, your total comes to 385. Will that be cash or card? Upon hearing the price, Tong Shinbing, who had just taken a sip of water, spouted out in shock, nearly choking, though thankfully not inhaling any. Wiping her mouth, she asked, her lips twitching slightly. What? How much? 385? Tong Shinbing had never anticipated that a meal at a restaurant featuring Brazilian barbecue would cost nearly 400 pounds. Such a ripoff. That amount was nearly equivalent to her living expenses for over a month. The sting of it felt akin to the disappointment of missing out on the coveted golden rank today. Li Qing possessed a soul nearing 30 years of age. An undeniable fact. With a smile, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and addressed the waiter, stating, please charge it to my card. Although Tong Shinbing felt a pang of regret at the thought of spending over 300 pounds, she remained resolute in honoring her promise to treat him. She thought to herself that she might have to resort to instant noodles next month, yet her expression was unwavering as she declared, since you came to visit me. As the host, I must treat you. With determination, she produced her own bank card, insisting, it is still my turn to pay. I have already stated that I would treat this gentleman to dinner. The waiter, positioned between them and faced with 2 cards, was at a loss as to how to proceed. As a gentleman, how could he allow such a beautiful lady to foot the bill? Li Qing, with a graceful demeanor, placed his bank card into the hands of the young waitress and then turned to Tong Shinbing, saying, cousin, there's no need for us to argue. You may not be aware, but I am now a key player in the U18 squad and have signed an apprenticeship contract with Liverpool. Just between us. I inquired with Brewster, and my weekly wage is among the top contracts in the team. What? Upon hearing this, Tong Shinbing's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't Li Qing only 15? How had he managed to join the U18 team and secure a top-tier apprenticeship contract? What had she just said? That if he scored while playing for Liverpool's first team, she would become his girlfriend. As a devoted fan, she understood that the U18 youth team served as a pathway to the first team. And the fact that Li Qing held a premier apprenticeship contract indicated that he was highly regarded by Liverpool's upper management. She felt an overwhelming urge to timidly inquire if she could retract her previous statement. Li Qing was entirely unaware of Tong Shinbing's inner thoughts. He assumed that the other party had not heard him clearly, so he repeated himself. Oh, I see. You are an invisible tycoon. Then this meal is on you. Hiki. Li Qing carefully tucked away the bank card handed back by the waiter. Rising to his feet, he remarked in a half-joking manner, cousin, during my time of striving, you must remain virtuous. Tong Shinbing retorted with a hint of annoyance. Why should it concern you? Li Qing gazed at Tong Shinbing, momentarily taken aback. It was not that he was captivated by her breathtaking beauty, but rather that, if memory served him correctly, it was the first time he had witnessed her display such a playful demeanor. Why are you looking at me? Tong Shinbing, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Li Qing's intense scrutiny, hastened her steps towards the exit. As the waiter opened the glass door, a gust of cold wind swept in, causing Tong Shinbing to shiver involuntarily. Li Qing observed this and draped the down jacket he was about to put on over Tong Shinbing's shoulders, saying, here, wear this. Tong Shinbing shifted slightly to the side, avoiding the jacket resting on her shoulders, and shook her head, replying, no need. Li Qing shook his head, stepping forward half a meter with a down jacket in hand, and assertively declared, as a professional athlete, your physique is undoubtedly robust. You shouldn't feel cold. After all, you are to be my future girlfriend. and you cannot afford to catch a cold. Be obedient and put this on. The overwhelming aura of masculinity enveloped Tong Shinbing, causing her heart to flutter like a startled fawn. Blushing, she chose not to refuse this time, silently acquiescing to Li Qing's actions. Having not seen him for over a month, she noticed that her younger companion had grown slightly taller, and an unexpected sense of masculinity emanated from him. At just 15, he had already become a starting player for Liverpool's U18 team, promising a future filled with potential. The thought of eventually being able to tell her friends back home that she had a boyfriend playing in Liverpool's first team filled her with pride. With this realization, the blush on her captivating face deepened. Manchester, located in the northwest of England, was particularly quiet on this Christmas Eve, as many opted to spend the night with family or loved ones, lending an air of chill to the streets. Fortunately, clad in a high-neck wool sweater and possessing a strong constitution, he felt no discomfort from the cold. After dinner, the pair visited numerous places, wandered through shopping malls, and even enjoyed a film together. However, the blissful moments slipped away swiftly, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived as they stood before the entrance of the female dormitory at Manchester University. In the past, Li Qing would have suggested finding a place to rest, noting the late hour, but for some reason, he found it difficult to voice this in front of Tong Shinbing. Observing his hesitance, the precocious girl likely surmised his thoughts. With a faint blush, she could not help but roll her eyes playfully, leaving behind a charming silhouette as she quipped, "See you tomorrow, little brat." It had been so long since he had courted someone that even the simplest of lines seemed to elude him. Li Qing shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to leave. At the window of the stairwell on the first floor, Tong Shinbing watched as Li Qing's silhouette gradually vanished into the night, her emotions becoming somewhat intricate. Chapter 39. A woman 3 years older embraces gold bricks? On the following morning, Li Qing and Tong Shinbing boarded a train bound for Liverpool, after which they parted ways at the station. One ventured to Zhao Qiangu's home, where he would remain until the commencement of the new term, while Li Qing returned to his abode in solitude. As Tong Shinbing gazed through the taxi window at Li Qing's forlorn figure, a sudden pang of compassion surged within her. Having lost his parents at a tender age, Li Qing navigated life alone in a foreign land. How had he endured all these years? Were it her in his position, she would surely have crumbled. What was she contemplating? As the taxi merged onto the main road, she could not help but lightly tap her smooth, fair forehead, muttering softly to herself, "He is, after all, 3 years my junior." Yet, almost instantly, another voice echoed in her mind, a woman older by 3 years, embracing golden bricks. In the days leading up to the reopening of the Kirkby Academy, Li Qing dedicated himself to rigorous training, often spending at least 10 hours each day on the field, which equated to 2.5 hours of real time. What occupied the remainder of his hours? Naturally, he fostered his bond with Tong Shinbing and Zhao Qiangu, occasionally taking them to witness Liverpool's Premier League matches under the guise of being an U18 player. The camaraderie among the trio flourished. Yet Li Qing sensed an inexplicable distance growing between him and Zhao Qiangu, as if she were becoming somewhat aloof. Pleasant moments often slip away all too quickly. And before long, it was January 5, 2017, the day the Kirkby Academy reopened. Li Qing shifted his focus to the training facility, preparing for the U18 Merseyside Derby in the FA Cup round of 116. As both matches were away games, the first day back was marked by a routine physical assessment, conducted in accordance with international standards. In contrast to professional players, the youth squad's assessments were rather straightforward, encompassing height, weight, body fat percentage, and muscle mass ratio. Standing at 176 centimeters, weighing 65.5 kilograms, with a body fat percentage of 13.3 and a muscle ratio of 41.6, he was pleased with his results. Li Qing accepted the physical assessment form handed to him by assistant coach Mike Garrity and murmured, "Hasn't this height increased rather slowly? It's been nearly 2 months since the transition, and I haven't even reached 1.80 meters." Of course, this was merely a moment of self-reflection. Growing 7 centimeters in 2 months is quite commendable. If a person were to suddenly grow over 10 centimeters in such a short span, that would indeed be peculiar. With just over a month until his 16th birthday, he still has the potential to grow for another 2 to 3 years, and by that time, reaching 1.80 meters will undoubtedly be achievable. However, as athletes reach a certain age, the necessity to enhance muscle mass through strength training often results in a deceleration of height growth. Nonetheless, attaining 1.80 meters remains entirely feasible. Following the physical assessment, targeted recovery training commenced. Due to the lack of self-discipline among the majority of players, many found it challenging to keep pace after an indulgent Christmas, lamenting their physical condition. Only Li Qing seemed to navigate through this with ease. Head coach Neil Critchley nodded slightly and remarked quietly, "It appears that Li has maintained his training regimen during this period. Otherwise, how could his form be so exceptional?" Gerard, standing beside Neil as his new assistant, felt a sense of gratification. "It was indeed the right decision for me to personally guide him in handling long passes," he noted. However, he paused momentarily, and Neil, perhaps with a hint of obsession, could not resist inquiring, "What is it?" "I just wonder how long Li can remain in the U18 team." Gerard's gaze drifted towards the southwest, where the Melwood Training Complex, home to Liverpool's first team, is located. Sadio is set to participate in the Africa Cup, and the first team is in need of a winger. Considering Li's current capabilities, he could realistically secure a substitute position with the first team. Yet, he won't turn 16 until next month. Neil Critchley was taken aback. Gerard shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. The record for the youngest player to appear in the Premier League was set by Fulham's Matthew Briggs during the 2006 to 2007 season, at the tender age of 16 years and 68 days. While it is true that not all record holders go on to achieve greatness, many prodigies reveal their extraordinary talents at a remarkably young age. Li Qing is on the cusp of turning 16. Why should this be a limitation? In his eyes, Li Qing surpasses those so-called prodigies by a considerable margin, according to the arrangements laid out by the club's upper management. He is set to share dinner with Klopp in a few days. Should I recommend Li Qing at that time? Just then, Li Qing received a pass from a teammate while advancing down the right flank, instantly drawing the attention of 2 to 3 defenders. Nearby, 1 or 2 more defenders were poised to cover, and everyone anticipated that Li Qing would attempt a breakthrough. To their surprise, he executed a precise long pass with his left foot, skillfully finding the on-rushing fullback at the far side. Without breaking stride, the fullback delivered a horizontal pass into the center of the penalty area, where the alert Brewster netted the ball into the goal. Witnessing this, Gerard resolved to wholeheartedly recommend Li Qing. Even if he cannot play as a winger, he could serve as a central midfielder responsible for long passes. However, this role necessitates a certain level of defensive capability. Generally, Li Qing is not assigned heavy defensive duties, often merely going through the motions, thereby conserving energy for counter-attacking opportunities. It is indeed a conundrum. With the evolution of modern football, players who excel solely in offense are gradually losing their place in the global landscape. Today, offensive players must also defend, as any lapse in a high-stakes encounter could prove detrimental. To mitigate defensive shortcomings, coaches often require all 10 outfield players to engage in defense. Similarly, defenders must also contribute to the attack. Nowadays, even the expectations for goalkeepers have risen. They must not only guard the net but also possess passing skills. Perhaps I should have a private word with Li Qing and encourage him to hone his defensive skills? Chapter 40. The emergence of long passes. Gerard conveyed his thoughts to Neil Critchley, who chuckled and shook his head. Li's goal-scoring rate is exceedingly high. He is not in need of defensive responsibilities. As long as he positions himself at the front, he serves as a credible threat. The Premier League is a different beast compared to group matches, the National Youth Super League, and the Youth FA Cup, Gerard remarked. Neil Critchley shrugged. Indeed, the Premier League poses its own challenges, but I have faith in Li's offensive attributes. Not every player needs to be multifaceted. Remember, excessive versatility can lead to mediocrity. Personally, I am inclined to develop Li into a top-tier striker. I also hold great hopes for Li as a premier forward. However, Jurgen's tactical philosophy revolves around high pressing. If Li's enthusiasm for regaining possession is lacking, he may struggle to fit into the first team's tactical framework and might even fail to earn Jurgen's approval. Neil Critchley fell into contemplation. Gerard's insights were not only accurate but astute. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, then let us enhance his physical conditioning training. Li Qing possesses remarkable speed, formidable breaking ability, and exceptional scoring prowess, complemented by precise long passes and a broad field of vision. From a professional perspective, these attributes could seamlessly coalesce. However, defense constitutes a different paradigm altogether. Much like the former Tottenham player Gareth Bale, who began his career as a left-back, his offensive capabilities were subsequently honed to the point where he scarcely engaged in defensive duties. Beyond his burgeoning personal fame, a significant factor lies in the limitations of stamina and energy, rendering it challenging to excel in both realms simultaneously. To ensure that Li Qing can harness his innate talents while integrating into the first team, it is imperative that he enhances his physical conditioning. Consequently, In addition to regular training, Li Qing has embarked on an additional regimen focused on physical fitness. Yet, rather than feeling discontented, he has embraced this challenge with enthusiasm. Physical conditioning is indeed a valuable asset, enabling one not only to perform at a high caliber during matches but also to sustain that performance over an extended period. Time has swiftly passed, and by mid-January, at 2 p.m. local time in Great Britain, Liverpool U18 was set to face Everton U18 in a match that constituted the Merseyside derby of the National Youth Football Super League. This encounter garnered attention from numerous local fans. However, due to the relatively limited strength of the Everton U18 squad, it did not attract widespread national interest. Nevertheless, as the most highly regarded rising star of Liverpool U18 over the past month, Li Qing naturally drew significant media attention. Furthermore, reports surfaced indicating that he is the latest signing of the preeminent European agent Jorge Mendes, which has indirectly amplified interest in his career. Mendes typically represents players of exceptional caliber, focusing on quality over quantity. Although Li Qing has yet to reach the age of 16, his displayed talents are undeniably evident. Li Qing's remarkable speed, formidable breakthrough ability, and exceptional scoring prowess in front of the goal had already been noted by various U18 coaches a month prior. Everton's U18 coach, Brian Tate, had long devised tactical strategies specifically designed to counteract Li Qing's strengths. Half an hour into the match, Li Qing found himself confined to the heavily defended areas, only able to receive the ball outside the danger zone. Once he ventured into threatening territory, dedicated defenders would foul him, albeit subtly, with the referee merely calling ordinary fouls without issuing any warnings. Almost entirely stifled, Li Qing resembled a prodigy lost on the pitch, moving hesitantly and rarely accelerating, as if resigned to his fate. Yet, contrary to appearances, he was biding his time for an opportunity. When the ball once again found its way to Li Qing, he faced two defenders and opted to advance along the right sideline. Immediately, the right back, John Stone, understood the cue and surged toward the right flank, creating space for a pass. The Everton U18 defenders, having been instructed to deploy at least two players to mark Li Qing, anticipated that one teammate would cover John Stone, necessitating another to assist in the defense. However, who would come? The center back was out of the question, leaving only a midfielder to step in. With the central area underpopulated, distant players instinctively shifted towards the middle. Perhaps wary of Li Qing's extraordinary dribbling skills, the two defenders merely held their positions, refraining from pressing him. Meanwhile, unnoticed by many, Liverpool's U18 left-back, Adam Lewis, made a silent advance. Li Qing's vision was so acute that it seemed to glow with an intense brilliance. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his teammate making a forward run. With a deft touch using the outside of his left foot, he redirected the ball outward without even glancing up, executing a long-distance diagonal pass with remarkable precision. The football zipped through the air, swift and flat, heading towards the attacking left flank. From the coach's vantage point, the scene was clearer. Everton U18's head coach, Tate, felt a jolt of alarm as he realized the gravity of the situation. Unexpectedly, Li Qing, who had been pivotal in scoring during the last 3 matches, had unleashed an impeccably accurate long pass. Most defenders had congregated in the center and left, leaving the right flank completely unguarded. In this scenario, the defenders began to shift towards the right, with the fullback advancing and the center back scrambling to cover. While this appeared to be an effective response, Li Qing's precise long pass was so well executed that Adam Lewis had no need to pause. He merely had to deliver a quality cross while on the move. This tactical maneuver had been practiced numerous times since the new year, and Adam Lewis executed it flawlessly, striking the incoming ball with powerful accuracy. Glenn McCauley, making a diagonal run from the center of the penalty area to the left flank, seized the opportunity to attempt a shot just before the opposing center back could clear the ball. Everton U18's goalkeeper, De Freitas, reacted with remarkable speed, or perhaps sheer luck, as he used his trailing left foot to deflect McCauley's certain goal. A defender, returning to the goal, attempted an acrobatic clearance, eliciting gasps from the spectators. Oh! The player executing the bicycle kick miscalculated his strike, which allowed Brewster, positioned at the penalty spot, to seize the moment and execute a deft flick before the defenders could attempt another clearance. The ball inevitably struck the pristine white net, with Liverpool U18 taking the lead. Although the goal was credited to Brewster's follow-up, the coaches standing before their respective benches understood who the true architect of the play was: the masterful Li Qing, the unsung hero lurking in the shadows. Certainly, in matters such as these, Li Qing only occasionally engages, for the spotlight invariably shines on the goal-scoring forwards. Chapter 41. For matches, 11 goals. The Everton U18 team, playing on home turf, was not one to be outdone. During the ensuing matches, they consciously intensified their offensive efforts. The previously formidable defense began to reveal vulnerabilities as time progressed. These increasingly apparent gaps undoubtedly provided Li Qing with the necessary space to break through. During the more than 10 days of his break, Li Qing dedicated himself to honing his foundational skills. The three attributes, which had yet to reach a value of 70, showed significant improvement. His technique surged from 65 to 69, dribbling advanced from 69 to 70, and ball control increased from 67 to 68. Such statistics assured Li Qing that he could achieve high-quality breakthroughs and rapid counterattacks without the acquisition of a 5-star skill card. The Everton U18 players' consecutive passes in midfield were intercepted by the industrious Coyle, who, adhering to the swift counterattack strategy devised by head coach Neil Critchley, directed the ball towards the right flank for an offensive advance. Amidst the fervent cheers of the Liverpool U18 supporters, Li Qing, clad in jersey number 28, sprinted along the right sideline. Under the azure sky, he resembled a streak of red lightning darting across the verdant pitch, capturing the attention of all present. Although Coyle's pass was not particularly precise, Li Qing's blistering speed allowed him to intercept the ball just before it crossed the sideline. He deftly halted it with his foot and, facing an unprepared defender, utilized a straightforward acceleration to continue his advance. The rapidly retreating Everton U18 center-back, Richards, seized the moment when Li Qing's touch was just a fraction too far, opting for a sliding tackle. In his mind, even if he failed to tackle the football, he aimed to keep the opponent grounded. Whether he would incur a red card was a matter beyond his concern. That was the referee's responsibility. However, he was perhaps overthinking. For Li Qing's acceleration, which reached 89, ensured he could achieve a secondary burst of speed while sprinting at high velocity. Note, initially, the two speed attributes were 85 and 87. A talent known as the Speed Demon indicated that these values could be enhanced according to the limits of leg muscle endurance. And they are now 87 and 89. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb by Richard's action, momentarily forgetting to voice their reactions, while Neil Critchley, Gerrard, and Mike Garrity narrowed their pupils, their faces etched with anger and dissatisfaction. Yet, in an instant, their expressions transformed into excitement. For Richard had only managed to swipe at a gust of air. The ensuing events proved to be effortlessly navigable for a striker who had previously netted 8 goals in 3 Youth National League matches. Faced with an advancing goalkeeper, he executed a feint shot followed by a genuine feint, sending the ball into an empty net, thereby securing a 2-goal lead for Liverpool U18 against Everton U18. To be trailing by 2 goals at home before halftime was an unbearable predicament for the hosting team. Upon the resumption of the match, their offensive efforts noticeably intensified. Yet often, an increase in attacking vigor does not guarantee commensurate rewards. The tactical prowess centered around Li Qing was employed to perfection in this match, as he scored 2 additional goals in both halves, achieving a hat-trick and leading his team to a resounding 4-0 victory over their rivals. Observant individuals noted a remarkable shift in the top scorers chart following the conclusion of the 16th round of the England Youth Super League, as another player from Liverpool U18 emerged in the top 10. Li Qing. He ranks 6th in the overall scoring chart with 11 goals and 4th in the Northern Zone. The players ahead of him include Wolverhampton U18's Jack Allen, Liverpool U18's Glenn McCauley, and Manchester City's Jadon Sancho. It is noteworthy that Li Qing achieved these 11 goals in merely 4 matches, to be precise, 3 matches plus 7 minutes, demonstrating an astonishing efficiency in scoring. At the U18 level, the difficulty of scoring is considerably higher than that of the U15, U16, or younger age groups. His accomplishments in this context have garnered significant attention. However, this attention is primarily limited to media outlets focused on England's youth training and European youth systems, as fans tend to favor the more prestigious senior leagues. Li Qing, who seldom receives media coverage, murmured to himself while holding his phone, "I'm already 6th in the overall scoring list." Oh, the top-ranked Chelsea U18 player, Tyler Crossdale, has only 16 goals? Perhaps I should aim for the top scorer title in the limited matches ahead. With this thought, a confident smile crept across his face. The first match of the 2017 English Football Youth Super League has concluded, signaling the countdown for the 2016 to 2017 season of the English Youth FA Cup. Each coach of the 32 teams advancing is now focused on their upcoming opponents. Manchester City U18's head coach, Lee Carsley, is under considerable stress. Feeling the pressure mounting as a former Everton player, the Liverpool U18 team he faced earlier in the season was not particularly challenging, but now, with the inclusion of the prodigious forward Lee Ching from the U15, U16 ranks, the team has become significantly stronger, having contributed an astonishing 11 goals in 4 matches, nearly averaging a hat-trick per game. Such an efficient forward is a formidable blade poised at the throat of any defense, making it an excruciating challenge to contain. The individual technical attributes he possesses are numerous and seem difficult to suppress. While his personal attacking breakthrough capability is impressive, his scoring ability is equally formidable. And to complicate matters, he also possesses a remarkably accurate long pass. The first 2 aspects are somewhat manageable, but how does one effectively contain his long passing? Defenders typically maintain distance and employ a 2-on-1 strategy against fast and skillful players. At times, a 3-on-1 may be necessary. However, with too many defenders focused on the ball carrier and nearby attacking players, the distant defense becomes unmanageable, given the limitations of personnel. Damn it. It was only 2 days before the match that Lee Carsley suddenly realized that the final of the 116th edition would be held at their home ground. And with talents like Foden, Sancho, and Diaz, youthful prodigies on par with Lee Ching, why should they concentrate on defense at home? Wouldn't it be better to secure victory through a relentless offensive display? Chapter 42. You may be strong, but I shall assist with both goals and assists. The focal point of the 2016 to 2017 season's English Youth FA Cup was a singular clash, wherein last season's runners-up, Manchester City U18, hosted Liverpool U18. This formidable encounter captivated a multitude of English football enthusiasts. While it is true that the Youth FA Cup may not rival the Senior FA Cup or the Premier League, its primary purpose lies in nurturing young talent. These young players represent the future hopes of the nation. Such a high-stakes duel inevitably promises the emergence of dazzling stars. The prodigious duo of Jadon Sancho and Phil Foden from Manchester City U18 have gained considerable acclaim, while Liverpool U18's promising talent, Lee Ching, has recently showcased exceptional performance. Coupled with the rising star Ryan Brewster, this match is undeniably compelling. The scheduling of the Youth FA Cup, which does not coincide with the Premier League fixtures, affords fans, media, and coaches the opportunity to focus on this tournament. Lee Ching's consistent brilliance, along with endorsements from Steven Gerrard, has prompted Liverpool's head coach, Jurgen Klopp, to prepare for an afternoon of live viewing in his office following the day's training session. Manchester City's celebrated trio, Sancho, Foden, and Diaz, are well known, and first-team manager Pep Guardiola has taken note, expressing keen interest in the U18 match against Liverpool's equivalent. In the near future, the first team may well draw from the U18 or U23 ranks. On the eve of the match, Lee Ching switched to the system in his mind, recalling that it had been some time since he completed the second phase of his scoring task. He accessed the task section to review the progress of the third phase, 993 out of 1,000, indicating that only 7 goals remained in the final stage of his scoring mission. This revelation bolstered his confidence for the upcoming match. The task rewards included 10 ability points, 100 gold coins, and an additional talent lottery. Regardless of the outcome of the talent lottery, the 10 ability points would undeniably alleviate the immense pressure associated with the highly anticipated clash. 2 hours later, Lee Ching finally heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the final third phase of the scoring task. Rewards: 10 ability points, 100 gold coins, and a talent lottery. As was customary, he proceeded with the talent lottery. As the grand wheel of fortune manifested on the holographic screen, he eagerly commenced the spin. After approximately 10 seconds, the system's notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the talent diving. Lee Ching, the talent of diving. The proactive act of falling to the ground after physical contact increases the likelihood of the referee calling a defensive foul. Observing this rather trivial talent, Lee Ching felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Yet, one must acknowledge that every aspect possesses duality. This talent can indeed enhance the probability of drawing a foul from defenders when he deliberately falls after contact, a minor advantage, yet at critical moments within the penalty area. Such a fall might augment the chances of securing a penalty kick. Of course, as a future luminary in the world of football in the 21st century, he naturally scorns the notion of deceiving the referee for a penalty unless he is truly unable to withstand the physical infringement. Having drawn a rather inconsequential talent, the addition of 10 ability points becomes exceedingly significant. He found himself in a state of indecision regarding where to allocate these points. Skills such as technique, dribbling, ball control, long-range shooting, and shooting power all beckon for enhancement. However, a balanced distribution would likely yield minimal impact. Technique reflects a solid foundation in the basics. And the higher the skill, the more aesthetically pleasing the execution of refined footwork during matches becomes, where every movement appears effortless. Dribbling pertains to the ability to maneuver the ball with deft changes of direction or stylistic flair during ball possession, while ball control emphasizes the capacity to maintain possession amid opposition pressure. Long-range shooting and shooting power are more straightforward to comprehend, yet given his current subpar numerical values, a slight increase would yield no tangible effect. Thus, he resolved to allocate his points to technique and dribbling, both of which hovered around the value of 70. After nearly half an hour of contemplation, he ultimately decided to enhance his abilities in technique and dribbling, viewing these two attributes as the most beneficial for the upcoming match. With the potential for mutual reinforcement, he allocated 8 points to technique and 2 points to dribbling, raising them to 77 and 72, respectively. Consequently, this would afford him greater assurance when executing high-speed ball breakthroughs without the aid of a 5-star skill card. The match between the two teams was scheduled for 5 o'clock in the afternoon, British time. Due to the proximity of Liverpool and Manchester, a mere 50 kilometers apart, transportation was convenient. The entire Liverpool U18 squad departed at 10 o'clock that morning, arriving in Manchester just in time for lunch. Li Qing arrived in Manchester with his team and immediately sent a message via WeChat to Tong Shinbing. "Hey, cousin, I've made it to Manchester. Have you been missing me? If so, come to the Manchester City Football Academy at 4 this afternoon to witness my prowess." Shortly after, Tong Shinbing replied with 2 messages. "Are you ready to be humiliated?" "Absolutely." "Humph. You deceiver. The match is clearly at 5. How could your future boyfriend possibly be humiliated? Watch as I lead the team to the round of 16 away. Hee hee. I merely wish for you to admire my elegance." Tong Shinbing responded with a roll of the eyes and 2 words. "Shameless." "All right, everyone, put away your phones and gather in the dining hall." Coach Mike Garrity's voice rang out. Li Qing casually replied, stowing away his phone and heading to lunch with the others. Manchester City U18 could be considered the fiercest opponent Li Qing had encountered since arriving in this world. Previously, during the U15, U16 tournaments and the National Youth Football Super League, he had faced opponents that posed little challenge, leaving him feeling untroubled. Would this match be different? The trio of Manchester City's youth training program was renowned in the UK. Before his arrival, in a parallel timeline, Sancho was the most valuable player born after 2000. While Diaz switched to Real Madrid seeking playing time, and Foden remained steadfast, aspiring to earn his place under Guardiola. The future of these players remained uncertain. Yet it was evident that the trio possessed remarkable talent. Considering the current defensive strength of Liverpool U18, it seemed unlikely they could withstand such prowess. Earlier this season, Liverpool U18 had suffered a humiliating 0-7 defeat, utterly defenseless. Consequently, he noticed that the majority of the media favored Manchester City U18. With this thought, Li Qing instinctively clenched his fist. "Manchester, you may be strong, but I will assist with goals." Chapter 43. A lofty shot? The weather in England in January remained frigid, hovering just above freezing. Both teams began their warm-up clad in heavy down jackets until their bodies warmed up completely, with an hour until the match commenced. Nearly all media reporters focused on youth training had arrived, their cameras trained primarily on Manchester City's youth trio, followed by Liverpool's top scorer Glenn McAuley and second scorer Li Qing. Local reporters particularly focused on Sancho, Foden, Li Qing, and Brewster, believing that the players who would determine the outcome of the match were the English talents. Coaches Neil Critchley and Lee Carsley observed the warming players, feeling uncertain. They had done all they could, and the direction of the match would depend on the players' performance. Neil Critchley's gaze fell on Li Qing. In his view, for Liverpool U18 to advance further, they needed Li Qing to continue his previous league form. Lee Carsley cast a glance over Sancho, Foden, Diaz, and Mecca. Had it not been for Nick Gonzalez, whom Guardiola had personally unearthed from La Masia and who was sidelined due to injury, the attacking lineup for this match would have been even more splendid. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that even in Gonzalez's absence, this luxurious ensemble could secure a resounding victory over Liverpool U18, advancing to the round of 16. During the handshake ritual between the players, Lee couldn't help but take a longer look at the trio of Manchester City's youth prodigies, Sancho, Foden, and Diaz. Foden and Diaz possessed a rather youthful charm. While Sancho appeared somewhat more mature for his age, yet, all three exhibited commendable politeness. The Youth FA Cup, much like the National Youth Super League, received the attention of the FA with live broadcast of the matches. However, unlike professional matches that connected to the signal well in advance, the live coverage of the Youth FA Cup commenced only when the match officially began, with a sharp whistle from the referee. The 2016 to 2017 season of the England Youth FA Cup between Manchester City U18 and Liverpool U18 was officially underway. The home team, Manchester City U18, swiftly seized the advantage of the kickoff to launch an offensive. Fortunately, Neil Critchley had implemented a targeted strategy prior to the match, as the attacking quartet of Sancho, Foden, Diaz, and Enmeka did not display the expected firepower. Before the match, Li Qing was not assigned extensive defensive duties. His primary responsibility was to capitalize on counterattacks, with defense being merely a facade. Due to Liverpool U18's extensive preparations for defense, Foden, adept at orchestrating attacks from midfield, found himself stifled, while Sancho was deprived of the necessary space to utilize his speed, resulting in a lack of effective support for the forward Enmeka. The only player from Manchester City's U18 squad who performed consistently was Diaz, hailing from Spain. His technical finesse and dribbling precision made him exceedingly difficult to dispossess unless faced by three defenders. The first shot on goal came from Sancho, who attempted a long-range effort after breaking down the right flank, but unfortunately, it missed the target. In the ensuing minutes, the Manchester City U18 players, realizing that penetrating the central defense was futile, resorted to a series of long-range attempts from outside the penalty area, though their accuracy was notably lacking. Even when they fortuitously managed to hit the goal, they were thwarted by the quick reflexes of Grabera. Overall, during the opening minutes, Manchester City U18's offensive efforts were loud yet ineffective, eliciting disapproval from the spectators among the Manchester City fans. Head coach Lee Carsley wore a furrowed brow. The inability to convert continuous attacks into goals posed a significant threat to their defense. Li Qing, the most formidable threat for Liverpool U18, stationed at the forefront, resembled a dagger poised at the throat, ready to deliver a lethal strike at the slightest disturbance. In the 19th minute, the astute Foden sought out Enmeka with a diagonal long pass, their synchronized run allowing the ball to evade the head of centre-back Masterson. However, goalkeeper Grabera expanded his defensive reach, leaping high to securely catch Foden's pass. Unlike in the previous minutes, Grabera did not control the tempo, but rather took a sudden step forward, forcefully hurling the ball with his right hand, propelled by inertia. Observing the ball soaring through the air, Lee Carsley, the Manchester City U18 head coach, suddenly felt an unsettling realization. Grabera's powerful throw was not without purpose. It was aimed at Li Qing. In the 4 matches, Li Qing has remarkably netted 11 goals, the majority of which were scored through long-distance surges. Head coach Lee Carsley has meticulously studied this phenomenon, and there is no need for him to vocally urge his players. They instinctively rush to the field, eager to fulfill their defensive duties. However, at times, the more one worries about a situation, the more likely it is to manifest. Previously, the team appeared to be engaged in a half-field offensive drill, with the center-backs advancing beyond the halfway line and the full-backs almost assuming the roles of wingers. Li Qing's talent is conspicuously evident, as he can discern the goalkeeper's movements from a distance, anticipating their advance several seconds ahead of the defenders. In the fast-paced realm of football, a mere few seconds can be the difference between success and failure. Centre-back T. Williamson, capable of playing both left-back and center-back, has been positioned as a center-back in this match primarily to effectively curb Li Qing's speed. Li Qing, with a broad vision, suddenly brightened as he moved. He deftly guided the soccer ball with the inside of his left foot towards the right front, steering it away from the rapid approach of Tyreek Wilson. What followed was a natural surge of speed. His powerful legs alternated swiftly against the ground, elevating his pace to an astonishing level in just a second. Tyreek Wilson, realizing the folly of challenging Li Qing in a race for speed, promptly opted for a collision foul. Unexpectedly, the seemingly frail Li Qing did not falter. Instead, he stumbled, yet managed to maintain his balance. It was Tyreek, who had initiated the contact, who found himself stumbling backward and falling to the ground. The other central defender, Giovanni, who had already slowed down, muttered a curse under his breath and reluctantly resumed his pursuit. However, it was already too late. As Li Qing gradually regained his balance, he accelerated once more, swiftly carrying the ball across the halfway line, diagonally charging toward the penalty area. The goalkeeper, Emuric, noted the increasing distance between himself and Giovanni, and sighed as he advanced from his goal. Just then, Li Qing swung his left foot, striking the ball with the inside of his foot. A bald middle-aged man stationed at the northeast corner of the field exclaimed, "A lob shot?" Chapter 44. Flashy post-2000s as Manchester City's U18 goalkeeper A. Muric rushed out. Li Qing, with an expansive field of vision, felt a surge of inspiration. This time, he chose not to employ his usual tactic of dribbling past the goalkeeper, but instead opted for an exceptionally elegant and technically demanding lob shot. From approximately 30 meters away, the advancing A. Muric abruptly halted and quickly retreated. As he reached the penalty spot, he bent his knees and pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, attempting to stretch his right arm as high as possible. Unfortunately, the descending ball was just a few centimeters higher than his outstretched fingertips, creating a sense of despair. If only he could have been a tad taller. Having completed his shooting motion, Li Qing did not glance back at the ball. Instead, he turned with flair, raised his right arm, and extended his index finger, proclaiming to the world that he had scored his first goal of the match. Manchester City's U18 head coach, Lee Carsley, watched as Li Qing's fingertip soared above a Muric. He instinctively placed his hands on his hips, pondering, is this still the Liverpool U18 team that suffered 7 goals at this venue earlier in the season? Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated through the air without warning. Manchester City fans felt as though the divine was with them at that moment, their tension instantly released. Lee Carsley's expression brightened as he stood with his hands on his hips. Meanwhile, Liverpool's U18 coach, Nick Crittenden, along with assistants Gerrard and Mike Garrity, twitched their mouths, having already begun their celebratory gestures, only to be met with this unexpected turn. Each felt a wave of frustration, silently wondering why he could not simply play it safe and avoid such a spectacular lob shot. Scoring is indeed the ultimate pursuit. How unfortunate it is to have squandered such a rare opportunity to find the back of the net. Li Qing, in terms of long passes, may lack the sheer power of Gerrard, yet his precision is remarkably refined. With the lower edge of the crossbar as his reference point, he executed the pass effortlessly, free from pressure, and the ball, propelled with a backspin, struck the underside of the crossbar while maintaining its forward momentum. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ball descended past the goal line, subsequently rebounding off the ground and crashing into the pristine white net of the goal. Lee Carsley, the U18 coach of Manchester City, wore a frozen smile, a stark contrast to the earlier complaints from Neil Critchley regarding Li Qing's flamboyance. Gerrard and Mike Garrity, quick to react, displayed their excitement through animated gestures on the pitch of the City Academy. After scoring, Li Qing discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. His confidence in turning to celebrate immediately after the shot could have led to embarrassment had the ball not followed its intended trajectory. The Liverpool U18 players, having endured nearly 20 minutes of relentless defense, finally erupted in emotion. After all, with Li Qing as the sole attacker, the aim was clear, to score. Opening the scoring as the visiting team naturally called for a jubilant celebration, except for goalkeeper Grabera, who remained at his post. The other 9 players surged towards the jubilant Li Qing, including Glenn McCauley, who had previously held reservations about him. The crushing 0-7 defeat earlier in the season had burdened them with immense pressure, but now Li Qing's confident and morale-boosting lob had broken the deadlock, a truly exhilarating moment. Meanwhile, Jurgen Klopp, watching the live broadcast, raised an eyebrow at Li Qing's decision to attempt a lob when faced with a one-on-one situation. As a seasoned coach, he preferred to see players opt for a more secure approach, celebrating confidently before the shot was even completed. Unless goals are scored, all efforts are merely flamboyant displays. Nonetheless, in the end, there was a thrilling yet safe outcome, as the dazzling shot from the post, 2000 generation ultimately found the net, allowing Liverpool U18 to take the lead away from home. Observing the footage, one can see the evident admiration in Klopp's eyes for Li Qing. As a young player yet to reach the tender age of 16, his choice to execute an aesthetically pleasing lob under such pressure is a commendable affirmation of his own abilities. Confidence is an essential quality that every professional athlete must possess. While a lob may not be the most reliable approach, what truly matters is the player's self-assurance and the fact that it resulted in a goal. In professional football, the outcome is paramount. Moreover, considering that Li Qing is still under 16, there remains vast potential for further development. Meanwhile, the star players of Manchester City U18, Sancho, Foden, Diaz, and Mecca exchanged glances, taken aback by how their opponents managed to score from a single swift counterattack, and in such a manner. This inevitably brings a sense of disappointment, akin to the feeling of expending great effort without reward, while the adversary reaps significant benefits from a mere ordinary attempt. The stark contrast is somewhat difficult to accept in the short term. It is at this juncture that the role of the head coach becomes vital. Lee Carsley, by clapping, instills encouragement in his players, reminding them that they are among the finest youth teams in all of England. Manchester City is currently one of the clubs excelling in youth training across the nation, with players who are truly exceptional. This season, they remain undefeated in both League and Youth FA Cup, and the memory of their resounding 7-goal victory over Liverpool U18 in the third round feels like yesterday. How could they so easily concede defeat? The match has only just begun, and achieving victory is merely a matter of time. Lee Ching's deft lob opened the scoring for Liverpool U18, simultaneously disrupting the equilibrium of the match. The trailing home team began to exert greater pressure, striving to equalize in a short span of time. Consequently, Liverpool U18 found themselves in peril within their penalty area. Had it not been for the remarkable form of goalkeeper grab era, Manchester City U18 would have already leveled the score. The mounting pressure from continuous defending proved to be cumulative. In the 26th minute, Sancho exploited his speed to break through John Stone, delivering a precise cutback pass. And Mecca, positioned at the front, feigned a shot at the near post, deceiving all the defenders, allowing Foden, who was making a timely run from the middle, to strike decisively and equalize for Manchester City U18. Before the players of Liverpool U18 could fully comprehend the situation, just 2 minutes after the match resumed, Sancho, the provider of the earlier assist, struck a low shot from the right flank of the penalty area to help his team take the lead. Chapter 45. A goal seals the deal. In a mere 3 minutes, he contributed a goal and an assist, leaving Sancho visibly exhilarated. The Manchester City fans in attendance chanted his name in unison, Sancho, 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 echoing like waves, as if they were witnessing a reenactment of the one-sided massacre from the third round of the Youth Super League. The cheers reverberated throughout the City Academy Stadium, and as the adored figure, Sancho clearly relished the moment. Returning to his own half, he deliberately glanced at Lee Ching, who had initially opened the scoring for Liverpool U18, and shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of camaraderie. Lee Ching found himself somewhat at a loss in response to Sancho's provocative actions, pondering the significance of merely contributing 1 goal and 1 assist. With less than 30 minutes into the match, he felt ample time remained to equalize and potentially take the lead. However, it was disheartening that such circumstances did not evoke a sense of urgency, as a heightened motivation would have been beneficial. The on-site photographer, tasked with adjusting the visuals, captured a profoundly symbolic moment, subsequently isolating Lee Ching in a close-up shot that focused on his face. Klopp, observing Lee Ching through the broadcast, felt a spark of anticipation. With sufficient time left in the match, if Lee Ching could deliver an unexpected performance, he might consider promoting him to the first team temporarily. Standing alongside the few Liverpool supporters watching the match, Tong Shinbing fixed his gaze on the frowning Lee Ching, choosing to silently offer encouragement. As the game resumed, the Liverpool U18 team, initially enjoying the advantage of the kickoff, failed to create any significantly threatening attacks. Before long, possession shifted, and the home team, Manchester City U18, regained control of the match. Lee Ching was determined to assist his team in equalizing the score. However, his teammates were left dazed by Manchester City's U18 team, who scored 2 quick goals. Just after the kickoff, a few errant passes ensued. Nevertheless, he did not cast blame on his teammates. The shadow of the humiliating defeat experienced 4 months prior at this very venue loomed large. Having finally gained a lead, only to be swiftly overturned, left them reeling. Actively engaging in defense might not alleviate the collective pressure. Rather, it could introduce significant risks. In his view, the only way to relieve his defensive partners was to maneuver close to the Manchester U18 defenders. With their 2 fullbacks frequently advancing to join the attack and the center-backs hesitant to push forward, it meant 3 defenders were preoccupied with Lee Ching, making it easier for the remaining 9 to defend against 7 attackers. As time progressed, the defense gradually stabilized, aligning with Lee Ching's expectations. While Manchester U18's offensive efforts became increasingly subdued, Liverpool U18 was not solely focused on defense. Under Lee Ching's guidance, they managed 2 shots within their limited attacking opportunities. Yet both failed to find the net. The defenders from Manchester U18 displayed astuteness, committing fouls promptly during the transition from offense to defense, forcing Lee Ching to retreat with the ball, thus extinguishing their best chances for an offensive breakthrough. After a spell of rapid attacking play, Manchester U18 slowed the pace, granting Liverpool U18 a rare moment to catch their breath, and their attacking opportunities gradually began to increase. Li Qing was acutely aware that Manchester City's U18 team intended to exploit this situation to launch counterattacks. With the remarkable speed of Sancho and Mecca, alongside the formidable ball control and passing abilities of Diaz and Foden, the potential to extend their lead was ever present, given the right opportunity. Realizing this, Li Qing suddenly slapped his forehead. Why overthink? Scoring is what truly matters. He redirected his focus entirely toward achieving a goal, and a clearer vision of how to do so began to form in his mind. After a few precise passes, the ball found its way to Li Qing's feet, instantly drawing the attention of the Manchester City U18 defenders, who were now fully alert and cautious. Although the first goal conceded was largely due to chance, every subsequent attacking opportunity for Liverpool's U18 team was orchestrated by Li Qing, compelling them to take him seriously. Li Qing, confronted by two defenders, skillfully maneuvered the ball beneath his feet, his legs dancing above the football with an enchanting finesse. Neither of the defenders dared to advance, fearful that the space behind them might be exploited. At that moment, with a sudden flourish, Li Qing deftly flicked the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, launching a long pass. No one anticipated that the player, who had consistently opted for individual breakthroughs, would suddenly execute a long pass, leaving them unprepared. The ball soared swiftly towards the penalty area, its trajectory meticulously calculated to evade the leap of Manchester City's U18 center-back, T. Weirson. The goalkeeper, Muric, found it challenging to intervene. Unfortunately, Glenn McCauley was a fraction too slow to react. By the time he realized the pass was intended for him, it was somewhat too late. His header lacked the necessary force, causing the ball to veer off target and miss the goalpost. Frustrated by the missed opportunity, Glenn McCauley clasped his head in dismay. Li Qing shook his head. His synergy with Glenn McCauley was undeniably lacking. It seemed that until Brewster arrived, he would have to rely on his own abilities. Lee Carsley, the head coach of Manchester City's U18 team, raised an eyebrow. He recalled highlights of Li Qing's precise diagonal passes, finding distant teammates or those within the penalty area. This was no mere coincidence. If the upcoming matches continued with a defensive strategy of numerical superiority, it would inevitably lead to a significant shortage of defenders within the penalty area. Should Li Qing deliver another such high-quality pass, it would spell trouble. Thus, taking advantage of the dead ball situation, he gestured to his players, indicating that they need not focus solely on Li Qing's defense. Li Qing found himself at a considerable distance from the goal, and breaking into the penalty area required him to navigate past several defenders, as not every left-footed player possesses the technical prowess of Messi. Based on the quality of the previous passes, it was evident that the distribution posed a greater threat. The live commentator provided a slow-motion replay of Liverpool U18's closest attempt at scoring, prompting Klopp, who was watching the match from his office, to exclaim in admiration. The quality of that pass is exceptional. If the forward could have anticipated it even a fraction of a second sooner, it likely would have resulted in a goal. Such a pity. Chapter 46. Individualistic goals. Time in the match flew by, and before long, the first half was nearing its conclusion. In addition to nearly assisting Glenn McCauley with a precise diagonal long pass, Li Qing consistently delivered high-quality long balls, introducing new dynamics to the Liverpool U18 offense. Consequently, Manchester City U18's head coach, Lee Carsley, became increasingly resolute in his demand for players to restrict Li Qing's passing and bolster their defensive efforts within the penalty area, aiming to sever the connection between Li Qing and his teammates to ensure the safety of goalkeeper Muric. As the regular 45 minutes drew to a close, the fourth official raised the electronic board indicating 1 minute of stoppage time, signifying that only a final minute remained in the first half. Foden executed a penetrating pass to forward Mecca, who, under the close surveillance of Masterson, failed to generate sufficient power in his shot, allowing goalkeeper Grabera to easily secure the ball. Sancho and Diaz demonstrated a keen sense of urgency in their pressing, prompting Grabera, who initially intended to clear the ball with a long kick, to instead maneuver around them. This diversion resulted in Liverpool U18 missing a prime counterattacking opportunity, leading them to adopt a more methodical approach to their advancement. Li Qing momentarily hesitated, then gradually retreated, while Glenn McCauley advanced according to the tactical plan, positioning himself between the two opposing center-backs. Manchester City's U18 fullback, Ladabody, trailed closely behind Li Qing, while Liverpool's U18 right-back, Harvey White, hugged the touchline, and Diaz positioned himself at the defensive flank. Both teams established their formations as Jordan Hunt, in possession of the ball, crossed the halfway line. With limited passing options available, he relayed the ball back to Li Qing. Ladabadi immediately closed in on Li Qing, striving to deny him a direct opportunity to attack. However, in an unexpected twist, Li Qing appeared to receive the ball but suddenly spread his legs, allowing the football to roll through, before swiftly executing a 90-degree turn, brushing past Ladabadi on his right side. Observing the ball rolling towards him, Ladabadi instinctively reached out to intercept, but not only did he fail to make contact, he inadvertently enabled Li Qing to complete his turn alongside him. Harvey White delivered a precise pass without pausing, sending the ball skimming along the grass towards the vacant space behind Ladabadi. Diaz and Deli Bashiru, who was stationed centrally, both rushed to cover the gap left by the left back, Ladabadi. Li Qing accelerated towards the ball, executing a cross run with Harvey White, propelling the football along the right flank and widening the gap between himself and Bashiru and Diaz. With the arch of his right foot, he deftly maneuvered the rolling ball forward, hastening his pace. Bashiru and Diaz quickly realized Li Qing's intentions, however, constrained by their limited speed and the distance separating them. They could only resort to a passive straight run, attempting to block Li Qing's angle for an inward cut. In this critical moment, they recalled their coach's words about Li Qing being a left-footed player, predicting that he would inevitably cut back in on his dominant foot along the right side. Thus, the attacking momentum of Liverpool U18 surged, with midfield players sprinting forward with unbridled determination. As this offensive play neared its conclusion, likely heading into halftime, the Liverpool U18 players exerted themselves to the fullest, placing immense pressure on the Manchester City U18 defenders. From the coaching bench, head coach Lee Carsley suddenly sensed a wave of unease. The central area was beset by danger. Diaz, in his pursuit, signaled to his teammate Bashiru to cover the middle, allowing him to single-handedly defend against Li Qing. Neil Critchley's gaze was fixed on the rapidly accelerating Li Qing, resembling a red Ferrari with the accelerator fully pressed, hurtling towards the byline. Although Diaz lacked Li Qing's speed, he positioned himself wisely, blocking the inevitable path of Li Qing's inward cut. As the distance between them diminished, Li Qing's pace slightly faltered. Faced with Diaz, he made a bold, unconventional acceleration from the outside, using his speed to outmaneuver Diaz and entering the penalty area. Bashiru sprinted back with all his might, and as Li Qing wound up his right foot, Bashiru anticipated a cross to the center, diving to the ground in a sliding tackle. However, Li Qing deftly halted the ball in its tracks with his right foot. Sensing Diaz closing in once more, a spark of inspiration struck him. He gently poked the ball with the tip of his left foot, allowing it to glide along the grass, effortlessly slipping through the legs of the hastily retreating Diaz. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, as Li Qing's body passed by the unyielding Diaz, akin to a vehicle that could not come to a halt. Li Qing extended his left foot with a serious demeanor, deftly nudging the ball to the left with the outside of his foot, narrowly evading the clearance attempt of central defender T. Williamson. In the blink of an eye, the Manchester City U18 penalty area transformed into a scene of palpable tension, leaving the observing Manchester City fans momentarily speechless, their eyes fixed in astonishment on the players within the box. Li Qing stepped forward with his left foot, positioning his body to obstruct Foden's defensive route. The latter instinctively halted in place, wary of colliding with his opponent. Possessing an innate talent for diving, Li Qing briefly contemplated falling forward in the heat of the moment. However, recalling that he was not the designated penalty taker, he adjusted his posture, bracing himself against the unstoppable force of Foden. With swiftness, he raised his left foot and struck the ball. Muric, the Manchester City U18 goalkeeper, observed the ball emerging from the throng of players, swiftly rolling along the grass toward the far corner of the goal. Having already lowered his center of gravity, he propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, the immense reaction force from his sole against the earth causing his body to spring forward like a compressed coil. In a flash, he lunged downwards. Alas, the momentum abruptly ceased as Muric beheld the ball tantalizingly close, just inches from his fingertips, despair filling his eyes. Li Qing witnessed the football graze the far post and cross the goal line, his arms wide open in exhilaration as he sprinted toward the opposing team's bench. Behind him, a throng of teammates, unable to contain their emotions, followed suit. The balding middle-aged man in the northeast corner shook his head in disbelief. The Manchester City U18 player clad in sky blue had performed to the best of his ability, yet Li Qing, donned in red, exhibited an extraordinary finesse. darting through the penalty area like a butterfly among flowers. His final shot was executed with remarkable composure, rendering the conceded goal almost inevitable. Even Klopp, seated in front of the television, was stirred by Li Qing's audacious goal, raising his arms in excitement, gazing at the youthful visage displayed on the broadcast. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. Had he truly not yet reached the age of 16? Such prodigious talent. Chapter 47. The Daring Dive? Upon the referee's signal affirming the goal, the whistle was swiftly blown, marking the end of the first half in the 2016-2017 English FA Youth Cup final between Manchester City U18 and Liverpool U18. The live commentator directed the camera toward Li Qing, allowing viewers at home to recognize the player who had single-handedly equalized for Liverpool U18. Neil Critchley, Gerrard, and Mike Garrity embraced Li Qing tightly, with other teammates joining in, showcasing an exceptional team spirit. Even Adito Kunbo, who had previously held reservations about Li Qing, was compelled to acknowledge his brilliance. Not only had he scored twice in this match, but his 11 goals in the preceding 4 matches were an achievement surpassing what Adito Kunbo had accomplished throughout the entire season. Surrounded by his coach and teammates, Li Qing was elated. Through his individual efforts, he had finally leveled the score for his team. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Aware that 45 more minutes lay ahead in the second half, and he aspired to lead his team to victory over Manchester City U18. This match was characterized as a clash of titans, undoubtedly attracting numerous scouts from various clubs, with perhaps some hidden among the audience. As Li Qing had surmised, indeed, scouts from prestigious clubs were present among the fans. Mendes, amidst his busy schedule, could not help but smile as he watched the live broadcast. The price he paid to sign Li Qing had been considerable, laden with risk, yet now it seemed evident that Li Qing possessed remarkable talent. Based on his performance, he appeared more outstanding than Messi during his illustrious days at La Masia. Perhaps, Li Qing genuinely had the potential to rise to the echelon of superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi. Consequently, his investment promised to yield significant returns. The Youth FA Cup match took place in a venue devoid of spectator seating, with fans encircling the pitch. Naturally, the players lacked a designated changing room. Save for the home team, led by Li Qing, the Liverpool U18 players sat on the sidelines, enduring the incessant clicks of cameras from media personnel. Having just concluded an exhausting first half, they were in dire need of rest and hydration to avert concerns for the second half. Among the standout performers were 2 players, Sancho and Li Qing. Sancho contributed with both assists and goals, while Li Qing netted 2 remarkable strikes. Regardless of the outcome of the second half, the journalists and social media influencers knew that the stellar performances of Sancho and Li Qing in the first half would undoubtedly make headlines. As dusk began to settle, the high-powered floodlights around the pitch illuminated the area, yet they failed to alleviate the dropping temperatures. A gentle breeze swept through, prompting Tong Shinbing, standing at the sidelines, to shiver involuntarily. The warmth of her breath mingled with the cold as she murmured to herself, "I should have brought a heavier coat. I'm freezing." At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before her. Looking up, she saw Li Qing standing there, holding a thick down jacket, his handsome face glistening with sweat. "Cousin Tong, seeing you so cold, please take this," he offered. As one of the few female fans at the Manchester City Academy, Tong Shinbing felt the biting cold as the clock approached 6 in the evening, despite her layered clothing. The sight of a beautiful girl in distress evoked sympathy from the Liverpool supporters, who erupted into applause for Li Qing's gallant gesture. Just as she was about to decline his offer, Li Qing shrugged and retreated back to his team, leaving her with no choice but to don his substantial jacket. Beyond its warmth, she caught a faint scent of masculinity emanating from the garment. Turning her gaze forward, she observed Li Qing intently listening to the coach, his focused demeanor illuminated by the lights, rendering him even more striking. The 15-minute halftime interval swiftly passed, and players from both teams returned to the field. Perhaps due to their coach's satisfaction with their performances in the first half, no immediate substitutions were made. With the advantage of the kickoff, Liverpool U18 did not rush to organize an attack. After a series of precise passes, the ball found its way to Li Qing on the right flank. The memory of his spectacular goal just before halftime lingered fresh in the minds of the Manchester City U18 defenders, who remained alert and focused. Li Qing, noticing the solemn expressions on his opponents' faces, could not help but break into a grin. He lifted his right foot, feigning a pass to the advancing coil, which prompted Diaz to instinctively lift his foot to intercept. In an instant, Li Qing swiftly lowered his right foot, shifting his support to alternate between his legs. With a powerful strike from the inner side of his left foot, he sent the ball sharply to the right front. His right foot quickly trapped the ball, pulling it to the left, causing the scrambling fullback, *The, to come to an abrupt halt, only to follow Li Qing's dribbling movements as he retreated. However, just as Li Qing pulled the ball to the left, he suddenly reversed direction, using the tip of his foot to nudge the ball forward. The football skimmed the ground, slipping through the legs of *The, who had just begun to step inward. *The's pupils constricted as he swiftly brought his legs together, clearly unable to react in time. Li Qing took off from his spot, showcasing an explosive burst of speed in that moment. Diaz, who had intended to foul, could only watch in disbelief as Li Qing surged toward the ball. Initially, Li Qing merely sought to test the defensive capabilities of Manchester City's U18 team, but he found them considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Indeed, the early stages of both halves proved to be the most opportune moments for scoring. Li Qing surged forward, and it was already too late to pursue him. In that moment, he resembled a wild stallion galloping freely, racing towards the vacant expanse before him. The velocity was astonishing. Oh my God, was this fellow driving a Ferrari in the competition? Such incredible speed! As the exclamations of the spectators echoed from the sidelines, a balding middle-aged man standing in the northeast corner murmured, "Will he turn the score around?" In the face of Wilson's staunch defense, Li Qing, while skillfully dribbling at high speed, feigned a movement from right to left at the arc of the penalty area, deceiving Wilson into shifting inward. In an instant, he struck the ball with the inside of his left foot, sending it directly into the penalty area. Wilson turned to react, but it was evidently too late. His partner, Francis, had dashed out from an angle, seizing the opportunity to collide with Li Qing's left shoulder as he entered the box. Li Qing found himself at a distinct disadvantage, his strength insufficient, and the disparity in their weights was evident, causing him to be knocked to the ground, thereby relinquishing control of the football. Just as he presumed the attack had concluded, a sudden whistle pierced the air. Beep. His eyes brightened as he observed the referee pointing towards the penalty spot. A penalty. Goodness. The innate talent for diving had truly made its presence felt. Chapter 48. A steely nerve, the Panenka penalty. Francis had strategically sought physical contact the moment Li Qing executed his touch, in accordance with the rules. This was a commendable instance of direct defending, a legitimate body challenge. Yet, the referee's whistle abruptly startled him, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Neil Critchley, the coach of Liverpool U18, exuberantly celebrated with Gerrard and Mike Garrity as they acknowledged the referee's indication of a penalty. In stark contrast, Lee Carsley, the coach of Manchester City U18, animatedly spread his arms wide, repeatedly patting his left shoulder with his right hand, seemingly imploring the referee to reconsider, asserting that the contact was indeed justifiable. Nevertheless, the referee exhibited unwavering confidence in his decision, remaining unmoved by the protests of the Manchester City U18 players, firmly maintaining that Francis had committed a foul. Meanwhile, Li Qing, the focal point of the incident, stood aside, massaging his slightly sore left shoulder. Although Francis's charge seemed to lean towards a legitimate challenge, the referee's call was indisputable, as it was evident that he had failed to make contact with the ball. Certainly, the ability of the referee to award a penalty stems from a variety of factors, including his innate talent for diving. Lee Carsley, the head coach of Manchester City's U18 team, shook his head in resignation. He had observed the incident clearly, deeming the collision to be quite reasonable. Nonetheless, the referee's decision was justifiable, as often the rulings in football matches hinge upon the subjective judgment of the referee in the blink of an eye. The live commentator provided a series of slow-motion replays of the physical confrontation between Francis and Li Qing. While the broadcasting team was divided into three factions, one believed it was a legitimate challenge, another deemed it a foul, and the final group maintained a neutral stance, asserting that the decision rested solely with the referee. Once the dust settled, the Manchester City U18 players were left to accept the reality of the situation. Although Glenn Macaulay, Liverpool U18's chief penalty taker, would typically be the first choice to take the penalty, he noticed that Li Qing had already cradled the ball in his arms, indicating his intent to take the shot. Macaulay, who had been lackluster in the match thus far, raised an eyebrow in concern. As the team's leading scorer, he felt an intense pressure to perform. Failure to do so might well lead him back to the bench. Hence, he was fervently eager to score, even if it was merely from the penalty spot. At that moment, head coach Neil Critchley blew his distinctive homemade whistle, turning to clearly indicate with a gesture of both hands that Li Qing would take the penalty. The implication was unmistakable. The responsibility lay with Li Qing. Sighing, Macaulay felt the weight of his declining status within the team as Li Qing continued to excel in the U18 league. However, given that Li Qing had netted 11 goals across 4 league matches and scored twice in the Youth FA Cup, any manager would naturally place their hopes on a player in such fine form. Standing just outside the penalty area, Macaulay gazed at Li Qing, pondering a rather immature thought. Could he really be only 15 years old? Li Qing placed the football on the penalty spot and then retreated to the edge of the penalty area, disregarding the cacophony of jeers emanating from the Manchester City supporters behind the net. A resolute expression adorned his youthful visage as he awaited the referee's whistle. His desire to take the penalty was not solely for the sake of achieving a hat-trick. Rather, it stemmed from his proficiency in shooting. Boasting an impressive 80 in penalty execution, complemented by an additional 20 success rate afforded by his level 2 precision shooting skill, virtually guaranteeing that a penalty here equated to a goal. Opportunities to challenge Manchester City's U18 side would be scarce, rather than entrusting this responsibility to the out-of-form Glenn Macaulay. He resolved to shoulder the burden himself. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Li Qing focused intently, commencing his run-up. Meanwhile, goalkeeper A. Muric swayed his body exaggeratedly, hoping to disrupt Li Qing's concentration with his theatrical movements. He vividly recalled the head coach speaking of Li Qing's profile, a player born in February 2001. Mere weeks shy of his 16th birthday. Could such a young player possess the psychological fortitude required? He was skeptical. Li Qing took his final step, placing his right foot approximately 20 centimeters to the right of the football, his body leaning at an angle of about 60 degrees. He then exaggeratedly swung his left leg. Muric raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed by the direction in which Li Qing intended to strike the ball. It was only at the moment of contact between his left foot and the football that a spark ignited in his eyes, and a long-lost victorious smile graced his lips. No matter how composed you may be, you cannot breach the goal of a penalty specialist like me. To the lower right corner. But what is the reality? Li Qing exaggeratedly lifted his left foot. Yet he did not unleash a powerful strike, nor did he aim for the lower right corner of the goal, as Muric had anticipated. Instead, at the very moment of contact, he retracted his force to a mere 80, delicately caressing the underside of the football with the inner side of his foot. Alas, Muric had already committed his body to the left, anticipating the trajectory towards the lower right corner of the goal. The football, delicately kicked by Li Qing, floated weakly towards the center of the goal. Logically, even an amateur goalkeeper would have easily caught such a shot. However, Muric, having prematurely committed to diving for the penalty, could only watch helplessly as the ball leisurely descended to the very spot he had previously occupied in the goal. Li Qing, having secured his third goal of the match, exhibited a demeanor markedly more composed than in his previous 2 celebrations. He stood with arms wide open, awaiting his teammates to join in the jubilation. The coaching staff and substitute players on the visitors' bench erupted in a fervent celebration, applauding the exquisite Panenka penalty executed by Li Qing. The admiration in Gerard's eyes intensified. A player yet to reach the age of 16 had audaciously executed such a visually captivating penalty under the pressure of a tied score, a testament to his remarkable courage. Meanwhile, Liverpool's head coach Klopp, watching the broadcast, murmured, "With a penalty like that, you must be promoted to the first team." Yet, Klopp was not one to act impulsively. Li Qing had already demonstrated through his performances that he surpassed the majority of U18 players significantly. Leaving little room for further advancement to the U23 level, only the first team remained viable. Chapter 49. A solo battle against the team. With Klopp's decision to elevate Li Qing to the first team, it rendered the continuation of the match meaningless. With a fixture against Swansea at Anfield looming this weekend, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to as head coach. Li Qing was blissfully unaware that his performance had garnered the approval of Klopp, having aided his team in regaining the lead. He remained fervently determined to help secure an unequivocal victory. With over 40 minutes still on the clock, the adversary had ample time to equalize or even surpass the scoreline. In the northeast corner of the pitch, a bald middle-aged man watched Liverpool's U18 player number 28 with keen interest, contemplating whether he could persuade Begiristain to consider bringing this extraordinary talent to Manchester City. Judging by Li Qing's display, he bore a striking resemblance to Messi during his days at La Masia, and in terms of scoring efficiency, he seemed even more formidable than the Messi who once played for Barcelona's B team. If he could maintain this extraordinary talent, he might not only rival Messi but could potentially surpass him. Such an investment would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Meanwhile, The few Liverpool supporters erupted in a cacophony of fervent cheers, rallying behind the phenomenal Li Qing. Manchester City's U18 stars, Sancho, Foden, Diaz, and Mecca, shook their heads in disbelief at Li Qing's hat-trick. Unable to fathom that the Liverpool U18 team they had so ruthlessly defeated 4 months prior had transformed into such a formidable force under his leadership, Sancho and Foden exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. From the onset of the match, they had exerted themselves tirelessly. Yet Li Qing's extraordinary performance had enabled Liverpool U18 to take the lead twice through 3 critical opportunities. Lee Carsley, the head coach of Manchester City's U18 team, was deeply frustrated. He had repeatedly instructed his players to maintain focus during the 4 key moments prone to conceding goals. Yet they had now conceded twice during those very intervals. Had they managed to maintain their concentration at the end of the first half and the start of the second, the scoreline might well have been 2-1 rather than 2-3. Neil Critchley, the head coach of Liverpool U18, quickly regained composure from his excitement and promptly summoned Captain Masterson to strategize the forthcoming defensive maneuvers. Manchester City, having conceded 2 goals on home turf, would undoubtedly not take this lightly. With the sharp whistle of the on-field referee, the match resumed, perhaps influenced by Li Qing's remarkable performance. The Manchester City U18 players displayed a lack of decisiveness in their attacking maneuvers, appearing rather hesitant. Manchester City U18 head coach Lee Kasky observed this with a furrowed brow. In such circumstances, his options as a coach were quite limited. He had already offered encouragement to his players, but their ability to rise to the occasion depended on their own psychological resilience. His gaze shifted towards Li Qing, the standout player for Liverpool U18. It is quite a feat to witness a hat-trick in a match of such competitive caliber, yet each goal scored by the young talent was nothing short of breathtaking, particularly the first and third goals, which seemed crafted to uplift his team's morale. In stark contrast, the Liverpool U18 players exuded determination and energy, often gaining the upper hand in 50-50 challenges through sheer force of will. This was not a promising sign. Faced with a decline in player performance, Lee Kasky was compelled to consider tactical adjustments. Within 10 minutes of the second half, Manchester City U18 made 2 positional changes. Neil Critchley glanced back at the substitutes bench, lost in thought, ultimately deciding against any alterations. Given the current form of the players on the field, he deemed it unnecessary to make substitutions. The players were brimming with momentum, the second half had only just begun, and their stamina remained robust. The incoming substitutes might not surpass those already on the pitch. Time continued to tick away, and Sancho, who had previously assisted in Manchester City U18's scoring, re-emerged as a dynamic force, applying relentless pressure on the Liverpool U18 defenders with his dribbling and passing. As time progressed, the forms of Diaz and Foden were also revitalized. The resurgence of Manchester City's trio, Sancho, Foden, and Diaz, significantly enhanced the quality of play. By the 60th minute, Sancho unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box that struck the right post, serving as a warning signal to the Liverpool U18 goal. During this period, Li Qing remains the most formidable player for Liverpool U18, with his ball control and dribbling skills creating chaos in the Manchester City U18 defense, resulting in 2 yellow cards for the opposing players. If one were to define this match, it could aptly be described as Li Qing single-handedly taking on Manchester City U18. As the ball found its way back to Li Qing, he faced a double team from 2 defenders, employing basic techniques such as flicks, pulls, and cuts to maintain possession, leaving the spectators in awe of his remarkable control. However, despite his exceptional skills, his finesse has yet to reach the level of 80, leading to moments of panic when confronted by a third defender. Fortunately, the Manchester City U18 players, wary of exposing vulnerabilities in their defense, refrained from committing too many players forward. Nonetheless, individual efforts often pale in comparison to team dynamics. Manchester City U18, the only unbeaten team in the English Youth Super League, possesses significantly greater capability than Liverpool U18. Sancho, utilizing his exceptional footwork and speed, broke down the line to deliver a high-quality cross. Substitute Hardy, upon entering the fray, fell inside the penalty area and managed to strike the ball into the net, equalizing for Manchester City U18. The live commentator initially focused the camera on Sancho, then shifted to Li Qing, who had completed a hat-trick for Liverpool U18 that day. The former celebrated exuberantly, while the latter stood with hands on his hips, his youthful face etched with frustration. Chapter 50. Quick free kick. The format of the Youth FA Cup is fundamentally similar to that of the Senior FA Cup. The Senior FA Cup is a knockout competition from the start until the final, which takes place at the new Wembley Stadium. The Youth FA Cup follows a similar knockout format from the first round to the quarterfinals, with venues determined by a draw. The semi-finals and finals are conducted over 2 legs, home and away. The final match between Manchester City U18 and Liverpool U18 is a single elimination game. Should the match end in a draw, a 30-minute extra time will ensue. If the deadlock persists, the match will culminate in the intense drama of a penalty shootout. Of course, with 90 minutes of regular time still to be played, extra time and penalties are a distant prospect. The youngest player on the pitch, Li Qing, clenched his fists, determined to help his team advance to the round of 16, despite the defensive shortcomings of his side. Previously, Agent Mendes engaged in a dialogue with first-team coach Klopp, expressing that Li Qing currently possesses a level of skill that surpasses that of U18 players, rendering further development within the U23 team of limited value. Mendes hopes for Li Qing to be integrated into the first team. Should there be no available position in the first team, he wishes for the club to allow Li Qing to gain experience with other teams. Klopp clearly stated his decision to remain with the Youth FA Cup, indicating that if Li Qing performs exceptionally well, he could be promoted to the first team. Otherwise, he would be loaned to clubs willing to provide him with playing opportunities. Scoring 3 goals is undoubtedly remarkable, yet Li Qing is reluctant to experience the bitterness of defeat. Thus he resolved to assist his team in reclaiming the lead within the limited time, securing a place in the round of 16 of the Youth FA Cup. Liverpool's U18 coach Neil Critchley made personnel adjustments before the match resumed, substituting Brewster for Glenn McCauley to enhance the synergy among the forward players with Li Qing. The score was restored to equilibrium, yet time was dwindling, and both sides approached their attacks with increased caution. The threatening plays that Manchester City's U18 had previously attempted were notably sparse, as they appeared wary of high-risk passes that could be intercepted, leading to well-executed counterattacks. This, of course, is also related to the players' diminishing stamina. Once possession is lost, it becomes exceedingly difficult to regain energy for a swift recovery. Even if one manages to chase back in time, what about the next instance? Li Qing's physical condition had indeed declined, yet the head coach refrained from assigning him defensive duties. Consequently, even after 10 minutes into the match, he was still capable of sprinting at high speed. Lee Carsley, the coach of Manchester City's U18 team, noticing Li Qing's enduring stamina, realized that the situation might turn dire. Seizing a moment during a dead ball, he took the opportunity to confer with Foden. Thus, the Youth FA Cup final entered its slowest phase since the beginning of the match. As the game slowed down, the Liverpool U18 players found a rare chance to catch their breath, leading to a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed in this tense standoff, bringing the match to the 85th minute, with all 3 available substitutions exhausted. Regrettably, the deadlock on the scoreline failed to ignite the players' determination to score, resulting in a persistent lack of change in the score. As time dwindled, Li Qing observed that Manchester City's U18 defense was becoming increasingly layered, particularly on his active right flank. To confront goalkeeper A. Muric, he would need to navigate numerous obstacles. With his current skills, dribbling and ball control made this a formidable challenge. Thus, he discreetly purchased 2 5-star skill cards from the system shop, biding his time for the right moment to deploy them. Star players Sancho, Diaz, and Foden, affected by their diminishing stamina, showed a decrease in attacking vigor. Yet this did not imply a lack of desire to attack. Rather, they were conserving energy, waiting for the opportune moment to seal the match. A goal during this period would be tantamount to a match winner. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed, and Diaz's dribble at the edge of the penalty area was intercepted by Harvey White, granting Liverpool U18 a chance to transition from defense to attack. Following the strategy laid out by head coach Neil Critchley, the ball was to be directed immediately towards Li Qing. The substitute, Dearman, rushed towards Li Qing and committed a foul before he could receive the ball. The referee blew the whistle, signaling Dearman's infraction. Li Qing possessed a broad vision, and, upon observing the slower pace of the Manchester City U18 players in the replay, he suddenly realized that this might present a splendid opportunity for a counterattack. He swiftly rose to his feet, securing the ball he had fallen upon and halting it in place, before promptly passing it to the substitute, Brewster. It seemed as though Brewster and Li Qing shared an innate synergy. Without hesitation, he sent the ball forward. Meanwhile, the fouled Dearman was still engaged in conversation with the referee when he was suddenly startled by a booming shout from behind. Defend. Simultaneously, Dearman felt a powerful gust of wind at his side. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with Liverpool U18's most formidable threat, Li Qing. This was dire. Nearly all the Manchester City U18 players had assumed that Liverpool U18 would leisurely execute the free kick from their own half, and thus their retreat was rather sluggish, until Brewster kicked the ball to Li Qing, at which point they abruptly grasped the gravity of the situation. Li Qing advanced swiftly with the ball, while the fatigued Ladabody, burdened by a yellow card, attempted to collide with him from the side. However, he clearly underestimated Li Qing's speed and overestimated his own, resulting in no physical contact between them. To an outsider, it appeared as though Ladabody had merely stumbled to the ground mid-run. The two central defenders of Manchester City's U18 team, T. Williamson and E. Francis, hastily retreated to defend, maintaining a cautious distance from one another, while the defensive midfielder, Giovanni, reached out to grasp Brewster, who was attempting to make himself available, even without raising his gaze. Li Qing adeptly discerned the situation as he rapidly crossed the halfway line, intentionally driving the ball towards T. Williamson and E. Francis. With Manchester City's U18 defense outnumbered 3-2, head coach Lee Carsley felt a surge of irritation, and as the focus of the crowd remained on the pitch, he rushed to the sidelines and bellowed, "Foul." Chapter 51, A Quadruple Delight. Leading for the third time. Lee Carsley's voice resonated so powerfully that fans seated before their televisions could clearly hear him through the live broadcast. The Manchester City U18 defenders, engrossed in the match, were entirely focused on the pitch and oblivious to his shouts. However, T. Williamson and E. Francis, seasoned defenders, understood the necessity of making decisive fouls in such unfavorable defensive situations. Yet, the distinction between intention and execution often proved significant. Observing the past 80 minutes of the match, it was evident that Li Qing was not easily fouled, particularly in one-on-one scenarios. His speed and explosive power were astonishing. Consequently, T. Williamson and E. Francis awaited their moment to commit a foul. Naturally, as professional athletes, they harbored a certain obsession. As fellow professionals, why could they not employ conventional methods to execute their defense? Brewster, with Giovanni in tow, sprinted towards the left flank, while Li Qing advanced the ball into the Manchester City U18 defensive zone. T. Williamson and E. Francis exchanged a knowing glance, aware that the upcoming defensive maneuver would be critical. If they failed to contain either the ball or the player, they may find themselves eliminated from the next round of the Youth FA Cup. With resolute gazes and indomitable spirit, the adage rang true in a narrow encounter. It is the brave who triumph. Li Qing, running at the center, silently chanted, "5-star skill card, activate." With the match time dwindling, he understood the necessity to seize this rare opportunity. Reflecting on the 3 previous goals, which were partly due to the Manchester City U18 players' lack of concentration, he knew he must grasp his fate tightly. His inventory now held only one 5-star skill card, and as he lifted his gaze, he felt an unmistakable and profound connection with the football. With just 3 meters separating him from T. Wilson and E. Francis, Li Qing rapidly pedaled through the air, his shoulders swaying dramatically with each movement, each feigned direction shift appearing genuine. E. Francis advanced, while T. Wilson positioned himself to cover, aiming to halt the ball 35 meters from the goal. A foul would likely result in a mere yellow card and a direct free kick from this distance, a cost far more palatable than falling behind. Having calculated his strategy meticulously, would the outcome unfold as he envisioned? Confronted by the assertive E. Francis, Li Qing anticipated the opponent's intentions. He let his left shoulder dip dramatically, creating the illusion that he would accelerate through the middle. In response, E. Francis instinctively moved inward, drawing closer to facilitate a potential foul. However, in the next instant, as Li Qing pretended to strike the ball with his left foot, he made no contact. Instead, he alternated his footing, channeling the explosive power of his left foot into a tremendous counterforce, using the outside of his right foot to send the ball away, breaking through in the opposite direction of E. Francis's movement. In the high-stakes environment of fast-paced play, a moment's miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. T. Wilson sprinted towards Li Qing's path, while simultaneously, Li Qing surged forward, striking the ball with the inside of his right foot, propelling it ahead and increasing his speed. T. Wilson's pupils dilated as he realized that Li Qing intended to overpower him with sheer speed. Though the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, Li Qing's velocity was sufficient to bridge the gap, even while trailing behind T. Wilson. Determined to capitalize on the opportunity, T. Wilson resolved to commit a foul. Yet, as Li Qing charged toward the right flank, he suddenly hesitated, gently nudging the ball toward the center with the outside of his left foot, initiating a leftward breakthrough. Instinctively, Wilson decelerated. Little did he anticipate that, at that moment, as he reduced his speed, Li Qi would explosively accelerate once more, deftly redirecting the ball from the center back toward the right front. In a flash, the rapid change in footwork left Wilson utterly unprepared. As he hastily sped up again, he felt a cramp seize his left calf. Despite his resolve to push through, witnessing Li Qing overtake him in the blink of an eye drained him of strength, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. Li Qing naturally paid no heed to Wilshere. His focus was solely on Manchester City's U18 goalkeeper, Muric. If he could score, the team would likely secure a victory at this venue. Manchester City U18 coach Lee Carsley buried his face in his hands, tormented by the unfolding drama. Having already netted a hat-trick, Li Qing now found himself one-on-one with the keeper. Could Muric thwart him? There was a chance, albeit a slim one. The coaching staff and players on the visitors' bench, including Neil Critchley, Gerrard, and McGarry, were ecstatic, fervently praying for a goal. Goal. Muric watched as Li Qing approached, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. Faced with the formidable player who had already scored thrice, he felt utterly at a loss. Sancho, Diaz, and Foden observed from a distance, their expressions stricken, hands on hips, heads bowed, as if they had foreseen the inevitable outcome. As Li Qing reached the edge of the penalty area, he noticed Muric standing at the penalty spot, his gaze unfocused, clearly lacking in resolve. A smile crept across Li Qing's face as he slowed his pace, adjusting his footwork. With his right foot planted on the penalty area line, he swung his left foot back. The ball darted across the grass like a striking serpent, swiftly heading for the bottom right corner of the goal. Muric reacted with remarkable speed, yet his body sank too slowly to match the ball's momentum. Just as he descended halfway, the ball had already passed him. The Manchester fans behind the goal watched in rapt attention, their expressions frozen in disbelief as the ball crossed the goal line and rolled up into the net's right corner. A quadruple delight. A Liverpool fan in the crowd gazed at the smiling Li Qing, murmuring softly, then gradually raised his arms high, exclaiming passionately, "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? An astonishing performance." Chapter 52, Man of the Match. Li Qing's fourth goal of the match effectively shattered the confidence of the Manchester City U18 players. Sancho, Foden, and Diaz were all seen resting on their knees, gasping for breath. At this point in the game, their stamina was nearly depleted, rendering any hopes of equalizing the score exceedingly slim. The Liverpool U18 coach, players, and a handful of Liverpool supporters exuberantly celebrated Li Qing's remarkable contribution, while the calmest figure on the pitch remained Li Qing himself. Some Manchester City U18 players were slumped on the ground, others had their hands on their hips, and many were leaning over, panting heavily, having exhausted nearly all their energy. The prospect of equalizing was daunting, especially considering that extra time would follow, and potentially a penalty shootout thereafter. Confronted with such thoughts, a sense of helplessness washed over them, compounded by the daunting task of leveling the score. When players lose faith in the match, the remaining time often devolves into mere garbage time. While the Manchester City U18 players abandoned hope, Liverpool U18 head coach Neil Critchley remained vigilant, adhering to the adage that caution is the mother of safety. Until the final whistle blew, utmost concentration, indeed, a commitment of 200%, was essential. The celebratory antics of the Liverpool U18 players stretched on long enough for the referee to intervene. Li Qing, unfazed, was momentarily swept up by his teammates' enthusiasm and expressed gratitude to the fervent Liverpool supporters, exchanging a playful glance with Tong Shinbing that elicited a bemused eye roll in return. Initially, the referee aimed to conserve time for Manchester City U18 to equalize, but the home players seemed utterly dispirited and showed no urgency to resume play. After a protracted delay of nearly half a minute, the game resumed, and while the despondency somewhat lifted, breaching the resolute Liverpool U18 defense proved an arduous challenge. Furthermore, with Li Qing excelling in counterattacks, it was exceedingly difficult for the Manchester City U18 players to muster a concerted offensive effort. Consequently, a rare disconnection emerged between their front and back lines. Standing in the visiting coach's area, Neil Critchley wore a knowing smile. He recognized that this match was essentially in the bag. With his own players brimming with momentum and the opposition utterly demoralized, the outcome seemed inevitable. Li Qing's performance was nothing short of sensational. Should he seize the opportunity to extend the lead in the forthcoming moments, the outcome of the match would be unequivocally secured. In stoppage time, Li Qing received a clearance from centre-back Masterson and surged towards Manchester City's U18 defensive half with the swiftness of the wind. Having already netted 4 goals in the match, the Manchester City U18 players, apprehensive of his potential to score once more, concentrated their defensive efforts entirely upon him. However, with a keen eye for the game, Li Qing swiftly recognized the advancing Brewster making a run through the center. With an accurate long pass not far in distance, he found the pacey Brewster, who faced goalkeeper A. Muric in a one-on-one situation. Displaying remarkable composure, Brewster sidestepped the keeper before effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. This goal would ultimately mark the last of the match. The Liverpool U18 team, often underestimated as visitors, triumphed with a resounding 5-3 victory over their Manchester City U18 counterparts, thus advancing to the round of 16 in this season's FA Youth Cup, all thanks to Li Qing's leadership. As the referee's final whistle echoed 3 times to signal the conclusion of the match, the players of Liverpool U18, both on and off the field, instinctively rushed towards Li Qing. They all understood that their remarkable achievement of eliminating Manchester City U18 on their home turf was wholly attributable to his prowess. Li Qing possessed a broad perspective, and as he caught sight of his teammates both on and off the field rushing towards him in excitement, a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through him, signaling impending trouble. Without hesitation, he took off running. Thus unfolded a scene where Li Qing, in a flurry of movement, deftly dodged his exuberant teammates, yet ultimately, the sheer force of numbers proved overwhelming, and he found himself encircled, reluctantly succumbing to their exuberant celebration. Masterson, Harvey White, Brewster, and goalkeeper Grabera each grasped one of Li Qing's limbs, while other teammates provided supportive assistance. Under the count of their captain, Masterson, they harmoniously lifted him into the air, tossing him a couple of meters high. "Oh my goodness, help! Put me down!" However, the louder Li Qing cried out, the more exhilarated his teammates appeared. Liverpool U18 triumphed over Manchester City U18 with a score of 5-3 at the City Academy Stadium, a result that even the most ardent supporters of Liverpool's youth training scarcely anticipated. Thus, when they beheld the scoreline, they were momentarily taken aback, almost believing the news to be a fabrication. Fans of Manchester City, who closely follow their own youth training, shared this sentiment. It is known that the 2 best youth academies in all of England are Manchester City and Chelsea, just 4 months prior. In the 3rd round of the National Youth Super League, Manchester City U18 had decisively defeated Liverpool U18 with a staggering score of 7-0, making this recent home defeat seem utterly unfathomable. Only those Manchester City fans who witnessed the live broadcast understood that Manchester City U18 did not merely lose to Liverpool U18. Rather, they were, in a strict sense, bested by a young prodigy named Li Qing, scoring 4 goals and providing an assist. The young man was undoubtedly the standout performer of the match. Although the FA Youth Cup and the Youth Super League do not garner significant attention in England, the match between the youth teams of Manchester City and Liverpool captured considerable interest, particularly due to the sensational headlines crafted by the media, which indirectly heightened the match's visibility. Through this encounter, Li Qing had genuinely begun to carve out a name for himself in England. The fact that the 3 prodigies of Manchester City's academy had failed to surpass him was a testament to his formidable prowess. Mendes, beaming with joy as he perused various news articles praising Li Qing, knew that this investment would undoubtedly yield returns. That evening, Liverpool U18 boarded a train back to Liverpool, with Li Qing, unusually enthusiastic, scrolling through the online news coverage of the FA Youth Cup. His smile never waned. According to his speculation, first-team coach Klopp would surely inform him within 3 days that he could report to the Melwood training ground, the very place where the Liverpool senior team trains. Should he receive Klopp's endorsement, he was confident he could remain there indefinitely. Chapter 53. Reporting to Melwood tomorrow. The day following the match marked the commencement of the school week, and Li Qing returned to his studies. Before he even reached the school gates, he was greeted by enthusiastic Liverpool supporters who raised their thumbs in admiration. Upon arriving at school, the fervor was even more palpable. As a burgeoning star, Li Qing adeptly maintained his composure. He greeted the ardent Liverpool fans with warm waves and graciously obliged those who sought to capture a photograph with him. If the FA Cup represents a platform for seasoned players to showcase their prowess, the Youth FA Cup serves as the stage for young talents to assert their potential. The following day, Klopp, having returned to work, was poised to fulfill the promise he made to Mendes. However, upon his arrival at the Kirkby Academy, he discovered that the students were on holiday. Thus, he would have to return on Wednesday. As the focal point of attention, Li Qing concentrated wholeheartedly on his studies, immersing himself in the vast ocean of knowledge with unrelenting enthusiasm. During this period, Li Qing has excelled while representing Liverpool's U18 youth team, and his academic performance consistently ranks among the top in his class. The leadership of the high school division has stated that regardless of his results in the final exams, Li Qing will be admitted to Blue Coat School's high school division. However, Li Qing remained non-committal, as Blue Coat School is not the most prestigious high school in the Liverpool area. Naturally, as an individual with the soul of a nearly 30-year-old, he is reluctant to remain in school wasting time. Nevertheless, Kirkby Academy has specific regulations stipulating that players must complete their high school credits. While there is no formal requirement regarding university education, it is understood that should one not make a career in professional football after high school graduation, they would continue their studies, while those who succeed in professional football would likely forego further education. Typically, students graduate high school around the age of 18. But Li Qing's exceptional talent has garnered the attention of the first-team coach even before he completed middle school. Unfortunately, Kirkby Academy's policies have yet to adapt accordingly. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Qing's 2 days of study swiftly passed, and the midweek training session commenced. He arrived at the training facility an hour early, adhering to his usual training regimen. His relentless dedication to practice has earned him widespread acclaim within Kirkby Academy, to the extent that the goalkeeper, Uncle Jack, gave him a thumbs up from afar, proudly exclaiming, "Li, I foresee you blossoming into a top-tier star in world football under Zhang Hongfei." In such moments, Li Qing often responds with a humble smile and wave, indicating that it is still too early for such accolades before quietly making his way to the U18 training ground. After a 20-minute jog and a 5-minute stretch, as he prepared for ball drills, Li Qing noticed someone approaching from the corner of his eye. Upon looking up, he recognized a middle-aged man with a rugged face, a prominent nose, and sharp, gleaming eyes behind a pair of glasses. It was none other than the first-team coach, Garnering Klopp. What could he possibly want with the U18 team at this hour? As this possibility crossed his mind, his expression transformed with intrigue. Klopp, possessing a wealth of experience and a keen eye for talent, seemed to discern Li Qing's thoughts and, with a playful smile, remarked, "Li, you appear quite joyful. Have you stumbled upon something delightful? Care to share it with us?" Li Qing's excited expression instantly faded as he shook his head and said, "Mr. Garnering, perhaps you misinterpreted my demeanor just now? I was not laughing." Klopp cast a meaningful glance at Li Qing and remarked, "What a delightful little fellow." Li Qing shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled, "Mr. Garnering, your early visit to Cork must be a mere whim, is it not? You surely wouldn't believe it to be a fleeting fancy." Klopp placed his right hand gently upon Li Qing's left shoulder and stated candidly, "Starting tomorrow, you shall report to Melwood." Speculation is but speculation, yet when Li Qing truly heard that Klopp was promoting him to the first team, his heart soared with elation. However, his expression remained remarkably composed as he calmly replied, "Is it impossible for me to go today?" Klopp gazed at Li Qing with a hint of skepticism, puzzled as to why a young man would not display excitement upon receiving such delightful news. Why the serenity? It defied logic. Subsequently, admiration crept into Klopp's eyes, and his hand, still resting on Li Qing's shoulder, instinctively lifted and came down with a resounding clap, encapsulating a myriad of unspoken words in that single gesture. Li Qing inhaled sharply, his pupils constricting as he cast a pitiful gaze at Klopp. "Mr. Garnering, are you not concerned about the dislocation of my left shoulder blade?" Klopp chuckled awkwardly, retracting his mistaken right hand. Turning away, he left Li Qing with his back, raising his right hand to signal, "Remember to report to Melwood at 10 tomorrow morning." Li Qing cradled his left shoulder, still acutely aware of the lingering pain, as he watched Klopp gradually recede into the distance. With a sense of incredulity, he remarked, "Klopp's approach is rather harsh. If I were to play under him, would I risk being severely injured? I must strengthen my physique to enhance my resilience against such impacts." Klopp had informed the youth training director, Ingersoll, of Li Qing's promotion to the first team, who subsequently relayed the news to the U18 coaching staff. Neil Critchley, Mike Garrity, and Gerard, though anticipating this day, had not anticipated its arrival so swiftly. The planned FA Youth Cup campaign now seemed a daunting challenge. Naturally, they had considered the possibility that Li Qing's elevation to the first team might be a temporary measure, yet as youth coaches, their hope was for him to remain permanently within the first team. Thus, on the final day of training with the U18 squad, Li Qing found the intensity of the session particularly demanding. Chapter 54. A determination to stay here. The Melwood Training Facility, nestled between Liverpool and Derby, was established in the 1950s and renovated 6 years ago. It serves as the training ground for the illustrious Premier League club, Liverpool FC. However, its remote location posed a challenge for Li Qing, who was visiting Melwood for the first time. In contrast to the Kirkby Academy, Melwood is situated in the outskirts of Liverpool's L12 district, making it less accessible. Previously, he could cycle to the Kirkby Academy, but this time he was compelled to opt for a more sophisticated mode of transportation. As he had not yet reached the age of 17, Li Qing was ineligible to obtain a driver's license, rendering him unable to drive either a car or a motorcycle. Consequently, he had to rely on public transport. Fortunately, a bus Route 12 operated near his home, taking approximately 40 minutes with 12 stops before he disembarked at Melwood Avenue. Despite the early hour of 8:30 in the morning, Li Qing observed a throng of fans milling about in front of the residential buildings opposite the training ground. Clearly, these fans were awaiting the arrival of Liverpool players, hoping to secure signatures or photographs. Additionally, there were several well-equipped journalists, armed with professional cameras, poised to capture the stars as they arrived at Melwood. Li Qing stood out slightly among the sparse crowd only due to his handsome features, yet held no real allure. For these people had come to Melwood solely for the football stars. Li Qing noticed the reporter's indifference toward him and rolled his eyes in disdain. Thinking to himself, I am the Youth FA Cup's best player, for heaven's sake. Humph. These blind, unscrupulous journalists. Amid the crowd stood a distinctive young man, distinctive precisely because he stood out. With his golden complexion, dark eyes, and jet black hair, he was a stark contrast to the sea of fair-skinned Europeans around him. He appeared to be around 25, wielding a professional-grade Canon DSLR, his lens shifting restlessly as if searching for the perfect angle. Then, his viewfinder locked onto a youth, a boy of about 176 centimeters, with a sturdy build and a Nike duffel bag slung over his shoulder. But what truly commanded attention was the striking, handsome face and the confident smile that graced it. What particularly drew the young man's gaze was the boy's shared complexion and hair color, perhaps after spending so much time abroad. The mere sight of someone with the same golden skin, dark eyes, and black hair stirred an instinctive urge to speak, a longing for kinship. Seeing the boy heading toward Melwood, the young man assumed it was his first visit and that he might not know fans weren't permitted inside. Quickening his pace, he called out impulsively in their mother tongue, Hey, wait up. Li Qing, walking toward the gates of Melwood training ground, heard the familiar cadence of Mandarin behind him. Reflexively, he turned and saw a young man clutching a professional camera, hurrying toward him. The young man's excitement bubbled over as he blurted out, You're human? In essence, yes. In reality, no. 3 bewildered question marks materialized above the young man's head. Li Qing was not particularly inclined to engage with unfamiliar men, even fellow countrymen, hence his tone remained aloof. I am a British citizen of Chinese descent. Your Mandarin is impeccable, the young man effused, practically a chatterbox, holding up his work badge hanging from his neck with his right hand as he introduced himself. I'm Lulu, a reporter covering the Premier League for Dongquidi. Pleased to meet you. Out of politeness, Li Qing responded tersely, My name is Li Qing. Without waiting for a reply, he gestured toward the gates of Melwood and said, I'm heading in now. Goodbye. Lulu interjected, By the way, Melwood Training Ground isn't open to the public today. If you're hoping for autographs, you'll have to wait here. Glancing at his wristwatch, he added, Training starts in about an hour. Players usually arrive around 9:30. Li Qing initially hesitated to engage with the journalist Lulu from Dongquidi, but upon detecting the sincerity in the latter's tone and recognizing a fellow compatriot, he shrugged and assured, Rest assured, I can gain entry. Could it be possible? Let us await the outcome. Li Qing produced an identification card from his satchel and approached the gatekeeper, who, after a brief glance, promptly opened the door, granting him access. Lulu's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had entered so readily? Could he be the child of an internal employee? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed, as every football club enforces strict regulations forbidding non-staff members from entering. Even high-ranking officials lack the authority to allow family into the training facility. Could he be the offspring of a shareholder? It was not until the wooden door was securely shut that Lulu smacked his forehead in realization, murmuring to himself, Had I known, I would have asked for his number. Securing first-hand information about Liverpool's first-team training would have been within my grasp. Upon entering the Melwood training ground, Li Qing was immediately captivated by the prominent structure before him, where a distinctive wooden sign boldly proclaimed the letters Melwood, announcing to the world its identity. Below the sign, The words training and facility merged to denote the Melwood training base. In the distance loomed a modern two-story building, adorned with a red wall featuring the Liverpool club emblem. While further right lay the parking area designated for first-team players, coaches, and staff. Recalling his memory, he navigated along the pathway to the left of the single-story buildings, believing that, if his recollections were accurate, this would lead to the first team's training pitch. Although the players and coaches had yet to arrive at Melwood, the staff were diligently engaged in preparations to ensure the logistical support for the upcoming first-team training session. Li Qing, unable to contain her emotions, clenched her fists tightly. Encouraging herself, "I must stay here." Chapter 55. Recognition from the entire team. Li Qing has been promoted from the youth team to the first team for the first time. In the first team's locker room, there are no dedicated lockers. Initially, he intended to change into a training shirt casually outside the field. But a staff member promptly approached him, upon learning that Li Qing was a youth player elevated by head coach Klopp. The logistics staff member escorted him into the first team locker room, indicating that Klopp had already informed the logistics department to make the necessary preparations for his arrival. Such logistical support surely instills a sense of belonging in Li Qing. Although this may seem like a trivial matter, it is often the minutiae that determine success or failure. The senior management at Liverpool, who established the latest regulations, likely did not foresee that their subtle changes would pave the way for the emergence of a true superstar in the club's future. Returning to the narrative, Li Qing placed his bag in a locker devoid of a name tag and swiftly changed into his training shirt before heading to the natural grass field where the first team typically trains. After approximately 20 minutes of thorough warm-up and stretching, he commenced ball training. At this point, several first-team players had already arrived at the designated parking area. As they walked from the parking lot to the locker room, they noticed a solitary figure engaged in ball training on the field. Their curiosity piqued in their experience. No teammate would arrive early for training, with some even preferring to arrive just in time. Woodburn and Arnold, who were teammates in Liverpool's U18 squad last season, had also been called up to the first team by Klopp this season and continued to follow the U18 matches closely. From the early season slump to a mid-season resurgence, they had witnessed every match. Thus, they understood that the U18 success was not merely a team effort, but largely attributed to Li Qing's remarkable performance, where he had contributed 15 goals in 5 matches. Rumors suggested that he had caught the attention of England's U20 national team head coach Paul Simpson and U17 head coach Steve Cooper, who were scouting for talent for the upcoming Youth World Cups in both age categories. The young man training with the ball was none other than Li Qing himself. They had heard that he was the first to arrive at the Kirkby Academy and the last to leave during training weeks, and it appeared to be true. As team captain Henderson noticed Woodburn and Arnold slowing their pace to gaze at the field, he inquired, "Ben, Trent, what are you looking at?" Woodburn pointed towards Li Qing, saying, "I think I know who the new teammate the boss mentioned is." "Who is he?" Henderson recalled Klopp mentioning that a new player would join the team this week. He had assumed the team would recruit a top forward from a prominent club, never expecting it to be the young man before them. "Is he the U18 star forward?" "Li? Oh." Henderson's gaze shifted towards Li Qing, now tinged with surprise. Could he be the one who scored 4 goals and assisted in Liverpool U18's victory over Manchester City U18 in the FA Youth Cup last weekend? Although Henderson did not emerge from Liverpool's youth academy as the captain, he occasionally pays attention to the club's youth training, and the name Li Qing has resonated particularly over the past month. "Indeed, it is he." Arnold nodded slightly. Henderson raised an eyebrow, recalling that, if he was not mistaken, Li Qing had yet to turn 16. Could a mere youth possess the ability to join the first team? He harbored doubts. At precisely 10 o'clock, Klopp stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the fewer than 20 first-team players before him, and proclaimed, "Before we commence today's training, I wish to introduce a new teammate to all present." With that, he turned to Li Qing, saying, "His name is Qing Li, a forward from the Kirkby Academy's U18 youth team." Klopp's introduction was straightforward and clear, followed by a sharp clap of his hands. "Are we all ready for today's training?" "Ready." The players of Liverpool resounded in unison, their spirits high as they embraced the day's training. Li Qing, standing aside, was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere was vastly different from that of the youth team, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. "Excellent." Klopp's keen gaze swept across the faces of each player, evidently pleased with their reactions. His enthusiasm remained unabated. "I hereby declare today as training officially commenced." He then turned his attention to Woodburn and Arnold, shifting his tone, Ben, Alexander. Since Lee has come up from U18, I expect you both to engage frequently with him to ensure his swift integration into the first team. Is that understood? Understood, sir, replied Woodburn and Arnold in unison. As the team began their warm-up exercises, Arnold and Woodburn dashed toward Li Qing to introduce themselves. All three young men hailed from the Kirkby Academy, sharing common ground that quickly transformed them into inseparable friends. Klopp, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of satisfaction. The memories of the youthful storm he had ignited during his tenure at Dortmund were still vivid. Now at Liverpool, he aspired to recreate that magic. Woodburn and Arnold, though somewhat naive, would need Li Qing to mature swiftly to fulfill this vision. In time, with Woodburn, Arnold, and Li Qing occupying pivotal positions within the squad, a red whirlwind could sweep across Europe. The script was already penned in Klopp's mind, yet whether the trio would develop as he envisioned remained uncertain. After an hour of warm-up and stretching, regular training commenced. The first-team players, who had previously doubted Li Qing's abilities, now wore serious expressions, particularly in terms of speed. Li Qing astonished several defensive players on the team. Center-back Lovren could not help but exclaim, "Is it possible that even Sadio doesn't run as fast as you? You truly have yet to turn 16? The astonishing speed is remarkable, and his long passes, footwork, and scoring ability are far beyond that of an adolescent. However, it is evident that Li Qing's true footwork skills have yet to reach a significant level. His impressive technique in front of his teammates is solely a result of employing a 5-star skill card, aimed at gaining their acknowledgement. Li Qing's abilities have garnered the recognition of the majority of his teammates, much to Klopp's satisfaction. Initially, he intended for Li Qing to merely experience the atmosphere of the Premier League, without the expectation of him representing the first team. However, the unanimous acclaim from his teammates essentially signifies that he possesses the competence to compete in England's top-tier matches. After all, the training matches are fiercely contested, devoid of any leniency. Given such outstanding performances under these circumstances, what reason could there be to doubt his prospects in the professional league? Chapter 56. 5 consecutive winless matches in various competitions. Li Qing has garnered the approval of most players in the Liverpool first team at the Melwood training facility. However, he remains humble, striving to enhance his capabilities. His performance on the pitch has indeed been remarkable, and his teammates have shown unwavering commitment. Yet he grapples with the challenge of physical strength, as his modest physique scarcely compares with that of his peers. In a professional setting, the difficulties he faces would multiply significantly. Nevertheless, Li Qing possesses a keen intellect. He refrains from engaging in direct confrontations with physically dominant opponents, instead leveraging his strengths against their weaknesses. As training progresses, Klopp has come to realize that Li Qing's football intelligence surpasses initial expectations. Assistant coach Kovac, positioned at Klopp's right, remarked, "Jurgen, this young lad is truly exceptional. I believe it won't be long before he meets the requirements to play in the first team." "Indeed," replied another assistant coach, Kravitz, nodding in agreement. As long as he acclimatizes to the first team's training environment, he may soon have the opportunity to appear as a substitute. However, Li Qing will only turn 16 next month, a concern that weighed on Kovac's mind. It would be prudent for Ruin to draw a conclusion regarding this matter. Klopp's gaze remained fixed on the outstanding Li Qing. Kovac and Kravitz exchanged a knowing glance. Ruin, the head of Liverpool's medical staff, holds the key. If he deems Li Qing's physical condition suitable for participation, it would signify the young talent's entry into England's premier competitions. Conversely, should he find Li Qing unprepared, the young player would have to continue training with the first team or return to Kirkby Academy for further development. The abilities displayed by Li Qing have reached a point where further enhancement within Kirkby seems implausible. Only the first team offers a viable avenue for his development. Moreover, following Li Qing's remarkable performances representing Liverpool U18, several Premier League rivals and prominent European clubs have made tentative offers. Coupled with Mendes's pressure, it is certain that Li Qing cannot be relegated back to the youth team, as doing so would undoubtedly result in significant losses for the club. The two parties have signed an apprenticeship contract, and the tacit agreement on a buyout clause is merely a trifling matter for affluent clubs, who would consider a few million euros a worthy investment for acquiring a semi-finished product that has already garnered recognition. On Saturday, Liverpool is set to host Swansea at Anfield. Both Liverpool and Tottenham have amassed 45 points, with Liverpool ranked third due to a slightly inferior goal difference. Swansea, languishing at the bottom of the league, has seemingly become one of the prime candidates for relegation this season. The disparity in rankings and abilities between the two teams has led the media to unanimously predict an unremarkable outcome, with Liverpool likely to exploit this round of fixtures, where Tottenham and Manchester City face off against each other to widen the gap. Li Qing, as a member of Liverpool's first team, shared this sentiment. However, he did not make it onto the matchday squad and could only cheer for his team from the stands. Unexpectedly, what should have been a straightforward match turned into a shocking upset, with Swansea defeating the home team 3-2. For Klopp, losing 3 points might not be particularly disheartening. What is truly troubling is the injury sustained by Sturridge at the tail end of the match, which has compounded Liverpool's woes in attack. Already strained by Maine's participation in the Africa Cup of Nations, the upcoming matches now appear to be a cause for concern. The forthcoming match is the second leg of the League Cup semi-finals, following a narrow defeat of 0-1 to Southampton in the first leg. Liverpool must secure a victory at home in the second leg, or they shall falter in the semi-finals. In a later match, Chelsea, a highly anticipated contender, triumphed over Hull City with a score of 2-0, extending their lead over Liverpool from 7 to 10 points. The clash between Manchester City and Tottenham, a battle for the top four, ended in a draw, inadvertently benefiting Chelsea and Arsenal, the latter of whom, with their victory, ascended to second place, surpassing both Tottenham and Liverpool. According to the schedule, the circumstances appear to favor Liverpool, especially with the advantage of playing on home turf, rendering their victory seemingly assured. However, under such pressure, a loss becomes intolerable, and the media's negative coverage has placed immense strain on Klopp. Since the onset of 2017, Liverpool has recorded merely 1 win, 3 draws, and 2 losses across all competitions, with the solitary victory occurring in a FA Cup replay against Plymouth, a team from the 4th tier of English football. Upon returning to Melwood for training the following day, Li Qing sensed an unusually oppressive atmosphere within the team, where even the usually jovial Firmino wore a furrowed brow. During the afternoon training session, an overly aggressive tackle from Claven provoked severe discontent from Lalana, leading to a near altercation had teammates not intervened. It is often said in the football world that victory can obscure numerous issues, while defeat lays bare all shortcomings. Despite Klopp's desire to grant Li Qing an opportunity to play, the current predicament compels him to postpone that hope, waiting for a more opportune moment. The team is in dire straits, and placing the burden of expectation on Li Qing would be profoundly unjust. On the eve of the League Cup match against Southampton, assistant coach Buvac announced the matchday squad, yet Li Qing's name was conspicuously absent, leaving him feeling quite helpless. As a member of the first team, he yearns to contribute to the squad's efforts. The day before the match, Coutinho made a hasty return, but his presence did little to aid Liverpool, as Shane Long's late goal sealed a 0-2 aggregate elimination for the home side, propelling Southampton into the League Cup final, including the first leg's 0-1 defeat. Liverpool has now gone 5 consecutive matches without a win across all competitions. The media thrives on chaos, and with Liverpool's winless streak, they have plummeted from 2nd to 4th place in the league, now holding just a 2-point lead over 5th-placed Manchester City and a 4-point buffer over 6th-placed Manchester United. The prospect of securing a Champions League berth for the next season hangs precariously in the balance, should Liverpool fail to rectify their current misfortunes. They risk missing out on the Champions League for 3 successive seasons. Chapter 57, Selection for the Matchday squad with Liverpool enduring 5 consecutive matches without a win. Their next league opponent is the league leaders, Chelsea, with a 10-point gap separating them. Coupled with their poor form, even playing at home does not inspire confidence. However, prior to this, Liverpool faces Wolverhampton in the 4th round of the FA Cup at Anfield. Given that there are only 2 days between the matches against Wolverhampton and Chelsea, it is certain that Liverpool will not field their strongest lineup against Wolves, likely opting for a combination of a few key players, young talents, and substitutes. Li Qing has encountered his most opportune moment to make an appearance for Liverpool's first team. Despite the oppressive atmosphere within the squad and the prevailing discontent among the players, his enthusiasm for training remains remarkably high. He aspires to impress the coaching staff with his consistent outstanding performances. Meanwhile, assistant coach Buvac remarked to Klopp, Jurgen, the majority of the first team is affected by the recent winless streak, yet Li is among the few maintaining commendable form. Shouldn't we consider including him in the squad for the upcoming FA Cup match? Comparing him to Harry Wilson and Ben Woodburn, his current form appears superior. Perhaps he could be placed in the starting lineup? Klopp shook his head, responding that Li's compatibility with the team is still insufficient, and hastily placing him in the starting 11 would be an unwise decision. The realm of professional football starkly contrasts with youth training, and given Li's lack of defensive inclination, it would be prudent to include him on the matchday roster instead, allowing for a gradual integration. Buvac nodded lightly, and Klopp solemnly inquired, "Have we devised a tactical system for Lee's rapid counterattacks?" Liverpool's upcoming home matches against Wolves and Chelsea represent their final two opponents in January. Previously, they had secured only one victory against 7 opponents, with the remaining 6 matches ending in draws or defeats. The FA Cup's knockout format dictates that. Apart from the semi-finals and finals, any drawn match necessitates a replay, which poses a significant challenge for the currently struggling Liverpool. However, considering that Liverpool must face league leaders Chelsea following the Wolves match, this crucial fixture could be strategically deemed expendable. Naturally, no player, especially Lee Ching, is inclined to concede. On the eve of the match, as per tradition, assistant coach Buvac held the list and announced the 18-man squad for the 4th round of the FA Cup to be held at Anfield the following evening. The mainstays of the first team exhibited little reaction, while the substitutes and promoted youth players listened intently, eager not to miss the announcement of their names. The 2 goalkeepers named in the 18-man squad were Karius and Minale, with defenders Randall, Gomez, Clavin, Moreno, and Arnold, and midfielders Lucas, Oviageria, Wijnaldum, Harry Wilson, Emre Can, Milner, and Stewart already announced, totaling 14 players. Buvac continued the announcement in a rather nonchalant manner. Roberto Firmino, Divock Origi, Philippe Coutinho. One spot remained, and Woodburn and Lee Ching exchanged glances, both aware that only one of them could secure a place in the matchday squad for the next day. Although Woodburn had already enjoyed playing time with Liverpool's first team and scored his inaugural professional league goal at the end of November last year, setting a record as the youngest goalscorer in Liverpool's history at 17 years and 45 days. Lee Ching's recent performances since his elevation to the first team have been exceptionally impressive, leaving him uncertain about his prospects. Lee Ching possesses confidence in his own abilities, however. Due to his tender age, he remains an unlikely choice for head coach Klopp. Suddenly, assistant coach Buvac cast a glance at Lee Ching, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Could it be? Lee Ching faintly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, he heard Bwatch proclaim loudly. Lee Woodburn's anticipation was swiftly overshadowed by disappointment. However, during this period, he had forged a profound friendship with Lee Ching, and upon learning that his friend was selected for the first team's 18-man roster, he felt immense joy. Thus, he was the first teammate to extend his congratulations to Lee Ching. "Lee, congratulations." Lee Ching finally came to his senses, his heart racing with excitement. Arnold, along with 2 other players from the youth academy, Oviageria and Harry Wilson, as well as his teammates, extended their congratulations to Lee Ching, expressing hopes that he might seize an opportunity in the upcoming match against Wolves. Meanwhile, Lee Ching heard the notification sound from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. For being selected for the first team match roster, you have earned a chance for an offensive talent lottery. Upon hearing this reward, Lee Ching released his joy over being included in the 18-man roster. This reward narrowed the scope of the talent lottery to offensive skills, meaning that the talents he could draw would only pertain to shooting technique, shot power, heading, long-range shots, free kicks, penalties, dribbling, ball control, short passes, crosses, and long passes. Precise shooting corresponds to shooting technique talent, while being adept at long passes equates to long pass talent, thus further refining the lottery to shot power, heading, long-range shots, free kicks, penalties, dribbling, ball control, short passes, and crosses. Excluding penalties, short passes, and crosses, considered rather trivial, the talents related to the other 6 attributes would undoubtedly manifest significant impact in future matches. With this in mind, his excitement intensified. Buvac patted Lee Ching on the shoulder and, with a weighty tone, remarked, "Being included in the roster is merely your first step into the realm of professional football. There remains the prospect of coming off the bench. Although it is quite possible you may not take the field, I urge you to prepare yourself mentally for the opportunity. The nature of a football match is ever-changing. Who knows what the next moment may bring? Wouldn't you agree?" Lee Ching discerned the underlying implications in the other S words, resolutely clenching his fist with unwavering confidence. "Mr. Zeliko, I am fully prepared to step into the fray at any moment. Keep it up, both J-Rjin and I have faith in you." Chapter 58. The master of dribbling. Liverpool's performance as they entered the year 2017 was nothing short of astonishing, particularly for the ardent supporters of the club. Following their last victory over Manchester City at the end of 2016, they found themselves a mere 4 points adrift of the league leaders, Chelsea. However, With 2 draws and a loss in subsequent matches, that promising gap widened into a daunting 10 points, leading some media outlets to declare that Liverpool had prematurely exited the race for this season's league title. After all, one team was soaring in form while the other was languishing. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Commentator Zhang Hongfei, a devoted Liverpool fan, harbored little optimism regarding the club's prospects in the league, and his doubts extended even to the upcoming 4th round of the FA Cup. The FA Cup is notoriously known as a breeding ground for upsets, and with Liverpool gearing up to face Chelsea at home, it was evident that they would likely hold back in their approach to the cup match just 2 days prior. The Wolverhampton team from the Championship was surely aware of this, eager to seize the opportunity to at least earn a chance for a replay, thereby boosting their club's revenue. In June's eyes, the slumbering tiger might very well be preyed upon by a pack of ravenous wolves. Yet, as a Liverpool supporter, he still nurtured a flicker of hope. What if Zhang Hongfei, the leading commentator recruited by Le Sports, is an ardent Liverpool supporter? And he certainly would not miss the FA Cup 4th round match, where Liverpool hosts Wolverhampton. Additionally, Wolverhampton was fully acquired by the consortium Revival International for £45 million last June, marking them as the first fully capitalized team in England. A noteworthy spectacle that has become a focal point for domestic fans. That night, Zhang Hongfei finally awaited the announcement of the 18-man squad on the Liverpool official website. To earn the title of a prominent commentator in the country, it is not only essential to possess solid commentary skills, but also to be recognized for impartiality, even when covering Liverpool matches. To enhance the excitement of his commentary, he often meticulously records the career histories of each player on the matchday roster in his personal notes, ensuring that the commentary remains engaging. In the 18-man roster he viewed, Zhang Hongfei had already documented the histories of 17 players, detailing their journeys from their first encounters with football, their ages upon joining youth academies, their performances along the way, and even the latest anecdotes and intriguing tidbits about certain players, making him a veritable encyclopedia of Premier League players. However, he felt a twinge of confusion when he saw the final name on the list. The nationality was listed as British, yet the name was peculiarly spelled as Qing Li. While the surname posed no issue, the given name was distinctly of Chinese origin. Thus, he turned to the Liverpool website for further inquiries. Unfortunately, the official site provided scant information, only detailing that Li Qing had recently advanced through the ranks from U15 to U16, then U18, and was directly promoted to the first team by head coach Klopp. This revelation piqued Zhang Hongfei's interest even further. What remarkable talent did this young British player, with a name spelled in Mandarin, possess to achieve such rapid advancement? Zhang Hongfei frequently utilized the websites of the National Youth Super League, the Youth FA Cup, and the Kirkby Training Academy, along with Google searches, as part of his research methods. Over the years, his focus on Premier League broadcasts had also allowed him to establish connections within the league. Meanwhile, at home, Li Qing immediately accessed the system. With an appearance on the substitutes bench at Anfield scheduled for the following afternoon, his excitement was palpable, though he had mentally prepared himself. The moment of becoming the center of attention naturally brought about a mix of thrill and nervousness. To perform exceptionally under the potential opportunity to play, he hoped to draw a vital offensive talent, such as dribbling, technique, long-range shooting, or shot power. As the saying goes, it is better to act than to overthink. He promptly activated the lottery wheel with his mind. The pointer transitioned from stillness to motion, ultimately coming to a halt at 7 o'clock. The system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent of a dribbling expert. Wow, what a fantastic prize. Upon hearing the system's prompt regarding the talent reward, Li Qing instinctively exclaimed. Without even glancing at the talent analysis, the name alone indicated its remarkable prowess. As a winger, it is imperative that his dribbling skills are not merely adequate, but rather exceptionally potent. Otherwise, he would struggle to exert pressure on the opposing defense. The frequent acquisition of 5-star skill cards during his previous training sessions and matches was motivated by his desire to showcase his superior dribbling and footwork. With the mastery of dribbling now secured, it signifies that he will no longer need to purchase 5-star skill cards regularly, thus saving a substantial amount of gold. According to his strategy, as he begins to participate in first-team matches, his physical stamina will inevitably fall short of allowing him to complete an entire game. Consequently, he will need to procure stamina potions from the system's marketplace. In stark contrast to the nearly ubiquitous 5 gold cards, stamina potions are exorbitantly priced at 6 times more, and their effectiveness diminishes by half with each subsequent use within a single match. Based on the potion's description, a single bottle restores 50 stamina, which implies that the second use in a match will only replenish 25 stamina, while the third use will yield just 5 stamina, and so forth. Super stamina potions do not suffer from this limitation. However, they are considerably more expensive, costing 80 gold. Returning to the matter at hand. The impact of mastering dribbling is evident through the data, as his previous dribbling score of 73 has surged to 91, reflecting an increase of 18 points, making dribbling his second attribute surpassing the 90 mark. Notably, since ascending to the first team, Li Qing has experienced several enhancements, with his strength rising from 60 to 61, stamina from 65 to 67, technique from 77 to 78, shot power from 55 to 62, ball control from 68 to 70, short passing from 60 to 62, crossing from 61 to 64, long passing from 85 to 86, and off-the-ball movement from 70 to 75. Chapter 59. Settlement of 2 bets. The slight improvements in various statistics have brought Li Qing a sense of satisfaction, particularly as his height has reached 177 centimeters, bringing him closer to his ideal of 180 centimeters. Naturally, reaching around 185 centimeters would also be welcome. Before exiting the system, Li Qing dedicated time on the training ground to practice shot power, acknowledging that without the fortune of acquiring long-range shooting talents, he could only enhance his scoring methods through consistent daily practice. Li Qing aspires to surpass the legendary figures of Messi and Ronaldo from their prime. Thus, he is eager to refine his scoring techniques to ascend to the pinnacle of the footballing world. It was only when hunger began to gnaw at him that he exited the training grounds, satisfied after a hearty meal. Upon checking his phone, he discovered 2 WeChat messages from Tong Shinbing. Feeling a twinge of disappointment at not having anyone to share his joy with, he replied with a smile. "Cousin, I have been selected for the squad to face Wolverhampton at Anfield in the FA Cup tomorrow." Tong Shinbing was aware of his promotion to the first team. Yet she did not believe that Li Qing had a genuine chance of making it onto Liverpool's matchday roster, considering his tender age. It is rare for any coach to include a player who is not yet 16 on the professional stage. While many professional clubs may invite promising young talents to train with the first team, as training alongside seasoned professionals can expedite their development, meeting the criteria for actual match participation is an entirely different challenge. Tong Shinbing concluded that even if Li Qing excelled in the youth team, he would still fall short of the requirements to play with the first team. Hence, she texted back, "You little liar. Every time there's a Liverpool match, you claim to be on the squad. This is the 3rd time now. Do you really expect me to believe you?" Li Qing: "Since that is the case, shall we place a bet?" Tong Shinbing, clearly confident in her grasp of Li Qing, promptly replied, "A bit it shall be. Do you think I fear you?" With a chuckle, Li Qing sent a voice message, "If I make it onto the competition roster, will you grant me a kiss?" Upon hearing the message, Tong Shinbing felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly recalled that Li Qing seemed unusually self-assured today, his words laced with a distinct hint of mirth. Thus, she listened to the message once more. Beyond the evident cheerfulness, there was a subtle undercurrent of excitement. Could it be that he truly made it onto the competition roster? While she may not rival the fervor of die-hard fans, she was somewhat knowledgeable. The English Premier League giants often utilized the FA Cup and League Cup to groom their talents, allowing Li Qing to experience the atmosphere of professional matches from the bench. With this thought sparking her ingenuity, she hastily opened the official FA Cup app, where the match roster for Liverpool versus Wolverhampton was prominently displayed on the main page. At the end of the list, she spotted the unique spelling of Li Qing's name. "Humph, you little trickster. Thankfully, I'm clever enough." Li Qing discerned that Tong Shinbing must have seen the official roster for the competition. Thus he altered his proposition. "Shall we continue the wager? But with me as a substitute? If you still hesitate to bet, we can add a goal to the stakes. At the conclusion, both wagers will be settled together. What do you think?" Tong Shinbing furrowed her brows in contemplation, a firm idea gradually taking shape in her mind. It appears that no matter the circumstances, I shall emerge victorious, right? Why not take a gamble? After approximately half a minute, Tong Shinbing responded in writing, "If we are to wager, let us be clear from the outset. Even if you take the field as a substitute, it does not count as a victory unless you score. Since you propose settling both wagers together, you must net 2 goals. Otherwise, you shall be the loser. If you do lose, that will be that. I have yet to finalize my thoughts, but I will inform you when I do." "Understood." Li Qing was brimming with confidence. As he contemplated his imminent appearance on the substitute bench at Anfield the following day, A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, a sentiment that lingered until he finally drifted into slumber shortly after 3 in the morning. At 6:30 the next morning, he awakened punctually, though the late hour of his previous night's rest left him feeling rather unrefreshed. A glance in the mirror revealed his prominently dark-circled eyes, resembling those of a panda. If he were to head to the training ground in such a state, he would undoubtedly face criticism from the coach, and he might even jeopardize his chance of making an appearance. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck him, illuminating his thoughts. The ratio of time in the training system to real life was 4:1. Perhaps sleeping instead of training could be a viable option? System. Is it permissible for me to sleep at the training ground? Li Qing could distinctly perceive a shift in the system's emotional state at that moment. Yet the tone remained devoid of sentiment. Theoretically, it is feasible. With this response, he promptly exited the system and entered the training arena to indulge in a brief slumber. After 4 hours in the training facility, Li Qing awoke to find that the actual time was merely 7:40, leaving him with over an hour until the 9 o'clock assembly mentioned by assistant coach Buvok the previous day. Arriving at Melwood by taxi at 8:40, he noted that this was significantly later than his usual punctuality, prompting Arnold to jest, "Li, you're quite tardy today. This is not in keeping with your past style." Li Qing walked alongside Arnold towards the bus station at the Melwood training ground. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness due to a slight bout of insomnia and having awakened rather late that day, Arnold chuckled and patted Li Qing on the shoulder, reassuring him. "It's perfectly normal. I recall my first time on the matchday roster. I couldn't sleep a wink, overwhelmed with nerves. Yet, you are faring better than I did. At least you managed to catch some sleep. Otherwise, you would have no chance of stepping onto the pitch this afternoon." As members of the coaching staff gradually boarded the bus, the doors closed tightly, and the vehicle began its slow journey towards the hotel in the city center, signaling that the 4th round of the FA Cup was drawing ever closer. Chapter 60. First-hand information. Prior to home matches, the Liverpool team conducts its final preparations at the Hilton Hotel, meaning the entire squad remains at the hotel until they board the bus to Anfield. Long before the Liverpool team arrived at the Hilton, numerous media personnel and fans had already gathered in anticipation. Click, click, click. As the bus had yet to come to a complete stop, reporters and fans eagerly pressed the shutter buttons on their cameras, the sound of flashes resonating from outside the windows. Li Qing felt as if he were the protagonist Bao Longxing from the tale of the 9-rank official. Awakened by the blinding light of silver ingots, through the glass, he spotted many devoted Liverpool supporters brandishing banners, slogans, and scarves, fervently cheering for their beloved team. The familiar chant of "You'll never walk alone" echoed faintly, and Li Qing held his breath, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear, if given the chance, "I will definitely score." Lulu, a journalist from Donquidi, found himself among the reporters. Having secured an excellent vantage point thanks to his solid footing developed over the past 2 years amidst the European and American press. The first to disembark was the head coach, Klopp. Despite the team's dismal performance since January, his status among Liverpool fans remained untarnished, with waves of support directed towards him. Touched by the fans' encouragement, Klopp waved in gratitude, while Lulu and his fellow journalists captured this poignant moment on camera. Players like Firmino, the recently recovered Coutinho, Lucas, and Wijnaldum were all subjects of eager photographers, until a relatively unfamiliar youthful face descended from the bus, prompting a brief pause in the clicking. Although Li Qing's global recognition was minimal, reporters instinctively captured his image for posterity. Yet, Lulu felt a sense of déjà vu as he gazed at the fresh face of the young Eastern player. Local media reporters, who followed England's youth training and Liverpool closely, began to quicken their shutter speed. Arnold, Ilya, Harry Wilson, and Li Qing were all future stars nurtured by the Kirkby Academy. Particularly, Li Qing's recent outstanding performances were still fresh in everyone's memory. As Li Qing faced the fervent shouts of Liverpool's youth training fans, a faint smile graced his youthful visage, and he felt as though he walked with the wind at his back. This sensation was truly exhilarating. It was not until his figure faded from view that Lulu suddenly recalled the young man he had just passed. Was he not the same Chinese youth encountered at the gates of Melwood training ground? Was he indeed a member of Liverpool? Could it be? Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. If he were not a Liverpool player, how could the gatekeeper have permitted him entry? If he were not a Liverpool player, how could he have boarded the team's exclusive bus? Furthermore, numerous fans clad in Liverpool jerseys were chanting Li, which clearly indicated his esteemed status among the supporters. Thus, he retrieved his phone and logged onto the official website of the FA Cup to peruse the match roster for Liverpool's 4th-round clash against Wolverhampton. Among the 18 players listed for Liverpool was a name that had never before graced the roster. Qing Li? Was not this Qing a unique spelling of a name? This signified that the Liverpool youth player named Li Qing was undoubtedly of Chinese descent. Consequently, he pulled a pound note from his pocket and inquired of the nearby reporter adorned with an echo badge. "Hey, mate, may I ask you something?" Initially, the echo reporter was disinclined to engage with Lulu, but the lure of the pound compelled him to divulge a morsel of information. No wonder Li Qing held such a prominent position in the hearts of Liverpool fans. He was a prodigious talent nurtured by Klopp, merely 16 years old, a true genius. Lulu's eyes sparkled with realization. With the largest population in the world, the Chinese diaspora abroad is unparalleled, and the number of Chinese professional players is countless. However, the fact that Li Qing emerged from Liverpool's youth academy and found himself on the FA Cup roster was newsworthy indeed, although there remained a considerable journey ahead before he could participate in a match. The emergence of a second-generation Chinese player on the roster of a Premier League giant like Liverpool would surely create a sensation back home. Having spent nearly 2 years in England without a promotion, this news invigorated him, as if the pinnacle of his life were just around the corner. Before long, Lulu found a quieter spot to make an international phone call. After a few seconds, the call connected, and a commanding voice resonated through the receiver. "Xiao Lu. Calling me at this hour. What is the matter?" "Director Chun, I have uncovered an incredibly explosive piece of news." "What news?" The voice on the other end hinted at a touch of anticipation. "Are you aware that Liverpool will host Wolverhampton in the 4th round of the FA Cup? In Liverpool's 18-man roster, there exists a second-generation British-Chinese prodigy who has yet to reach the tender age of 16. Upon inquiring with several local Liverpool supporters, I learned that within a mere span of 3 months, he has made an astonishing leap from the U15 team to the first team." At this point, Lulu's excitement became palpable. Should he receive an opportunity to take the field, it was evident that Mr. Chun was a connoisseur, possessing foresight into the implications of such a development. Thus, he posed a question to Lulu. "Little Lu, is this information accurate? I would wager my future at the company on it." "Very well, if the news holds true. The vacant position of deputy manager for the European region shall be filled by you." Chapter 61. I want to be the protagonist. With several hours remaining before Liverpool's home match against Wolverhampton in the 4th round of the FA Cup, Lulu hastily returned to his hotel and opened his laptop. Meticulously organizing the news he had gathered, he then posted it under his personal account on Donquidi. The men's national team had fared poorly in the first 5 rounds of the 2018 World Cup Asian qualifiers, ending up at the bottom of Group A with 2 draws and 3 losses, thereby rendering their chances of qualifying for the World Cup in Russia virtually non-existent, which sparked widespread criticism domestically. It was against this backdrop that the appearance of a second-generation Chinese player in the matchday squad of the prestigious Premier League club Liverpool would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Lulu's literary prowess was remarkable. Within just 2 hours, he seamlessly compiled the information he had into a narrative that vividly transported readers to the scene, witnessing the rise of a Chinese footballing genius at Anfield. By 6 o'clock in the capital, Donquidi featured a striking headline: "Liverpool's super talent created." Upon seeing this title, users of Donquidi were inclined to click on it. Before long, the majority of fan comments leaned towards disparaging the editor. "What is this nonsense? A 15-year-old player as a genius? What an international joke. Is football truly hopeless? And created? Ridiculous. Bring me my 40-meter knife. I'll make the editor run 39 meters first. A leap of 4 levels in 3 months? Do you think this is diving? Even the most outrageous novels wouldn't dare to write such a tale." Amidst the hundreds of comments, some fans harbored a flicker of anticipation, for Lulu's photos and articles were meticulously logical, entirely devoid of random fabrication. The screenshots and reports from foreign media were sourced from reputable newspapers, lending them a high degree of credibility. Is this for real? Is this person truly our compatriot? Such a genius. A leap of 4 levels in 3 months? Incredible! I heard that Lessie will broadcast this match. I'll sign up for a membership right away. Well, the young lad looks spirited, scoring 11 goals in 4 matches, and achieving a remarkable quadruple in the Youth FA Cup, definitely worth following. As time progresses, the headline has transformed into a sensation, with the number of comments soaring into the thousands. Among these remarks, a significant portion is directed at Lulu, who, as an editor, remains unfazed by the criticism, for he thrives on the attention. He has long been psychologically prepared for such backlash. In today's restless society, football cannot be celebrated without controversy. In truth, even if Li Qing does not have the opportunity to represent Liverpool on the pitch, it matters little. However, should he seize the chance to play in the FA Cup and excel, he will undoubtedly ascend to fame. At that moment, those who have forged connections with Li Qing will reap the benefits. Merely contemplating this prospect is exhilarating. With only 2 hours remaining until the match begins, the headline article pinned by Lulu has garnered 3,000 comments. Meanwhile, the focal point of the discourse, Li Qing, remains oblivious to his status as the centerpiece of attention as he prepares to board the bus en route to Anfield. Li Qing and Arnold sat in the back row of the bus. As he took out his phone, he noticed that Tong Shinbing had shared a trending news article from Dong Quidi on WeChat. With a casual curiosity, he opened Dong Quidi, where a sensational headline caught his eye. Liverpool's super talent, creating. Goodness, must it be so fierce? It was merely his first time being included in Liverpool's matchday squad. Upon witnessing a multitude of vitriolic comments from a swarm of trolls, Li Qing's lips twitched ever so slightly. Must they be so ruthless? After perusing several highly upvoted disparaging remarks, a palpable anger began to simmer within him. He muttered coldly, "Do not grant me the opportunity to make an appearance, otherwise I shall ensure you return with the refuse you have so carelessly unleashed." No, this simply would not do. With an abundance of idle time at hand, he resolved to retaliate. Thus, he expended 20 yuan to alter his moniker to that of Liverpool legend Li Qing, engaging in a fierce exchange with the naysayers. 20 minutes later, the bus gradually approached Anfield Stadium. The roads flanking the square outside the stadium were teeming with ardent Liverpool fans, clad in vibrant red jerseys, serenading the timeless anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone." Li Qing gazed through the glass window, utterly astonished by the dense throng of home supporters outside. The magnitude of this experience far surpassed the exhilaration of entering alongside the fans. "I want to be the protagonist," he murmured softly, feeling the fervent enthusiasm radiating from the crowd. As he disembarked from the bus and proceeded through the internal passageway of the stadium, the resounding cheers emanating from the periphery of Anfield gradually diminished. It was then that Li Qing comprehended why Liverpool consistently wrought miracles within this hallowed ground. Such an electric atmosphere made it nearly impossible not to erupt with emotion. Lost in reverie, he found himself quietly entering the room engraved with Home Team Red Singing Room, which translates to the home team's locker room. In the center of the locker room stood a white cabinet, flanked by open wardrobes, each adorned with the jerseys of Liverpool's first-team players. His teammates approached their respective open lockers. "Wow!" exclaimed Li Qing, who was visiting Anfield's home locker room for the first time, resembling an awestruck novice. Arnold chuckled and patted Li Qing on the shoulder, as if to convey a sense of calm. Li Qing glanced around, discovering that his temporary locker was situated in the corner on the right, adorned with the number 55 of his own choosing. Chapter 62. This is Anfield. The head coach Klopp and his assistant were the last to arrive in the dressing room. Klavitz stood by the door, clapping his hands and solemnly proclaiming, "It's rather chilly today. Everyone must ensure they warm up properly during the upcoming exercises, understood?" With the team plagued by injuries, it was imperative to avoid any further player casualties, rendering pre-match warm-ups exceptionally crucial. "Understood." The players, in the midst of changing, replied in unison. Li Qing tightened his shoelaces and followed Harry Wilson and Arnold as they made their way from the locker room to the pitch. Above the narrow entrance, there hung the plaque inscribed with the words, "This is Anfield," a tribute established by the legendary Liverpool coach Bill Shankly, who once proclaimed, "Football is not a matter of life and death. It is much more important than that." Gazing at it, he felt a surge of fervor igniting within him. The totem, which has been passed down for half a century, indeed serves to uplift one's spirits. How wonderful it would be to represent Liverpool on this hallowed ground. Lost in thought, he involuntarily closed his eyes, envisioning the moment of his grand debut, the culmination of all his aspirations. "Hey, Li, what are you daydreaming about? Everyone is waiting for you to step out." Li Qing turned his head to glance behind, only to find Arnold and his teammates gazing at him with amused expressions, causing his youthful face to flush with embarrassment. He quickly quickened his pace and entered Anfield Stadium through the corridor. What an embarrassing moment! As Li Qing arrived at Anfield, the stands erupted with the thunderous cheers of the home fans, a cacophony that reverberated through this historic venue like a mighty tsunami. Although not many supporters had taken their seats at this hour, the atmosphere they created was fervently electric. This sensation was a far cry from the experience he had during his previous visits to watch matches here. "Come on, no need for nostalgia, after all. You won't be stepping onto the pitch," Arnold teased. That may not necessarily be the case. As Li Qing walked, he spoke with great insight about Anfield Stadium. He possessed a profound understanding of the venue, which is divided into 4 distinct stands: the main stand, the KOP stand, the Centenary stand, and the Anfield Road stand. The main stand is easily comprehensible, situated above the entrance passage, serving as the area designated for television broadcasts. The KOP stand, fully known as the Speenkop stand, commemorates the Liverpool soldiers who perished in the Second Boer War. Only the most devoted fans, possessing season tickets, are fortunate enough to occupy this revered position. Opposite the main stand lies the Centenary stand, while the Anfield Road stand caters to the visiting team. The thunderous cheers that resonated earlier emanated from the KOP, filled with passionate supporters. The players' warm-up lasted approximately 40 minutes before they gradually returned to the locker room for their final preparations ahead of the match. Naturally, this did not concern Li Qing, as the primary purpose of the players returning to the locker room was for head coach Garnering Klopp to outline the tactical strategies for the upcoming game, while the substitutes primarily sought to freshen up with showers and change into dry clothing to prevent catching a cold. About 5 minutes before the match commenced, the players began leaving the locker room. The starting players lingered in the players' tunnel, while the substitutes swiftly made their way to their respective benches. At this juncture, the atmosphere at Anfield had noticeably diminished. However, this was not due to a lack of enthusiasm from the fans, but rather a moment of respite as they awaited the eruption of excitement once the game began. Before long, both teams stepped onto the pitch, and Anfield erupted like an active volcano, the cacophony of cheers sweeping through the entire stadium like a tidal wave. Sitting on the substitutes' bench, Li Qing felt the electrifying atmosphere envelop him, his blood coursing through his veins as if heated, stirring with anticipation. The live broadcast camera panned over to the home team's bench, capturing the moment. Recently, Liverpool had not been in the best form, and this match against Wolverhampton at home was crucial. As the camera focused on Li Qing, the sports commentator, Zhang Hongfei, remarked, "The young player appearing on the left side of the screen is Li Qing, a true embodiment of youth. I am, of course," referring to the fact that the blood flowing through his veins is that of a human being, born in Liverpool to parents who immigrated from Great Britain. He is indeed a British-Chinese individual. Having entered the Kirkby Academy at a young age, he displayed remarkable football talent, scoring 11 goals in 4 matches during the English National Youth Super League. His performance in the FA Youth Cup final at Manchester City's Academy Stadium was particularly dazzling, as he netted 4 goals and provided an assist, propelling Liverpool's U18 team into the next round of the competition. His outstanding displays had undeniably captured the admiration of the Liverpool first-team coaching staff. In just 2 weeks, he will celebrate his 16th birthday. Yet he has already accomplished an unprecedented quadruple jump within a span of 3 months. It is worth noting that Li Qing has yet to represent England at any international level. We hope our Football Association will take action. Failing to naturalize such a talent would be a significant loss for us fans. Those who claim to understand the game dismissed the words of Zhang Hongfei as exaggerated. Many fans, sitting in front of their computers, felt a surge of excitement. While the true extent of Li Qing's abilities remains uncertain, his remarkable performance, scoring 4 goals against Manchester City's U18 team, certainly suggests he possesses considerable skill. Furthermore, entering the senior FA Cup squad at merely 15 years of age surely indicates his potential. Nevertheless, many fans believe it is best to allow Li Qing to flourish without pressure. Football can be a treacherous arena, and who can say whether returning to the national team could transform a prodigy into a mere shadow of his former self? If he is thriving in England, he should continue to grow there at his own pace. Chapter 63. Boss, I want to play with the referee's long whistle. The 4th round of the FA Cup for the 2016 to 2017 season officially commenced. Although Wolves currently sit in the lower mid-table of the championship, they swiftly organized an offensive play. Taking advantage of their kickoff, midfielder Seville launched a long pass to the right, but left-back Moreno misjudged the situation, committing a foul in an attempt to rectify his error. The referee promptly blew his whistle, awarding Wolves a free kick in the attacking right flank. The Liverpool fans in the KP stand responded with a cacophony of boos directed at the visiting players. Costa took the free kick, delivering the ball precisely to centre-back Steelman, who rose high to head the ball past the young Gomez and Claven. Goalkeeper Mignolet was caught off guard, and the ball found the back of the net. No one anticipated that the visiting Wolves would take the lead first. The exuberant Liverpool fans were momentarily stunned, as if struck by a sudden blow. watching in disbelief as the Wolves celebrated their goal, shaking their heads in bitter disappointment. Since the beginning of 2017, the team had won only once in a replay, with all other matches resulting in either defeats or draws. Would this match mirror the disappointing outcomes of previous encounters? The live broadcast director provided a close-up shot of Liverpool's manager, Klopp, as he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his brow furrowed and his expression exceedingly grave. Although the higher-ups had convened a press conference 2 days prior to express their unconditional trust in Klopp, the prospect of his dismissal loomed large should Liverpool continue to suffer defeats on home soil. With the advantage of kickoff, Liverpool exhibited a sense of urgency, attempting to penetrate the Wolves' compact defense with long-range efforts. However, the Wolves, who were leading, played astutely, filling the penalty area with defenders, effectively blocking the ball out for a corner. Confronted with the Wolves' bus-like formation, Klopp, known for his high pressing and counter-attacking strategies, found himself at a loss. On the substitutes bench, Lee Ching wore a heavy expression. Apart from Wijnaldum and Firmino, the starting lineup was composed mainly of substitutes and youth players, rendering them only marginally stronger than the fully fledged Wolves. Consequently, the task of forcing a goal proved to be exceedingly challenging. Liverpool, despite enjoying possession, posed little actual threat, and the match gradually descended into a stalemate. As half an hour elapsed, Liverpool still failed to equalize, while the Wolves executed their counterattacks with flair. The broadcast indicated that Liverpool's possession soared to 80, yet it bore no fruit. In the 41st minute, a defensive blunder by Captain Lucas allowed Costa to seize the ball in the center and deliver a deft pass. The ball rolled along the ground towards the left flank, where forward Wyman timely arrived, skillfully evading the advancing goalkeeper Mignolet and slotting the ball into an empty net. The score shifted from 1-0 to 2-0. A shadow of despair enveloped Klopp as he appeared on screen. In the slow-motion replay, he exhibited a fit of anger at the moment the goal was conceded, his lips moving in evident discontent over the team's defensive lapse. The atmosphere at Anfield plummeted to an all-time low. Even the loyal KP supporters fell silent, allowing the visiting Wolves fans to revel in their celebration. The new Wolves owner, Guo radiated joy, contrasting sharply with Liverpool's owner, John Henry. Despite Liverpool's intensified efforts towards the end of the first half, even sending centre-back Clavin into the penalty area as a makeshift striker, time was running out, and they failed to narrow the scoreline before the halftime whistle. As they made their way to the players' tunnel, the Liverpool players appeared dispirited, as if devoid of their very souls. Lee Ching let out a sigh, fully aware that the team's decision not to send him onto the field was beyond his control. He could only rise and enter the pitch for warm-up, preparing for the second half. Whether or not he could play was not solely dependent on his desire, but rather on the intentions of head coach Klopp. The vast majority of Liverpool fans in the stands appeared lethargic and, in their disappointment, some chose to leave early to express their dissatisfaction with the team's performance. As the 15-minute halftime quickly slipped away, the die-hard Liverpool supporters in the KOP stand began to rediscover their vibrancy, as the classic anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," resonated once more. When you walk through the storm, hold your head up high, and don't be afraid of the dark. Walk on, with hope in your heart. As the chorus reached its crescendo, the entire stadium erupted in a frenzied chorus. And you'll never walk alone, you'll never walk alone. Engaged in warm-up, Lee Ching listened to the voices rising from all directions, feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins, a sensation akin to bursting forth. He harbored a strong conviction that if he were to substitute in the second half, a goal would surely follow. Liverpool, trailing by 2 goals, made a substitution before the second half commenced, yet it was not Lee Ching who was called upon, but rather Coutinho, who replaced the defender Randall. Klopp's strategic intent was unmistakable, to enhance the offensive creativity in the front line. However, during halftime, Wolves had devised a targeted plan, and Liverpool's attacks failed to penetrate the core areas, remaining potent yet fruitless. 15 minutes into the second half, Liverpool still found themselves unable to narrow the deficit. Klopp made another adjustment, substituting the seasoned veteran Milner for the young Stewart. Yet, the results remained disheartening. With both substitutions exhausted, the home team's offense continued to falter. Lee Ching realized that his opportunity to play in this match was slipping away, and feeling a tinge of frustration, he could not resist standing up and approaching Klopp, who stood in the technical area with a furrowed brow. Leaning in, he whispered, "Boss, I want to play." Chapter 64, the record for the youngest player in the FA Cup? Deep in contemplation, Klopp raised an eyebrow upon hearing the remark and cast a disapproving glance towards Li Qing, initially inclined to express his anger. He noticed the fervent anticipation and intense desire for victory reflected in Li Qing's eyes. As the head coach of a competitive football club, his aspiration to triumph was unparalleled. Past, present, and future, he remained steadfast to his original intent. Perhaps influenced by Li Qing's earnestness, Klopp's displeasure gradually subsided, though his tone still bore a hint of discontent. Return in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Li Qing was overwhelmed with joy. Every professional football stadium has cameras specifically focused on the head coaches of both the home and visiting teams. The live director at Anfield noticed an intriguing scene in the home coach's technical area and promptly switched to it. There, Li Qing was seen removing his thick down jacket and making his way to the warm-up area, dressed in long sleeves and trousers. The commentator, Zhang Jun, sitting in the Leshy Sports broadcast studio, watched the footage with his pupils dilating in astonishment, exclaiming, "The 15-year-old prodigy, Li Qing, who has made his debut in Liverpool's matchday squad, is leaving the substitutes bench for the warm-up area. Does this signal that Klopp's third substitution will involve this young talent?" As he continued, his excitement grew, his voice rising with fervor. If Li Qing ultimately gets to play, he will set a record. The youngest appearance in the FA Cup history. Previously, this record was held by Arsenal's Jack Wilshere, who established it at the age of 17 years and 7 days in 2009. Furthermore, Li Qing would also set a new record for the youngest player to appear in the English professional leagues, previously held by Liverpool's own Jerome Sinclair, who, during the third round of the League Cup in the 2011-2012 season, played at the age of merely 16 years and 6 days after being loaned from Watford to Birmingham in January of this year. Simultaneously, the renowned Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray also took note of the scene, his incredulous voice reaching the ears of fans sitting in front of their televisions. "Oh my God, has Jurgen Klopp gone mad? This young player, Li, is only 15 years and 348 days old." Some fans in the main stand recognized Li Qing as the standout player from the Kirkby Academy, cheering him on in unison, while many other Liverpool supporters found the situation absurd. How old is Li Qing Kai? Can he truly alter the current unfavorable circumstances faced by Liverpool? Is it possible that Klopp has chosen to forego the FA Cup in order to concentrate fully on the upcoming league match against Chelsea at home? As these thoughts crossed the minds of the fans, a profound silence ensued. Clearly, the league holds greater significance than the FA Cup. Currently, the team has fallen to fourth place in the league, with the Manchester clubs lurking closely behind, ready to capitalize on any misstep, potentially leading to 3 consecutive seasons without Champions League qualification. However, there lingers a sense of unease regarding Klopp's decision to field Li Qing. After all, this is not an ideal scenario for nurturing young talent, and it could leave a lasting shadow over their burgeoning careers. Klopp, too, seemed to contemplate this dilemma. What had initially been an impulsive decision now felt like an act of irresponsibility. Seizing the moment of pause in the match, he drew his 2 assistants closer to discuss the viability of Li Qing's participation. Was it truly appropriate to utilize the final substitution on Li? Klavanitz and Buvac exchanged glances. Klavanitz, Klopp's eyes, and Buvac, his brain. After a brief silence, Buvac spoke. From a conventional perspective, it indeed appears detrimental to Li's development. However, he glanced at the warming-up Li Qing. A smile gracing his lips. Let's not forget that despite being under 16, his heart is remarkably large. This match was one we could afford to abandon in our plans. With less than half an hour remaining, granting Li a chance to step onto the pitch would allow him to experience the atmosphere of professional play, an opportunity that may not arise again this season. Klopp fell into a contemplative silence. As Buvac suggested, this match could very well be Li Qing's sole opportunity to feature this season. With the league standing precariously at 4th place, and the threat of Manchester United and Manchester City looming, the team's recent failures in both the League Cup and the FA Cup meant that securing a top 4 finish was imperative for Champions League participation next season, lest the manager's position become endangered. As the league entered its second half, competition intensified, leaving little room for opportunities to grant Li Qing playing time. Gathering his thoughts, Klopp nodded slightly. After all, he had a verbal agreement with Mendes, should Li's performance fall short of expectations. It would be reasonable to assert that he is not yet suited for professional league play, leaving Mendes with little ground to contest. Options would then be limited to either returning Li Qing to the youth academy at Kirkby or facilitating a loan. Nonetheless, given Li's age of under 16, few clubs would be inclined to offer him playing opportunities. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and as the match reached the 72nd minute, Li Qing concluded his warm-up and returned to the bench. Due to the tense nature of the game, the broadcast switched to the home team's coaching staff. Capturing Liverpool's assistant coach Buvac engaged in conversation with Li Qing while holding a tactical board. The commentator, Jan Jun, shifted his tone, exclaiming, "Is Li Qing truly about to make his substitute appearance? An astonishing record. He is merely 15 years and 348 days old." In truth, Wachi had very little to convey. His sole directive was for Li Qing to make breakthroughs down the right flank, leaving the decision to pass or shoot entirely to his discretion. After a brief half-minute, Li Qing, clad in Liverpool's home kit, approached the sidelines, where he stood alongside the fourth official, who was eagerly holding up the substitution electronic board in anticipation of a stoppage. The voice of Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports UK, resonated with fervor. "Mark this day. For this young man named Li is about to set a new record for appearances in the FA Cup." Chapter 65. Fried meatballs. The match had descended into a stalemate, and the fervent atmosphere cultivated by Liverpool supporters in the stands gradually waned with the passage of time. By the 70th minute, only the most ardent fans from the KP were still making their voices heard, while spectators in the main stand and the Centennial stand chose to leave early, expressing their dissatisfaction with the team's performance. Following Coutinho's wayward long-range shot after cutting in from the left flank, the referee, Atkinson, blew his whistle and gestured towards the sidelines. As the first assistant referee raised his flag high above his head, fans familiar with the rules of football recognized that a substitution was imminent. It was then that the crowd noticed Li Qing, adorned in the number 28 jersey, standing next to the fourth official, who was displaying the substitution board with a green 55 and a red 53. Upon seeing his own number being replaced, Illyria shook his head and jogged towards the sidelines. Although the majority of fans were unaware of who the incoming 55 player was, they could surmise from the conspicuous number that the substitute was likely a player from the youth team. Andy Gray's voice soared an octave higher. At just 15 years and 348 days, Li sets the record for the youngest player to appear in the FA Cup. He has now surpassed former Liverpool player Jerome Sinclair, becoming the second youngest player to participate in top-flight English football, with only former Leicester City player Ashley Chambers ahead of him, who set the record for the youngest player in the League Cup back in 2005 at the age of 15 years and 203 days. With a supportive clap, Illyria passed the baton. Meanwhile, Li Qing heard the familiar system notification chime. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on your first appearance in top-flight English football. Reward: random item immunity to severe injury." In the stands, numerous fans expressed their dissatisfaction with Klopp's adjustments. However, upon realizing that the young players on the field hailed from the Kirkby Academy, their anticipated boos transformed into exuberant cheers. The Liverpool supporters at Anfield were generous with their applause, including those home fans who, despite their disappointment, chose to remain. They clapped their hands, and the thunderous ovation rapidly enveloped the entire stadium, creating a long-awaited atmosphere of fervor. As Li Qing stepped onto the pitch, he was astonished by the system's accolades. The adrenaline surged through him, invigorated by the palpable excitement in the air. Clenching his fists instinctively, he gazed at the opposing goal, murmuring to himself, "I shall not disappoint the fans in the stands." He also recalled Klopp's pre-match instructions, eagerly approaching Coutinho to discuss tactical positions and responsibilities. Coutinho transitioned from his original role as a left-winger back to the midfield, orchestrating and linking the attacking play, with Firmino centrally positioned and Origi on the left, while Li Qing assumed the right-winger's role. Wolves goalkeeper, Bergen, delayed the goal kick considerably. Appearing to initiate a short pass, he suddenly gestured for his teammates to advance, indicating his intention to launch a long kick. The Liverpool supporters instinctively erupted in a cacophony of boos directed at the time-wasting goalkeeper. Unfazed, Bergen retreated to the edge of the penalty area, raising his right hand to signal his teammates to prepare. Yet, after taking a couple of steps back, he abruptly halted, creating an impression of missteps in his rhythm. Accompanied by the overwhelming jeers from the Liverpool fans, the referee, Atkinson, could no longer contain himself. He retrieved a yellow card from his pocket and displayed it towards Bergen, deeming the time-wasting too blatant. "It's quite evident," remarked sports commentator Jan Jun as he shook his head. As Li Qing advanced down the right flank, he cast a disdainful glance at the opposing goalkeeper, Bergen, pondering the futility of such trivial antics if they were merely to preserve the scoreline. What, then, was the purpose of the additional time? With a yellow card hanging over his head, Berg, unwilling to further delay the match, swiftly took the goal kick. Wijnaldum leaped high at the center circle, overpowering Edwards to secure the header. The ball found its way to Coutinho, who initiated Liverpool's offensive regrouping. After a series of exchanges through the center, the ball arrived at the feet of Li Qing on the right flank. The Wolves' left back, Doherty, regarded the youthful Li Qing with an expression of disdain. Typically, a defender would lower their center of gravity, yet Doherty underestimated Li Qing, assuming he was of the same caliber as the substituted Stewart and Ezekiel. Little did he know. Li Qing suddenly used the outside of his left foot to deftly maneuver the ball diagonally forward to the left, accelerating through the gap. Doherty's realization came too late. His body could not keep pace with his awareness, leaving him to watch helplessly as Li Qing zipped past him like a bolt of lightning. Defensive midfielder Evans cursed Doherty inwardly and unhesitatingly threw himself to the ground to tackle, determined to halt Li Qing even if he could not stop the ball. After several seasons of grappling in the championship, he understood that in critical moments, one must act decisively. However, in that fleeting instant, Li Qing sharply controlled the ball with the inside of his left foot, followed by a deft flick with the arch of his right foot, sending the ball forward. "What a sensational move!" exclaimed the commentator. Jean Li Qing abruptly halted and changed direction, evading Evans' aggressive slide tackle, driving the ball into the penalty area with fierce intent. Li Qing's sudden acceleration and sharp stop ignited an exhilarating atmosphere at Anfield, akin to a volcanic eruption, spiraling into uncontrollable fervor. Chapter 66. The youngest goal scorer in England's Premier League. Those Liverpool supporters making their way towards the stadium exits paused instinctively, drawn by the thunderous cheers emanating from the stands. Turning back towards the pitch, they beheld a youth clad in the number 55 jersey, charging towards the left flank of Wolves' defense. It is noteworthy that Liverpool had never previously penetrated this critical area of the field. The unexpected prowess of the newly introduced young player was astonishing. Klopp, in a moment of desperation, felt a surge of adrenaline as he observed Li Qing maneuver past two defenders, compelling him to instinctively step forward several paces. Oblivious to the fact that his upper body had crossed the touchline, the Liverpool substitutes, driven by instinct, rose to their feet, their eyes fixed on Li Qing as he surged towards the Wolves' penalty area. Oh my God! Li Qing deftly evaded two Wolverhampton Wanderers defenders, entering the box. Trouble was brewing for Wolves. The once impregnable defensive structure of Wolves began to fracture under Li Qing's sudden burst of speed, prompting Firmino, Origi, and attacking midfielder Coutinho to hasten towards the Wolves' penalty area, ready to receive a pass. With a clear view of the unfolding situation, Li Qing, even without glancing at his teammates, recognized that only one central defender, Steelman, approached to challenge him. He abandoned the idea of passing, opting instead for a one-on-one confrontation. Upon entering the box, it was evident that the opponent would hesitate to act recklessly. Indeed, Steelman, with his hands positioned behind him, clearly wary of a handball, merely lowered his center of gravity, refraining from an aggressive challenge. Li Qing reduced his forward speed, swiftly maneuvering his feet in rapid succession above the rolling football. A feint. 1, 2, 3. Steelman remained unfazed, as Li Qing attempted a fourth feint, his right shoulder dipped, his left foot pressed against the ground, and his body tilted to the right at nearly a 60-degree angle. The experienced defender Steelman's eyes gleamed with insight. Realizing that Li Qing intended to break through along the baseline, he pushed off with his right foot, generating a tremendous reaction force that propelled his body forward to the left. However, at that moment, Li Qing's right foot, which seemed poised to touch the ball, suddenly retracted by 10 centimeters. It was precisely this retraction that prevented his right foot from making contact with the ball. Instead, the front of his right foot pressed down, unleashing an explosive power that was vividly displayed in an instant. His entire body shifted like a spring compressed to its limit. Whoosh! He forcefully altered his center of gravity, and his left foot struck the ball with the outside of the foot. Alas, Steelman's abrupt stop was evidently too late. He could only watch helplessly as Li Qing deftly nudged the ball toward the center with his left foot, stepping forward to stand approximately 30 centimeters to the right of the ball. Simultaneously, the sports commentator, Zhang, seemed to sense the impending action, his voice rising in fervor. Li Qing has deceived Wolves' center-back Steelman with 5 consecutive feints. His left foot is raised. Steelman's defensive partner, House, was distracted by Firmino and was unable to defend against Li Qing in that brief moment, leaving Li Qing unmarked in front. With his left foot poised, Li Qing was about 16 meters from the goal. He struck the ball with the instep of his left foot, precisely 1 centimeter above the center, sending the ball skimming along the ground like a swift serpent racing towards the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper, Berg, bent his knees to generate force, swiftly diving to the right in an attempt to reach the ground before the ball arrived. However, the ball's forward momentum was evidently far quicker than his descent. No, Li Qing's shot lacked overwhelming power, yet the angle was exquisitely deceptive. The football grazed the inner edge of the left goalpost before crashing into the pristine white net, surrendering itself to the embrace of the goal. Simultaneously, Li Qing heard a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on scoring your first career goal. You have been awarded 10 ability points and 666 gold coins. Gulul. The iconic elongated shout of Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, resonated in countless homes. The sports commentator from Leshi, Zhang Jun, was beside himself with joy. Li Qing. Remember this name. At just 15 years and 348 days old, he is the youngest goal scorer in the history of English top-flight football. He also surpassed Woodburn to become the youngest goal scorer in the club's history. What a night to remember. With just 17 days until he turned 16, Li Qing helped the home team, Liverpool, pull back a goal after trailing by 2, bringing the score to 1-2. With over 10 minutes remaining, there was still ample time for Liverpool. Come on, Liverpool. Li Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. Not only having scored his first genuine career goal, but also receiving substantial system rewards. His elation was nearly uncontrollable. The live broadcast zoomed in on his face, capturing his exuberance as he stood in the penalty area, raising his arms in jubilation. His teammates matched his enthusiasm, as after 70 minutes of relentless attacking without a goal, Li Qing's first breakthrough shot narrowed the deficit. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. On the home team's bench, Klopp's signature fist-pumping celebration was once again witnessed at Anfield. While the Liverpool fans in the stands erupted in ecstatic cheers, the sound deafening. Those fans who were on the verge of leaving felt incredibly fortunate. Just a few steps away from exiting the stadium, they were graced with the birth of a record. The fans who had already departed were unfortunate. Yet upon hearing the announcement of the goal, they re-entered the stadium to celebrate the magnificent goal alongside the fervent Liverpool supporters throughout Anfield. Li Qing's goal not only set multiple records and aided Liverpool in narrowing the score but was executed with remarkable flair. His ability to weave past 3 defenders before scoring evoked admiration. In the words of James, it was a goal that could never be replicated. In a dormitory at the University of Manchester, Tong Shinbing, clutching her phone while watching Liverpool face Wolverhampton in the FA Cup, couldn't help but mutter with a slight grimace. Did that just happen? The youngest player to appear in and score in the FA Cup? Incredible! Chapter 67, a strike that levels the score. The young goalkeeper Berg, frustrated, struck the grass in front of the goal with his fist, expressing his dissatisfaction. His teammates shook their heads in disappointment, particularly the central defender Steelman, who had been left on the ground by Li Qing's deft maneuver. Steelman had scored the opening goal for Wolverhampton. Yet the team's conceded goal was equally tied to his performance, a balance of merit and fault. Additionally, the right-back The, who had underestimated Li Qing, seethed with irritations. He could not comprehend how, after a rare moment of disdain towards the opponent, he was so swiftly proven wrong. It seemed utterly unjust. Wolverhampton's coach Lambert appeared to have mentally prepared for the conceding of a goal. Unlike his dejected players, he promptly summoned the versatile midfielder Ronan to the pitch, ready to make an impact. With the team still leading by a goal, there was no need to maintain the pace on both flanks. Defense was key to achieving victory against Liverpool on their home turf. Before the match resumed, he replaced the visibly fatigued midfielder Helder Costa with the multifaceted Ronan, aiming to enhance central midfield dynamics and fortify the defensive structure, ensuring Liverpool could not mount an effective offensive through the center. However, having tasted success from Li Qing's right flank, Liverpool's attacks were straightforward, transitioning quickly through the middle without lingering in passing sequences to seek opportunities. As the ball arrived at Li Qing's feet, the Liverpool supporters in the stands became animated, their eyes fixed on the young player who had recently come on and already made his mark by reducing the deficit for Liverpool. Li Qing, undoubtedly the youngest player in this match, should not be underestimated, for such an oversight could yield unfavorable consequences. The Wolves' conceding of goals can largely be attributed to left-back Doherty's complacency, which afforded Li Qing the opportunity to seek a breakthrough. In a similar defensive position, Doherty remained vigilant, carefully monitoring the ball at Li Qing's feet. Liverpool's right-back Moreno adhered closely to the sideline, while winger Wyman refrained from encroaching too closely to Li Qing. Substituted player Ronan stationed defensively on the left flank, obstructed Li Qing's inward run, maintaining a prudent distance to mitigate the risk of Li Qing's previously exhibited sudden acceleration. Observing the tightly knit defense, Li Qing had no intentions of advancing. Instead, he deftly passed the ball laterally to the approaching Coutinho. Meanwhile, Klopp, situated within the home team's coaching area, fell into contemplation. How did Li Qing, who had not glanced at his teammates' positions, manage to perceive Coutinho's movement? It could be excused if he had been accustomed to training with the first team, but he had only practiced with the squad for a few days. Could his vision truly be so expansive? To ascertain the breadth of Li Qing's perception, Klopp seized the opportunity during a stoppage of play to summon Klavan, instructing him to convey to Milner that he must be bold in making forward runs when the ball reached Li Qing's feet. Shortly thereafter, Milner, having received the tactical instruction, nodded slightly in acknowledgement toward Klopp. Although he harbored some doubts, his commitment to executing the strategy remained unwavering. The ball, after being orchestrated by Coutinho and Wijnaldum, found its way again to the right flank, but this time it was not Li Qing who received it, but rather Moreno, who was positioned tight against the right sideline. Li Qing exhibited no intention to advance, prompting Moreno to reluctantly pass the ball sideways to him, stationed at the flank. Despite Li Qing's apparent lack of desire to penetrate in the preceding minutes, the Wolves' defenders remained vigilant, clearly haunted by past experiences, as they feared Li Qing could once again obliterate their entire defensive line with his lightning-fast pace. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, the Wolves players, having exerted considerable energy in their relentless defense, shifted their focus towards maintaining a strategic defensive posture in the latter stages of the game, concentrating on thwarting the opposing players. Li Qing, with his right foot firmly planted, deftly maneuvered his left foot above the football, while the vigilant Doherty braced for defense. At that moment, Moreno, sprinting along the right sideline, accelerated unexpectedly. Wyman, apprehensive of a pass from Li Qing, hastily followed suit, while Ronan maintained a keen watch on Li Qing. Coutinho recalled Li Qing's formidable ability to break through defenses, his eyes lighting up as he dashed towards the right flank, creating space for Li Qing's advance. The home crowd erupted in excitement, witnessing both Moreno and Coutinho striving to facilitate Li Qing's breakthrough. Initially, Li Qing intended to forge ahead, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Milner, the left back, charging towards the left flank. In contrast to the densely packed central and right channels, the left flank presented a sparse opportunity. Seizing the moment, Li Qing astutely gauged Milner's forward run, deftly nudging the ball to the left with the outside of his left foot, with his right foot providing support. He swiftly struck the bottom of the ball with the inside of his left foot. Boom! The football soared into the air, arcing from the right flank towards the left. Simultaneously, Klopp clenched his fists in anticipation, filled with exhilaration, while Wolves coach Lambert's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly grasped the unfolding situation. Liverpool fans, witnessing the ball's trajectory aimed at the rapidly advancing Milner, erupted into a frenzy of cheers. As Milner sprinted, he silently gestured a thumbs up to Li Qing, initially approaching the play with a sense of experimentation, only to find that Li Qing had indeed spotted him. The ball's placement was not only precise, but also remarkably comfortable, allowing Milner to opt for a first-time cross while in motion. At the back, Steelman, in a flurry of defensive retreat, raised his right hand, signaling that Milner was offside. However, the assistant referee remained unmoved, indicating that there was no offside. Milner, with keen anticipation of the ball's trajectory, swiftly propelled it towards the center using his less favored left foot. Origi, making a run towards the near post, struck the ball from 10 meters out, altering its path as it skimmed the grass and rolled toward the goal. The goalkeeper, Berg, was left with no reaction to such a close-range shot, helplessly watching as the ball collided with the pristine white net. Chapter 68. The heroic decisive goal Anfield instantaneously transformed into a sea of jubilation as Origi, the scorer, spread his arms wide and sprinted, toppling Milner, the assister, to the ground in a release of the immense pressure that the goal had alleviated. With regular starters Firmino and Maine, who was away at the Africa Cup, Liverpool had struggled throughout January to secure victories. Now, having equalized, the burden that weighed heavily upon them had finally been lifted. On the home bench, Klopp showcased his signature celebratory gesture once more at Anfield, igniting the fervor of the Liverpool fans. Origi and Milner did not forget the true architect of the moment, Li Qing, fully aware that without his sudden and precise long pass, the equalizing goal would have been unattainable. The Wolves, having conceded, resolved to defend their existing scoreline, implementing targeted strategies that made it exceedingly difficult for them to level the match through conventional attacking methods. Unexpectedly, Li Qing's long pass simplified the complex situation. Klopp, celebrating the goal with his assistants, cast a profound glance at Li Qing, whose remarkable abilities surpassed all expectations for someone just 2 weeks shy of 16. Not only was his individual dribbling and technical skill impressive, but he also possessed an accurate long pass and a vision rare even among seasoned players. He was truly a favored child of Providence. Sports commentator Jan Jun, observing the replay of the goal, excitedly remarked, although Origi scored. The true credit undoubtedly goes to Li Qing for his precise diagonal long pass. The talent displayed by this young man is nothing short of astonishing. Is he really a second-generation Chinese? With the score now leveled, Liverpool players sensed the hope of reclaiming the lead. The Wolves, having relinquished a 2-goal advantage, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, their players visibly disheartened as they stood with hands on hips. Lambert, witnessing his team's dwindling spirit, recognized that intensifying the attack at this late stage was impractical. Thus, he resolved to bolster their defense, aiming to drag the FA Cup match into a replay. With this realization, the Wolves made their final substitution, replacing a forward with a defender. Klopp regarded the Wolves' change with disdain, as if murmuring to himself, a replay? Impossible. As the season progresses into its latter half, the schedule becomes increasingly congested. Since Christmas, the pace has been relentless, with teams often competing twice or even thrice a week. Should an additional match be rescheduled, the players would undoubtedly struggle to cope. Thus, it is imperative for the team to secure a victory on home soil. Beyond merely alleviating the burden of unnecessary fixtures, instilling confidence in the players is paramount, enabling them to approach the upcoming clash against the league leaders Chelsea with renewed vigor in just 2 days' time. Both of Liverpool's goals were directly attributable to Li Qing, who has consequently emerged as the most formidable player in the Wolves' ranks, leaving no room for him to receive the ball unchallenged. Nevertheless, Li Qing continued to exhibit remarkable activity on the field, hardly resembling a player subjected to stringent marking by opponents. The Liverpool fans at Anfield were thoroughly enthralled. What was initially perceived as Li Qing's participation signaling a concession in the FA Cup turned into a resurgence as Liverpool, under his orchestrated tempo, not only equalized but also ignited hopes of taking the lead. Li Qing exhibited an extraordinary level of activity, prompting the Wolves players to incur 2 yellow cards within a mere 3 minutes in their desperate attempt to defend. The only silver lining for them was the dwindling time. With only a few minutes remaining until stoppage time, the Wolves retreated into a comprehensive defense, leaving Liverpool with scant opportunities to attack. Neither Origi nor Firmino excelled in breaking through the opposition, thereby rendering Li Qing the sole focal point for Liverpool and the beacon of hope for their supporters. At this moment, it seemed as if all had forgotten that Li Qing was merely a boy yet to turn 16, as the match ticked away second by second. And with stoppage time quietly approaching, Liverpool's relentless assaults failed to yield a goal. Andy Gray, the commentator for Sky Sports UK, lamented that it appeared Liverpool would have to accept the outcome of a replay. However, before his words could fully resonate, Coutinho delivered a penetrating through ball down the central attacking lane, causing the football to swiftly roll along the ground towards the left flank of the attack. Few noticed the swift advance of Liverpool's right back, Moreno. Li Qing noticed that his teammate Moreno's positioning seemed to align more harmoniously with Coutinho's passes, stirring something within him. The majority of the Wolves' defenders had their focus intensely trained on the previously dynamic Li Qing, every movement of his magnified infinitely. Li Qing proactively approached the football, drawing the attention of several Wolves defenders who instinctively converged upon him, thereby neglecting the advancing Moreno. At that precise moment, Li Qing, having feigned readiness to receive the ball, deftly allowed it to roll past him, sending it towards the right flank of his team's attack. The Wolves head coach, Lambert, felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration vocally. By the time the Wolves players realized the situation, it was too late. Moreno skillfully maneuvered the ball into the penalty area. Li Qing's strategic play afforded Moreno ample time to make his decision, allowing him even to glance towards his teammates in the penalty area. The flustered players of Wolverhampton were at a loss, clumsily opting to mark the Liverpool players within the box, neglecting the other advancing Liverpool attackers. Origi and Firmino captivated the attention of all defenders, while Moreno, entering from the right, delivered a triangular pass that rolled smoothly along the ground towards the center of the penalty arc. Wijnaldum, arriving at the edge of the penalty area, adjusted his stride in motion before unleashing a powerful strike with his familiar right foot, accompanied by the thunderous roar echoing through Anfield. Wijnaldum struck the ball with the instep of his right foot, sending it hurtling like a cannonball. The defenders, attempting to block the shot, instinctively flinched aside, while Wolverhampton's goalkeeper, Berg, managed to touch the ball with the tips of his fingers in a desperate reaction. However, the sheer force of Wijnaldum's shot from the edge of the box was overwhelming. He could only slightly alter its trajectory without successfully deflecting it away from the net. A dramatic last-minute goal. Undoubtedly, a game winner. Although Li Qing did not make direct contact with the ball, this goal remained inextricably linked to him. The sustained pressure he exerted tactically constrained the opponents, and his timely play created sufficient space and time for Mourinho's advance, thus granting him and his teammates a rare offensive opportunity. Therefore, he too was a crucial contributor to the team's score. Strategically speaking, one could even assert that his impact was monumental. Chapter 69, a double and man of the match goal. The iconic elongated shout of Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray reverberated throughout the broadcast studio, compelling co-commentator Martin Tyler to cover his ears. Wijnaldum, who had just secured the last-minute victory over Wolverhampton, danced with the exuberance of a child, releasing the pent-up frustration he had felt for so long. While the team's struggles since January largely stemmed from a lack of attacking prowess, the midfielders also bore their share of responsibility. To score the decisive goal against the opponent in a critical moment felt akin to a personal salvation for the entire team, evoking a sense of pride that was hard to suppress. The Wolverhampton fans who traveled to Anfield were quite disheartened. Initially, they held little hope for their team to advance to the fifth round of the FA Cup on the road. However, after a stroke of luck had seen them lead Liverpool by 2 goals at halftime, it felt as if David were poised to conquer Goliath. Yet, in the end, Goliath, barely standing, delivered 3 knockout punches to David in swift succession. This sentiment left them feeling powerless to resist. The Wolverhampton players on the field found it difficult to accept this outcome. They had exerted every ounce of effort, and yet, what was the result? In the dying moments of the match, they succumbed to 3 goals from the home team, as stoppage time crept in, leaving just over 2 minutes on the clock. What could they possibly do against a team like Liverpool? Anfield is a place renowned for creating miracles. Liverpool is a team that will never concede defeat. Until the final whistle sounds, no one can ascertain the outcome. This embodies the spirit of the Red Army. The passionate commentary of sports announcer Zhang Jun resonated. And as the broadcast shifted to Li Qing, his tone changed. Li Qing's substitute contribution heralded the Red Army Liverpool's call to counterattack. Should Liverpool prevail over Wolves and advance to the 5th round of the season's FA Cup, the credit would surely be attributed to him. Countless Red Army fans, seated before their computers to witness Liverpool's 4th round FA Cup match, silently regarded the young player before them. The future trajectory of Li Qing's development remains uncertain. Yet based on his performance in this match, it is bound to be promising. Those skeptics who came from the football community felt utterly speechless. Is Li Qing truly of Chinese descent? Surely, he cannot be of Korean or Japanese origin. On the home team's bench, Klopp, after celebrating the goal, remained vigilant. He promptly engaged the on-field captain, Lucas, to discuss new tactical approaches. The match was far from over, and the team needed to be reminded of the potential complacency that could arise from a lead. In professional sports, there are numerous instances of a team reversing a deficit only to be equalized again. Klopp's latest strategy was rather straightforward. All players were to retreat within their own 30-meter zone, leaving Li Qing at the forefront of the defensive structure as the point for counterattacks. The Wolves, possessing the advantage of kickoff, quickly initiated play, hoping to equalize in the shortest time possible. However, their overall strength was limited, and fatigue was evident, compounded by the negative effects of prolonged defense. Milner cleared the ball with a powerful kick, sending it directly towards Li Qing's advancing path, igniting excitement among the Liverpool supporters in the stands, who fixed their gaze upon him with unwavering attention. Li Qing's ability to control the ball while in motion was nothing short of exquisite. The defender Steelman, acutely aware of Li Qing's rapid pace and fresh energy as a substitute, having already exerted himself throughout the full 90 minutes, had no choice but to resort to a tactical foul from behind. However, in that very moment, Li Qing surged forward with sudden acceleration, leaving Steelman grasping at nothing but air. Meanwhile, the other center back, House, struggled with his sluggishness and drained stamina, unable to muster the energy to pursue, and he fell further behind. The goalkeeper, Berg, anticipated Li Qing's approach, rushing out as Li Qing neared the goal from approximately 25 meters away, hoping to salvage some dignity. Yet, he was left bewildered by Li Qing's dazzling series of step-overs. With a gentle push from his left foot, The ball gracefully crossed the goal line. Thus commenced a dreamlike professional career, marked by a splendid brace. Li Qing, with his extraordinary talent, had unequivocally proven his worth. The scoreboard, displaying 4-2, remained unaltered until the final whistle blew. Liverpool, having mounted an impressive comeback with 4 goals in the dying minutes, triumphed over the visiting Wolves. The supporters at Anfield erupted in euphoric frenzy, their jubilant roars echoing the hard-won victory. On the field, Liverpool players raised their fists in celebration, exulting in their achievement. They certainly did not forget to acknowledge the individual who spearheaded their turnaround. Under the leadership of Captain Lucas, the Liverpool team embraced the outstanding Li Qing. Naturally, head coach Klopp would not overlook Li Qing's contributions. After exchanging pleasantries with the opposing coach Lambert, he entered the pitch and enveloped Li Qing in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Li, you were absolutely phenomenal. It is all thanks to your brilliance." Li Qing's eyes sparkled with liveliness as he leaned forward, audibly inquiring into Klopp's ear. "Given my exceptional performance, might I be included in the squad for the weekend match?" Klopp, stroking his stubbled chin, fell into contemplation. The Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals had concluded, with Senegal falling to Cameroon in a penalty shootout, leading to Main's early return to the club. This development provided a certain degree of assurance for the forward line. Though Li Qing had showcased remarkable talent in the recently concluded FA Cup 4th round, his youth rendered it somewhat inappropriate for him to occupy a precious spot in the 18-man roster. Nevertheless, with Maine needing rest post-tournament and his starting position not guaranteed, Liverpool found itself in need of a breakthrough player in his absence. Li Qing appeared to be exactly what Liverpool required at this juncture. What to do? Klopp, not wishing to dampen Li Qing's enthusiasm, knowing how easily a young player's confidence can be cultivated yet equally easily shattered, decided to tread carefully. He smiled and patted Li Qing on the shoulder, saying, "That will depend on your training performance. If you excel beyond most of the team, why not? Boss, just wait. I will undoubtedly demonstrate my worth with an even better performance," Li Qing replied, filled with conviction. The reward for his first professional goal was an increase of 10 ability points, which would surely enhance his prowess. He firmly believed that his performance could surpass that of most of his teammates, who were not considered major stars. Klopp, observing the confident smile on Li Qing's face, couldn't help but ponder. Chelsea players may not be familiar with Li's technical characteristics. Perhaps this presented an opportunity. The penultimate match in January concluded with a victory, and the final match needed to be won as well to conclude the month on a high note. After a brief moment, the live broadcast director zoomed in on Li Qing's face, a close-up laden with significance, as it signified his designation as the man of the match. Chapter 70. Capable of serving as a key player for title contenders in the top 5 leagues, Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray, observing the broadcast of Li Qing, was met with his co-commentator Martin Tyler's exclamation, "Oh my God. Is Li the best player of the match? Why not?" Andy Gray responded playfully. He scored Liverpool's opening goal and indirectly assisted Origi in equalizing, although he did not directly participate in the goal that turned the tide. His presence loomed large over the Wolves players, instilling a sense of caution. The incisive through ball from Philippe Coutinho was also a result of Li's impressive deflection. In the dying moments of the match, he personally netted the goal that sealed the victory, despite having played for less than 20 minutes. Truly deserving of the title of man of the match, the sports commentator, Jean Jun, instantaneously transformed into an ardent admirer of Li Qing, exclaiming with exuberance, "The 4 goals scored by Liverpool in the dying moments of the second half were all intricately linked to him. I am genuinely intrigued to discover the training regimen of this remarkable young player, who has yet to reach the age of 16. As his performance surpasses even seasoned veterans like Coutinho, Origi, and Firmino, truly astonishing." In merely 2 days, Liverpool will face the formidable challenge of the Blues, Chelsea, in a match of paramount significance. Will Li Qing continue to garner the attention of Klopp? Fans seated before their screens share similar sentiments. Although Li Qing does not possess the nationality, the essence of 5 millennia courses through his veins. Is not Lin Shuheo of the basketball realm an American national, yet adored by fans? Naturally, there are those who dismiss him, asserting that without the designation of nationality, one cannot be deemed human, regardless of their exceptional skills. As the standout performer of the match, Li Qing was supposed to proceed to the mixed zone for a media interview, as per the regulations governing professional competitions. However, the coaching staff of Liverpool had anticipated this, fearing that the meticulous and often misrepresentative media might ensnare Li Qing in their traps. Consequently, they designated another outstanding player, Wijnaldum, to take his place for the interview. The journalists in the mixed zone were left exasperated. Their intention had been to catch Li Qing off guard and create a sensational news story, but instead, they exchanged glances, resigned to their fate. At Anfield, the ardent Liverpool supporters in the KOP stand passionately chanted Li Qing's surname, led by the most devoted fans. Deeply moved, Li Qing, who was expressing gratitude to the fans alongside his teammates, felt overwhelmed by their affection. In response to Arnold's suggestion, he removed his jersey, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the stands. The atmosphere in the KOP was electric, particularly for the female fan who caught the jersey, treating it as a treasured prize, cherishing it with great affection, which left Li Qing feeling somewhat bashful. Yet, despite his shyness, he reveled in the experience, wishing that every match could render him a beloved figure in the hearts of the fans. By the time he returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Instead of attending to his usual routine, he opted to access the system, contemplating where to allocate the ability points awarded for his 10 o'clock bonus. He felt somewhat disheartened. Why was it that he received rewards for making his debut in the matchday squad, appearing in the FA Cup for the first time, and scoring his inaugural goal? Yet there was no reward for setting the record as the youngest player to take the field or for being named the best player in a match for the first time in his career. Through the system's response, he learned that while making the matchday squad, making his debut, and scoring his first goal were indeed unique accomplishments. This uniqueness did not guarantee rewards. The potential for receiving a reward hinged on luck. Favorable fortune would activate the hidden reward system, whereas bad luck would leave it dormant. Ah, what a capricious system it was. In addition to considering where to allocate the 10 ability points, Li Qing also possesses an item that grants immunity to severe injuries and a reward of 666 gold coins. The immunity to severe injuries is crucial, as professional sports inevitably involve significant injuries that can adversely affect one's future career. This item provides protection against a major injury once. A thorough analysis of this item reveals its formidable power. Often, the factors influencing a professional career stem not from technical skills, but from physical condition. Whether in football or other sports, it is injuries that frequently derail careers, excluding those players who succumb to self-destructive behavior. The reward of 666 gold coins enables Li Qing to purchase most items in the system's marketplace, thus providing him with a certain degree of security for his future professional competitions. Items as extraordinary as the immunity to severe injuries are also available in the marketplace, albeit at a steep price of 10,000 gold coins, rendering it beyond Li Qing's current means. However, as long as he remains vigilant during matches, his generally resilient physique minimizes the risk of severe injuries, allowing him to postpone stockpiling such items. Consequently, he focuses on his personal attributes. For the allocation of those 10 ability points is indeed a matter of strategy. The upcoming league match between Liverpool and Chelsea looms large. While he may not secure a place on the 18-man roster, it is often wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Having just completed an epic match, it is certain that Coach Klopp's team will evaluate the potential contributions of Li Qing to the squad. After over 10 minutes of contemplation, he ultimately allocated 2 points to technique, 3 points to strength, and the remaining 5 points entirely to ball control. Consequently, the statistics have become significantly more impressive. Offensive and defensive awareness. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 67. 5 kilograms. Position, right winger. Strength, 64. Stamina, 67. Technique, 80. Shooting, 82. Shot power, 62. Heading, 53. Long shot, 59. Free kick, 60. Penalty kick, 80. Sprint speed, 87. Acceleration, 89. Jumping, 62. Agility, 65. Balance, 72. Tackling, 34. Interception, 40. Positioning, 50. Marking, 55. Dribbling, 91. Ball control, 75. Short pass, 62. Crossing, 64. Long pass, 86. Off-the-ball movement, 75. Creativity, 85. Vision, 92. Reaction, 74. Tendency, 50. Willpower, 85. GK saves, 29. Available skill points, 0. Inventory. Injury immunity draws, 0 coins. 851. Strength assessment. A. Capable of being a main player in title-contending teams of the top 5 leagues. Particularly, the strength assessment revealing an A grants Li Qing a sense of soaring ambition. He recalls that the last time he checked, it was merely an A-. To his astonishment, it has now escalated to A. According to the accompanying text interpretation, he is now fully capable of being a main player in the title-contending teams of the top 5 leagues. However, the reality of his abilities is one matter, while the coach's arrangement is another. With only 2 weeks remaining until he turns 16, one must ponder how many professional coaches would be inclined to field a barely 16-year-old in a high-stakes match. Thus, in frustration, Li Qing spread his hands and lamented, "Why can't I be 2 years older?" Chapter 71. Does that not imply losing the first match? Upon exiting the system, Li Qing finally noticed the plethora of unread messages on his phone nestled within his bag: WeChat, Instagram, and Twitter. Although he had only participated in a mere 20 matches and felt no fatigue, the multitude of unread notifications left him somewhat speechless. Particularly overwhelming were the countless notifications of follows, comments, and retweets from Instagram and Twitter. His extraordinary performance in the 4th round of the FA Cup had garnered significant attention from fans, with his follower count skyrocketing from the low 4 figures to a staggering 5 figures. Comments and retweets numbered in the thousands, compelling him to adjust the settings of the applications to disable the incessant notifications. Many of the messages were from classmates and teammates from the U15, U16, and U18 Youth Academy offering their congratulations. WeChat messages from Tong Shinbing and Zhao Qiangu were also present. Zhao Qiangu's message was succinct, extending congratulations on his debut for Liverpool's first team, accompanied by a goal. In contrast, Tong Shinbing sent a rare message consisting solely of a frustrated emoji. In a flash of inspiration, Li Qing recalled the wager he had made with Tong Shinbing. If he could play for Liverpool's first team and score, she would agree to be his girlfriend, and there might even be a kiss involved. The match that had concluded 2 hours prior not only witnessed him scoring 2 goals, but also earned him the title of man of the match, thus exceeding the requirements of their bet. Tong Shinbing's emoji of frustration was likely her way of expressing her uncertainty about what to say. Glancing at the time displayed on his phone, 10:50 p.m., he surmised that, true to the habits of youth, she was likely still awake. Consequently, he attempted to initiate a video call via WeChat. After 3 seconds, the chat window indicated that the call had been declined. What could possibly be more pressing at this hour? He mused. As thoughts began to spiral, a twinge of unease crept into his mind, prompting him to wonder, could it be? Shaking his head instinctively to dispel the notion, he resolved to try the video call once more, only to be met with another refusal. Li Qing's heart grew increasingly uneasy, and it was not until the 3rd attempt that he answered the video call. The screen revealed a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Before he could utter a word, Tong Shinbing spoke first, her tone laced with displeasure. "Little brother, do you have any idea that you have brought about my demise? How could I have caused your downfall?" Li Qing felt somewhat disheartened, pondering why his future boyfriend would have the audacity to not answer a video call. No, it should be referred to as his legitimate boyfriend. A disgruntled huff from Tong Shinbing reached his ears. "Do you have any idea that I was just engaging in a team battle? Your WeChat video call interrupted me, causing me to miss my flash, and after I hung up, you called again. My teammates, seeing my flash cool down, initiated a fight, resulting in our complete annihilation. You've caused me to plummet back into the depths of silver rank." Li Qingxin, is this really such a trivial matter? I thought perhaps you had added some peculiar color to your hair, which startled me. It's merely gold, nothing of great significance. Tomorrow, I shall take a day off and lead you directly to Diamond. Before my journey through time, Li Qing was undoubtedly a champion of glory. Guiding my companions to Diamond was virtually guaranteed. Really? Tong Shinbing's skepticism was clearly visible on the screen. Who would I deceive if not you? Why do you say that? Li Qing cleared his throat gently and, with a faint smile, addressed the beautiful Tong Shinbing. His cousin, I would like to formally inform you that I was fortunate enough to participate in the recently concluded FA Cup match, during which I scored 2 goals. Might I inquire, dear Shinbing, if this means you are prepared to honor our previous wager? As your boyfriend, surely I should not deceive you. Tong Shinbing's lovely face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Hey, you're not thinking of reneging on the bet, are you? Li Qing's expression subtly changed. I didn't mean to shirk responsibility. I'm just not quite prepared yet. The speaker of the phone emitted a disjointed voice from Tong Shinbing, whose exquisite beauty displayed on the screen had turned a shade of crimson, evidently feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was still an 18-year-old maiden. After a moment, Li Qing chuckled. Since my cousin isn't avoiding responsibility, that's reassuring. Such matters are best approached gradually. By the way, do you have classes tomorrow? If not, I could come over to spend some time with you. The coach mentioned that we have a day off. Tomorrow? Tong Shinbing nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. The first year is quite arduous. There are heavy academic responsibilities even during the work week, with only weekends off. Weekends off, you say? Li Qing, brimming with confidence, boldly suggested, "How about you come to Liverpool to watch me play? As a first-team player." He possessed tickets to watch the match at Anfield at any time and could bring along friends and family. "Watch you play?" Tong Shinbing's pupils constricted, her face revealing a look of skepticism. "You made it onto the matchday squad against Chelsea at Anfield? That can't be true." Although she was not a fervent fan, her exposure to knowledgeable fans had equipped her with a better understanding than many casual supporters, leading her to believe that Li Qing had once again been selected for the matchday 18. However, the FA Cup and the league were entirely different. The fourth round of the FA Cup was merely the second round for Premier League teams, so many clubs would prioritize giving experience to substitutes and youth players. For instance, in Liverpool's match against Wolverhampton, apart from Mignolet, Wijnaldum, and Firmino, who were regular starters, only Clavin and Origi were typical substitutes. The remaining players were either standard backups or young talents promoted from the youth academy. Liverpool's clash with Chelsea was a high-stakes encounter, a match of significant importance. Would Klopp really include a teenager who had not yet turned 16? While it was not entirely impossible, the likelihood was exceedingly slim. "Don't believe me?" Li Qing could not help but detect the skepticism in Tong Shinbing's words. With a half-smile, he suggested, "Shall we place another wager?" "I would rather not." Tong Shinbing rolled her eyes dramatically, having been cast into the shadows of their previous bets. After losing 2 rounds, the thought of further defeat weighed heavily on her. Could she bear to lose for a third time? Her heart began to race at the prospect of Li Qing's intentions. Should she refuse him if he were to lean in for a kiss, or should she welcome it? Overwhelmed by uncertainty, she opted to forego the gamble. While Klopp had yet to announce the 18-player roster for the upcoming match, she felt an inkling of hope that she might be included as a substitute. "Manchester is so close to Liverpool. You should come and cheer for me," she urged playfully, her expression shifting to a pitiful pout. Yet, Tong Shinbing wasn't quite prepared for a romantic relationship with Li Qing. Watching the game together would undoubtedly be awkward. However, if Li Qing were to make the roster, it would alleviate much of that tension. "If you make the matchday squad, I shall attend in person, but you must secure my ticket, as I am unable to procure one myself." It's settled then. In Chapter 72, a race against Maine, Liverpool was set to face Chelsea in the 23rd round of the 2016-2017 Premier League season, just 2 days following the conclusion of the FA Cup's 4th round. Coach Klopp granted the players a day off instead of returning to Melwood for training the next day, allowing Li Qing to enjoy a leisurely morning. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to impress Klopp during the upcoming training session, he remained focused and dedicated. Their essay saying that rings true. When one is indifferent to the opinions of others, success is within reach. On this day, news of Li Qing spread like wildfire across the British Isles. Numerous media outlets hailed him as a prodigious talent, single-handedly leading Liverpool to a remarkable comeback, captivating a multitude of spectators. His 2 goals showcased his extraordinary individual prowess, while his vision and ability to orchestrate long passes also stood out at an exceptional level. Some commentators even proclaimed Li Qing as the most gifted talent in the history of Liverpool's youth academy, the youngest player to participate in the FA Cup, the youngest scorer in the FA Cup, the youngest player to score twice in the FA Cup, the youngest goal scorer in England's top tier, and the youngest player to net a brace in the Premier League. All these titles unequivocally attest to Li Qing's exceptional talent. While numerous news reports laud Li Qing's prowess, there are inevitably dissenting voices in the media. The Manchester Evening News, on its official Instagram account, posited that Li Qing's outstanding debut performance was solely due to Wolverhampton's defenders' unfamiliarity with his playing style, asserting that the overall limited capabilities of a mid-table championship team contributed to his impressive display. Upon noticing Liverpool fans tagging them, the Liverpool Echo's official Instagram account defended Li Qing, restoring his reputation. Meanwhile, from thousands of miles away, the majority of football news centers around the remarkable performance of the Chinese player Li Qing in the FA Cup, with Dongquidi becoming a battleground for both critics and supporters. Yet, Li Qing himself remains oblivious to the external chatter, wholly focused on his training, even neglecting social engagements. At 8 o'clock the following morning, 2 hours before regular training commenced, Li Qing was the first to arrive at Melwood, even earlier than many reporters, astonishing those waiting to cover the event. Training began punctually at 10, with the starting players from the previous evening's match and the returning main primarily focusing on recovery, while the remaining players, including the substitute Li Qing, engaged in ball drills. The competitive match commenced at 2 in the afternoon, divided into 2 30-minute halves. Eager to secure a spot on the roster for the upcoming Premier League match at Anfield, Li Qing exerted himself to the fullest, leaving his teammates bemused. It's just a practice match. Why the extreme effort? Head coach Klopp and his two assistants, Buvac and Krawitz, were pleasantly surprised by Li Qing's performance, which surpassed his already impressive display at Anfield 2 nights prior. He astonishingly managed to take on the entire defensive line single-handedly, reminiscent of Liverpool's very own Messi. If a player were to be chosen for the best performance in the practice match, it would undoubtedly be Li Qing. As the match concluded, Arnold placed his right hand on Li Qing's left shoulder and remarked, "Li, did you take some performance enhancers today? You were incredible." Li Qing smiled and remarked, "I aspire to be included in the squad for the Premier League match at Anfield tomorrow night." Arnold turned his gaze towards the coaching bench, where head coach Klopp was engaged in discussion with Buvac and Lievski. As someone who had experienced this process before, he understood that the head coach was in the midst of narrowing down the list of 6 players for the starting lineup. Why 6, you may wonder? It is essential to reserve at least one substitute position for the goalkeeper. What are the chances of me making it into the 18-man squad? The likelihood appears exceedingly slim. Currently, the team ranks 4th in the Premier League, and in their upcoming home match against league leaders Chelsea, it is anticipated that Harry Wilson, Woodburn, Ayala, and Stewart, who participated in the midweek FA Cup match, will not feature in the 18-man roster. The primary right-back is Klein, with Moreno as the substitute, and several capable midfielders are fit and ready. Contemplating this, Arnold shook his head, recognizing that he was nearly certain to miss out on the 18-man squad. However, Li Qing was different. His attributes were remarkably distinctive within the current team, and coupled with his excellent form, he might indeed have a chance of becoming one of the 6 substitutes. Just then, Firmino's voice emerged from behind. "Haley, do you have a moment?" Li Qing and Arnold simultaneously turned around, only to behold Firmino with his arm draped over Main's shoulder. Curiously, Li Qing inquired, "Big white tooth, what's the matter?" Firmino rubbed his hands together, his expression one of utmost mischief. "I've heard you possess remarkable speed. Would you be interested in racing against Sadio?" "What?" Li Qing pointed at Main. "We are to race?" Just moments ago, Felipe had claimed that Sadio was faster, a statement I found hard to believe. I countered that you were slightly swifter, which led to a heated argument between us that nearly turned physical. Fortunately, Jordan intervened to prevent any discord before the great battle. "So what do you say? Shall you both engage in a contest?" Coutinho and Henderson raised their middle fingers at Firmino, clearly exasperated by his attempt to drag them into his antics. Li Qing cast a significant side eye at Firmino, exclaiming, "Does this truly sound like a quarrel that nearly escalated to a brawl? It is nothing short of absurd." Upon finishing his statement, Firmino turned to the group and asked, "Brothers, would you be interested in witnessing a race between Lee and Sadio?" A resounding yes echoed from the Liverpool players on the first-team training ground, with Arnold's voice rising notably above the rest. Main, reluctant to compete with Li Qing in speed, nonetheless did not wish to dampen the spirits of his teammates. He glanced at Li Qing, flashing a grin that mirrored Firmino's bright smile, and pointed toward the sidelines, declaring, "Let us race from the goal line to the other goal line." Despite being a minor, Li Qing felt a twinge of curiosity about who among them possessed the title of the fastest within the team. Thus, under the encouragement of their fellow teammates, Li Qing and Main positioned themselves at the intersection of the training ground's goal line and right sideline. Klopp, who was engaged in discussions with Buvac and Krawitz regarding the substitute list, was interrupted by the commotion. He lifted his gaze, his brow furrowed, and observed the players at a distance, all laughing and seemingly in a jovial mood, though he was uncertain of their activities. It had been some time since he had witnessed such a positive atmosphere within the team, which was heartening. If this camaraderie and optimistic mindset could be sustained until the match, why could they not triumph over Chelsea at Anfield? Chapter 73. You should compete in the Olympics. Klopp, having finalized the starting lineup along with Buvac and Krawitz, took note of the players at a distance who, on the eve of the match, were in an unexpectedly lighthearted mood. Curiosity piqued, he pondered their activities. Buvac and Krawitz, noticing Klopp's gaze wandering, exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions thoughtful. "What are they up to?" Krawitz inquired. Klopp turned to the two, shaking his head, and replied, "I have no idea. Regardless, our responsibilities have been fulfilled. Let us see what these youngsters are up to." They all seemed eager and ready, which is quite intriguing, as they had just concluded training. There was no need for a warm-up. They simply required a moment to recuperate from the exertion. Li Qing cast a playful glance at his eager teammate and, with a faint smile, addressed Main. "Sadio, Do you not feel any aches in your back or waist? I feel splendid indeed. Main, being a straightforward soul, lacked the subtlety of Li Qing. He instinctively shook his head. Could it be that you've had a change of heart? Li Qing felt a deep frustration akin to a blacksmith's disappointment in untempered steel, yet maintaining an impassive demeanor. He affectionately draped his arm around Main's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "They are observing our speed for free. Shouldn't we indulge in their massage services?" Sometimes. Even the most straightforward individuals possess profound wisdom. Main, as if struck by enlightenment, suddenly slapped his forehead, cradling his waist with a pained expression. "Oh dear. My old back seems to be acting up. I might not be able to run well later." This remark was fortuitously overheard by Klopp, who was approaching with a measured pace, and it startled him. The team's performance had notably declined in January, and a significant factor was the absence of their sharp striker. Losing Main during such a critical battle could jeopardize the match. Simultaneously, Li Qing also clasped his waist and lamented, "Alas. I too seem to be feeling discomfort in my lower back. I fear I may not be able to match Sadip's speed." Could it be? Firmino appeared to transform into the epitome of sincerity, almost extending a warm inquiry. Li Qing took a couple of deliberate steps forward and spoke in a deep voice. "I trust that everyone present is aware of my Chinese heritage. My family possesses a unique massage technique known as Tue Gong Gui Shui, which is truly remarkable. I can demonstrate it for you all right here, and in doing so, both Sadip and I shall swiftly regain our vitality." Upon hearing this, Klopp realized that Li Qing and Main were conspiring together. The other teammates also grasped the underlying implications of Li Qing's words, with Firmino rolling his eyes. "If you wish to indulge in our massage services, just say so." Haha. Li Qing and Main exchanged a glance, each discerning a hint of conspiracy triumphing in the other's eyes. The Liverpool players were aware that they could not indulge in frivolities. Thus, Li Qing and Main relished the therapeutic massages from their teammates, albeit lacking the finesse of a professional touch. After approximately 10 minutes, with their joints thoroughly stretched, Li Qing and Main stood along the right sideline of the training ground, poised at the baseline, awaiting the whistle from their makeshift referee, Firmino. "Are you ready?" Li Qing and Main spoke in unison. "Okay." Almost at the moment the whistle crafted by Firmino echoed, the two, slightly bent forward, surged forth like untamed stallions. Darting from the starting point with a swift whoosh, Li Qing and Main commenced their reaction with an almost instantaneous brilliance, leaving spectators in awe. In the blink of an eye, both dashed 5 meters forward, yet discerning who was marginally swifter with the naked eye proved nearly impossible. Even after 10 meters, the difference in speed remained undetectable, and the same held true at 20 meters. Main, who had always possessed unwavering confidence in his speed, found himself utterly astonished. At the age of 24, his physique had fully matured, while the 15-year-old Li Qing was still in his growth phase, inherently granting him a certain advantage. The fact that they were neck and neck under such circumstances felt like a defeat for Main. No. The thought of being surpassed in the realm of speed by a minor ignited a surge of fervor within him, transforming into boundless strength. His muscular legs moved in rapid succession, and the tremendous reaction force generated by the impact of his forefoot upon the ground propelled him forward with newfound velocity. Li Qing experienced an unprecedented exhilaration as he engaged in rapid running, feeling an immense joy coursing through him. Yet, he sensed that his feet had not yet exhausted their full potential. He could push himself even faster. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Main to his right, who had accelerated, pulling ahead by a slight margin. In the realm of competition, where artistry meets athletics, there can only be one champion in the race. Thus, with his energy still untapped, Li Qing increased the frequency of his leg movements. The powerful explosive force generated a stronger ground reaction with each stride he took, allowing him to close the gap that had momentarily separated them. The onlooking Liverpool players and coaching staff were taken aback, marveling at the fierce contest of speed between Li Qing and Main, instinctively gasping in astonishment. As Main sprinted at full speed, he caught sight of Li Qing on his left, rapidly closing in, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. How could this young lad run so swiftly? Main, having reached his personal limit, wished to accelerate further, but his pace had already peaked, and he could merely maintain it for a few more meters. With this realization, his strategy shifted. Since their short-distance explosiveness was nearly equal, he decided to let the race conclude over 100 meters. However, after 30 meters, Main realized with disbelief that Li Qing was still accelerating. From their previous parallel positions, Li Qing gradually surged ahead, first by a small margin, then half a body length, and finally, a significant lead. By the time they reached the halfway mark of the field, Li Qing had established a commanding lead of an entire body length over Main. Incredible! Was there truly someone faster than Sadio? My goodness, is this young man even a minor? Li Qing could undoubtedly excel in sprinting and compete in the Olympics. As they crossed the midpoint, the gap between them became more pronounced, eliciting waves of astonished cheers from their teammates. Even head coach Klopp could not suppress his admiration. I can only imagine how fast Li will be when he reaches adulthood. Indeed, both Buvac and Kravitz echoed in unison. At the opposite baseline, the race concluded with Li Qing finishing 2.5 body lengths ahead. Main, leaning on his knee and panting, gave Li Qing a thumbs up with his right hand, exclaiming, "Li, it would be a travesty for you not to compete in Olympic sprinting." Li Qing adjusted his breathing and, with a calm smile, remarked, "Running alone is rather mundane. Playing football is far more exhilarating. I truly relish the feeling of successfully dribbling past the entire defense to score. In the upcoming match, you will have the opportunity to experience this." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Qing turned his head. His mood instantly transformed into one of excitement. For it was none other than the head coach, Klopp, who had spoken. This implied that he would be included in the 18-man squad for the next match. In Chapter 74, the record for the youngest player to appear in the Premier League? Before concluding the training session, assistant coach Kravitz announced the 18-man roster for the Premier League's 23rd round, taking place tomorrow evening at Anfield. Li Qing was the sole player promoted from the youth team to be selected. The other 17 players included Karius, Minale, Milner, Lovren, Matip, Klein, Clavin, Moreno, Emre Can, Henderson, Wijnaldum, Lucas, Lalana, Coutinho, Origi, Firmino, and Main. Li Qing's inclusion in the squad is not merely a result of outpacing Main in a straight sprint. Rather, it is his inherent talent that has captivated the attention of Klopp's coaching staff. Upon the announcement of the full roster, both Arnold and Woodburn had already mentally prepared themselves, thus exhibiting no emotional upheaval. Upon learning of Li Qing's selection, they promptly extended their congratulations, expressing hopes that he would make an appearance in the upcoming clash between the Reds and Blues, demonstrating his prowess akin to that witnessed in the FA Cup. Not to boast, but if given the opportunity by the boss, I am certain to leave Conte's team utterly disoriented. Who is this Conte? Arnold inquired curiously. The Chelsea manager. Antonio Conte, replied Firmino, passing by and giving Li Qing a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Conte, what a fitting description. In contrast to the less esteemed FA Cup, Liverpool places a significant emphasis on the Premier League. Following the conclusion of training, the players selected for the 18-man match-day squad proceeded directly to their hotel accommodations, rather than arriving on the day of the FA Cup match. As soon as Li Qing was named in Liverpool's 18-man squad, the news appeared on the official Premier League website, garnering immense attention from various media outlets. Social media platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Weibo, and Facebook rapidly disseminated the information, with Don Quidi being the first to share it on their official account. At a mere 15 years and 348 days, Li Qing established records as the youngest player to participate in the FA Cup and the youngest to score a goal. The question now lingers, at 15 years and 351 days, will he set the record for the youngest player to compete in the Premier League? And could he also break the record for the youngest goal scorer in the league? Meanwhile, Chelsea's manager, Conte, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon seeing the young Li Qing's name on Liverpool's roster. It was puzzling. The sight of this barely 16-year-old boy on the matchday list stirred a sense of unease within him. Could the presence of such a youth potentially jeopardize their chances of securing points away from home? Contemplating this possibility, he shook his head. Could a mere boy, not yet 16, truly influence the outcome of a Premier League match? It seemed implausible. The team was filled with globally recognized star players. The notion of dropping points away was simply unfathomable. Moreover, he was well aware of Klopp's strategies. With a solid core of experienced and highly skilled players, there was no way he would forsake them for an inexperienced youth lacking any Premier League match experience, especially in such a crucial league fixture that could impact the following season's Champions League qualification. Such experimentation might be feasible in the FA Cup or League Cup, but certainly not in this context. Clearing his mind, Conte redirected his focus towards Firmino, Main, and Coutinho, believing that only these three players posed a genuine threat to his defense. Li Qing arrived at the hotel parking area aboard the team bus, where he observed a throng of Liverpool fans clad in red jerseys congregated at the entrance. They brandished banners, slogans, and scarves, while some fervent supporters raised posters of their favorite players to express their admiration. Curiously, the number of fans holding up posters of Klopp surpassed those of the players themselves. As Li Qing queued to disembark, a twinge of melancholy washed over him. He realized he had not seen a single poster bearing his image. Humph. Just wait. If I step onto the field tomorrow night, the entire world of fans will know my name. The following morning, Li Qing rose early. Washing up and having breakfast before his roommate, Firmino, awoke. After resting for about an hour, he proceeded to the hotel gym provided for physical warm-ups. Li Qing's enthusiasm did not escape the keen eyes of Klopp's coaching staff. A subtle glance exchanged between them revealed a shared spark of excitement. The 23rd round of the Premier League in the 2016-2017 season was distinct from the usual. As the 10 matches were scheduled across just 2 time slots, 7 commenced at 8 o'clock on the evening of January 31st, while the remaining 3 took place the following evening at the same hour. The clash between Liverpool and Chelsea stood out as the most anticipated fixture of this round, attracting a multitude of journalists to Liverpool. In addition to local British reporters, numerous media representatives from across Europe and the globe converged to cover the event, eager to deliver the latest updates to domestic fans. This well-orchestrated arrangement was further enlivened by Li Qing's unexpected emergence, providing additional newsworthy angles to explore. The reporter from Donquidi followed Li Qing closely, who had recently risen to prominence due to his exceptional performances. However, a few astute domestic media outlets had also dispatched reporters to Liverpool, hoping to share in the spotlight, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. As the match approached, just 2 hours prior, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the entire Liverpool team boarded a bus en route to Anfield. The significance of this Premier League match was palpable, far surpassing that of the FA Cup 4th round match just 2 days prior, as evidenced by the fervor of the fans. From the Liverpool hotel to Anfield, the streets were alive with the presence of home supporters. Given that London is merely a little over 300 kilometers away, it was not surprising to see a number of Chelsea fans clad in blue jerseys making the journey to Anfield. Seated on the bus, Li Qing felt his heartbeat quickening, the tension akin to the nervousness of a first-time experience. The iconic anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," synonymous with Liverpool fans, echoed throughout the city. And as Li Qing closed his eyes to steady his mind, he sensed the invigorating flow of adrenaline coursing through him, his fists instinctively clenched, imbued with boundless energy. Outside Anfield, the square was teeming with fans, and the bus carrying the Liverpool players had to navigate slowly into the designated parking area under the watchful guard of security personnel. The resounding chorus of "You'll Never Walk Alone" continued to ring out as Li Qing followed Firmino out of the bus, the flashes of cameras illuminating the scene, the clicks resonating in his ears. Although not yet a star player, at the tender age of 15 years and 351 days, he stood on the cusp of becoming the youngest player to ever feature in the Premier League, surpassing the previous record held by former Fulham player Matthew Briggs, who was just 16 years and 65 days old at the time. Should Li Qing take to the field in this illustrious encounter, the pre-captured footage would prove invaluable. Chapter 75. Youth can be a burden. Liverpool trailed Chelsea by 10 points, currently standing 4th in the league, with 16 matches remaining, leaving ample opportunity for change. While overtaking Chelsea at the top may pose a challenge, surpassing Arsenal and Spurs for second place seemed plausible. With a stroke of fortune and favorable circumstances, why could they not aspire to secure the club's inaugural league title since the Premier League's inception? However, Chelsea is in excellent form, while Liverpool has only had one commendable match in the 4th round of the FA Cup. Consequently, numerous media outlets are optimistic about Chelsea securing all 3 points at Anfield, and at the very least, they anticipate a draw for safety. However, Liverpool's manager Klopp and his players disagree with the prevailing sentiment among the media. They firmly believe that success is within their control. As long as they perform to their potential on home soil, victory will naturally follow. Li Qing also concurred with his teammates' sentiments, yet he requires the unwavering support of head coach Klopp. As the Liverpool players emerged from the tunnel onto the pitch, the fervent fans, who had been waiting with bated breath, erupted into a thunderous cheer, crafting an exhilarating home atmosphere. In response to the adoration from the home supporters, the Liverpool players raised their hands and applauded while in motion, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the fans. As Li Qing surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover a poster of himself on the main stand, accompanied by several individuals enthusiastically waving. His heart swelled with exhilaration. He began to jog over, intent on expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support of his fans. However, after just 2 steps, a wry smile crossed his face. His supporters were familiar faces, his good friend Tom from Blue Shirt High School and his companion Curtis Jones from the U16 squad. Naturally, the support of friends is still support. He warmly acknowledged Tom and Curtis's enthusiastic gestures, and then joined them along with nearby fans for a photograph to share on Instagram. A robust, middle-aged fan, shaking his fist in fervor, bellowed with a booming voice, "Lee, when the opportunity arises, make sure to take down that wretched Chelsea. The championship belongs to us." Li Qing raised his right hand, greeting the incredibly enthusiastic fan with a high five, and remarked with a smile, "If given the opportunity, I certainly will." The warm-up session for the entire Liverpool squad lasted for over half an hour, and with just over 20 minutes remaining before the match commenced, the players began to make their way towards the tunnel. Li Qing intentionally scanned the front rows of the main stand, searching for someone. Soon, he spotted the strikingly beautiful Tong Shinbing among the crowd, her signature charming smile and playful wink prompting her to roll her eyes in a teasing manner. Upon returning to the changing room, the Liverpool players first took showers and changed their attire, and then settled in front of their respective lockers to listen to head coach Klopp reiterate the match tactics, reinforcing their understanding. Although Li Qing was not included in the starting lineup, he had an inkling that he might be called upon as a substitute, thus he listened intently. With approximately 7 or 8 minutes left before the match began, staff from the Premier League knocked on the doors of the home and away team changing rooms, reminding both sides to proceed to the players' tunnel in anticipation of the game. Li Qing and Main walked side by side, making their way through the players' tunnel towards the home team's bench. An hour prior to the match, the starting lineups of both teams had already been revealed to the world. The home team, Liverpool, deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with the goalkeeper being the recently impressive Mignolet. The defenders included Milner, Lovren, Matip, and Klein, while the midfield was composed of Emre Can, Henderson, and Wijnaldum. The forward line featured Coutinho, Firmino, and Lalana. Chelsea, on the other hand, employed their customary 3-4-3 formation, with Courtois as the goalkeeper. The defensive trio consisted of Azpilicueta, David Luiz, and Cahill, while the midfield was manned by Marcos Alonso, Matic, Canny, and Moses. The attacking front was led by Hazard, Diego Costa, and Willian. Due to the narrowness of the tunnel, it could not accommodate both teams entering the pitch simultaneously. Hence, the visitors took the field first. As the away players stepped onto the pitch, a resounding chorus of boos erupted from the Liverpool supporters, directed at the visiting Chelsea players. However, when the Liverpool players made their entrance, the boos were swiftly replaced by fervent cheers. Sitting on the bench, Li Qing gazed enviously at the players lined up facing the main stand, contemplating, "When will I finally have the opportunity to start?" Alas, being so young feels like a burden. The broadcast shifted scenes one by one, transitioning from Liverpool's manager Klopp to the substitute bench. As the camera focused on Li Qing, the voice of sports commentator Jean Jun rose in excitement. Klopp certainly carries the weight of immense pressure by including a 15-year-old in this red-blue clash. However, Li Qing has proven his capabilities in the FA Cup. Perhaps he will once again emerge as Klopp's secret weapon. New England sports commentator Jin Xiangkai remarked. The Asian face appearing on the broadcast is the Chinese player Li Qing, who has garnered considerable attention domestically in recent days. His technical prowess is distinct. He possesses remarkable speed, exceptional footwork, and high accuracy in front of goal, embodying the essence of a natural striker. It remains to be seen whether Klopp will grant this young talent an opportunity to shine. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray, with his unique cadence, expressed, for some reason, "I feel a strong desire to see Lee come off the bench. This young player, at merely 15, exhibits extraordinary skills. I hope Jurgen Klopp will afford him ample opportunity to display his talent in the second half." As various broadcasters continued their commentary, the captains of both teams completed the coin toss with referee Clattenburg, signaling that the much-anticipated Premier League showdown was about to commence. With a sharp whistle, Clattenburg officially kicked off the focal match of the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season's 23rd round. Liverpool, enjoying the advantage of the kickoff, opted for a cautious approach, passing the ball backward before executing a routine long pass to right winger Lalana. However, Marcos Alonso demonstrated superior judgment, heading the ball out of bounds. The pace of the match escalated quickly. As time progressed, the players' movements became increasingly vigorous, abandoning the harmonious interactions observed before the match. Chaos ensued, with players tumbling over one another, and within mere minutes, flying tackles became a recurring sight, albeit within the context of football's defensive maneuvers. With the tempo soaring, over 20 minutes had swiftly elapsed. In the 24th minute, Hazard's breakthrough led to a foul by Lalana, earning Chelsea a prime free-kick opportunity. Li Qing raised an eyebrow. a sense of unease creeping into his heart, pondering, could we be on the verge of conceding a goal? Perhaps his intuition was remarkably precise. As David Luiz's free kick struck like a cannonball, with goalkeeper Mignolet caught unprepared, allowing the visiting Chelsea to take the lead. Goodness, was it really that accurate? Chapter 76. A desperate gambit. The Chelsea players erupted in exuberant celebration following their opening goal, while the Chelsea fans in the stands were particularly ecstatic, as they learned through their phones that in another match, Arsenal was trailing Watford 0-2 at home. Meanwhile, third-place Tottenham was still locked in a 0-0 stalemate against Sunderland. If the matches were to conclude with these scores, Chelsea's lead would extend to 12 points, and with 15 rounds remaining in the league, barring an extraordinary collapse, the championship title for this season would be all but assured. Conte's signature celebration unfolded at Anfield, eliciting jeers from the disgruntled Liverpool fans. Yet, Conte, with a thick skin, thrived on the boos, growing more animated with each derisive cheer. From the substitutes bench, Lee Ching could not help but let out a disdainful snort in English. What a pathetic fellow Conte is. Indeed, they were quite lacking in grace. May nodded slightly in agreement with Lee Ching's words. Liverpool, trailing in the score, intensified their offense upon the restart, yet Chelsea, with a defense built upon a solid foundation, responded with remarkable composure. The trio of Azpilicueta, David Luiz, and Gary Cahill exhibited seamless and complementary coordination, leaving no opportunities for the attacking trident of Coutinho, Firmino, and Lalana. The midfield trio of Wijnaldum, Henderson, and Emre can lack the creativity and defensive resilience of the formidable Kant and Moses, compounded by the imposing presence of Matic and Marcos Alonso, rendering Liverpool thoroughly subdued. Chelsea's forward, Diego Costa, is known for his tenacity, compelling Lovren and Matip to engage in a battle of wits while also managing their emotions to avoid being provoked into losing control. As the match progressed to the half-hour mark, the Liverpool fans at Anfield began to sing "You'll Never Walk Alone," rallying their team with their unwavering support. Unfortunately, the Chelsea players executed their defensive duties with remarkable precision, effectively fulfilling the tactical instructions of their coach, Conte, and achieving an impenetrable defense. As the first half drew to a close, the score remained unchanged. The broadcast captured the jubilant expressions of the Chelsea players, in stark contrast to the furrowed brows of the Liverpool squad, who were evidently burdened by the potential consequences of a defeat. With a significant gap between the two teams, a loss would widen the chasm to 13 points, casting doubt not only on their title aspirations but also on their chances of securing a Champions League berth. Coach Klopp wore a particularly grave expression, his brow knitted in concern. The atmosphere among the Liverpool supporters in the stands had similarly deteriorated, reflecting the disheartening nature of the proceedings, resulting in the lowest morale since the match commenced. Lee Ching and the substitute players gradually entered the field to warm up, preparing for the second half of the match. Maine, as a key player, was particularly earnest in his warm-up, clearly intent on entering the game in optimal form. The 15-minute halftime quickly passed, and both teams returned to the pitch. Perhaps Klopp and Conte were satisfied with their formations in the first half, as no personnel adjustments were made before the second half commenced. Nonetheless, the broadcast provided a poignant shot, first focusing on the lackluster performances of Coutinho and Lalana, followed by a glimpse of Maine, who had just returned from the Africa Cup of Nations. The commentator, James, noted that the dismal showing of Coutinho and Lalana was pivotal to Liverpool's failure to score in the first half, suggesting that if their performance did not improve, substituting Maine might be a wise choice. Klopp had already devised tactical changes during halftime, but the success of these adjustments depended on the players' on-field execution. However, Liverpool had yet to pose a significant threat, while Chelsea's attacks were audacious. Moses, after evading Milner on the right side of the box, struck the post with a long-range effort, sending a shiver through the Liverpool supporters in the stands. Perhaps dissatisfied with his players' performances, Klopp shouted towards the bench, "Sadio, get ready to come on in 10 minutes. Chelsea, content with their lead, opted to retain only Hazard as a counter-attacking option, leaving Klopp's Liverpool with few avenues of approach against a nearly full defensive line. In the 60th minute, Liverpool made their first substitution, replacing the still underwhelming Coutinho with Maine. Although Maine possessed remarkable speed, his technical skills fell short, making him prone to losing possession under Chelsea's tight marking, nearly leading to a goal conceded. Klopp glanced at the bench, deep in thought. The substitutes available with exceptional technical abilities were limited to Origi and Lee Ching. Origi still seemed somewhat inexperienced, while Lee Ching exhibited outstanding skills, arguably the best in the team. However, at just shy of 16 years of age. Placing the burden of equalizing the score on such a young player seemed rather unfair. What could be done? Time ticked away, the scoreboard still reading 0-1. With the home team ahead. 5 minutes later, Chelsea made their first adjustment of the match, substituting Fabregas for Willian to enhance the precision of their counterattacks. The prolonged offensive efforts yielded no results, compelling Klopp to contemplate further personnel changes. With only Origi and Li Qing remaining in the attacking line, any substitution might prove ineffective. Should he alter the midfield? Glancing back at the bench, he noted that the only option there was defensive midfielder Lucas. Sitting on the bench. Li Qing caught a glimpse of Klopp's gaze, his heart racing with excitement as he silently urged, "Pick me, pick me, pick me." However, what awaited was merely a sigh. Klopp did not call out to anyone. Thus, the match clock ticked to 75 minutes, leaving a mere 15 minutes until the conclusion of the game. Should the score remain unchanged, Liverpool would likely be surpassed by the Manchester Giants, who were set to play the following evening, consequently relegating them to the Europa League qualifying spots. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Klopp. After a brief 2-minute discussion with his assistants, Buvac and Kravitz, he resolved to take a gamble. Miracles do not occur without effort. Yet without attempting, how could one ever witness a miracle? Assistant coach Buvac shouted towards the watching Li Qing, "Li, warm up. Time is of the essence. Return in 5 minutes." Huh? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Unable to respond. "Do you not wish to take the field?" Watch rolled his eyes. In the next instant, Li Qing's explosive power was perfectly showcased. By the time Watch glanced over, Li Qing had already made his way to the warm-up area. Chapter 77. The super-secret weapon, a brilliant nutmeg. Every action on the home team's bench was under the scrutiny of specialized cameras, meaning that Li Qing rising from the bench was immediately noticed by the live broadcast. However, the director did not switch the feed right away. Instead, he waited to confirm that there were no visually appealing attacks on the pitch before making the transition. Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, narrowed his pupils, shifting his tone. What does Jurgen Klopp mean by this? Is he really placing the burden of a Premier League clash onto a lad, not yet 16? Has he not considered the potential negative ramifications for Lee? Old friend, you are overthinking it, replied guest commentator Martin Tyler with a chuckle. Every situation has its duality. I recall an old adage, a jade must be polished to become a gem. Since Lee has proven himself in the FA Cup, why should he not do so in the league? Chelsea may indeed be stronger than Wolves, but Antonio Conte certainly did not anticipate this adjustment from Jurgen. Lee could very well become Klopp's secret weapon. At just 15 years and 351 days, it was utterly audacious. Meanwhile, the Liverpool fans in the main stand at Anfield were the first to spot Li Qing sprinting from the bench, instinctively elongating the sound of his name, Li. Just 2 days prior, Li Qing's extraordinary performance in this very stadium was still fresh in their minds, and many Liverpool supporters could not help but think that the not yet 16 Li Qing might indeed be a messenger sent by the divine to rescue his followers. Jean Shankai, the commentator from New England Sports, thought he was imagining things. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Li Qing, donned in the number 55 jersey. Racing towards the warm-up area, he exclaimed, between Divock Origi and Li Qing, Klopp has ultimately chosen the debutant, who scored twice. This is a bold gamble. One can only imagine the criticism Klopp would face should Liverpool falter at home. Jean June, the commentator from Lusher Sports and a Liverpool fan, chose to trust Klopp upon witnessing this scene. The depth of Liverpool's bench has been a concern since Christmas, and now with injuries rampant. Opting for Li Qing over Origi is entirely expected. Compared to the well-known technical attributes of Origi, Li Qing embodies the essence of a secret weapon forward. With only 5 minutes allocated for warm-up, and faced with the enthusiastic local supporters, Li Qing could merely offer a brief wave before earnestly engaging in his preparatory exercises, striving to invigorate his muscles and core to mitigate the risk of injury in such frigid conditions. Although he possessed a natural resilience to injury, the unpredictability of such matters warranted a cautious approach. Many fans at Anfield expressed dissatisfaction with Klopp's substitution, as numerous expert spectators believed that a mere 15-year-old could not significantly aid the current Liverpool squad, especially considering that Wolverhampton could not be equated with Chelsea. Even though Origi was often tightly marked, what if the outcome proved favorable? Nevertheless, out of respect for Klopp, the home supporters refrained from voicing their discontent and instead endeavored to create an electrifying atmosphere, especially since Li Qing was a prodigy nurtured by the Kirkby Academy. If one wouldn't support their own, whom would they support? In the 81st minute, Amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, Li Qing approached the team's coaching area, where Klavitz, clutching a tactical board, solemnly instructed him, "Li, your sole task upon entering the pitch is to utilize your dribbling prowess to unsettle the Chelsea defense. Should the opportunity arise, take your shot. As for defense, simply maintain your position." Klavitz succinctly conveyed Li Qing's objectives, and half a minute later, Klopp, with an arm draped over Li Qing's shoulder, approached the fourth official, passionately thumping Li Qing's chest with his left hand. "Give it your all. Perform splendidly. Play just as you did 2 days ago in this very stadium, all right?" "All right." Li Qing, radiant and full of vigor, tucked his jersey into his shorts. His gaze fixed intently on the pitch as he nodded solemnly. On the field, Firmino received a low pass from Wijnaldum and took a shot, but Courtois was well positioned, securely cradling the ball in his hands. Without allowing the tempo to subside, he launched a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring towards the left flank where Hazard was sprinting forward. A moment of alarm struck Klopp's heart. However, it soon became apparent that his concerns were unfounded. Matip had positioned himself well, holding his ground, and the leaping Hazard failed to make contact with the ball, which rolled harmlessly out of play. The assistant referee raised his flag high, and the main referee, Clattenburg, blew his whistle, signaling a substitution at the sidelines. This was a moment to be remembered. At just 15 years and 351 days, Li Qing was set to replace Lalana in the Premier League, poised to surpass the record for the youngest player to appear in the Premier League, previously held by former Fulham player Matthew Briggs at 16 years and 68 days during the 2006-2007 season. Zhang Jun was filled with excitement. Would the player who had set the record for the youngest goal in the FA Cup just 2 days prior also achieve the record for the youngest goal in the Premier League today? Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray shared this speculation. Though many commentators were skeptical about Li Qing's chances of breaking the Premier League youngest goalscorer record. After all, even world-class forwards do not simply score at will, especially not a debutant like Li Qing. Unaware of how the media perceived him, Li Qing remained resolute in his ambition to score. Fans watching from their screens witnessed the youthful Li Qing engage in a high-five exchange with Lalana, bending down to touch the grass of Anfield, silently praying, "I must score." The Liverpool supporters at Anfield erupted in a deafening roar, cheering for the homegrown talent. Before Klein took the throw-in, Li Qing communicated the tactical adjustments instructed by the coach to his teammates, then sprinted into the vacant space in the attack, awaiting a pass. Klein threw the ball to central defender Matip, who then relayed it to Henderson, positioned back in the center circle. After a series of precise passes, the ball rolled along the grass towards Li Qing, who was stationed on the attacking right flank, while Chelsea's left wingback Marcos Alonso braced himself, with Canny and Gary Cahill adjusting their positions accordingly. Li Qing possessed a broad vision and had long been attentive to the movements of the Chelsea defenders. Thus he stood still, awaiting the ball. Marcos Alonso's eyes sparkled with amusement as he mused to himself, "The youth is foolish, merely standing there to wait for the ball." However, at that moment, Li Qing took a step forward with his right foot towards the incoming ball, his body perfectly obstructing Marcos Alonso's forward path and line of sight. The spectators in the main stand clearly observed Li Qing deftly flicking the ball with his left heel. It glided smoothly along the grass, slipping through Marcos Alonso's legs and then accelerating past him down the flank. Realizing the situation too late, Marcos Alonso instinctively reached out with his left hand to grasp the jersey. To his astonishment, Li Qing exhibited remarkable explosiveness and an exceptionally swift acceleration, grasping only a handful of air. Amidst the fervent cheers of the Liverpool fans, the commentator from Leshy Sports, Zhang Jun, raised his voice an octave higher, a sensational nutmeg. Chapter 78. A dazzling finish after dribbling past 5 defenders. Li Qing executed a remarkable maneuver, effortlessly pivoting on his heel to deftly maneuver past Marcos Alonso, igniting the fervent atmosphere of Anfield. Khan had long set his sights on Li Qing, pressing forward with rapid intensity. This was his most formidable gift, as he possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate and intercept, often catching attacking players off guard before they could react. Thus, a commentator once quipped, "There is no obstacle too great for Kant, only those that cannot be surmounted by him." With a panoramic view of the field, Li Qing noticed Kant's swift approach and suddenly accelerated, deftly tapping the ball forward with the tip of his left foot just before Kant could make his interception. As he landed on the ball, his front foot instinctively lifted, evading Kant's ensuing foul. Kant was taken aback, unable to believe that this young player, making his debut in the Premier League, could elude his sudden advance. With a burst of speed, Li Qing maneuvered past Kant. This was Liverpool's opportunity. The commentator, James, exclaimed, Do you recall the FA Cup match 2 days ago? It was Li Qing's first touch as a substitute that led to a goal. Could this Premier League match unfold similarly? Chelsea players were well aware of Kant's prowess, and thus, upon witnessing him charge towards Li Qing, who was breaking past Alonso, they felt reassured and did not consider reinforcing their defense. By the time Chelsea's defenders recognized that Li Qing had bypassed Kant and was now directly facing the three central defenders, it was too late. Matic held his position in the center, maintaining a considerable distance from Li Qing, while Gary Cahill had to advance. As Li Qing approached the goal, about 28 meters away, he suddenly swung his right foot in response to Cahill's challenge. Conte had not anticipated that Klopp would deploy the merely 15-year-old Li Qing, and thus had not briefed his players on Li Qing's technical attributes. Consequently, Cahill's advance was instinctual. He interpreted Li Qing's relatively unpressured stance and rising right foot as a signal for a powerful shot. Given the position and distance, a long-range attempt was indeed plausible, especially since his team had been defending effectively during this period, leaving room for the possibility that Klopp had instructed his players to take more long-range shots. With this thought, Cahill positioned his hands behind him, bracing himself, intent on using his body to block Li Qing's potential strike. A long-range shot. Klopp raised an eyebrow. However, in the next moment, his furrowed brow relaxed. To his astonishment, Li Qing's right foot did not strike the ball as expected. Instead, he deftly flicked it sharply to the left front, accelerating through the gap between Cahill and David Luiz. This was perilous. Gary Cahill's body had already been cast aside, rendering him incapable of committing a foul. He could only watch helplessly as Li Qing swiftly maneuvered past him on the right. The Liverpool fans in the stands were utterly engrossed, hardly daring to blink for fear of missing a moment of brilliance. David Luiz maintained an excellent position alongside Cahill, adopting a defensive stance that involved backing towards the sideline, while allowing Li Qing to exploit the outer line. Li Qing was not about to afford Luiz the luxury of waiting for Azpilicueta and Canny to provide support. With the inside of his left foot, he deftly flicked the ball forward to his right and accelerated away from Luiz's retreating defense. Speed was hardly Luiz's forte, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. His turning radius was considerable. Consequently, he opted for a straight-line sprint to block any potential shooting angles Li Qing might take. However, he was taken aback by Li Qing's remarkable pace, as the young player accelerated from the flank, overtaking Luiz in mere strides. The speed was astonishing. The Liverpool supporters in the stands were akin to spectators witnessing a red Ferrari flooring the accelerator as it overtook on the right, racing into the penalty area. Luiz, wary of committing a foul from behind, utilized his experience to gently tug at the opponent's jersey before quickly releasing it, thereby disrupting Li Qing's rhythm. Indeed, Li Qing's forward momentum momentarily faltered, but the impact was negligible. To prevent Luiz from cutting in and intercepting the ball from the left, he deftly nudged the football forward with the outside of his right foot, creating space to accelerate once more. As David Luiz regained his position, he exhaled, thinking to himself, "Can I not subdue this little rascal?" Li Qing approached the right flank of the penalty area, glancing up at the goal as he adjusted his steps. With a deft movement, he advanced his left foot, swiftly followed by his right. A shot? David Luiz's mind barely had time to react. His body moved instinctively as he threw himself to the ground in an attempt to block. Typically, a central defender executing a slide tackle within the penalty area has an impressive success rate, but Li Qing's right foot did not deliver a strike, for it was not his dominant foot. Under pressure, a shot taken with the right foot would likely soar over the bar. Instead, he quickly lowered his right foot, deftly nudging the ball to his left side, alternating his steps, anchoring himself on his right foot, and lifting his left to shoot. Azpilicueta, unable to attend to Firmino's defense, executed a desperate sliding tackle. Behind Courtois, the KP stand erupted. Every Liverpool fan rose to their feet, arms raised, instinctively unleashing a thunderous roar. Li Qing's exquisite touch allowed him to glide past the reckless David Luiz, and just as the commentator Jin Xiangkai's words faded, Li Qing's left foot also did not unleash a shot. Instead, he gently nudged the ball to the left with the outer instep of his left foot. In the away team's coaching area, Conte, witnessing Li Qing's feigned shot and subsequent deft maneuver past Azpilicueta, clenched his fist in frustration. Azpilicueta slid past Li Qing, mere meters away, but with an extended left foot, Li Qing propelled the ball forward, arriving at the penalty spot, directly facing the goalkeeper Courtois. The fervent atmosphere at Anfield reached its zenith, with every Liverpool fan roaring in a frenzy. Courtois advanced from his line, lowering his center of gravity. Poised for an imminent save, Li Qing lifted his left foot, while Courtois fell sideways to the ground, arms outstretched, maximizing his body to block the angle of Li Qing's shot. Liverpool's coach Klopp clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling involuntarily, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement. Azpilicueta and David Luiz, still on the ground after their slide tackle, could only place their hopes on the goalkeeper, Courtois. However, at the moment Courtois fell, Li Qing deftly flicked the ball with the tip of his left foot, sending it soaring gently into the air. The ball did not ascend very high, just over a meter, yet it effortlessly cleared the grounded Courtois, finding its way into the net amidst the despairing gazes of the Chelsea players. Chapter 79, the youngest goal scorer in the top 5 leagues goal. The iconic elongated voice of Andy Gray from Sky Sports reverberated throughout the studio, causing his partner Martin Tyler to cover his ears, a testament to the sheer intensity of his emotions. Initially, the Liverpool fans at Anfield did not celebrate the goal. Instead, they stood transfixed, gazing at Li Qing, who was sprinting with outstretched arms. From the moment he flicked the ball past Marcos Alonso with his heel to the moment he outmaneuvered the rapid Azpilicueta, he had brilliantly dribbled past 5 players, each movement executed with remarkable finesse and breathtaking artistry, epitomizing a perfect fusion of speed and skill. The exhilarated Liverpool supporters were momentarily silenced, only to erupt into a tumultuous roar when Coach Klopp, with his signature combination of punches, celebrated into the void, unleashing a wave of fervent cheers that echoed throughout Anfield. Even reaching the streets several kilometers away, Li Qing, having scored, was filled with elation, even more so than when he netted his professional debut goal just 2 days prior. The Wolves, lacking in overall strength, could not compare to a giant like Chelsea. Scoring against such a formidable opponent was a feat worthy of lifelong bragging rights. Thus, he cherished the opportunity afforded to him by his coach, sprinting towards the home team's bench to embrace Klopp, Buvac, and Kravitz, who were ready to welcome him. Behind Li Qing was a group of exuberant teammates. Liverpool fans, take note of this day. On February 1, 2017, at 15 years and 351 days old, the British Chinese Li Qing scored his first Premier League goal. He is the youngest goal scorer in the history of the Premier League, indeed, in the annals of English top-flight football, as well as the youngest goal scorer in the top 5 European leagues. The commentator, Zhang Jun, passionately exclaimed, in just 3 days. 2 substitute appearances have produced 3 goals. Who wouldn't adore such a talent? The fervor at Anfield erupted in a cacophony of cheers, celebrating the extraordinary genius nurtured by the Kirkby Academy. The live broadcast director switched the transmission back to Li Qing, who initiated a breakthrough upon receiving the ball. Marcos Alonso, N'Golo Kante, Gary Cahill, David Silva, and Cesar Azpilicueta. Each of these defensive players would undoubtedly stand out in the current Premier League for their exceptional prowess. It is precisely in this context that Li Qing's remarkable feat of dribbling past 5 opponents to score becomes extraordinarily captivating. The seamless fusion of speed and technique, coupled with his remarkable composure in front of goal, is truly astonishing. Notably, his ability to deftly maneuver past the seasoned Gary Cahill, David Luiz, and Azpilicueta within the penalty area is nothing short of a masterstroke. Ultimately, his choice to delicately chip the ball over Thibaut Courtois illustrates his remarkable clarity of thought. Undeterred by the electric atmosphere of the stadium, a player of such caliber undoubtedly possesses an immeasurable future. Klopp, filled with excitement, patted Li Qing on the back and exclaimed with fervor, "Well done, young man. Absolutely brilliant." Li Qing's mind remained sharp, seizing the perfect opportunity to regard Klopp with a teasing smile. "Boss, will I have the chance to play in the next match?" he inquired, with a chuckle. Buvac glanced at the somewhat awkward expression on Klopp's face and remarked, "As long as you can maintain your excellent performance, Jurgen is bound to notice." Indeed, Klopp had come to the same realization. If Li Qing could excel in the match against Chelsea, why not continue to utilize him in the forthcoming games? "Should I score another goal?" In an atmosphere charged with fervor, Li Qing suddenly spoke up. Klopp, Buvac, and Kravitz were expressions of disbelief. And even the teammates celebrating the goal could not help but roll their eyes at Li Qing's remarks. After all, the opponent was Chelsea. Was scoring that effortless? Naturally, as a forward, one must possess an unwavering desire to score, and with such confidence, what fear could there be of failing to find the net? Conte, the visiting coach, wore a gloomy visage in the technical area. The match had progressed into the 80th minute, and if they could just hold on for another 10 minutes, they would return to London with 3 points. Yet, at this critical juncture, Liverpool managed to equalize. Anger, from Marcos Alonso to Azpilicueta, The defensive lapses amongst them were glaringly apparent. If each player had made just a couple more strides earlier, would Li Qing have found any space to break through? Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of concentration among the players as the match approached its conclusion. The broadcast shifted to the crestfallen Chelsea players, and their faces betrayed a mix of disappointment and frustration. Chelsea fans watching at home shared in this sentiment, as they had hoped to extend their lead, only to see the 3 points slip away, potentially reduced to just 1. With the score now level, Chelsea's coach Conte had a new strategy. Rather than seeking to regain the lead, he pondered how to preserve a draw at Anfield. According to his understanding of the current scores, Arsenal was trailing Watford, and there had been no goals in the match between Spurs and Sunderland. In comparison to a defeat, a draw was still within the realms of acceptability. Klopp's thoughts shifted after his team equalized. Their momentum surged, and they could fully capitalize on the remaining time to seize the lead. Should they triumph, the gap would be reduced to 7 points, and with 15 rounds left in the league, the chase would be entirely feasible. The celebration of Liverpool's goal did not last long, as time ticked away, and the longer it took, the more it suited the Chelsea players. As Li Qing returned to the pitch, he raised his fist towards the fans in the main stand. His youthful visage, which still bore a hint of boyishness, now radiated a masculine allure, eliciting ecstatic shrieks from numerous female supporters in the crowd. In the front row, Tong Shinbing's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. She had never anticipated Li Qing's strength to be so formidable, breaking through Chelsea's defense just days shy of his 16th birthday. It was utterly inconceivable. Finally, Li Qing bowed his head to kiss the emblem on his chest, and a thunderous applause erupted over Anfield, honoring his splendid contribution to the goal. The match had resumed. Yet many commentators remained entranced by Li Qing's dazzling feat of dribbling past 5 defenders. Perhaps in his future career, he would score many more goals. But this one would surely be recounted by Liverpool fans for years to come. The commentator Jean Xiangkai from New England Sports remarked that the equalizing goal had a profoundly positive impact, galvanizing the Liverpool players to unite in their efforts and intensify their pursuit of the ball. Hazard, having just gained possession, lost control under the combined pressure of Henderson and Klein, prompting Liverpool to transition from defense to offense. Chapter 80, an unexpected thunderous strike. The morale of Liverpool soared, while the Chelsea players, having lost possession, retreated to their half, awaiting Liverpool's assault. However, the home side's transition was remarkably direct. Henderson delivered a long pass aimed at the right flank of the attack. The ball soared towards the goal contributor, Li Qing. It was unclear whether Marcos Alonso was affected emotionally by the conceding goal, but he made a blatant, forceful challenge from behind, colliding with Li Qing, who had positioned himself effectively and sent him crashing out of play. Referee Clattenburg immediately blew his whistle and swiftly intervened to restrain the agitated Firmino, issuing a yellow card to the offending Marcos Alonso. Klopp, situated close to the foul's location, clearly witnessed Alonso's deliberate and forceful charge, which was evidently a retaliatory act for Li Qing's earlier nutmeg. Enraged, he pointed at Alonso and shouted, "You are worthless. You can't even outplay a child. What use are you on the field? Go home." Feeling a sense of guilt, Marcos Alonso ignored Klopp's tirade, while the broadcast quickly provided a slow-motion replay. Sports commentator Jean Jun solemnly stated, Marcos Alonso's action was entirely unwarranted. It was rather malicious. A red card would not be excessive. Andy Gray from Sky Sports angrily echoed this sentiment. Seeing that Li Qing was unharmed, Klopp's fury subsided somewhat, yet he felt it was insufficiently satisfying. He then turned to face the opposing coach's technical area and shouted at Conte, "Are you out of your mind?" Conte, clearly not one to back down, retorted sharply, as it appeared that the two coaches were on the verge of a verbal altercation. The fourth official and the respective assistant coaches played a crucial role in pulling their head coaches apart. Li Qing first sought to soothe the emotions of head coach Klopp, then cast a cold glance at Marcos Alonso, thinking to himself, "Do you intend to intimidate me with a foul? Just wait and see how I make you question your very existence." A minute later, the ball found its way to Liverpool's right flank, where Klein, after receiving the pass, swiftly darted towards the center, handing the ball to Li Qing, initially hoping to engage in a combination play. Li Qing soon realized that Klein had created a one-on-one opportunity for him. In that moment, Marcos Alonso felt a surge of insecurity, judging by Li Qing's recent goal. It was evident that his technical skills were remarkably proficient, and Klein's movement had temporarily deprived him of his teammates' support. Li Qing gently nudged the ball forward with the outer instep of his left foot, his feet moving rapidly in a mesmerizing dance. causing his center of gravity to shift continuously with the rhythm of a bicycle kick, creating an impression that he could break through at any moment. Marcos Alonso, caught in a dilemma, was uncertain how to respond. At that moment, Li Qing decisively made his move. He swiftly thrust the tip of his left foot towards the center of the ball, which then rolled swiftly along the ground towards the baseline. Marcos Alonso, aware of Li Qing's remarkable speed and stamina, realized that turning to defend would likely be futile, leaving him with no choice but to commit a foul. However, halfway through his motion, he recalled having already received a yellow card. Should he commit another intentional foul, it was uncertain whether Clattenburg, known as one of the more lenient referees in the Premier League, would succumb to home crowd pressure and issue him a second yellow. With this thought in mind, Alonso withdrew his outstretched left foot, helplessly watching as Li Qing surged along the sideline towards the baseline. N'Golo Kant, having been observant since Li Qing received the ball, had already begun to position himself strategically, anticipating Li Qing's acceleration past his teammate Marcos Alonso, and he positioned himself to intercept Li Qing's inevitable path into the penalty area. Li Qing regained control of the football, poised to advance into the penalty area. Observing that Canty had already positioned himself defensively, he cast a fleeting glance at his teammates, realizing their positions were less than optimal. Suddenly, with the inner side of his left foot, he deftly flicked the ball to the right, adopting a posture indicative of an accelerated breakthrough along the baseline. Canty, renowned for his explosive power and keen anticipation, matched Li Qing's rhythm to counter his movements. However, Li Qing extended his right foot, halting the ball in place, and, with the familiarity of his left foot, continued to maintain possession. At that moment, Marcos Alonso had effectively positioned himself defensively, inadvertently causing Canty to relax his vigilance slightly. Li Qing's right shoulder sank as he feigned an attempt to break through the baseline. Canty, quick to react, moved preemptively towards the corner. However, Li Qing did not proceed with the breakthrough. Instead, he executed a deceptive maneuver, planting the ball of his right foot firmly on the ground, forcibly shifting his center of gravity, and using the outside of his left foot to flick the ball. Now was the moment. Canty, possessing a wealth of defensive experience and remarkable predictive skills, recognized Li Qing's intention to force his way between himself and Marcos Alonso. He swiftly redirected his own center of gravity, leveraging his exceptional explosiveness, and moved to the right. Li Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he deftly utilized the flexibility of his ankle. His left foot swiftly maneuvered to intercept the football, which was advancing to the left front, and with a powerful strike from the inside of his foot, the ball, seemingly destined to roll away, took an unexpected turn to the right, akin to a flicked cow's tail. "What an astonishing display!" exclaimed the sports commentator, Jean Jun. The Liverpool fans at Anfield erupted with fervent energy, ignited by Li Qing's mesmerizing dribbling skill, which reverberated throughout the stadium. Realizing Li Qing aimed to break through along the baseline, Canty made a desperate attempt, pushing off the ground with his right foot, the immense force propelling him half a meter towards the baseline in a bid to intercept the ball. However, Li Qing's feet moved with the grace of a magician's hands, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. As he lifted his right foot, the trajectory of the football shifted once more, and the Liverpool supporters in the KP stand watched in awe as the ball slipped beneath Canty, who had fallen to the ground. What a remarkable breakthrough! He had just outmaneuvered Canty. Canty's pupils contracted sharply, helplessly witnessing Li Qing glide along the baseline into the penalty area, while Marcos Alonso and Gary Cahill lunged frantically towards him. With the ball under his control in the penalty area, Li Qing glanced at his teammates Firmino and Main, who had entered the box, while David Luiz and Azpilicueta felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, eager to cut off any passing angles to Li Qing. Meanwhile, Matic, returning to the penalty area, grasped Wijnaldum to prevent Li Qing from executing a triangular pass. With all potential shooting options effectively marked, Li Qing found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to pass or continue his advance. In an instant, clarity struck him. The conventional choice near the right side of the small box was to pass, which was precisely where he could exploit the situation. Li Qing suddenly swung his left foot, striking the lower part of the football with great force. No one anticipated that he would choose to shoot in a spot meant solely for passing. David Luiz, believing Li Qing was about to deliver a cross, stood with his hands behind his back, attempting to maximize his blocking area. Boom! The soaring football shot forth like a cannonball, swiftly racing toward the near corner of the goal, brushing against David Luiz's chest. Goalkeeper Courtois was utterly unprepared for Li Qing's audacious strike from such an angle. By the time he noticed the ball, which had grown larger in his sight, it was already too late to react. The football collided violently with the pristine white net, brushing past the right goalpost until its momentum ceased, causing it to fall. Chapter 81. Dominating the match. No one could have predicted that Li Qing would unleash such a powerful shot from an almost impossible angle. The Liverpool fans in the KOP stand only reacted when the ball struck the white net, a deafening cheer resonating throughout Anfield. Goal. The iconic goal shout from Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray echoed in the ears of every viewer watching the live broadcast. At just 15 years and 351 days, Li Qing had helped Liverpool take the lead at Anfield. 2-1. Who could have foreseen that within a mere 5 minutes, he would score twice? A young man not yet 16 had managed to dominate the outcome of this fierce encounter. Oh my God. An astonishing performance. Commentator Martin Tyler exuberantly raised his arms in excitement. Goodness. Li Qing is indeed a remarkable young talent. To dare to shoot from such an angle is truly audacious. In this moment, David Luiz and Courtois must feel a profound sense of humiliation. The phrase "the young calf is not afraid of the tiger" perfectly encapsulates the fearless spirit of the novice Li Qing. From skillfully maneuvering past 5 defenders to executing a powerful shot from an almost 0-degree angle, the fervent crowd at Anfield erupted in madness for him. The commentator from Leshy Sports, Jean Jun, clenched his fists, his voice resonating with fervor as he narrated the unfolding drama. The scorer, Li Qing, initially struck by a moment of inspiration, had not anticipated finding the back of the net, and thus his exuberance was palpable. In a fit of excitement, he discarded his jersey, hurling it towards the stands, where fervent Liverpool supporters clamored to seize it. The live broadcast captured a close-up of Li Qing's youthful visage, which at that moment radiated a valorous spirit as he exuberantly waved his arms towards the KP stand. The loyal Liverpool fans, seemingly summoned by Li Qing's exuberance, responded with ecstatic cries, their thunderous roars echoing throughout the stadium in relentless waves, akin to a ceaseless tsunami. Viewers at home, too, were swept up in the fervent atmosphere, instinctively raising their arms in celebration, their adrenaline surging in response to Li Qing's momentum-boosting goal. Liverpool's manager, Klopp, opened his arms wide, racing towards Li Qing in jubilant solidarity. In contrast to a goal achieved through deftly maneuvering past 5 defenders, this powerful strike proved even more invigorating, as the electric ambience at Anfield underscored the positive ramifications of this goal. Firmino, Mane, Henderson, and Wijnaldum enveloped Li Qing in a tight embrace, expressing the immense emotional release that accompanied their newfound lead. In stark contrast, the Chelsea players exhibited dismay, some shaking their heads, others with hands on hips or clutching their heads in despair, their morale plummeting. Manager Conte appeared particularly incensed. He unleashed his frustration by forcefully kicking a water bottle, mirroring the intensity of his playing days. If the first goal conceded was a fluke, the second clearly indicated a systemic failure within the defense. Perhaps both goals were closely tied to Marcos Alonso's performance, prompting Conte's discontented glare in his direction, leading to the decision to substitute him. Just before the match resumed, Pedro replaced Alonso, who had received a yellow card and bore significant responsibility for both goals conceded. This tactical shift transformed the formation from 3-4-3 to 4-3-3, with Azpilicueta moving to the left flank, Moses taking up the right-back position, and Kanté, Matic, and Fabregas forming a trio in midfield, while Hazard, Diego Costa, and Pedro comprised the forward line. Klopp, keenly observing Chelsea's substitutions, understood that with Liverpool now ahead, the opposition would surely intensify their offensive efforts. With time running short, he quickly turned to his assistant, Kravitz, and instructed, "Peter, summon Ragnar, prepare him to enter the fray." In the 88th minute, Klavan substituted for the physically exhausted Firmino. Although Firmino did not score in this match, his performance was acknowledged by the entire Liverpool fanbase at Anfield, with thunderous applause serving as the finest tribute to him. It seemed that Jurgen Klopp aimed to maintain the current score until the final whistle. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray chuckled, while co-commentator Martin Tyler nodded in agreement, noting that with only 2 minutes remaining in regular time, plus a maximum of 5 or 6 minutes for stoppage time, a full defensive strategy was indeed a prudent choice. Klopp's commitment to defense allowed Chelsea to seize control of the match. Liverpool excelled in their defensive duties, rendering playmakers Fabregas and Matic unable to exploit any critical vulnerabilities in their backline. The presence of the lightning-fast forwards Li Qing and Mane instilled a degree of caution in Gary Cahill, David Luiz, and Azpilicueta, diminishing their resolve to advance into attack. Their concerns were justified. Prior to Klavan's entry, Li Qing had received a precise pass from Wijnaldum, facing the defense directly. Had it not been for David Luiz's decisive foul at the center circle, Li Qing's breakthrough ability could have easily extended the lead. As time ticked away, approaching the 90th minute, Diego Costa, receiving the ball just outside the box, suddenly surged into the penalty area. Clavin, who had just come on, failed to keep up with the pace, mistiming his foot and tripping the already advancing Costa. Referee Mark Clattenburg instinctively blew his whistle, pointing to the penalty spot. "Oh my God!" exclaimed Andy Gray, his eyes widening in disbelief. Mark Clattenburg has awarded Chelsea a penalty in the 89th minute. Clavin raised his hands in innocence, while Liverpool's captain Henderson and other players pressured Clattenburg, but the referee remained resolute in his decision. Slow-motion replays confirmed Clattenburg's ruling was indeed correct. Clavin had made contact with Costa, validating the penalty without question. Chelsea's primary penalty taker, Hazard, converted with ease, leveling the score at 2-2. The transition from 2-1 to 2-2 was difficult for anyone to accept. Liverpool's coach Klopp, visibly perturbed, stood in stark contrast to Chelsea's coach Conte, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding self-satisfaction. A draw was entirely acceptable. With the score equalized, the mood among Liverpool players soured, save for Li Qing, whose clenched fists and burning desire for victory shone through, as he resolved to regain the lead once the match resumed. Chapter 82. Interception and direct shot. The fervent atmosphere at Anfield dissipated swiftly. Liverpool supporters briefly believed that Li Qing's sharp-angled strike could secure a home victory against Chelsea. However, fate had other plans. What was meant to be a triumphant defense turned into an opportunity for Chelsea to equalize. With the score now level, numerous commentators deemed the match devoid of surprises, suggesting that a 2-2 draw might be a palatable outcome for both sides. Once again appearing on the broadcast, Klopp was evidently unwilling to accept a stalemate. He yearned for victory. Strangely, his gaze fell upon Li Qing, who had already netted twice in the match. In the next moment, he shook his head. It seemed unjust to place the hopes of a win solely upon Li Qing, especially given that he had already contributed 2 goals. In other words, without Li Qing's efforts, Liverpool might have faced the disheartening prospect of trailing by 2 goals at home. As Maine passed the ball to Li Qing, the match entered the first minute of stoppage time. According to the electronic board raised by the 4th official, there remained just over 3 minutes until the conclusion of the game. That was ample time. Li Qing felt a surge of confidence as he received the ball in midfield. Liverpool launched an offensive, while Chelsea's players retreated defensively, reminiscent of Liverpool's earlier strategy to maintain their lead until the final whistle. Chelsea's centre-back Zuma stood beside the 4th official, and as Liverpool's attack approached a critical juncture, the live director quickly switched the camera. Commentator Jean Xiangkai remarked gravely, "Chelsea is now aiming to secure a point." The ball, having traversed several precise passes, arrived at Li Qing's feet on the right flank. Given his remarkable performance, scoring 2 goals in a mere 5 minutes, Chelsea defender Azpilicueta approached him with utmost caution, disregarding the fact that he was merely 15 years old. Kanté, the defensive midfielder who had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Li Qing, kept a watchful eye nearby, while Matic and substitute Fabregas were also acutely aware of Li Qing's movements. From Li Qing's earlier displays, it was evident that his speed and technical prowess were exceptional. Such an attacking player, if not contained through standard defensive measures, would inevitably draw fouls. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Li Qing, observing the Chelsea players in a state of heightened alertness, contemplated a breakthrough but ultimately opted to pass the ball back to Henderson, who awaited in the center, before seeking opportunities through strategic movement. However, as the clock ticked down and the second minute of stoppage time quietly elapsed, Li Qing's brow furrowed in concern. He noted his teammates becoming increasingly agitated. Maine, positioned on the left flank, had previously attempted a long-range shot that soared high, hampered by David Luiz's interference. The substitution of Zuma for Diego Costa signaled a clear intent to adopt a defensive stance, aiming to preserve the stalemate until the final whistle. Sprinting towards the right flank of the attack, Li Qing raised his right hand to signal for the ball, and Wijnaldum, in possession at the center, promptly delivered a pass in his direction. Li Qing feigned a rapid acceleration from the baseline to receive the ball, deceiving both Azpilicueta and Kanté, who exhibited a distinct inward movement. At that moment, he came to an abrupt halt, pivoted, and elegantly guided the ball along the outer line. This subtle maneuver unveiled a significant gap in Chelsea's defensive left flank. Chelsea's coach, Conte, exhibited no change in demeanor to him. The 2 wings could be strategically sacrificed in favor of the core area. Concerned that Li Qing might repeat his previous tactic, Kanté, Matic, and Fabregas instinctively shifted their focus towards the left flank, causing those tasked with defending the right to drift towards the center, thereby exposing a vast opening on the right side. From the home team's coaching area, Klopp observed this with mounting anxiety. How fortunate it would be if Li could discern that gap. Suddenly, Li Qing halted, drew the ball to the left with the sole of his right foot, and from approximately 25 meters from the baseline, he lifted his left foot and struck the lower half of the ball with the inside of his foot. The ball soared swiftly, diagonally traversing from Liverpool's right flank towards the left. The speed of the ball's transmission always surpasses that of individual players, and the fervent KP fans recognized this scene with an uncanny familiarity, as though they had witnessed it before. Milner surged along the left flank in perfect synchrony with Li Qing's pass, achieving a true harmony of movement and timing. The broadcast swiftly shifted focus, and the commentator from Leicester Sports, Jan Jun, exclaimed fervently, "Li Qing, tightly marked on the right flank, delivers a long pass, and Milner charges forward at high speed, unmarked." Conte, in the visiting coach's area, took a few excited steps forward, shouting at his players on the field, "Get back and defend." However, such reminders were unnecessary. The tactically astute players instinctively returned to cover the right flank. Yet, the gap on the right was rather pronounced, and Li Qing's long pass was extraordinarily precise. As Milner advanced, he deftly maneuvered the ball towards the left side of the penalty area. With Moses at least 3 meters away, he had ample time to assess his teammates' positioning and decide whether to shoot. After a rapid mental duel, Milner resolved to take the shot. His previous touch was impeccably timed, perfectly suited for a right-footed strike. With an exclamation from the commentator, Jin Xiangkai, Milner unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The force was considerable, but alas, the angle was somewhat straight. Goalkeeper Courtois, opting for safety, chose to parry the ball with his fist. The ball soared outside the penalty area, landing perfectly in front of the halted Fabregas, who gently controlled it with his chest before raising his right foot. Suddenly, Maddox's urgent voice echoed from behind, "Francisco, watch your back." Simultaneously, Fabregas caught a glimpse of a red figure emerging to the right, the prominent 55 on its back revealing the identity of this intruder. This was indeed a predicament. Fabregas recognized the issue at hand. He raised his left foot and swung it upward, attempting to commit a foul to keep Li Qing outside the penalty area. Li Qing exhibited remarkable explosive power as he deftly directed the football towards the penalty area with his chest. Meanwhile, the somewhat sluggish Cesc Fabregas managed to strike nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity, Li intercepted the ball from behind. In an instant, Andy Gray erupted with emotion, rising from his commentary seat, causing his co-commentator, Martin Tyler, to jump in surprise. No. Chelsea's head coach, Conte, clutched his hair in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. The events unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving both Matic and the astute N'Golo Kante, renowned for his tactical foresight, caught off guard. Positioned near the penalty spot, center-back David Luiz emerged as the beacon of hope for the Chelsea side. Just as the moment unfolded, Li Qing felt a surge of adrenaline course through his veins. A sudden impulse ignited within him, compelling him to take a shot. With his right foot firmly planted on the ground and his left foot poised, he executed a powerful strike without allowing the ball to touch the ground. Chapter 83, A Stroke of Genius, From Joy to Sorrow. Li Qing executed a seamless interception followed by a powerful shot, prompting the fervent Liverpool supporters in the KP stand to sense that something momentous was about to unfold. Anfield erupted with a thunderous roar as if struck by lightning. Even Chelsea fans seated in front of their televisions could discern the resounding cheer emanating from the stadium, causing many to fervently pray for the typically reckless David Luiz to deliver a world-class defensive performance this time. From a distance, Liverpool's coach Klopp felt a surge of anticipation upon witnessing Li Qing's movement. A direct shot within the penalty area, if it found the target, would offer at least a 50% chance of scoring. David Luiz instinctively reacted with remarkable speed, his hands clasped behind his back. He propelled his body forward to expand his defensive reach and enhance the likelihood of a block. Both Fabregas, who had been dispossessed by Li Qing, and Luiz, positioned directly in defense, heard a resounding boom. In a split second, David Luiz felt a chilling sensation below, instinctively gasping in alarm. Li Qing's left-footed strike surged past him with the velocity of a cannonball, threatening to strike his vulnerable area. The thought sent a shiver down Luiz's spine, and he silently mused, "Thankfully, my thighs are long enough. I narrowly escaped a calamity at the hands of this young prodigy." At that moment, Chelsea's penalty area was crowded with players, leaving goalkeeper Courtois' view obstructed, rendering him unable to see the approaching ball. Li Qing's shooting power may not be particularly high. Yet to ensure that the football receives adequate force, his left foot executes a follow-through motion that propels the ball forward, effectively channeling the entirety of his body's strength into that foot. The football, akin to a cannonball, first zipped through David Luiz's legs before hurtling towards the upper left corner of the goal, just inches away from Gary Cahill, who had not yet reacted. Standing in the center of the goal, Thibaut Courtois suddenly found himself in the path of the swiftly approaching football, his pupils dilated. Yet his body could not muster a response in time. As a top-tier professional goalkeeper, his reflexes are remarkably swift, but the ball was perilously close. Merely a few meters away. Instinctive training had him fixated on the ball. It was only when the football struck the pristine white netting in the upper left corner that Courtois hung his head in despair. "Goal!" exclaimed Andy Gray, the exuberant commentator for Sky Sports, as his co-commentator Martin Tyler interjected seamlessly, "Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? A hat-trick." Li Qing, at the tender age of 15 years and 351 days, has scored 3 goals against Chelsea, propelling Liverpool back into the lead. An astonishing display. The die-hard Liverpool fans in the KP stand were momentarily stunned, gripping their hair in disbelief, until they saw Li Qing land and extend his arms in celebration. At which point they erupted in realization they had scored again. In the dying moments of stoppage time, they had reclaimed the lead. The Liverpool supporters at Anfield erupted in a volcanic chorus, their cheers cascading like an unending torrent. The commentator for Les Sports, Jean June, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "What a stroke of genius! What a stroke of genius!" In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Li Qing seized the ball and shot in one fluid motion, unleashing a powerful left-footed strike that pierced through Courtois' defenses, marking his 3rd goal of the match. 3-2. Liverpool had regained the lead. Jin Xiangkai, the commentator for New England Sports, rarely lost his composure, but in that moment, his emotions erupted. An absolutely spectacular strike. Young Li Qing has opened the door to victory for Liverpool with his golden left foot. 3-2. Liverpool has surged ahead once more. Who could have predicted this? A mere boy, not yet 16, has dominated this clash of titans. Liverpool players such as Maine, Wijnaldum, and Henderson raced towards the goal-scoring Li Qing, while even the home team's coaching staff, including Klopp, Buvac, and Kravitz, lost themselves in the jubilation, sprinting towards the young hero. Klopp, in the heat of the moment, waved his arms energetically, inciting the fervor of the home crowd. In stark contrast, Chelsea's coach Conte, along with his players, substitutes, and fans, appeared utterly disheartened, as if Li Qing's unanswerable strike had rendered them spiritless. "Damn it! Conte uttered an angry exclamation. Anfield was engulfed in an exuberant fervor following Li Qing's last-minute goal, and the euphoric Li Qing, elated and animated, instinctively removed his jersey in front of the fervent KOP supporters. The swift-approaching Liverpool manager Klopp realized the implications and exclaimed, "Li, don't." Previously, Li Qing had received a yellow card for celebrating by removing his shirt, and now, after achieving a hat trick, he found himself in a similar predicament. Humans often harbor a sense of luck. He glanced back at referee Clattenburg, hoping his attention was diverted elsewhere. Sometimes, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. Clattenburg looked at Li Qing with a bemused expression but did not immediately approach him. The fervent Liverpool fans in the KOP, witnessing Li Qing's shirtless celebration once more, erupted in a crescendo of cheers, completely oblivious to the fact that he had already received a yellow card. At that moment, no one was focused on anything else. The 3rd minute of stoppage time brought an exhilarating climax. What could be more significant than a last-minute goal? The celebrating Liverpool players were equally unaware of the situation, passionately raising their arms and clenching their fists, proclaiming their resilience to the world. So what if we were behind in the score? We shall equalize and surpass. What if we are leveled? We will achieve a last-minute victory. The celebration for Liverpool's goal lasted nearly a minute. And as the clock ticked into the 4th minute of stoppage time, referee Clattenburg approached Li Qing with a smile. Klopp interposed himself in front of Clattenburg, palms pressed together, pleading, "Referee, could you grant us a reprieve? You are the coach and know that removing one's shirt in celebration necessitates a yellow card." Klopp continued, and Clattenburg, sidestepping him, approached Li Qing with courtesy, extending his right hand to shake Li Qing's. "First, congratulations on your hat trick in this match, and then I must apologize." "Why are you apologizing to me?" Li Qing gazed at Clattenburg, sensing an intangible shift. In February 2004, The act of celebrating a goal by removing one's jersey and subsequently receiving a yellow card was formally codified into the rules. That yellow card, glimmering under the intense lights, stood out conspicuously. The sports commentator, Zhang Hongfei, remarked somberly, "Goodness, this is a classic case of joy turning to sorrow." Clattenburg presented Li Qing with a second yellow card. Chapter 84. A record unbreakable for the next century. In truth, Li Qing had already surmised the reason for Clattenburg's bemused approach upon seeing him. Hence his facial expression remained largely unchanged upon receiving the second yellow card, save for a hint of frustration. After all, he had achieved a hat-trick in his debut in the Premier League. Such emotional surges are difficult to suppress. At the moment the red card was brandished, Li Qing heard a system notification that left him speechless. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving your first career red card. You are rewarded with 1 lottery opportunity and 100 gold coins. Li Qing, it is one thing to overlook the first goal and the inaugural hat-trick in the Premier League, but to issue a red card as a form of reward? System, must you be so amusing? A consolation prize, perhaps? During the 23rd round of the 2016 to 2017 English Premier League season, at the tender age of 15 years and 351 days, Li set an astonishing record. Nay, 2 remarkable records. He is now the youngest player in the world to achieve a hat-trick. Andy Gray, in response, found himself struggling to suppress a chuckle. With immense professionalism, he managed to maintain a solemn demeanor and stated, "From this moment onward, he has acquired yet another record. That of being the youngest player sent off in a top-flight football league." The live broadcast zoomed in on Li Qing, allowing fans seated before their televisions or computers to see his youthful and handsome visage, clearly distressed, with a noticeable muscle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Jin Xiangkai, the commentator for New England Sports, covered his forehead with his right hand, expressing his frustration. Li Qing has indeed been careless. While his hat-trick is commendable, one cannot disregard the fundamental rules of football. As a professional player, he should not commit such a basic error. The silver lining, albeit unfortunate, is that little time remains in the match. I trust Chelsea will not have enough opportunity to equalize, and I hope he learns from this experience. The red card glimmered ominously at Anfield, as Liverpool fans in the stands felt that referee Clattenburg had been excessively harsh. They believed that, given the circumstances, the referee should show leniency to Li Qing, who had just accomplished a hat-trick at the age of 15 years and 351 days. It is likely that for the next century, no one will surpass this record. Thus Clattenburg ought to exercise mercy. However, adhering strictly to the rules, he issued Li Qing his second yellow card for the match, prompting a cacophony of boos that resonated through the air at Anfield like a tsunami. As Li Qing donned his jersey, he reluctantly made his way off the field. Head coach Klopp was quick to reassure the young star. "Li, do not dwell on this. You are still young. A red card is inconsequential. Learn from today's experience, and remember to keep your spirits high. You are a hero today." However, the red card he received had left the team at a numerical disadvantage. Assistant coach Buvac also offered words of comfort. "The stoppage time has concluded. You must have faith in your teammates. A collective defense can undoubtedly withstand Chelsea's onslaught. Victory is destined to be ours." Li then pondered, "When I return from suspension, will I still have a place on the substitutes bench?" Li Qing gazed at Klopp with a pitiable expression. Of course, Klopp remained completely oblivious to the glimmer of brilliance in Li Qing's eyes. He placed his right hand on Li Qing's shoulder and earnestly remarked, "As long as you can maintain your form, why not? You are the great hero of Liverpool." The other Liverpool players affectionately patted Li Qing on the head and shoulder to offer their comfort. The Liverpool fans at Anfield understood that, without Li Qing's presence in this match, the score might well have been 0-2. Thus, even after receiving a red card, they generously bestowed their applause upon him. The thunderous applause reverberated throughout the stadium, and even the Chelsea fans could not refrain from joining in. Li Qing's exceptional performance in the match was undeniable, rendering the red card inconsequential. James, observing Li Qing on the broadcast, proclaimed, "Youth inevitably leads to mistakes. It is crucial to learn from these errors to avoid repeating them. I am confident that Li Qing will discover the most fitting way to celebrate his goals in his future career." As Li Qing made his way to the player tunnel, he acknowledged each of his teammates on the bench with a high five and shook hands with fans in the front row and along the tunnel. Rather than heading directly to the locker room after being sent off, he lingered at the tunnel entrance, awaiting the conclusion of the match. As the injury time approached the 5th minute, the players returned to their respective halves. Referee Clattenburg blew his whistle, signaling the resumption of play. Chelsea, now trailing once more, was desperate to equalize, yet the confidence gained from their late comeback had fortified the Liverpool players. Even with one man down, they stood united. Conversely, the Chelsea players, eager to level the score, became overly anxious, leading to a misplaced pass that Eden Hazard could not intercept. With unwavering concentration, Henderson stepped forward to clear the ball, sending it soaring towards Chelsea's defensive half. At that moment, referee Clattenburg blew his whistle again, 2 short blasts followed by one long one, proclaiming the end of the match. The Liverpool fans in the stands erupted once more, collectively chanting the name of the match's greatest hero, Lee. The unique fervor of the home crowd enveloped the stadium, a resounding cheer swelling in waves. Under such an atmosphere, Li Qing emerged from the players' tunnel, and the broadcast director was quite perceptive. Just as Clattenburg blew the final whistle, the camera shifted to the entrance of the tunnel, allowing fans watching at home to catch a glimpse of Li Qing clad in a down jacket. The youngest hat-trick scorer in the annals of English football. After shaking hands with Chelsea's coach Conte, Klopp raised his arms in exhilaration, releasing the pent-up negative emotions accumulated over time before embracing his approaching disciple, Li Qing. The victory at home against Chelsea was undoubtedly attributable to Li Qing, who rightfully claimed the title of the match's standout player. With the conclusion of the match, Liverpool had narrowed the point gap to just 7. And with Arsenal's unexpected loss to Watford and Spurs' goalless draw against Sunderland, the victorious Liverpool reclaimed their position as runners-up. The atmosphere at Anfield was once again imbued with a sense of harmony, as Liverpool's spirit soared in celebration. The broadcast director zoomed in on Li Qing, prompting Zhang Jun to remark, though Li Qing had limited playing time and received a red card in this match, his 3 goals were pivotal, making him an indisputable choice for man of the match. After all, his goals were both spectacular and crucial. Chapter 85, The Duality of the Lottery in the Press Conference Room at Anfield. The first to address the media post-match was the away team's coach, Conte. Faced with the media's scrutiny, he took it upon himself to shoulder the blame for the defeat, admitting he had not anticipated Klopp would field the mere 15-year-old Li Qing. Any journalist with a modicum of discernment could perceive that Conte was merely posturing, attempting to convey that Klopp had placed his hopes for victory in the hands of a child. Naturally, the local Liverpool media could not let this pass unchallenged, promptly countering with statistics. Just 2 days prior at Anfield, it was Li Qing's 2 goals that had turned the tide in Liverpool's favor. Why, then, had they not heeded this lesson in the subsequent league match? Conte rolled his eyes, thinking, do you not know how to show a little respect? During the subsequent press conference for the home team, the man of the match, Li Qing, was conspicuously absent. According to Liverpool's coach Klopp, Li Qing was in a foul mood due to his red card, leading to his reluctance to attend the press conference. Countless reporters silently expressed their disdain for Klopp, thinking, I believe you, you cunning old man. It is evident that this is a common tactic employed by established clubs to prevent young players from losing their sense of self. These clubs often restrict early media exposure for young talents, serving as a protective measure. In truth, Li Qing is quite eager to attend the routine press conferences, as it would allow more fans worldwide to recognize his presence in the contemporary football scene. However, even without engaging with the media following his hat-trick in the thrilling encounter between the Reds and Blues, he would still find himself gracing the headlines. The match between Liverpool and Chelsea is touted as one of the most captivating fixtures in Europe, meaning that aficionados of high-caliber football would not dare to miss it. Meanwhile, Li Qing is reveling in victory with his teammates in the home locker room, capturing celebratory moments in videos to share on Instagram and Twitter. If the FA Cup 2 days prior introduced English fans to the prodigious talent of Li Qing, the recently concluded clash has unveiled to Europe and the world the remarkable feat of a 15-year-old, 351-day-old youth who scored a hat-trick against Chelsea, setting numerous records. His follower count on Instagram has surged from 5 figures to 6, with numbers continuing to rise, and previous posts are inundated with fan comments. Fortunately, he had previously disabled notifications. Otherwise, the app would have frozen upon opening. With the conclusion of the Reds and Blues rivalry, Liverpool's grueling week of back-to-back matches has come to an end. To reward his players, Coach Klopp has granted them a 2-day respite, meaning training will not resume until midweek. This is splendid news for players who have been under immense pressure, prompting Firmino to exuberantly exclaim, yes. However, for Li Qing, the holiday holds little significance, as he must still attend school. Tragically, he is still bound to his studies. Henderson, wrapping an arm around Li Qing's shoulders, chuckled, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter from his teammates. Li Qing rolled his eyes in disdain, choosing to disregard his unscrupulous teammates. He focused intently on replying to Tong Shinbing's WeChat message. Cousin Shinbing, at such a late hour? I presume there are no trains back to Manchester? Or perhaps. Upon receiving the WeChat reply, Tong Shinbing's face flushed a deep crimson, clearly anticipating what Li Qing was about to say. Don't even think about it. I've already made arrangements with Qian Gu to stay over at her place tonight. Li Qing, with an unflinching demeanor, casually remarked through voice, What am I thinking? Are you a worm in my belly? I merely intended to ask if you would like me to escort you to Qian Gu's house, nothing more. Tong Shinbing, following Li Qing's lead, chimed in with a voice message. I believe you not. You mischievous little rascal. Upon hearing the melodious exchange, Firmino's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Li, is this your girlfriend? Indeed, that is correct. Li Qing too did not lift his head as he spoke. Li, you are still young. Don't engage in such shameful activities too early, or you will never grow up. The crowd erupted in laughter. And Li Qi too rolled his eyes in exasperation before placing his phone in the wardrobe and entering the shower room with a towel in hand. The shower rooms in the home team's locker room were all individual. With a slight mental shift, Li Qing too accessed the system page. A 3D holographic screen floated before him, resembling a 32-inch LCD screen mounted on the wall. He recalled that receiving a red card came with a reward. This reward was peculiar, distinctly different from previous rewards. It was a chance for a lottery draw, rather than a talent lottery opportunity. The clear textual distinction made Li Qi too realize something. And he curiously inquired of the system, what is the difference between this lottery and the talent lottery? The talent lottery is limited, while the regular lottery is not. Li Qing is an astute individual, instantly grasping the intended message of the system. The talent lottery is predicated on the selection of one talent from a pool of all available talents, where the absence of limitations implies that virtually anything could serve as a potential prize, creating an expansive range of possibilities. Nonetheless, Li Qing's foremost desire is to partake in the talent lottery. Should he be fortunate enough to acquire a long-range shooting talent, his scoring capabilities would be further enhanced, rendering him nearly indefensible. Is it possible to exchange for the talent lottery? Regrettably, not. The system's icy response resonates within his mind. Any reward is distributed randomly by the reward system. Alas, Li Qing sighed, his thoughts stirring as he activated this extraordinary lottery. The 3D light screen before him fragmented, oscillating between open and closed, transforming into an immense lottery wheel. Why immense, you ask? Compared to the talent lottery wheel. This one appeared several times larger. Li Qing counted a total of 64 segments, each adorned with a prominent question mark, obscuring the identities of the 64 potential rewards. The lottery commenced. The pointer, initially stationary at the 12 o'clock position, transitioned into motion, accelerating rapidly. After approximately 10 seconds, the speed gradually diminished, finally halting at 11 o'clock. A system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a manual on the essence of Sonda. Looking at the manual nestled within his inventory, Li Qing felt an overwhelming urge to curse. No, it was an impulse to chastise the system. It was one thing for a legendary football system not to grant him talents related to the pitch, but to present him with a manual on Sonda. What was the meaning of that? Even 100 or 80 experience cards would have sufficed. Was this a signal for him to pivot and engage in the ring? The system's cold voice resonated once more. Everything possesses duality, with the essence of Sonda. The host gains formidable self-defense capabilities. Upon hearing this, enlightenment struck him. It was akin to witnessing the news of Ozil and Kolasinac being robbed. If one possessed robust self-defense skills, would there be a need to summon assistants like Ozil? One could simply confront the assailants directly. Chapter 86. The capstone apprentice contract. The essence of Sonda did not require him to practice as dictated by the manual in his inventory. Li Qing merely needed to silently invoke it in his mind. Moments later, he felt an extraordinary sensation. He could take on 10 opponents. Coupled with his prior training in Sonda before his transmigration, utilizing the essence of Sonda brought a profound clarity, leading to a deeper understanding of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. His movements became seamlessly coordinated, and it truly seemed as though he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Certainly, with this sentiment, Li Qing refrained from seeking any confrontation, understanding that engaging in fights could lead to detrimental influences on young minds. As the most formidable young talent in contemporary football, it was imperative for him to channel his strength towards the protection of the weak, recognizing that bullying the vulnerable would yield no fruitful future. Returning to his hotel at the stroke of midnight, having refreshed himself in the Anfield locker room, Li Qing promptly succumbed to slumber. For media outlets worldwide, as well as Liverpool and Chelsea supporters, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. A mere 15 years and 351 days old, he had astonishingly dominated the red-blue clash, a conclusion that no one had anticipated prior to the match, thus providing ample material for the media to elaborate upon. In contrast to the limited attention garnered by the FA Cup, the English Premier League, renowned for its global reach, commanded an unparalleled level of scrutiny. Coupled with the allure of a high-stakes encounter, Li Qing had unwittingly become the focal point of interest for football enthusiasts around the globe. If the film One Goal to Fame, featuring Kuno Becker, was a fantastical narrative inspired by Lionel Messi, then Li Qing's hat-trick in the red-blue showdown was an extraordinary spectacle, difficult to replicate in the real world. Domestic sports media bestowed upon Li Qing every commendable adjective imaginable, leading to a sense of contrarianism among many fans. While they acknowledged his stellar performance in the red-blue clash, they couldn't overlook his British nationality, despite his Chinese heritage. At this juncture, a number of supporters argued against narrow-mindedness. Indeed, Li Qing was a British citizen. Yet he was wholly his own person. Why should Lin Shuhao possess a multitude of supporters while Li Qing did not? Beyond the hat-trick, his first-ever red card also drew attention, though it was more a subject of jest among media and fans rather than a focal point of serious reporting. The following day, Li Qing returned home early, shouldering his backpack and heading to Blue Coat High School. As a hero of Liverpool, his return to school was marked by a flurry of activity, not due to a backlog of knowledge to catch up on, but rather the enthusiastic request for autographs from classmates and alumni, including teachers and school officials. This was Li Qing's first encounter with the burdensome aspects of fame. However, the sense of accomplishment he felt far outweighed any distress. If he could, he wished for this feeling to endure indefinitely. The 2 days of study swiftly came to an end, and Li Qing returned to the monotonous routine of team training. Thanks to his remarkable performance in the 4th round of the FA Cup, Liverpool advanced to the 5th round, allowing players like Arnold, Harry Wilson, and Woodburn, who would typically return to the U23 squad, to continue training with the first team. The quality of training in the first team is evidently superior to that of the U23 squad, even if one cannot represent the team on the pitch. The opportunity to train regularly with first-team players undeniably enhances one's skills. Due to a draw in one of the 4th-round matches, according to FA Cup regulations, the game between Leicester City and Derby County must be replayed, meaning that the draw for the 5th round will only take place once the teams are determined. As time passed, media coverage began to shift focus, with local English media turning their attention to the London Derby taking place at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea would host Arsenal. Nevertheless, numerous media outlets remained fixated on Li Qing, a young prodigy who, at not yet 16, had scored 5 goals in 2 matches, an achievement that is undoubtedly extraordinary and difficult to replicate. These outlets speculated whether Li Qing's prolific scoring could persist. According to the Premier League schedule, having received a red card, Li Qing would certainly miss the upcoming away match against Hull City. However, upon his return, he would undoubtedly be included in the matchday squad for the home game against Tottenham. Whether he could find the back of the net would be the subject of much conjecture. Nonetheless, most independent media outlets opined that it was improbable for Li Qing to replicate his stellar performance in the high-stakes clash against Tottenham at Anfield, especially given the significant setbacks encountered against Wolves and Chelsea. The well-performing Spurs were unlikely to stumble into another pitfall this season. Particularly, media from South Korea expressed confidence that Spurs would secure victory, bolstered by Son Heung-min's exceptional performance. Meanwhile, the Chinese-American Li Qing left the pitch empty-handed, earning the lowest rating of the match. Li Qing trained with the first team, and Mendes, acting as his agent, approached Liverpool CEO Peter Moore to discuss Li Qing's apprenticeship contract. Although Li Qing had not yet reached the age of 17 and was thus ineligible to sign a professional contract, his performances had already warranted a commendable professional agreement. An apprenticeship contract offers little binding power for young players not yet under professional contracts, meaning other clubs could secure Li Qing for a certain fee, serving as compensation for the diligent efforts of the Kirkby Academy. This was undoubtedly a challenging situation for Liverpool, especially considering Li Qing's remarkable performances in the FA Cup and Premier League. In recent days, sporting director Michael Edwards had received numerous inquiries from clubs interested in acquiring Li Qing. Additionally, many clubs were discreetly meeting with Mendes, with reports suggesting that clubs such as Real Madrid, Manchester City, and Chelsea were even willing to offer 7-figure salaries. all in hopes of signing the recently acclaimed prodigy. Li Qing. CEO Peter Moore, leveraging his network, had certainly heard various rumors. It was undeniable that Li Qing had yet to deliver consistent performances, but for wealthier clubs. Investing a few million euros on a promising talent was a decision not to be taken lightly. In a bid to retain the immensely talented Li Qing, CEO Peter Moore ultimately agreed to Mendes' proposed new contract. Under the condition that the 2-year contract remained unchanged, his weekly wage would increase from 1,200 to a cap 10,000, along with additional bonus clauses. For instance, Li Qing would receive a 10,000 bonus for each goal scored in the Premier League and 5,000 for each assist. Should Li Qing exceed 10 appearances for the first team by the end of the 2016 to 2017 season, he would earn 100,000 if he surpassed 20 appearances. He would receive an additional 300,000 on top of the previous 10-match bonus. There were also corresponding reward measures for goals and assists, with bonuses of 100,000 for exceeding 10 goals, 300,000 for surpassing 20, and 600,000 for exceeding 30. Chapter 87. The Embodiment of Dignity? Li Qing. In addition to securing a prestigious apprenticeship contract with a weekly salary of 10,000, has also signed a lucrative bonus clause. Peter Moore, the CEO representing Liverpool, certainly will not allow his club to incur losses. Thus, Li Qing must bear certain consequences. Should Li Qing choose to transfer to another team during the apprenticeship contract period, he is obliged to pay a training fee of 20 million. Furthermore, Liverpool holds the right of first refusal for contract renewal, provided the conditions are equivalent. In the current football market, 20 million is merely a trifling sum. Under present circumstances, players with little recognition start at 20 million, while those with some fame begin at 50 million, and well-known players command a minimum of 50 million. Thus, the buyout clause of 20 million is, in reality, of little consequence. However, Peter Moore finds himself constrained by the nature of the apprenticeship contract. To retain the star nurtured by the club, he has willingly made substantial investments. In addition to the generous weekly salary and bonuses, he has established a loyalty bonus for Li Qing. Upon reaching the age of 18 and remaining with the club, he will receive a one-time loyalty bonus of 5 million. Initially, Mendes had approached Peter Moore after conferring with Li Qing, who envisioned playing a few seasons at Liverpool before seeking a change of scenery. Now, with Peter Moore proactively offering multiple advantages, including some terms that Mendes had not even mentioned, the situation has taken a favorable turn. For instance, Peter Moore and Mendes have reached a gentleman's agreement stipulating that no private contact with other clubs shall occur before Li Qing turns 18. If adhered to, Liverpool will reward them with 2 million. For Mendes, 2 million is a mere trifle, yet it is better than nothing, especially since it is being offered willingly. In the blink of an eye, the 2016 to 2017 Premier League's 24th round quietly approached, with the most anticipated match being the London Derby between Chelsea and Arsenal at Stamford Bridge. Thanks to goals from Marcos Alonso, Eden Hazard, and Cesc Fabregas, Chelsea triumphed over Arsenal with a score of 3-1, thereby extending their lead to 10 points. Having played one match more, Li Qing received a red card during Liverpool's home match against Chelsea, resulting in a one-match suspension according to Premier League regulations. Consequently, he was unable to participate in the 24th round of the league as Liverpool faced Hull City, effectively granting him a 2-day respite. However, he remained active. At the request of U18 coach Neil Critchley, he returned to the Kirkby Academy to represent Liverpool U18 in a Youth National Super League match. Having already demonstrated his prowess in both the FA Cup and the Premier League, Li Qing clearly outclassed his U18 counterparts, completing a hat-trick in just half a match and propelling Liverpool U18 to a 3-goal lead over Manchester United U18. This prompted Manchester United U18 prodigy Angel Gomez to remark on Instagram about Li Qing's dominance, referring to him as big overpowering small. Ironically, Li Qing was the youngest player on the field that day. Meanwhile, the first team of Liverpool faced certain challenges during their league match later that evening at Kingston upon Hull. With Sadio Mane and Roberto Firmino tightly marked, no player managed to resolve the goal-scoring dilemma. Had it not been for Emre Can's long-range shot from outside the penalty area, Liverpool risked dropping points away from home. Ultimately, they secured a narrow victory, achieving back-to-back wins in the league. Despite Chelsea and Tottenham also claiming victories, the top 3 positions remained unchanged, with Arsenal suffering a setback due to consecutive losses, dropping to 5th place. just 2 points ahead of 6th-placed Manchester United. Interestingly, apart from Chelsea's significant lead, Liverpool, in 2nd place, only holds a 6-point advantage over Manchester United in 6th. The points for Liverpool, Tottenham, and Manchester City are quite intriguing, standing at 51, 50, and 49 respectively, indicating that a minor misstep could see them slip to 4th place. Against this backdrop, Liverpool's upcoming home match against Tottenham in the 25th round of the league has become a focal point for fans following the Premier League. The direct confrontation between the 2nd and 3rd place teams benefits the other 4 teams in the top 6. Should this match conclude without goals at Anfield, it would present an opportunity for weaker teams like Chelsea, Arsenal, Manchester City, and Manchester United to capitalize and gain points. The attention surrounding this high-stakes encounter from both local media in London and Liverpool has been substantial, rivaling even the intensity of the red and blue clashes. Both domestic and international media, including outlets from South Korea, have shown keen interest in this match. However, what is surprising is that following the conclusion of the 24th round of the Premier League, media and fans from both countries have begun to engage in a heated exchange online. Why is this so? This originates from the fact that the premier football star of South Korea, Son Heung-min, plays for Tottenham Hotspur, while the British-Chinese player, Lee Ching, represents Liverpool. Since the inception of professional leagues, there has yet to be a world-class football star. Although Lee Ching is of Chinese descent, many domestic media outlets and fans do not regard him as an outsider. Some even urge relevant authorities to engage with Lee Ching, encouraging him to return to his homeland. Consequently, South Korean media and fans find ample reason to mock their counterparts. The outstanding young players from South Korea strive in European leagues, while promising domestic talents struggle for playing opportunities, leading to the implementation of a U23 protection policy. The irony lies in the fact that players are already 23 years old. What is there to protect? Why not establish a U20 protection policy instead? Clearly, the potential index is greater for those under 20. Even more shamelessly, they have begun to treat the rising stars of other nations as symbols of their own footballing pride. In response, both media and fans are left speechless. They choose to sidestep the issue. Although Lee Ching holds British nationality, the blood that courses through his veins is undeniably pure, and he can certainly represent the pinnacle of football. However, not all domestic sentiments align. Many fans hold differing opinions, and some national-level players subtly express that Lee Ching can never represent their football. Moreover, the current world of football is rife with tales of prodigious talent that has been tragically cut short at merely 15 years of age. Lee Ching has only participated in 2 professional matches, making it premature to draw definitive conclusions about his future. The distinctive characteristics of Lee Ching are indeed remarkable. However, as these traits gain the attention of various coaches across teams, will he still be able to excel? Chelsea has already fallen into disarray. Will Tottenham follow suit? Clearly not. The fervent fans, embroiled in chaos, suddenly find clarity, collectively smiting their foreheads in realization. Although Lee Ching has showcased exceptional performances in the FA Cup and the Premier League, contributing 5 goals across 2 matches, it is unrealistic to expect him to maintain such brilliance indefinitely. Eventually, he will likely blend into the crowd. Does he represent the pinnacle of football? Chapter 88. Lee Ching vs. Son Heung-min. Lee Ching seldom frequents Donquidi, yet Tong Shinbing frequently shares posts from the platform, which, while not inherently problematic, often contain disparaging remarks about him. Should a media outlet endeavor to identify the most troublesome boyfriend, Tong Shinbing might well secure a prominent position. Of course, this girlfriend currently exists in the realm of Lee Ching's I think phase, while the other party, Tong Shinbing, remains in a state of ambiguity, neither confirming nor denying the relationship. Recently, the Liverpool community on Donquidi has seen an influx of posts, with a portion originating from Liverpool fans, while the majority are from supporters of other clubs. It is heartening to note that not all posts are derogatory. Many express a supportive sentiment. After perusing numerous articles and posts, the prevailing sentiment appears to be a belief that he is not human. Before exiting Donquidi, Lee Ching utilized his Liverpool Legend account to post within the Liverpool community, succinctly stating, "I am human, beyond question." Setting aside his phone, Lee Ching redirected his focus to the training grounds, preparing for the upcoming Premier League match against Tottenham at home this weekend. Many are aware that the Liverpool legend Lee Ching is, in fact, the esteemed Liverpool superstar's authentic account on Donquidi. Thus, the shock upon encountering the post was palpable. Within half an hour, Donquidi erupted. Those neutral fans, previously on the fence, swiftly transformed into supporters, reasoning that if Li Qing acknowledges his humanity, why should they not do the same? Football knows no borders. If other talented stars receive support, why should a Chinese player not enjoy the same? In fact, numerous fans domestically even admire South Korea's Sun Heung-min. So if they can support him, why not rally behind a superstar who has openly embraced his identity as a human? The emergence of Dong Quidi has captured widespread attention, prompting certain domestic media outlets to take notice. Meanwhile, the subject of this attention, Li Qing, has devoted all his focus to training and studying, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 25th round of the Premier League for the 2016 to 2017 season. It is noteworthy that as Li Qing ascended to Liverpool's first team, his schooling underwent significant alterations. His school hours were reduced to half a day, meaning he only attended classes in the morning on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays, thereby compressing his educational time further. According to Li Qing's perspective, upon graduating from junior high, he may consider taking a leave of absence from school as one's energy is finite. Immersing oneself fully in professional football inevitably leaves little room for academic pursuits. On the eve of the match, Klavitz announced an 18-man roster, prominently featuring Li Qing's name, though he did not make the starting lineup and remained on the substitutes bench. Nonetheless, this achievement elicited envy from Arnold, Harry Wilson, and Woodburn. The media from South Korea expressed keen interest in the upcoming clash with Sun Heung-min, the undisputed star of South Korea, emerging as a beacon of hope for the nation. They believe that under Sun's stellar performance, Tottenham will secure victory, reclaiming the second position in the league and exerting considerable pressure on the league leaders, Chelsea. In an interview with domestic media, Sun Heung-min exuded confidence, stating, "Challenging matches are the most exciting. I relish the feeling of achieving victory through my own efforts." A journalist from South Korea gave Sun a thumbs up and inquired, "The Chinese player Li Qing from Great Britain possesses remarkable skill, having contributed 5 goals in 2 matches. What are your thoughts on this?" Sun briefly displayed a hint of disdain but quickly composed himself, responding calmly, "This is indeed an impressive achievement for a young man who has yet to turn 16. The upcoming matches and whether he will take the field remain uncertain. I firmly believe that the victor will undoubtedly be Tottenham Hotspur, as I intend to prove that players from South Korea are the finest." Most media outlets learned of Li Qing's determination through Dong Quidi and expressed a desire to interview him. However, Liverpool has taken extensive measures to protect him, leaving them with no means of obtaining an interview opportunity other than through online messages. While there exists a degree of hostility within the domestic football community regarding Li Qing's unique status, it is undeniable that he possesses heritage and has openly acknowledged his humanity. At the core, he is simply a person. Some domestic media believe that, given the circumstances, they qualify to represent football. For a considerable time, football has been mocked by the media of certain countries. Now, with the emergence of a Chinese player, it is only natural to offer abundant support, akin to how domestic basketball fans rally behind Lin Shuheo. In the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season, the 25th round commenced with Arsenal hosting Hull City. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, the top 4 contenders secured a 2-0 victory upon returning to their home ground. The match between Liverpool and Tottenham took place the following afternoon at 6 o'clock, which corresponds to 1 o'clock in the morning of the next day in the capital. This timing is relatively early for fans accustomed to watching high-level European matches. And being a weekend, staying up late to watch the game poses no issue, as Li Qing openly acknowledged his humanity on a sports platform. His support among fans and football circles saw a significant increase. Interestingly, some users in the comments section inquired when Li Qing might regain his nationality. This question resonated with many fans as it would allow them to assert that Li Qing embodies the hope of football. However, another user, known as Tauzi Sama, presented a contrasting viewpoint that garnered widespread agreement among fans. She argued that the talented Li Qing should remain in the Premier League to develop, noting that with his current identity, the process of regaining citizenship would be lengthy. The world of football is a daunting arena that could potentially tarnish Li Qing's prospects. Rather than witnessing his decline into mediocrity, it would be more prudent for him to prove himself in a top European league. Furthermore, with his British citizenship, he may one day have the opportunity to represent England in the World Cup. Can he, upon regaining his nationality, lead his compatriots to victory in the World Cup? This scenario is akin to a lion leading a flock of sheep against a pack of wolves, tigers, or leopards, an outcome that is evidently implausible. As long as Li Qing acknowledges his humanity, does his nationality not become less significant? Li Qing was equally moved by the comment from this understanding friend. feeling a deep resonance yet grappling with conflicting emotions. 2 hours prior to the match at Anfield against Tottenham, the game between Burnley and Chelsea had concluded, with Burnley managing a draw at home. The Liverpool squad, brimming with fervor, raised their arms in triumph, for Chelsea had dropped points. Burnley's 1-1 stalemate with Chelsea meant that if Liverpool could secure a victory against Tottenham at home, the gap between them would narrow to a mere 5 points. Chapter 89. Intellectual supremacy. The electrifying atmosphere at Anfield was palpable. As Li Qing warmed up, he felt an exhilarating thrill, particularly upon noticing fans in the stands brandishing posters bearing his likeness. He couldn't help but ponder, when would he have the opportunity to start and play the entire match? Shaking his head at the thought, he realized that, given his current fitness level, he could only manage around 70 minutes of a standard match. If he were to adhere to Klopp's high-pressing style, the likelihood of cramping up after just one half was significant. He resolved to train harder. After all, youth was on his side. In just 3 days, he would celebrate his 16th birthday. Patience was a virtue he could afford. However, Li Qing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding his youthful predicament. He had previously heard from his agent Mendez that players under 17 were ineligible to sign a full professional contract, which effectively meant settling for a meager allowance. A weekly wage of 10,000 represented the pinnacle for an apprentice contract, yet it fell far short of the average weekly earnings for Premier League players, and even below those of players from relegation-threatened teams, akin to the average in the Championship. Fortunately, Mendez proved to be quite the professional, securing additional income for him through supplementary signing regulations. If he performed admirably, by the conclusion of the 2016 to 2017 Premier League season, he could potentially amass at least £1 million. The thought of becoming a millionaire through his own endeavors was an utterly exhilarating prospect. Lee, watch out. At that moment, the voice of Firmino reached his ears. Reacting instinctively, Li Qing's pupils dilated as he raised his right hand seemingly nonchalantly, perfectly intercepting the football that had come hurtling towards him. Who the hell kicked that ball? Was it intentional? Li Qing raised his gaze in search of the perpetrator, only to behold a delicate, youthful face belonging to an individual of Eastern descent emerging within the time limit. He raised his right hand, his expression slightly sheepish, akin to one offering an apology. Could that delicate figure be none other than Sun Heung-min from the land of the morning calm? Goodness. Was he attempting to assert his dominance over me at Anfield? Should I confront him? Yet, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With a sincere demeanor, Sun Heung-min approached Li Qing to express his regret. I sincerely apologize for my lack of control over my footwork just now. Meanwhile, the Liverpool fans at Anfield erupted in a chorus of boos, directing their disdain towards Sun Heung-min, who was suspected of deliberate foul play. The nearby Liverpool players, upon hearing Sun's apology, found themselves at a loss for words. However, Li Qing shot him an incredulous look. As a professional player, how could he fail to control his footwork under no pressure? Yet, to be fair, the excuse was somewhat acceptable, especially since the ball had not made contact. He shook his head and replied, "It's all right, just a minor issue." Sun Heung-min turned to return to his team, only to hear Li Qing call out, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Li Qing smiled broadly and spoke in fluent English. "I heard that you accepted an interview with the local media, claiming that the players from the Republic of Korea are the finest. Is that correct?" Sun Heung-min was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed made such a statement during his interview with SBS Sports the previous day. However, hearing Li Qing voice it directly felt somewhat awkward. With a raised eyebrow and a hint of displeasure, he retorted, "Do you not share the same opinion?" No. Li Qing shook his right index finger at Sun Heung-min, declaring, "I am unequivocally superior to you." To which Sun Heung-min replied with a smile rather than anger, "You are merely a 16-year-old child. What grounds do you have to consider yourself my superior? The very fact that you immediately retorted upon my assertion of superiority speaks volumes." Li Qing shrugged and spoke. Sun Xingmin, realizing he had been outsmarted by Li Qing, felt as if he had lost his composure, akin to a child. He reflected, had he known this fellow was so cunning, he would have refrained from kicking the ball. Observing Sun Xingmin's dejected return, Li Qing displayed a triumphant smile. In the mixed zone, the Korean media noticed Sun Xingmin's gloomy demeanor, stirring a sense of unease within them. Was he unable to showcase his talents in this match at Anfield? Perhaps influenced by Li Qing, Sun Xingmin faced stringent marking from Liverpool throughout the match, severely limiting his performance. His remarkable speed, dribbling ability, and long-range shooting prowess were stifled, rendering him nearly invisible on the pitch, much to the concern of Tottenham's coach Pochettino. The Liverpool fans in the stands were brimming with confidence. Not only had the team secured 2 consecutive league victories, but their recent record of 6 wins and 3 draws in the last 9 matches suggested a high probability of success at home. Furthermore, Liverpool had lost only once in their last 19 home encounters against Tottenham. Given this formidable backdrop, the fans were convinced that Liverpool would triumph at Anfield. However, just as the match settled into a tense stalemate, England's leading forward, Harry Kane, emerged. He capitalized on a precise cross from Ben Davies, outjumping Matip to execute a high-quality header. Although goalkeeper Mignolet reacted swiftly, he was powerless against the acute angle of Kane's header, which nestled into the net, brushing against the far post. With Tottenham taking the lead as the visiting team, the broadcast camera meaningfully focused on the bench, specifically on the recently reinstated Li Qing. Liverpool's impressive average of over 3 goals per game in their last 2 matches had a direct correlation to Li Qing's presence. One could argue that without him, Liverpool's victories in late January would not have been possible. In the previous match against Hull City, Liverpool's 1-0 victory seemed more a stroke of luck than a solution to their offensive woes. As Tottenham led, many Liverpool supporters watching from home began to yearn for Li Qing's return, hoping he would continue his remarkable journey. Klopp, with his signature furrowed brow, stood in the technical area, evidently dissatisfied with the team's attacking display, bearing the direct responsibility as head coach. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that only Li could remedy the team's current offensive struggles? Shaking his head, he recognized that placing such hopes on a young talent about to turn 16 was unrealistic. Yet, on the other hand, Li Qing possessed undeniable skill. Having been nurtured by the youth academy, why couldn't he be the solution? If the score remains unchanged before the end of the first half, then substitute Li to challenge the Spurs' defense. As the first half drew to a close, the scoreboard reflected no alterations in the score. Liverpool's manager, Klopp, addressed Li Qing, who was preparing to warm up, saying, "Li, you will accompany us directly to the dressing room." Chapter 90. Son Heung-min's one-on-one with Li Qing. "Li, you will accompany us directly to the dressing room." Li Qing's emotions surged with unparalleled intensity, as this signified his potential substitution at the onset of the second half. The live broadcaster, after capturing a close-up of Tottenham's forward Kane, switched to the home team's coaching bench. The sports commentator, Zhang Jun, suddenly realized that Li Qing was following Klopp into the players' tunnel instead of warming up on the field. Was Klopp preparing to substitute Li Qing at the commencement of the second half? The question loomed, who would be replaced? Would it be the underperforming Lalana from the first half, or the almost invisible Coutinho? The emotion of the new sports commentator, Jin Xiangkai, shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "It appears Li Qing will be substituted in the second half." Since this match was a non-pay-per-view event domestically, the television station broadcasted it live. As the first half concluded, the station manager instructed the staff to switch to advertisements. However, at that moment, the football commentator He Weilang proclaimed loudly, "The fans still watching on their screens must surely wish to see the Chinese player Li Qing come on. I believe in just 15 minutes, everyone will witness this moment." For those seated before their televisions or computer screens, was it not for such moments that they tuned in to witness high-caliber matches? Although Li Qing did not hold domestic nationality, his admission of being human on Don Quidi had substantially increased his support within the country. As assistant coach Buvac closed the dressing room door, the raucous sounds from Anfield abruptly ceased. Head coach Klopp's countenance was notably grim, making it evident that his mood was far from pleasant, prompting the players to proceed cautiously, with sweat wiping and jersey changes executed with minimal noise, lest they incur Klopp's displeasure. Despite a commendable performance in the first half, Klopp's words left everyone in attendance bewildered. The players were acutely aware of their lackluster performance, yet receiving Klopp's praise in such circumstances only intensified their anxiety, causing them to lower their heads in trepidation. "It seems you all know your first half performance was poor, but there is still hope," Klopp remarked with a wry smile. "There are 45 minutes left in this match. There is ample time for a turnaround. Chelsea, at the top, has already dropped points. We cannot afford to lose any at Anfield, or we shall squander a golden opportunity to close the gap. Tell me, do you have confidence to turn this around?" "Yes," without the need for further motivation. The players shouted in unison, especially Li Qing, who stood poised for a potential substitution at the start of the second half. Animal rest. Preparing for next week's 5th round of the FA Cup, Lalana felt a tinge of disappointment, but Coach Klopp held absolute authority over personnel decisions, despite any reluctance. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Li Qing's outstanding performance during this period has not gone unnoticed by anyone. Whether in the FA Cup, the Premier League, or during training, he has consistently stood out as the best in the team, which has evoked a deep sense of envy in Lalana. Just as Klopp had outlined the tactical responsibilities for the second half, the Premier League staff knocked on the door of the home team's dressing room, reminding them to take the field and prepare for the upcoming match. As a substitute, Li Qing was the last to leave. And the tactical coach Buvac added a brief instruction. Li, your task is simple, continuously surge down the right flank. Take your chances to shoot. Of course, the specifics are up to you. The strategy affords you absolute freedom, but you must also contribute defensively. In truth, Li Qing was well aware of the need for additional effort in this match without needing Buvac's reminders. Unlike the previous two games where he played for merely 10 to 20 minutes, this match would demand a full 45 minutes of his endurance. Tottenham is no weak opponent. And as the team transitions from offense to defense, he must naturally assist in the defensive efforts. Furthermore, with ample resources at hand, he felt no hesitation in utilizing both regular and super stamina potions. Stamina? No problem. Before long, the players from both teams made their way onto the pitch, and the fourth official received the home team Liverpool's substitution request, adjusting the numbers accordingly. The live broadcast captured the moment, showcasing the fourth official alongside Li Qing on screen. The fans watching from their televisions or computer screens could even hear the roaring cheers emanating from Anfield. Li Qing's past performances for Liverpool left an indelible mark, contributing 5 goals in limited appearances. Thus, during the team's tribulations, the first name that sprang to the minds of Liverpool fans was the mere 15-year-old Li Qing. Now, as he prepares to take the field as a substitute, the anticipation is palpable. Compared to his previous 2 substitute appearances, his emotions are now heightened. As the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board, Li Qing sprinted towards the right flank. The tactics and positioning with his teammates had been clearly communicated during halftime, eliminating the need for further discussion. The sports commentator, Zhang Jun, suddenly recalled something, raising his voice significantly. Li Qing replaces Lalana, and unlike the previous 2 matches, he is granted 45 minutes to showcase his talent. It remains to be seen whether the fans have noticed that Li Qing will play as a right winger, while Son Heung-min takes the left. The second half is about to commence. Who will outshine whom? We shall see. Arriving at the right wing position, Li Qing exchanged a glance with Son Heung-min. Their eyes met, but Son swiftly averted his gaze. Li Qing grinned, displaying a triumphant smile. Just then, the referee, Oliver, blew his whistle, signaling the official start of the second half. The visiting team, Tottenham, quickly organized an offensive. Li Qing observed Son Heung-min advancing from the defensive right flank towards the right side, and without hesitation, he pivoted to follow. Simultaneously, he mentally noted to switch to the system page and swiftly purchased 2 iron wall cards for emergencies. According to Klopp's tactical requirements, when right-back Klein moved centrally, Li Qing was to retreat and assume the right-back position to guard against Tottenham's wingers. Ben Davies approached the left side of the attack, leaving the left flank to Son Heung-min. Eriksen, responsible for orchestrating the offense, seized the opportunity on the left and delivered the ball to Son, who was positioned along the left sideline. Son Heung-min received the ball. Defending him was Li Qing. The domestic commentator, Hiwei, furrowed his brow. Li Qing, primarily a right winger, has faced minimal defensive responsibilities in the first half. Now, at the onset of the second half, he must defend against Tottenham's winger, Son Heung-min. Can he manage this task? Meanwhile, the commentator from a certain sports channel in the Southern Peninsula, Park Ko-ho, exclaimed, Son Heung-min, go past him. Go past him. Chapter 91. A reflection, is this possible? Tottenham's initial attack displayed remarkable patience, with continuous linking through the center and right flanks, granting Son Heung-min a fleeting one-on-one opportunity on the left. The Tottenham fans in the stands grew exuberant, firmly believing that Son Heung-min could potentially secure a goal for the team during this offensive, facing an opponent with limited defensive capabilities in Li Qing. The Tottenham Hotspur manager, Mauricio Pochettino, gazed ahead with anticipation, a stark contrast to Jurgen Klopp, who appeared deeply troubled. Players with formidable offensive prowess often exhibit vulnerabilities in their defensive capabilities. Klein was drawn in by Ben Davies' advance, effectively transferring the responsibility of defending against Son Heung-min onto Li Qing. At that moment, Son deftly maneuvered the ball with the outside of his right foot, executing a conspicuous change of direction with a burst of speed. Li Qing, employing a sturdy defensive stance, instinctively shifted closer to the inner line, the very path Sun seemed poised to penetrate. His seasoned experience from such encounters made him vigilant. Sure enough, as Li Qing retreated to the left, Sun unexpectedly altered his course, sharply striking the ball with the inside of his right foot, redirecting its trajectory away from Li Qing. The commentator from SBS Sports, Park Kuho, raised his voice an octave higher in a frenzied shout. In the blink of an eye, Li Qing unleashed a powerful thrust with the ball of his left foot, the explosive force propelling his body backward, while his right foot effectively intercepted Sun's intended path. Sun, whose lips had already begun to curve into a victorious smile, found his pupils constricting in disbelief. His grin frozen in place as the resistance from Li Qing's leg and the momentum of his own body sent him tumbling forward. Confounded, Sun wondered how Li Qing could embody both an attacking player and a defender simultaneously. As Li Qing blocked the ball with his right foot and noticed that Oliver had not blown his whistle, he swiftly passed the ball horizontally to Henderson, who found himself in a space conducive to receiving the pass. Ben Davies, witnessing the transfer, hesitated momentarily. This brief lapse ignited Pochettino's fury. In his tactical philosophy, such situations demanded either an aggressive approach towards the ball holder or a strategic interception of the passing lane. Yet, Davies faltered at a critical juncture. With a broader field of vision, Henderson recognized the ample space ahead of Li Qing and sent the ball forward without breaking stride. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tottenham's manager Pochettino stepped forward, calling out urgently to his players, "Defend." Indeed, without the prompting of Pochettino, the players on the field instinctively understood their roles. Wanyama and Alderweireld consciously advanced towards Li Qing, while the other central defender, Deer, and right-back Kyle Walker chose to maintain their positions in the center. Wary of the swift incursions from Maine and Firmino to avoid any significant breaches in their defensive line, Henderson, aware of Li Qing's remarkable speed, delivered a pass with ample lead time, perfectly suited for Li Qing's full-throttle chase. At that moment, the fans in the main stand and the Centenary stand rose in unison, holding their breath as they watched Li Qing sprinting at full speed. Clad in a vibrant red jersey, Li Qing resembled a supercharged crimson sports car, racing across the center of Anfield, scattering grass with his heels. Speed had never been Wanyama's forte. In fact, his ability to track back was one of his weaknesses. Faced with the rapid advance of Li Qing, he found himself at a loss, placing his hopes of defense on Alderweireld and Deer, who was shifting towards the center. Wanyama, possessing a keen sense of game awareness, observed the Liverpool players within his coverage area, realizing he could not catch up with Li Qing. Maine was exceptionally quick, but Kyle Walker matched him in both speed and physicality, racing side by side, meaning Wanyama only needed to be mindful of Firmino's advancing run through the middle. Meanwhile, as Li Qing surged forward, he deftly used the outside of his left foot to flick the ball diagonally ahead, maintaining his relentless pace into the center. Alderweireld and Deer exchanged a quick glance, their impressive synergy enabling them to anticipate each other's movements in the blink of an eye. Alderweireld, retreating while still engaging, was complemented by Deer's supportive coverage. As the roar from the Anfield crowd intensified, Li Qing approached within approximately 40 meters of the goal, with Alderweireld positioned firmly, his defensive prowess and spatial awareness having been emphasized by Klopp during halftime. Overcoming Alderweireld with pure technique would prove challenging. However, Li Qing recalled that Alderweireld lacked exceptional speed and agility in turning. With Ben Davies left behind, he could rely on his own pace to outmaneuver his opponent. As he neared Alderweireld, reducing the distance to about 5 meters, Li Qing decelerated slightly, while Alderweireld, poised and attentive, remained uncertain of Li Qing's intended direction of attack. It was only when the gap closed to 2 or 3 meters that Li Qing suddenly pivoted, using the inner side of his left foot to direct the ball towards his right front. Alderweireld had anticipated that Li Qing would attempt to exploit his speed, and he had devised a plan to counter it. Yet, upon witnessing Li Qing's acceleration firsthand, he understood why Chelsea's defenders had consistently fallen victim to Li Qing's swiftness. It was astonishingly fast. He simply could not keep up. Should he resort to a desperate slide tackle? Given Li Qing's explosive power in the blink of an eye, it is highly probable that he would struggle to make contact with the ball, or perhaps even with his opponent. Alderweireld made a remarkably astute choice. Recognizing Li Qing's intent to maneuver around the outside, he opted to pivot and sprint straight ahead, striving to obstruct Li Qing's angle of entry into the penalty area. Prior to the match, Coach Pochettino had instructed that Li Qing's dominant foot is his left, and upon accelerating towards the right flank, he would undoubtedly cut back. The key was to deny him any opportunity for a forceful overtake. Just as the moment arrived, Li Qing, with the ball at his feet, suddenly changed direction, using the outside of his left foot to guide the ball towards the center. Alderweireld, robust and tall, was slow to respond, only beginning to shift towards the middle after Li Qing had completed his maneuver. De quickly closed the gap to Alderweireld, ensuring that Li Qing would not find a pathway to break through the center. Li Qing did not intend to forcefully carve out a path through the chaos. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the ball with the outer instep of his left foot, guiding it along the ground towards the position previously occupied by De. Essentially, he was angling his approach from the right flank of the attack to the left. In comparison to Alderweireld, De lacked the requisite speed, and his prolonged role as a defensive midfielder had diminished his positional awareness. Instinctively, he turned to pursue Li Qing, with one player accelerating and the other lagging behind. The outcome had long been predetermined. De watched helplessly as Li Qing, visibly increasing the distance, entered the penalty area. Goalkeeper Loris, alert and focused, prepared to defend the near post as Li Qing approached the right side of the penalty area. His teammates, still behind, had not yet caught up when he unleashed a powerful shot from approximately 17 meters out. De's gaze followed the ball, only to witness it strike Alderweireld's right thigh in a desperate attempt to block, filling him with a momentary thrill. However, in the next instant, the ball deflected off Alderweireld's thigh, tracing a clear parabolic arc towards the far post. Li Qing, having completed the shot, was filled with astonishment. Could this truly work? Chapter 92. The Marseille turned the Liverpool fans at Anfield erupted in a tidal wave of fervent cheers as they saw Li Qing prepare to unleash his golden left foot. Unencumbered by pressure, the roar reached a crescendo until the sight of Alderweireld extending his right leg brought the jubilant noise to an abrupt halt. Li Qing, shooting, exclaimed the commentator Jin Xiangkai, his voice rising an octave. Barely had he finished his sentence when he abruptly shifted his tone. The ball deflects off Alderweireld's right thigh. The Tottenham supporters in the stands were ecstatic, convinced that their team, having narrowly escaped disaster, was destined for fortune, believing that victory over Liverpool was well within reach. The Tottenham coach, Pochettino, felt his heart drop, only for it to leap back into his throat in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. He observed Loris, stationed at the near post, retreating swiftly, bending his knees to leap. Yet regrettably, his outstretched left arm fell a few centimeters short of the mysteriously curving football. It was precisely those few centimeters that rendered him helpless. Initially engulfed in frustration, Klopp suddenly transformed, brimming with excitement as the ball, deflected by Alderweireld's thigh, took an unpredictable trajectory, descending towards the far corner of the goal. The once suspended cheers at Anfield surged back, beginning with the fervent KP supporters, cascading through the Centenary stand and the main stand, creating a thunderous chorus that enveloped the entire stadium in an electrifying atmosphere. The scorer, Li Qing, beamed with joy, extending his arms to embrace the approaching Firmino and Maine. Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports, resonated with his signature elongated shout, "Goal!" Co-commentator Martin Tyler exclaimed, "At just 15 years and 363 days, Li has netted his fourth goal in merely 2 incomplete Premier League matches. Unbelievable." A deflected strike into the net. He Wei, the commentator from Tianxiao 5, jubilantly proclaimed, 1-1. Opportunities favor the prepared. As Li Qing seized the moment from Son Heung-min's misplaced touch to score following a deflection, every bit of it derived from his tenacity. On this joyous occasion for Liverpool fans, commentator Jean Jun was not to be missed, exclaiming in ecstatic fervor, 15 years and 363 days. Li Qing's 4th Premier League goal. This is merely a masterpiece crafted in less than half an hour. An unimaginable achievement. Could you have anticipated such a moment before the match? No. Genius is forever elusive, and Li Qing exemplifies what it means to be a prodigious talent. The home team's bench, including Klopp and his assistants Buvac and Kravitz, celebrated with high fives, while the substitutes raised their arms in exultation, releasing the joy of equalizing the score. The live broadcast showcased a slow-motion replay of the goal, prompting Jean Jun to shift his commentary. Alderweireld's world-class defensive intervention was impeccable, yet he encountered the extraordinary Li Qing. The deflection into the net was spectacular, but let us not forget the remarkable sequence from Li's interception to the counterattack, a blend of speed, technique, and finishing that could be deemed textbook. The broadcast then turned to Spurs player Son Heung-min, arms akimbo, wearied by disappointment. Logically, having created space for a breakthrough, he should have provided his team with an opportunity to extend their lead. Unexpectedly, he failed to create a chance, which instead allowed Li Qing to equalize. Park Ko-ho, commentator for SBS Sports in South Korea, lamented. Sun Heung-min was careless. If he had remained composed and sought a 1-2 with his teammates, he could have pierced through Liverpool's entire defensive line. As he continued, he shifted his tone. The second half commenced not long ago, and there remains ample time for him to shine. Let's go. Our players are undoubtedly superior to those from across the sea. The match resumed, and Tottenham, benefiting from the kickoff advantage, adopted a notably languid attacking rhythm. Sun Heung-min, in possession of the ball, faced the defensive duo of Lee Ching and Klein and chose to pass the ball laterally to the center, allowing Eriksen to orchestrate the offense anew. Tottenham's manager, Pochettino, shook his head in disappointment at Sun's decision. As a player of commendable reliability, even when bearing some responsibility for the team's goals conceded, one should bravely forge ahead to redeem oneself. However, Sun, despite having a palpable opportunity to break through, opted to pass backwards. The thought of substituting him crossed Pochettino's mind, and he sighed. The predicament faced by the team was scarcely better than that of Liverpool in January, with a limited pool of players available, particularly in the attacking department. Lamela's injury had yet to heal, and Janssen, the Eredivisie Golden Boot winner acquired last summer, had struggled to adapt to the Premier League, failing to contribute even a single goal from open play thus far. For a team that traditionally emphasizes rapid counter-attacking efficiency, lacking a forward capable of scoring in open play was undoubtedly a squandered resource. Returning to the action, the Liverpool supporters in the stands fervently chanted, creating an electric home atmosphere. The Liverpool players who had equalized seemed like soldiers responding to a clarion call, beginning to pose threats to Tottenham's offense and defense alike. Maine received the ball on the left flank, but due to Kyle Walker's remarkable pace and physicality, he found no opportunity to advance and had to return the ball to midfielder Emre Can, who would determine the course of the team's attack. Emre Can, adept at linking play and striking from distance, faced several defenders and thus chose to pass to Coutinho. Coutinho, also fond of long-range shots, possessed a broader vision. Without pausing the ball, he delivered it directly to Henderson, who subsequently passed it to Lee Ching on the right flank. The Liverpool fans at Anfield erupted in an instant, with many even rising from their seats to gain a clearer view of the unfolding drama. Lee Ching has performed many remarkable breakthroughs in this stadium, and the fans eagerly hope to witness his brilliance once more. However, with Sun Heung-min, Ben Davies, and Victor Wanyama positioned within a mere 5 meters, Lee Ching found himself lacking the desire to break through. At that moment, he noticed Sun Heung-min's intention to advance and interfere. Instead of pushing the ball forward with his left foot, he deftly pulled it back, allowing his right foot to glide smoothly along the ball's surface. Perhaps due to a sudden change of mind, his touch felt slightly miscalculated, resulting in excessive force. The ball rolled along the ground towards Sun Heung-min, who, upon seeing this, sprang into action with exhilaration. In his mind, he couldn't help but envision capitalizing on Lee Ching's error in ball control, intercepting and scoring. In an instant, he realized that Lee Ching, who had initially been farther from the ball, was now somehow closer than himself. Suddenly, Lee Ching took a decisive step forward with his left foot, firmly pressing the ball back with the sole of his foot, while his right foot alternated in a rhythmic motion, pulling the ball back and facing the Tottenham defense. The Liverpool fans in the stands instinctively erupted in cheers. The commentator He Wei from Tianchao 5 exclaimed, "Marseille turn." Sun Heung-min momentarily froze, and by the time he gathered himself, Lee Ching had already passed the ball to the advancing Coutinho, before sprinting at full speed towards the left flank of Tottenham's defense. Chapter 93, The Terrifying Goal Efficiency. In a dazzling display of skill, Lee Ching became the focal point of the match as he alternated between his left and right foot to deftly maneuver the ball. His Marseille turn was executed with remarkable speed and flair, captivating the audience and eliciting thunderous applause from the hallowed grounds of Anfield. As Lee Ching glided past Sun Heung-min, he did not become lost in the realm of personal technique. With a flick of his left foot, he sent the ball rolling along the grass towards the awaiting Coutinho. Observing Lee Ching's decisive advance, Coutinho, with unwavering determination, executed a perfectly timed through ball, catching Alderweireld, Wanyama, and Ben Davies off guard. Possessing an astute understanding of the game, he chose to play the ball without a touch. The ball swiftly traversed the ground, heading towards the space behind Ben Davies and Alderweireld. Meanwhile, Pochettino, stationed in the opposing coach's area, felt an unsettling sensation stir within him. Recalling the bizarre goal conceded just moments earlier, his lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Coutinho's pass was impeccably aligned with Lee Ching's run, and the exuberant Klopp rose on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the unfolding action. The thunderous applause that enveloped Anfield was abruptly replaced by a tumultuous roar akin to a tsunami. Aao. During the rapid pursuit of the ball, Li Qing glanced at his teammates' positioning. Firmino and Main had both surged into the penalty area, creating a formidable double threat that captivated the attention of all Tottenham defenders. Additionally, several Spurs players were stationed in the critical area between the penalty spot and the edge of the box, clearly a premeditated strategy. Logically, even if Liverpool's attack came as a surprise, it would be challenging to pose a threat to Lloris guarding the goal. However, Li Qing possessed an exceptionally broad field of vision. Besides Firmino, Main, and Wijnaldum in the box, veteran Milner had made a late run, transitioning to left back, the team's foremost fitness enthusiast. As Li Qing was not accustomed to using his right foot, he raised his left foot approximately 10 meters from the baseline, using the outside of his foot to adjust the ball into a favorable position for a left-footed pass, facing the penalty area, without waiting for Alderweireld to advance. He delivered the pass directly. Perhaps Alderweireld had watched too many highlights of Li Qing's match against Chelsea, as he was solely on guard against Li Qing's potential dash into the box, neglecting to anticipate a cross. The ball soared through the air, and Firmino, stationed at the near post, chose to remain still, turning his head towards the center. Main, Kyle Walker, and Deere watched the ball as trajectory, each sighing inwardly. It was evident that the pass was not aimed at the center, but rather towards the far post. Goalkeeper Lloris did not rush out, standing in front of the goal as his gaze followed the ball to the back post. In the next moment, he shuddered, instinctively starting to move towards the far corner. The live broadcast switched angles, and Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray raised his voice 2 octaves upon seeing Milner appear at the far end. James Milner, unmarked. Spurs manager Pochettino, with keen eyesight, observed the movements of players within the penalty area with clarity, his heartbeat quickening with the awareness of the unfolding events. The Tottenham fans in the Anfield Road stand widened their eyes, with some timid supporters opting to close their eyes. Milner, in motion, propelled himself with his left foot, leaning forward, resembling a diving fish, and his forehead made solid contact with the descending ball. The trajectory of the ball altered rapidly as it hurtled towards the goal, with Lloris diving in an attempt to execute a spectacular save before the ball reached him. Failing that, he aimed to apply pressure on Milner. Yet, the focused Milner was undeterred, fixating solely on the ball, disregarding everything else, even Lloris's handsome visage. The ball nestled against the left post and surged into the net, colliding with the pristine white goal mesh. Goal! Andy Gray's iconic exclamation echoed through households across Great Britain. The ball went in. The ball went in. Sports commentator Jean June intently reiterated, Milner has helped Liverpool take the lead. Indeed, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. However, Milner's ability to score during open play is largely attributable to Li Qing, whose precise pass afforded Milner the opportunity to confront the goalkeeper directly. After netting the goal, Milner swiftly rose to his feet, a smile illuminating his face as he gestured to Li Qing, indicating a desire to celebrate together. Head coach Klopp raised his arms in exuberance, turning to face the fans in the stands, his powerful limbs moving rhythmically to incite the fervent emotions of the home crowd. From 0-1 to 2-1, it took less than 5 minutes. How could such a match fail to ignite excitement? He glanced at Li Qing, who had contributed a goal and an assist in this game, bringing his tally to 6 goals and 1 assist across the FA Cup and 2 substitute appearances in the 23rd round of the league. Reflecting on this astonishing statistic, Klopp suddenly realized that Li Qing had played for less than a full half. Oh my God, how frightening. If extrapolated to 90 minutes, how many goals could he possibly score? Of course, Klopp understood that such calculations lacked rigor, as all 6 goals and the assist were scored during his time on the pitch when defenders were not fully focused. With Li Qing's performances becoming increasingly remarkable, future opponents would undoubtedly dedicate considerable effort to devising strategies to limit him. As a head coach, Klopp recognized that while Li Qing's strengths were distinct, his weaknesses were equally pronounced, although they had been overshadowed by his dazzling attributes in these 3 substitute appearances. Yet, Tottenham's coach, Pochettino, seemed insufficiently aware of Li Qing's capabilities, meaning that relying on this explosive player could potentially secure a victory against Tottenham. As the slow-motion replay of the goal concluded, the broadcast shifted to Li Qing, the provider of the assist. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray continued with fervor. Liverpool's rapid equalizer at home was entirely due to the prodigious talent from the Kirkby Academy. Li Qing, who could single-handedly break through defenses or deliver a lethal pass from afar. Such young players are indeed a rarity in a century, leaving defenders utterly unprepared. Sun Heung-min, the South Korean player, watched as Li Qing returned, feeling a newfound sense of helplessness. Yet, he still had 3 days until he turned 16. How could he possibly be outshone by a mere child? Impossible. As the match resumed, Sun Heung-min, filled with determination, actively sought the ball, endeavoring to aid Tottenham in equalizing the score. Undoubtedly, his courage was commendable. However, the Liverpool players were united in purpose, making it exceedingly challenging for Sun to exploit opportunities on the left flank. Conversely, Sun's role in the counterattacks compelled Pochettino to adjust his tactics. Yet the first player to be substituted was Sun himself. In Chapter 94, the link between Lee and Ma, Tottenham, struggling to make any headway in their offensive efforts, reluctantly opted for a substitution. Harry Winks replaced the underperforming South Korean international, Sun Heung-min. Upon seeing the substitution board displaying the number 7, Sun was momentarily taken aback. It was Lee, with his keen eyes, who kindly nudged Sun and pointed towards the sidelines, cheerfully stating in impeccable English, "Hey, you're being substituted." Li Qing's smile was effortlessly natural, reminiscent of the cheerful boy next door, radiating a warmth that evoked no anger. Winks and Pochettino were signaling from the sidelines, and Sun Heung-min felt a twinge of agitation. However, he knew he must adhere to the coach's adjustments, especially considering the team was currently trailing. Reluctantly, he quickened his pace to the sidelines to facilitate the substitution ceremony with Winks. Pochettino's intention in bringing on Winks was unmistakable, to enhance the midfield depth and engage in a battle against Liverpool in the center, while leveraging Winks' almost faultless positional play to mitigate the counter-attacking prowess of Li Qing. During Winks' time on the pitch, he indeed met Pochettino's expectations. Yet, as the match progressed, Li Qing began to adapt to Winks' style of play. Both players lacked physical strength, but possessed high football intelligence. However, Li Qing's speed and explosive power often allowed him to break free from Winks and the Tottenham defenders with sudden bursts of acceleration. Li Qing found himself the focal point of Tottenham's defensive efforts, indirectly liberating Maine and Firmino. As the match progressed to the 67th minute, upon receiving the ball on the right flank, he was immediately confronted by at least 2 defenders, while Wanyama and Alderweireld loomed menacingly from the side, effectively drawing the attention of 4 defenders towards him. In light of such formidable defensive opposition, Li Qing smiled and passed the ball to right-back Klein. This moment was perfectly captured by the live broadcast, with Le TV Sports commenting that it appeared Pochettino held Li Qing in high regard. Upon receiving the ball, he was met head-on by Ben Davies and Harry Winks. The television footage also clearly displayed Alderweireld and Wanyama providing cover from behind, a truly astonishing sight. From an angle invisible to fans watching on television, Li Qing discreetly whispered a couple of words to Maine, and the two moved past each other as if nothing had transpired. Pochettino, who had been fixated on Li Qing, furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Li Qing and Maine had exchanged words, stirring a sense of unease within him. However, as time passed, his anxious heart gradually calmed. Approximately 5 minutes later, as Li Qing made a lateral run, he gestured to Emre Can, who, for reasons unknown, instinctively passed the ball towards him, causing Winks and Ben Davies to react with immediate tension. Li Qing's lips curled slightly in a subtle smile, his vision remarkably expansive, as if his mind possessed an aerial view of the battlefield, distinctly marked in hues of red and white to signify friend and foe. As he advanced towards the left flank, Maine was stealthily exploiting the gap that had emerged between Kyle Walker and Deere. During the course of orchestrating the defense, Alderweireld's attention was predominantly fixated on Li Qing, rendering him oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. Although Kyle Walker noticed Maine's forward run, he simultaneously observed Milner darting along the left sideline, which reminded him of Li Qing's assist to Milner for a goal. In a split second, he opted to retreat gradually, as this would allow him to execute a clearance at the earliest opportunity. Naturally, this clearance was intended to counter the shift in the direction of the offensive play. Li Qing proactively approached the football, and the Tottenham defense stood alert, each player brimming with energy. With his right foot firmly planted on the ground, he struck the lower part of the rolling ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball soared into the air, traversing the central corridor of the pitch from the right flank of his own attack, landing at the edge of the penalty area. Deere, having anticipated the trajectory of the incoming ball, prepared himself, but suddenly a flash of red appeared before him. The large 19 on the back of the figure revealed the identity of the player. Oh no! Kyle Walker abruptly realized the impending danger, his heart sinking. The live broadcast quickly switched angles, and the commentator from New England Sports raised his voice. Maine, accompanied by a tremendous roar from Anfield, Maine. Sprinting to the edge of the penalty area, skillfully controlled the ball with his chest as it entered the box. Goalkeeper Loris rushed out, but Maine, having handled the ball with remarkable composure, remained unfazed even in the face of Loris's advance. He even had the time to glance up and assess the angle for his shot. In a split second, he steadied the ball with the outside of his right foot, then lifted it before the penalty mark, executing a superb low drive. Loris reacted swiftly, but the ball rolled along the grass with even greater speed. Anfield erupted in jubilation, waves of cheers cascading from the KOP faithful, resonating throughout the stadium. The Tottenham fans in the Anfield Road stand felt a surge of despair, wondering how Liverpool could score so effortlessly after their own numerous attempts had failed. It seemed inexplicable. Maine, having scored, did not celebrate alone. He turned with a smile to express his gratitude to Li Qing, the architect of the brilliant assist. From any angle, without Li Qing's timely guidance and precise passing, he might not have found the back of the net in such a pivotal clash. Since Li Qing provided the assist, he made sure to express his heartfelt thanks to his 9 years younger teammate. The sports commentator, Jan Jun, humorously remarked, "This is the Li pronounced as an I and Maine connection for Liverpool." The scoreboard reflected the change, updating from 2-1 to 3-1. With over 20 minutes remaining, Tottenham's coach Pochettino was unwilling to concede defeat easily. Prior to the match, he had made adjustments to the lineup, substituting 2 players, effectively exhausting all 3 of his substitutions at this juncture. In this match, Demel and Ali, who were nearly invisible, were replaced by Sissoko and Jansen. Adjustments were made, but whether they could equalize depended on the on-field performance of the players. Unfortunately, the visiting Tottenham substitutes needed time to acclimate to the game as tempo, yet the spirited Liverpool players denied them this opportunity, resulting in attacks that were ultimately feeble and devoid of threat. The scoreboard displayed a steadfast 3-1 until referee Oliver blew the final whistle. As the 3 long blasts echoed, the players on the field embraced Li Qing in unison. The broadcast team astutely captured this moment, with commentator Jean Jun proclaiming, "Liverpool's ability to overturn the situation at home is largely due to the contributions of the youthful prodigy on screen. If all goes as expected, the standout player of this match is likely to be Li Qing, who delivered 1 goal and 2 assists." Chapter 95, Fear Not. For I have the system. The defeated Tottenham coach, Pochettino, exhibited remarkable sportsmanship as he approached the home team's bench to shake hands with Klopp, saying, "Jurgen, congratulations." Klopp shrugged and replied, "Your team performed admirably. We just have an extraordinary young talent." While his voice was not loud and his tone lacked overt bravado, Pochettino found it discomforting nonetheless. The broadcast then shifted to Li Qing, whose youthful visage bore a hint of gravity. Throughout the match, he excelled during the first 25 minutes of the second half, but his contributions diminished in the remaining 20 minutes. He understood that part of the reason for this was his teammates' complacency, believing a 2-goal lead was sufficient to secure victory against Tottenham, resulting in a lack of offensive participation. Moreover, the Tottenham players became increasingly aggressive, neglecting defensive responsibilities. If they were to face a more tenacious defense in the upcoming matches, it would pose a significant challenge. Despite possessing the wisdom of a nearly 30-year-old soul, this was his first foray into professional football. Confronted with the formidable defense of seasoned athletes, he instinctively sought to evade many 50-50 chances. It appeared that an adjustment in mindset was necessary. Professional football was indeed not as simple as it seemed. As Li Qing pondered these thoughts, a tall, handsome player clad in a Tottenham jersey approached him, smiling and raising his right hand. "Li, you played exceptionally well. May we exchange jerseys?" Li Qing regained his composure and looked up to see Harry Kane, the forward of Tottenham Hotspur and the future captain of the England national team, a player exuding the quintessential charm of a British gentleman. He returned a smile as handsome as Kane's, raised his right hand for a gentle handshake, and nonchalantly remarked, "I suppose my performance was decent. In the latter half, your teammates proved to be quite formidable." Harry Kane rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "After all my efforts to score a single goal, you deem your 1 goal and 2 assists merely satisfactory? The Premier League is renowned as the most physically demanding league in the world. You are still young, not yet 16, and there lies a long journey ahead. The priority now is to safeguard yourself. Injuries are the nightmares of all professional players." Of course, he could not express this candidly, maintaining his smile. He imparted his wealth of experience in the game to Li Qing, then shifted the conversation. "I truly envy the successful commencement of your career. Mine began in League One, England's third tier, where I managed only 5 goals in 18 matches. How could that possibly compare to your 3 substitute appearances? Keep it up." With that, Harry Kane removed his Spurs jersey, grinning as he offered it to Li Qing. "Let us exchange jerseys. I hope to be your teammate in the national team in the future." Li Qing removed his jersey and casually draped it over his shoulder. Since he was still wearing a red undershirt beneath, he felt no chill. Watching Harry Kane depart, Li Qing furrowed his brow. Lost in contemplation, would he hope to be teammates with me in the national team in the future? In truth, Li Qing's foremost aspiration remained unchanged. However, his predicament was complicated by his identity. He had only an estranged uncle, rendering him effectively alone. To regain his nationality, he would require a significant breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have to wait 5 years or marry. Yet, he was merely 3 days away from turning 16, and according to British law, marriage required him to reach 18. Conversely, considering the men's football team's poor performance and cantankerous nature, the prospect of being teammates with these seasoned players seemed daunting. Achieving advancement to the World Cup would be a formidable challenge, let alone even progressing past the group stage in the Asian Cup. The dream of participating in the World Cup appeared increasingly elusive. If he retained his British nationality, he could choose to represent England in international A-level matches and compete in World Cup qualifiers. Some might argue that Li Qing was pursuing his dreams at the expense of his homeland's fortunes, yet it was undeniable that the current state of football was dismal. With a lack of talent and support, a player at the age of 23 was still referred to as a youth. And even a minute on the pitch required policy backing. The best player in the men's national team was the 37-year-old veteran Zhang Hongfei. What purpose could such a national team serve? There are myriad ways to repay one's country. In the future, with ample wealth, he could establish a youth training academy, laying the foundation for the dreams of aspiring footballers. The strength of an individual cannot singularly elevate a team. "Li, why are you lost in thought?" Firmino's bright smile broke through his reverie. Li Qing replied with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Just some unhappy thoughts crossing my mind." "What is it? Would you share it with me to lighten your spirits?" Li Qing, in the post-match mixed zone, the player being interviewed was the seasoned veteran, Milner. It was not because he replaced Li Qing as the standout performer of the match, but rather due to his commendable performance being recognized as the official player of the match. Although Li Qing contributed a goal and 2 assists, his influence waned during the latter stages of the second half. In contrast, Milner, who assumed the role of left-back, shone brightly with his tireless running and timely defensive interventions, fortifying Liverpool's left flank. The home victory of 3-1 against Tottenham brought immense joy to Coach Klopp, who unexpectedly granted the players 3 days of rest. Naturally, this respite was intended for those who participated in the league, while substitutes and youth players not included in the 18-man squad were required to continue training. However, in a bid to gain more playing time and enhance his skills, Li Qing opted to forego the holiday and chose to train intensively at Melwood. Sharing a similar mindset was Maine, who had just participated in the Africa Cup and had yet to restore his physical prowess. The inherently romantic Brazilians, Firmino and Coutinho, took a holiday together, reportedly heading to the sun-kissed beaches of Malaga in southern Spain to revel in the warmth and sand. In the mornings of the school week, Li Qing diligently attends classes, while in the afternoons, he boards a bus to Melwood to partake in team training. Klopp, along with his assistants Buvac and Kravitz, keenly observes Li Qing's efforts, their glances brimming with admiration for him. They even engage in discussions about the possibility of replacing Lalana with Li Qing in the starting lineup. After several deliberations, they conclude that it would be prudent to exercise caution, although Li Qing's current performance certainly qualifies him for a starting positions. His attributes suggest that a substitute role is more fitting at this stage. Furthermore, as Li Qing is still in a phase of physical development, exposing him to excessively intense matches could yield unforeseen consequences. Were Li Qing privy to the coaching staff's thoughts, he would undoubtedly jest, "Fear not, for I have a system." Of course, this is a playful remark, as the system is indeed a catalyst for Li Qing's burgeoning prowess, revealing it would risk turning him into a mere guinea pig. Chapter 96. 16th birthday. Liverpool's home victory of 3-1 against Tottenham once again thrust Li Qing into the limelight, as his remarkable contribution of 1 goal and 2 assists turned the tide for Liverpool. Following consecutive triumphs over Wolves and Chelsea, it becomes evident that all 10 goals scored by Liverpool in these 3 matches are intricately linked to Li Qing's involvement. 2 goals, 3 goals, and 1 goal along with 2 assists 6 goals and 2 assists in total. The remaining 2 goals may seem unrelated to him. Yet his stellar performances have opened up numerous attacking opportunities for his teammates, suggesting that Liverpool's most aesthetically pleasing trio of matches since 2017 were orchestrated by Li Qing. The most astonishing aspect is that he is yet to turn 16. Such exceptional displays naturally captivate the attention of football enthusiasts around the globe. Particularly, sports media and fans express a desire for the Football Association to reach out to Li Qing, encouraging him to reclaim his national citizenship and represent the national team in the final 5 qualifying matches of the Asian 12. Given Li Qing's contribution of 6 goals and 2 assists in fewer than 90 minutes across 3 matches, his representation could potentially lead to victories in all remaining fixtures, thereby affording the national team a substantial chance of securing 16 points to represent Asia at next year's World Cup in Russia. After all, having been part of Liverpool's youth training for over 6 years, he is assured of obtaining a Premier League work permit, alleviating concerns about acquiring nationality while being unable to compete in the Premier League. These sentiments, echoed by the media and fans, undoubtedly captured the attention of the Football Association. However, the officials dismissed them with disdain, choosing to ignore the notion of relying on a minor to elevate the footballing landscape, a notion deemed utterly absurd. Naturally, many media outlets and supporters oppose such actions, believing that football has decayed to its core and that no one can salvage it. Li Qing acknowledges his humanity. Thus, he ought to substantiate his capabilities at the epicenter of global football, which could also be deemed a means of bringing honor to his nation. The media on the British Isles has extolled Li Qing's talents. Perhaps they have been influenced by recent news reports. Numerous esteemed outlets are advocating for the coaches at all levels of English football to summon Li Qing forthwith, to prevent him from being courted by other nations. The Liverpool Echo has even expressed a desire for the senior national team coach, Gareth Southgate, to call upon Li Qing, allowing him to make a substitute appearance in an international A match, thereby curtailing his opportunities to represent his country. Southgate has expressed astonishment at Li Qing's performance. However, he believes that at merely 16 years of age, he should first compete with the U17 and U19 youth teams. This year marks a significant milestone with the FIFA U20 World Cup followed by the U17 World Cup. Immersed in training and additional practice sessions, Li Qing pays little heed to external media commentary, only occasionally glancing at posts shared by Tong Shinbing during their WeChat exchanges. That evening, Tong Shinbing sent Li Qing an unexpectedly surprising voice message. The surprise stemmed from her inquiry about whether he would like to train the following day. Since their acquaintance began, despite the rapid progression of their relationship and occasional playful banter, they had never broached questions that hinted at a date-like intention. Li Qing possessed a soul nearing 30 years of age, so how could he fail to perceive the underlying implications in Tong Shinbing's words? Was she not merely inquiring about his availability for the morrow? Thus, with a semblance of a smile, he replied, "Cousin Shinbing, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Pray tell me honestly, are you not secretly admiring this yet to mature physique of mine?" Alas, in less than 10 seconds, Tong Shinbing retorted, "I truly have no idea what thoughts occupy the mind of a mere adolescent like you." Heh. Li Qing chuckled. "When you ask me if I will train tomorrow, aren't you really inquiring if I have time? If you have something to say, just say it directly. What do you want?" Tong Shinbing, a savvy internet enthusiast well-versed in the nuances of online wordplay, found herself inadvertently connecting the dots to the phrase, "Do you want to go on? Just say it." Blushing in her dormitory at the University of Manchester, she quickly banished any inappropriate thoughts from her mind. With a feigned casualness, she pressed the screen and replied, "Aren't you turning 16 tomorrow? I just wanted to see if you have time. If you do, perhaps we could share a meal together." Upon hearing her voice message, Li Qing suddenly slapped his forehead, having entirely forgotten that the original owner of this body would celebrate his 16th birthday the very next day. Naturally, his birthday was calculated according to the lunar calendar, falling on the 18th day of the first month, coincidentally aligning with Valentine's Day. Li Qing felt a sense of comfort within his heart as he pondered for a moment. "We shall train in both the morning and afternoon, if time permits. Let us dine together in the evening, my treat." After a considerable pause, Tong Shinbing replied with a simple text, "All right." It was evident that Tong Shinbing had made a firm decision. The following day, Li Qing arrived early at Melwood. Strangely, his teammates, who typically arrived at the training ground just before 10, began to trickle in at 9. Even Firmino and Coutinho, who were supposed to be on holiday in Malaga, returned early to the Melwood training base to participate in the team practice. Additionally, he sensed that the glances from his teammates towards him were somewhat peculiar. though he found it difficult to discern the exact nature of their strangeness. Li Qing is a rather indolent thinker, seldom investing effort in speculating about the affairs of others. As the hour-and-a-half training session came to a close, the players gradually made their way to the locker room. Li Qing began to gather his belongings in preparation to join them when, at that moment, assistant coach Kravitz called out to him, "Hey, Li, come here for a moment." "Mr. Peter, what is it?" Li Qing glanced over with curiosity. Kravitz casually placed his right hand on Li Qing's shoulder. "This weekend is the 5th round of the FA Cup, where we will face Leicester City at home. I wonder if you are ready to start the match?" "What? Start?" Li Qing's pupils abruptly contracted as he gazed in astonishment at Kravitz. "Do not be so agitated. I was merely inquiring casually." Li Qing. After chatting for about 5 minutes, Kravitz chuckled and patted Li Qing on the back, urging him to take a shower as they would soon be having lunch. For some reason, Li Qing felt an odd expression from Kravitz. He could infer from the coach's arrangements that he was still not suited for the starting position. Yet, why did Kravitz inquire if he was ready? It was indeed peculiar. Li Qing approached the entrance of the changing room, filled with perplexity. Strangely, the interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound, which felt rather unsettling. However, at that moment, the lights in the changing room blazed to life, revealing Firmino and Main emerging from the shower area, pushing a cake cart. Li Qing entered with his mouth slightly agape, as his teammates on either side began to sing in unison, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Happy birthday to Li Qing. Upon the conclusion of the birthday song, Li Qing's eyes were already veiled with a mist of emotion. Head coach Klopp chuckled, "Li, come over and make a wish. It's time to cut the birthday cake." For Li Qing, whether before or after his journey through time, he had seldom celebrated his birthday. Now, with the entire team singing for him and commemorating this special occasion, the heartfelt emotion surged within him. Were it not for his extraordinary composure, tears would have surely streamed down his cheeks. In truth, shedding tears would have drawn no reproach, for he was merely a 16-year-old boy. Li Qing wrinkled his nose and strode towards the cake cart. Under the watchful gaze of his teammates, he closed his eyes and made a wish. However, at that moment, Firmino exchanged glances with his fellow teammates, and a silent understanding passed among them as they nodded in agreement, preparing to take action. Li Qing made a humble wish and was about to blow out the candles when he heard a sudden rush of wind behind him, causing him to instinctively step to the right. With a resounding smack, Firmino and Wijnaldum found themselves adorned with cream and crumbs from the yellow cake, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. "Ha ha!" Firmino exclaimed, wiping the cream from his face. "This can't be real. How did you react so swiftly?" According to the scheme devised by him and his teammates, they had planned to act after Li Qing made his wish, but to their astonishment, Li Qing's reflexes were remarkably quick, leaving them no opportunity to react. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Had I reacted a moment later, I might have fallen victim to your cunning scheme." "Humph." Firmino let out a derisive snort. "Brothers, let us unite." Before Li Qing could respond, his teammates surged forward, skillfully seizing his limbs and rendering him immobile. Firmino and Main, grinning, sliced through the 7th layer of cake, each holding a portion. And with a resounding smack, they smashed it onto Li Qing's face amidst his pleas of "No, no." Laughter erupted in harmonious agreement within the locker room. "I shall fight you all." Li Qing vigorously shook off Arnold and Henderson, wiped away the cream cake obscuring his vision, and directly seized the 6th tier of the cake, launching it left and right. Bye. Thus, the locker room transformed into a battleground of confectionery for the Liverpool players as they hurled pieces at one another. Even the head coach Klopp, assistant coach Buvac, Kravitz, the fitness coach, and the goalkeeper coach were not spared and joined the fray. The cake skirmish lasted approximately 10 minutes, leaving almost no one unblemished by the sweet debris. Indeed, everyone reveled in the merriment, and the lunch that followed was particularly delightful. In the afternoon training session, the team engaged in competitive drills, and Li Qing donned a fluorescent vest, symbolizing his status as a key player. As he wore the vest, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he was truly being considered for the starting lineup? However, upon reflection, the likelihood seemed considerable. Premier League teams often do not deploy many first-team players in the FA Cup until they reach the latter stages. This meant he had a real chance to represent Liverpool as a starter at Anfield. With this prospect in mind, Li Qing's performance soared, mercilessly outplaying the substitute goalkeeper Karius. At 4 in the afternoon, as the training session concluded, Firmino, fresh from a shower in the locker room, approached Li Qing and inquired, "Hey Li, how about we take you to a nightclub tonight? Experience something new?" Under ordinary circumstances, he might have participated in such team-building activities, but today was different. For he had made plans with Tong Shinbing. More precisely, it was Tong Shinbing who had invited Li Qing. From his subtle inquiries, it appeared that Tong Shinbing had not informed her cousin Zhao Qiangu of her visit to Liverpool. Thus, with utmost seriousness, Li Qing shook his head and replied, "I am a model student of the new era. I shall pass on the nightclub and focus on my assignments tonight. Perhaps, Robert, you could assist me with my homework?" To this, Firmino promptly shook his head, humorously retorting, "You want me to do your homework? That's akin to asking me to race James in a marathon." Laughter erupted among the group, and soon everyone dispersed, returning to their respective homes and families. Li Qing hitched a ride with Captain Henderson, cutting his usual 40-minute bus commute down to a mere 15 minutes. Gazing at the receding Bentley flying spur, a pang of envy stirred within him, still a year away from being eligible for a driver's license. The wait felt interminable. Masked, Li Qing didn't head straight home. Instead, he hailed a cab toward the agreed-upon Chinese restaurant. Though professional athletes ought to steer clear of heavy oils and excessive salt, the craving for traditional delicacies had gnawed at him for far too long. His birthday seemed the perfect excuse to indulge. Before long, the taxi halted beneath an ornate, classically crafted Chinese archway, marked by an exquisite traditional paifang. Li Qing paid the fare and gazed distractedly at the 3 characters on the archway. This was Liverpool's Chinatown, also the first established in Europe. Its history traces back to the 1860s, when Liverpool had already cemented its position as a pivotal trading hub between Europe and the East. The Chinese immigrants who arrived here began their arduous journey, gradually forming Europe's first sizable Chinese community. Returning to the present, Li Qing quickly located the highly reputed Kui Chinese restaurant using Google Maps. Before even stepping inside, he spotted the youthful and radiant Tong Shinbing seated by the window, her delicate face tense as she stared intently at her phone's horizontal screen. Undoubtedly, she was engrossed in honor of kings. After a satisfying meal, the clock neared 7. Having settled the bill, Li Qing turned to Tong Shinbing and asked, "Cousin Shinbing, since it's Valentine's Day today, how about a stroll along the Mersey River?" Stretching lazily, Tong Shinbing deliberately ignored his mention of Valentine's Day and nodded lightly. Sure. Given the occasion, the streets from Chinatown to the riverbank were teeming with affectionate couples. Standing on the bridge, they watched distant cruise ships glide across the water, unfazed by the kissing couple beside them. Li Qing turned his gaze to Tong Shinbing and remarked casually, "Cousin Shinbing, do you remember our bet?" "Huh." Tong Shinbing flustered slightly. Behind a screen, she could be bold and unrestrained, but beside Li Qing, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Avoiding his eyes, she feigned composure and replied, "What bet? I don't recall anything." "Damn it." Li Qing realized Tong Shinbing was about to renege on her debt again, and a thought flashed through his mind. "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, don't blame me for collecting harshly." "Hey, Cousin Shinbing." Tong Shinbing instinctively turned her head, only to see that handsome face with a devilish smirk suddenly appear before her eyes. Her heart trembled slightly as Li Qing abruptly leaned in closer, his neck stretching forward. Her pupils contracted, her watery eyes widening in shock as she stared at Li Qing, her heartbeat accelerating. Her first kiss was gone. Chapter 98, Destined Rivalry. The East Asian Derby. When Tong Shinbing looked at Li Qing again, he had already closed his eyes, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment, his hands naturally resting on her slender waist. The next moment, her teeth lightly clenched. Li Qing instinctively took 2 steps back, his right hand lightly touching his throbbing lower lip. Glancing down at his fingertips, he found no trace of blood. It seemed she had shown mercy with her bite. Yet his tone carried unmistakable displeasure. "Were you raised by wolves, you little brat? Do you even realize that was my first kiss?" Tong Shinbing's delicate face flushed slightly as she glared at him with simmering resentment. "As if it wasn't my first kiss either," she retorted through gritted teeth. Li Qing spread his hands with an unruffled composure and remarked, "Who asked you to go back on your word? That was merely me collecting one of the gambling debts." As he spoke, the corners of his lips curled into a faint yet charming arc, and he added with a sardonic smile, "If I recall correctly. Didn't you swear some childish oath about pinky promises being unbreakable for 100 years? So when do you plan to settle the remaining bet?" "Return my foot." "You have no proof anyway," retorted Tong Shinbing, rolling her eyes with such allure it could steal souls. Li Qing, who had indeed preserved evidence, slowly closed the distance between them until barely 10 centimeters separated them. Tong Shinbing's gaze flickered with unease as she took a defensive step back. What are you doing?" "What can I possibly do?" Seeing Tong Shinbing's flustered state, Li Qing grew bolder. He retrieved the pre-saved recording from his phone and took a deliberate step forward. Their gazes locking in an intense exchange. With a knowing half-smile playing on his lips, he murmured, "Listen carefully, do you recognize whose voice this is?" As the familiar tones emanated from the phone's speaker, a delicate blush crept across Tong Shinbing's cheeks. Turning her face away, her peripheral vision caught a foreign passerby presenting flowers to his date. A sudden inspiration flashed through her mind like quicksilver. Clearing her throat with practiced nonchalance, she remarked, "Being your girlfriend isn't entirely out of the question, but you must." "What now? Not another soccer goal condition?" Li Qing interjected with wry amusement. "You might find this hard to believe, but for me." Li Qing instinctively blurted out, "No?" Tong Shinbing cut off his lengthy speech, her delicate jade-like finger pointing at the foreigner holding a bouquet of flowers nearby. "If you can bring me a bouquet within 5 seconds, I'll agree to your request." "How about that?" she said, batting her lovely and enchanting large eyes. "Are you serious?" Li Qing smiled faintly, sending an inexplicable unease through Tong Shinbing's heart, like prey willingly walking into a trap. He then added, "You can't borrow from foreigners, nor can you buy on the spot. In short, it must be something you personally carry with you. Today is Valentine's Day. Don't tell me you came unprepared." "Ah?" Li Qing's expression darkened as he said gloomily, "Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? If you don't want to be my girlfriend, just say so outright." "Humph." Tong Shinbing's face bloomed with a triumphant smile as she replied playfully, "I never said that. The condition has been laid out. If you can actually produce it, we'll settle it on the spot." "How about that?" "Really?" Li Qing cast a suspicious glance at Tong Shinbing. "Even pearls aren't this genuine." With a theatrical flourish, Li Qing swept his right hand through his hair in an exaggerated manner and declared with comedic flair, "The moment of witnessing miracles has arrived." Unzipping his jacket with his left hand, he reached inside the down coat with his right, and when his hand emerged again,